like a Betty and rock steady. You should have never got me started in this wrestling game. Now you're dearly departed. That's the Hart. A wrestler coming off like this. One that's lyrically inclined with a mic in his fist. It's a savage man with a master plan. I got you waving your hands saying,
that's what you need.
Oh my God! It's the pay-per-view that you just can't miss. Are you ready? Come on. Are you ready?
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 20, covering January 2004 in TNA history. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by Mouthman himself, Liam Jones. Liam, how are you?
I am the Mouthman.
Because your mouth exploded.
That's true, for the most part.
I was thinking about it, because we recorded the watch-along all fine and dandy. And then overnight your mouth exploded. So I was thinking about what about the watch-along caused your mouth to explode.
I think I did tell you, like, as we were getting off Skype, that I was like, my jaw hurts.
So, like, when you watched the Eric Watts-Don Callis match, which you were very excited about, or perhaps when you realized that the Kurt Angle theme song is actually Hamilton.
Could have been it.
You were also very excited about.
Either moments were pivotal in my condition worsening, so who knows?
Causing your mouth to explode and delaying the recording of this episode of the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And the poor folks have been waiting. They're like, what happened in January 2004? We don't know. There's no other way of knowing.
They've never heard of Cage Match, Wikipedia, or Impact Plus.
There's just no way of looking it up. There's no way of watching. There's no way of researching. The only way they can possibly learn what happened in January 2004 TNA is by listening to us.
Yeah, and we failed them.
But here we are, making up for our past failures with current successes.
That's one of those things that feels like it would be on one of those live, laugh, prayer fucking posters.
That on the surface feels like deep and insightful, but really is just empty bullshit.
You think about it for 2 seconds and you're like, wait a minute.
Like, your immediate reaction was like, oh, that was nicely said. And then you're like, no, that's stupid.
I don't think I've ever gone, oh, that was nice. I think I've always just gone, that's stupid. But also, anything remotely positive, I don't think I'm, going to ingest.
Just never going to say nice things about me. Is that what you're saying here, Liam?
Nope.
Rude.
But to be fair, it's not just you, it's everyone.
Oh, well, that makes me feel a little bit better.
You should.
So are you feeling fully better now?
I was yesterday. I feel a little worse today.
Oh, because you had to talk to me and suddenly your body starts shutting. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just like, oh, this guy Garrett, we have an allergic reaction to him at this stage.
Is my body talking to me?
Yeah, you have multiple entities within yourself.
Wow, that's cool.
Because, like, your mouth operates independently of yourself, clearly.
I guess technically it does. Well, technically it's my gums. The coolest moment of the whole process was, at one point, my gums had become so inflamed that they locked my jaw shut. And I had to put 2 fingers, like, over my teeth and push my jaw down. And to open my mouth, and as I was doing that, I heard everything crack and pop throughout my entire jaw.
Nice.
It sounded like paper tearing.
That's disconcerting.
Yeah.
So I was telling you the other day that every time I go to bed, I like to put my right foot on my left knee and pop my right hip because it just does that. And I find it weirdly sad, like there's a weird amount of satisfaction in just going like boop and hearing it go click. But this seems a much more extreme example of that.
Well, no, because mine was the thing that was happening because of a specific illness. Yours is just the thing that you constantly do.
Yeah, mine is just my general body falling apart due to oldness.
My equivalent of that would be I have like a shoulder that makes a pop if I like put my arms behind my back and push my chest forward.
Interesting.
I used to do that like every morning.
My left index finger, I could just pop it in and out. I don't even think it's double jointed. It's just bad.
When I was doing my exams like 3 years ago. So, okay, finger, right? We got one joint at the top, one in the middle, and then one and then at the knuckle, right? And I found out that if I like put my middle finger up into like some sort of a triangle and push down the flat bit next to that middle one, I got like the best pop of my knuckle in my life, and I've never been able to recreate it. So now it just crunches whenever I try and do it.
What, you're just bored during an exam messing with your hands?
Yeah, I'd finished it.
You're just sitting there, just being like click to all of your bones?
Yeah, basically.
Nice. So other than your deep illness, anything else going on with you?
Well, it's Easter.
Ah, yes. I've already eaten one Easter egg. It was a Lindt white chocolate Easter egg. It was quite nice.
I haven't eaten any. Yeah, it's Easter Sunday. The real Easter. And I've done nothing. And seen no one. I am in isolation, but it has nothing to do with COVID.
I assume you're sitting here with a crown of barbed wire thorns.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Disrespecting Jesus himself.
God forbid.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that it was a Jesus thing.
The crown of thorns, you didn't understand?
Like, when I saw it, I was just like, oh, he's putting barbed wire in his head. I was honestly more concerned with the fact that I thought it was going to fall off his head.
I don't think it was a Jesus thing. Maybe it was. Who knows?
I mean, I think, are people just equating it to a Jesus thing because Adam Cole looks like Jesus?
Well, no, because I think it's just because it happened on Good Friday more than anything else.
Yeah, but like, if it had have happened to FTR Bold, do you think people would have made the same thing? But like, it's a long-haired, brown-haired guy with brown facial hair, like, who looks like Western Jesus.
Maybe, I don't know. I think it's just that it happened on Good Friday. I think if it happened to FTR Bald on Good Friday, people would probably throw a fuss over it.
I feel like it'd be lesser, but just because the image is not as,
Sure.
one-to-one. And like, people are mad about that, and it's like, 2 days before, MJF was like, I'm the devil, bitch. It's like, no one gave a shit when that was happening.
I don't think people are mad about it, honestly.
Are you saying that there is bad faith arguments about AEW?
I am perhaps suggesting that people are pretending to be outraged so that they can just use it as a stick to beat a wrestling company they don't like with, and they actually don't really care. Because, Liam, tell me how it's offensive.
It's not.
Like, that's the thing. People are like, oh, this is disrespecting religion. And I'm like, well, how? How is it disrespectful other than it's a reference to it?
If anything, it's referencing it. That's just to reference something doesn't mean you're inherently disrespecting it.
Yeah. It's like, in what way can you tell me is this disrespectful?
But also, I don't care. Regardless, even if it was disrespectful, wouldn't care.
People are stupid. I guess we should talk about the draft, Liam.
No.
The man who has lost the draft has suddenly gone silent.
Yeah, you and your army of bots voting.
So last week we posted our 2003 TNA draft to Patreon. We drafted our rosters, we put together our shows, we put the poll out there. 92 votes, 57.6% voted for me, 42.4% voted for Liam. I am, for the second year in a row, the winner of the You've Got to Be Kidding Me draft.
Well, at least it's nice to know that 42.4% of our audience has taste.
Oh yeah, they didn't want a Mike Awesome against the Biss Monsters Ball match. That's just terrible.
Yeah.
Or a Rock and Roll Express against AMW Dream match. Or a Road Warriors against Mike Barton and Perry Saturn. A Loki against Amazing Red match. A Vampiro against Sting match. You are just jealous of our audience's good taste, I'll have you know. It's because you didn't draft Eric Watts. You were trying too hard. You didn't draft Eric Watts, and the audience punished you for it.
I got nothing.
So, if you want, next year we can leave the poll to patrons only, so that I can just demonstrably prove I'm better than you at drafting.
Don't patronize me by changing the rules. You fuck. It was like a 6% difference. All right, it wasn't big.
Well, it was 15 in the end, but I guess that's a 7.5% swing.
God forbid I was 1% off in my random guess.
Still. I'm the draft king, second year in a row. Thank you everybody for your votes. I'm proud to represent you as the marquee drafter of the You've Got to Be Kidding Me podcast.
Stop the steal.
That upsets Liam more than it probably should, because he loves drafting more than pretty much anything.
It's not true.
How many drafts have you engaged in the last 2 weeks?
3.
Well, there you go. And you did win one of them, to be fair.
Yeah. I'm currently in the middle of a draft that's going to take 3 months.
And there's Liam being like, I don't love drafting. Oh.
I hope you know that I'm one of the people up in the bidding war for the draft that I'm currently in today is Adam Cole. And I feel like that's disrespectful to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you should let the other person have them for a dramatically inflated fee, just as respect to Jesus.
Tell you what, it is dramatically inflated.
Do you want him that badly?
I don't want him that bad. I didn't put a bet on him. I mean, I didn't submit an offer.
Do people want him that badly?
Apparently so.
Good God.
He's not the most, wanted person so far.
I don't hate Adam Cole, but I do get every criticism of Adam Cole.
I like Adam Cole. I don't know. I don't know about this current. I just don't think this current Adam Cole Hangman Page thing was very my thing.
I don't think it was anybody's thing, frankly.
But I did like. I mean, I like them both separately. I like the SuperClick stuff the most, to be honest, so far.
You want your drama. Your elite family drama.
I'm sure that'll be gearing up over the next couple months.
So I won the draft. Our other note, of course, we've had a very good month on Patreon so far. We've added more patrons, I think, than we ever have. We are at a record number of patrons. So again, I just want to say thank you for that. Everyone that went to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com over the last month, because we uploaded the draft, we uploaded the latest episode of Rain Takers, the latest episode of Rinkat King, and our 2003 TNA End of Year Awards, and a lot of people subscribed to get access to that stuff. So thank you, of course. And a note on Patreon, we did recently add ads to this show because we reached a tier of listenership that allowed us to add, I think, pre-roll and some mid-roll ads. So I think it's very important that anybody that does give us money should get an ad-free version of the show. I think that's only fair because realistically ads are so we can make some money off the like 20 plus hours of work that goes into each episode of the show. But if you do give us money, you should get an ad-free version of the show. So from now on, with the show notes on Patreon, there will be an ad-free version of the show. That will be uploaded as an audio file that will go into the Patreon exclusive RSS feed, and it will have the show notes attached to it as a description. So that if you do subscribe at any tier on Patreon, the $1 tier, $5 tier, or $10 tier, you will get an ad-free version of the show in that feed. I think that is only fair and decent, and otherwise, ads support the show, so you should be happy for us.
Yeah, we got the donate thing. They keep telling us to pimp out the donate thing.
I like the way Liam's like, yeah, they keep telling us to tell you
In
to
that
send
it
us
gets
money.
brought up and I get reminded, hey, there's a donate thing.
Yeah, voiceswrestling.com/donate if you would like to give us a one-off donation to the show, and that would be nice of you. Though, of course, Patreon's there too if you would like content in exchange for money.
I want to add a Patreon tier that's $200,000 a month, and for that, I'll say your name.
Liam is very generous with these Patreon tiers.
Mm-hmm.
So, so if you're listening to this and you're like, ooh, ads, I don't like those, but I give you money on Patreon with the show notes, an ad-free version of the show.
We should do it so it's like, for the $1 feed, you get like 20% less ads. Then for the $5 feed, you get like 50% less ads. Then the $10 feed, you get 0 ads.
This is the cynical monetization I'm saving you from, people. That Liam is like, oh, let's leech them for everything they're worth. And I'm like, no, it's only fair that anybody that even gives us $1 should get an ad-free version of the show.
Basically freeloaders.
So that is our bits and bobs before we start recording.
Last time, I was like, oh, and we're close to 1,000 followers. And then you were like, no, we're not. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, and I don't know. I forgot how to do an Irish accent. And then, now we actually are.
You did a vague one mocking me earlier about getting Tanahashi and Mox wrong.
Oh, Tanahashi and Mox. There you go.
Yeah, you threw that one out.
You know, every time I do it, I bob my head left and right. Like I'm a cartoon character.
You were a cartoon freaking leprechaun going, oh, diddly-eye, I'm from Ireland.
Snakes in the back.
We are currently at 963 followers. At this current rate, we should reach 100 by the next episode.
100? We're going to lose 863?
Yeah, we're actually there are people that are going to run away from us because
No, they're going to do one of those Twitter bot scans.
It is funny. When we did mention it on the podcast, we went like a week of just losing followers.
Yeah, they were like, you want to make it to 1K? No way.
Which I think might have been one of Twitter's like routine clearing out bots, because no one could possibly unfollow us. People love us.
It shocks me.
So Liam once again wants you to go follow the Twitter at TNA History Pod just so he can hit an arbitrary number that makes him feel good. Which is all that social media is, so there you go.
I was going to say, yeah, way to single me out for the whole concept of social media.
The backbone of social media is arbitrary numbers that make us feel good. So that's it. That's all the housekeeping and introductory notes.
What have you been doing, Garrett? You didn't say anything about your life.
I have not been ill. I went to see Sonic yesterday.
Are you sure you're not ill?
Not more or less than I usually am. Sonic's better than the first movie. I didn't actually much care for the first movie, and I think the second movie is actually pretty good.
I didn't see the first movie.
Hater of Sonic the Hedgehog over here.
Indifference to Sonic the Hedgehog over here.
Have you ever played a Sonic game?
Yes, I played a bunch of them.
What's your favorite Sonic game?
Oh god, I don't remember the names, Garrett.
There's Sonic 1, there's Sonic 2, there's Sonic 3.
I honestly don't remember.
There's Sonic the Hedgehog, which is the 2006 remake. Well, not remake, reboot.
It was a handheld Sonic game.
Sonic Generations on Nintendo 3DS.
Maybe? No. Maybe?
I think it was on PS2. Sonic Generations on PS3.
No. I said handheld.
Sonic Colors on the Nintendo DS.
It was not Sonic Colors, but it was the one that came around at the same time as Sonic Colors.
The Sonic Advance games on GBA.
Sure. I also played one of the, console ones. That was, the 3D ones.
Sonic Boom on Wii
Yes.
U. It's a great game.
What was that? What was that team one? It was the one where it was a 3D world roaming about one, and it was you pick the 3 characters and you swap between them.
Sonic Heroes?
Yeah, I played Sonic Heroes.
I know too much about Sonic for a series I don't particularly like.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't even like Sonic.
I don't. I think most of the games are bad. My favorite Sonic game is probably Sonic Lost World on Wii U. I think that game was cool.
Sonic. This podcast is sponsored by Sonic 2.
Sure, if Paramount would like to give us some money to promote Sonic, I'll certainly take it.
I'll just do it for a Paramount Plus subscription.
Well, that's not available in Australia.
It is. So.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow, it's not available here. Maybe it is, and I just have never went to Paramount Plus.
It came out 4 months ago.
Maybe it has been available here the entire time, and I've just never bothered to look into whether Paramount Plus is available over here. I just assume it's not because it's a US streaming service. All right, that's enough nonsense. That brings us to our notes, the news notes for the month.
That's enough nonsense. Let's get into the NWA-TNA.
Yeah, the serious matter at hand that is NWA-TNA.
The sports-like product.
There is at least one Major League sports star on the show this month, so...
Jonny Fairplay. Survivor is a sport.
Survivor is a sport. Survivor requires more brains than most sports do.
And leaves you with more brains than most sports do.
That's also true. TNA sources say the negotiations with WGN, which if you remember last month we mentioned were basically close to being done, are ongoing. Panda officials are considering the idea of going with a half-hour time slot rather than a full hour in an attempt to cut their programming fees in half. TNA officials have yet to officially address the WGN rumors via a wrestler meeting, but both Dixie Carter and Jeff Jarrett have mentioned it during one-on-one conversations with wrestlers.
Giving the Iggy to the people they like.
Yeah, it's scoops, one-on-one scoops. It's funny, we've gone to the same old story in TNA where it's last month this thing was guaranteed happening to the degree that they started teasing it on the television show with Jeff Jarrett's big announcement, which that big announcement technically ended up being Jonny Fairplay, following through the story thread.
Yeah, but something so big that it will change the face of the wrestling world, Jonny Fairplay.
That's true, I can't deny it. But here we are in January where we realize this WGN deal may not be happening. So another note, if a deal with WGN has been reached, it's news to members of the office staff. That said, most sources believe in terms of the deal. This is what I get for waking up. You dragged me on. I got up 30 minutes early so I could wake up, but then you still dragged me on early because you're too impatient and bored.
If a deal with WGN has been reached, it's news to members of the office staff. That said, most sources believe the terms of the deal have been set, and that it's a matter. It's just a matter of TNA management deciding whether they want to sign off on it. One of the strengths of the deal is the WGN is letting TNA keep all of the commercial time. That means TNA would have to sell their own ads, but there are said to be several deals already in place with potential advertisers.
I am so glad you fucked that up because you would have been so smug if you didn't.
In my head the whole time I was going, don't fuck up, which is probably why I did, because I was too busy focusing on not fucking up.
So yeah, later in the month from the Wrestling Observer, there has been little to no talk of late regarding the WGN deal. We're told it's neither dead nor imminent.
It is in stasis.
I do know fans have written WGN in support of them picking up the show, have been told by the station PR specifically, it's not going to happen. The only reason I wouldn't say it's dead, again, this is the I here, is Dave Meltzer. Dave writes in the first person a lot more than PW Torch do. They always write in third person. The only reason I wouldn't say it's dead is because the idea was to buy it as paid programming as opposed to the show they were picking up. And also in the 90s, when we got word from WCW that they were getting WGN in 6 months, the next 6 months saw WGN deny it, but eventually it actually happened. Of course, we know this deal never came through. They never came to fruition. They would buy time eventually on Fox Sports later in the summer. But this WGN deal, which was a done deal, definitely happening at the end of 2003, is now by the end of January 2004, off the table.
And thus begins our company lifelong relationship with television and getting time slots and not having time slots and it getting all thrown about. I don't think there's been a company with a more tumultuous television history than TNA.
And I don't think this is going to be the last time we're going to mention TNA negotiating with WGN in particular. which was regularly a name that popped up every time TNA were trying to get TV. It was always like, oh, what about WGN? Huh? What about them?
But will they, won't they?
So they should really stop teasing and announcing things like this before they have deals signed and in place. They have not learned their lesson, Liam.
Yeah, but it's funnier this way, so hey.
Maybe the biggest news note of the month. NWA-TNA announced on its January 14th pay-per-view that Jonny Fairplay, real name John Dalton...
Kayfabe!
still ruining the fact that his name is not actually Jonny Fairplay.
Shoot trash.
Was debuting for the promotion on its January 21st show. Fairplay, who made a national name for himself on the top-rated broadcast network show Survivor, had signed with TNA just that evening after some final haggling over contractual details. The Dalton deal wasn't actually finalized until 7:30 p.m. the night of the show, so it's the classic TNA get the announcement over the line at the last minute and announce it on the show.
But that one I can kind of understand, because like it reads this way, but it could have just been like pen to paper on the day. Like everything else has actually been worked out, but we just need you in person.
No, apparently there was some like details that Fairplay was playing somewhat hardball, wanting money, and then Dixie was just like, give him what he wants.
Hell yeah, Dixie.
She wants her reality show stars all over her NWA-TNA, baby.
And to get followed on Twitter.
That's true. I'm surprised you didn't do the follow me on Twitter.
I don't think I have it in me.
How familiar are you with Survivor?
I've seen the show. I'm not familiar with like the famous heels and baby faces of Survivor, but I know like that there is a certain celebrity that comes with Survivor. I know the general gist of Survivor because I have seen it. That's about it, really.
Yeah, I consider myself, at least back in the day, a Survivor fan. It was one of the few shows that aired on our Irish language station over here, TG Carr. So all of the interstitials were translated into Irish. So anytime I watched Survivor from the US, all of like the previously on Survivor and all that, and all of like the recaps would be in English, of course. And I'd be like, no, it's supposed to be in Irish.
Can you say previously on Survivor in Irish?
We air Survivor.
That's pretty sick.
I think that's it. Someone will correct me on that.
A better Irish will.
Oh, definitely. But yeah, I would have watched a bunch of Survivor through the years, many seasons of it. I like Survivor. I think it's a really good show and a pretty timeless format, which is the reason it is still around today after 20 odd years. A lot of those reality TV shows have burned out and gone away. You don't really see the real world anymore. Even if I probably check the Wikipedia page, it's probably still airing somewhere, but you don't hear a word about it. As opposed to Survivor, which still, gets a network TV spot. It's still going pretty strong. And this was during like the heyday of Survivor, and Jonny Fairplay was a very, very famous villain on Survivor for a very good reason, in that he faked the death of his grandmother on Survivor for sympathy.
That rules.
And it's funny, it was a long play too, because the way they did it was like every season on Survivor after the merge, which is like a little over halfway through the show, they bring people's family members in for a nice little family reunion. But they do it every year. It's always halfway through the show, like maybe 3/4 of the way through the show, that they bring all those family members in for the reunion. So like he put this scheme in place hoping he would get this far. Like that's a long con. It's not just a regular con.
And then like he had to have faith in his friend, like being willing to commit to the bit to like actually go on the show and portray this.
Because if you actually watch the clip, his friend it comes on like little tentatively. I think you could see it in the friend's face that there's a little bit of like, are we actually doing this? And then like Jonny Fairplay's like, how's grandma? And then he's like, she's dead. And then it's a big sad moment, and the entire crux of it is so that he gets to meet with his friend and have a lavish meal and a day away from like the horrors at camp. And Tribe has to vote on who gets to go away with their family member and have like a meal away and a proper day away. And all of them are like, his grandma died. He needs to know the details.
I love the one woman who was like, I don't believe him.
Yeah, fuck this dude.
She rules. I was like a big fan of her. And like the one who was like so hook, line, and sinker on it too. And she's like, he lost his grandmother.
Oh, it's like literally, I hope the person who was like, no, he's fucking bullshitting, it like did the biggest victory lap of all time after that.
Yeah, 100%. I hope she did like many an interview.
Yeah, it turns out that like after that segment happened, like after they recorded it, like the Survivor crew called the Jonny Fairplay's family being like, oh, is there any way we can help? And his grandmother answered the phone.
I have no problem with this.
Listen, it's a dopey reality show. Go all in. If you're going to be the bad guy, go all in on being the bad guy.
I admire someone having the dedication to be this much of a bad guy.
It is like some sensational TV villainry. Like this is good stuff.
I want more of this.
So Fairplay will debut playing a similar character to that he orchestrated for Survivor. It must be noted, Fairplay came from wrestling first. Fairplay was trained as an indie wrestler in the late 90s. He was Roddy Piper's personal assistant, which we'll talk about more in a second, because they have a tumultuous relationship together.
This blows my mind, by the way.
Weaving into a story that Jonny Fairplay learned from wrestling to go on and be an over-the-top heel on Survivor.
Well, you gotta imagine, like, how it blew my mind when he was, like, working stuff in the ring, and I was like, holy shit, Jonny Fairplay, they had a lot of faith in this guy to go out there and take this shit.
And yeah, they've worked you on multiple levels then. This is like Survivor all over again. So he'll play a brash, unedited punk who thinks the world is his oyster and will do anything to advance. Fairplay and Jarrett had only talked once at the time of his signing, and his role hadn't been specified yet. There is skepticism within the locker room that he deserves what is likely a better financial deal than any of the wrestlers taking bumps for TNA each week. TNA is banking on Fairplay helping to draw pay-per-view buys and in general make the programs more entertaining. The deal is rumored to be for 1 year, which means TNA is committed to Fairplay as more than just a celebrity novelty act, making a handful of appearances. The Fairplay signing was written up in next week's National Enquirer. Other media entities have been sent press releases. TNA is hoping for a barrage of media mentions from signing Survivor's biggest villain, probably up until that point, or at least one of them.
What are other famous Survivor villains?
Oh, there's the dude, I can't remember names. I'm terrible for names.
Well, tell me their bits. That's what I care about more anyway.
There's Richard Hatch, who went to jail after Survivor.
What did he do?
I think it was just some general tax fraud and tax evasion.
I don't care about... I want to see, like, what did they do on the shows that made them bad guys? What beats? I faked my grandmother's death for sympathy.
Nothing. Nothing beats I faked my grandma's death for sympathy.
Well then, clearly this is the peak.
There's probably, like, better Survivor heels in terms of people being conniving, but in terms of, like, general schemes, there's nothing on this level. Because it's usually like, you told me one thing and then you betrayed me. That's, like, usually the level of Survivor villainry. There's not usually, I faked my grandmother's death for sympathy to get one reward and hope that carries me all the way through to the rest of the show, and it didn't. And that's a level of Survivor villainry that is, like, leaps and bounds above. That is the outwit, outplay, outlast to a whole new level.
I like it.
So, they were hoping to get a ton of media attention. They didn't. They got that National Enquirer release first, and there were some, like, media mentions, and Jonny Fairplay did Man Cow as well, so it was mentioned there. But other than that, it kind of just flew under the radar and didn't really achieve anything.
The fuck is a Man Cow?
He's a radio host. He was relatively famous. He probably still is around and relatively famous. So that's what I find with a lot of these radio hosts. I'm like, oh, they were famous like 20 years ago.
Thought this was a 90s WWF gimmick.
Man Cow, the Man Cow. It's the Minotaur's son, the Man Cow.
Yeah.
So they were hoping for a bunch of media appearances that did not come. They were hoping to get on Stern, but that didn't happen. And they just were left with Jonny Fairplay.
God, this, like, relationship with Stern is so funny and how they keep trying.
They desperately want to be mentioned on Howard Stern. Because, yeah, there was that story that they wanted to do a puppet against, what's the name of the dude on Stern? I don't even remember. Beetlejuice, yes. A puppet against Beetlejuice program to cross over with Stern.
Honestly, they should have, like, given him whatever he wanted for that deal. I said it at the time and I'll say it now. That probably would have, like, given them a bump that they would have hopefully been able to actually keep.
They should have booked Stern against Jonny Fairplay.
Yes.
The bulk of the locker room reaction to Fairplay's presence when he did show up was favourable. He seemed like a fan and didn't want to get any heat with the boys, said one wrestler. Another wrestler who was aware of Fairplay's reputation said he was also surprised by Fairplay. The quote, I was ready to slap him before I even met him, but he was very nice to everyone in the locker room. Wrestlers also say Fairplay was wise enough to introduce himself to everyone in the locker room rather than wait for them to approach him. Fairplay was said to appear somewhat intimidated prior to the show and came away very happy with his first performance.
And they're like, wow, how did this guy who trained to be a wrestler know the rules of being a wrestler?
Yeah, this dude who came up in the indies and promoted some shows. He wasn't just a random indie wrestler. He even, like, tried to have his own company at one stage. Somehow knew how to get away with, like, being respected in the locker room, which is just walk around and shake some people's hands. That's apparently, like, that's the only thing you need to do in wrestling.
I'm so, like, devastated. Like, listen, I don't think I ever thought it was his real name, but the fact that, like, I was like, oh, do they do gimmick names on Survivor? So I was like 50-50 on it, and I'm really disappointed that Jonny Fairplay wasn't the name of a guy who faked his grandmother's death in Survivor.
It would have been spectacular, wouldn't it?
And, like, just the wrestling, like, ramifications from this. Like, you can have a Fairplay's Industries that's about a cheating heel stable. That's perfect, come on.
It is, like, we'll talk about it when we get into the shows, where I think... Actually, no, let's do it now. Let's do Jonny Fairplay now.
Sure.
Because he has 2 segments on the show, the first of which is his debut, where he comes to the ring with Don Callis. And I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, he just did, like, shticky heel stuff, but, like, it was good.
Yeah, so, like, he comes out with Don, and, you know, he is doing the classic... It reminds me a lot of the AJ Styles and Vince Russo stuff when AJ first turned heel, where he's doing the, I'm from a civilized part of the world, and this is the South.
Yeah, he does like basic heel shtick, but it's great. He was actually the only one who was like confident enough to interact with the crowd.
Yeah, because we'll talk about it when we get further into the shows, but this is also a very heavily involved ICP month, the Insane Clown Posse. So there were a bunch of ICP fans in the crowd who would routinely chant ICP during the show.
Garrett. We can't say ICP fans. If we're talking about them, we have to call them juggalos.
I'm very, very amused to learn that you were actually a juggalo.
I'm not. I wouldn't define myself as a juggalo, but I am familiar with the rap group ICP.
Oh, so you're just going to call yourself an ICP fan then, are you?
No, yeah, there's a difference, okay? The people who were in that crowd were above ICP fans.
All right, there are a bunch of juggalos in the crowd for the ICP who were there that month, and they would routinely chant ICP during the show, which they did during this promo, because Jonny Fairplay was like, I'm more famous than all the wrestlers, I'm more famous than a bunch of people he named, and they started chanting ICP, and then he turned to the crowd and it's like, I'm sure as hell more famous than those guys.
Which, by the way, isn't true. If everyone was like, when they fired back with, who are you? And he's just like, ask my grandma. And I was like, ooh.
And again, AJ comes out because the first confrontation is with AJ. And again, like the crowd starts chanting, who are you? And he just looks at AJ and points. It's like, they're talking to you.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's all pretty good stuff. So yeah, he comes out, he does that promo. AJ cuts him off. They do a little brawl. He tries to hit AJ with a chair. AJ refers to him as Carrot Top. So... that's a timely reference.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he tries to hit AJ with a chair. AJ turns about and power bombs him as hard as I think AJ Styles has ever power bombed anybody.
Yeah, it would look great.
There was some criticism, and I kind of get it, about the idea of power bombing Jonny Fairplay on the first night. That the whole idea is this guy is this heel who you want to see get his comeuppance, and AJ fucking killed him on the first night.
Yeah, you could have built to that, I'm sure.
I'd imagine Fairplay, probably part of that is him wanting to seem like one of the boys, him wanting to seem like he's not above this. So he's like, yeah, I'll take a big ass powerbomb, sure.
Wants to earn his stripes.
And then the second segment of the month, there was a whole thing about Brian Urlacher was there to support Don Callis in a main event match we'll talk about later. Chicago Bears linebacker and man with bad takes in recent years was there. So the gimmick was that he was banned from the building and they wanted to kick him out so that he couldn't involve himself in the Eric Watts versus Don Callis match. And Jonny Fairplay and the red shirt security were the ones that were doing that to try and remove him and Don Callis.
But as things did not go well for Jonny Fairplay on this one. He took 2 big bumps in a row.
Yeah, he sure did. So Don Callis was like, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Urlacher was like, what's the hard way? They tried to jump him. He clotheslined the red shirt security and then press slammed Jonny Fairplay from the ring to the floor onto the red shirt security.
I like the red shirts leaving with Fairplay just strung over their back.
Yeah. And there was also a sit-down interview with Mike Tenay where he's like, that's where they got into the stuff with Piper, because Piper fired Fairplay as his personal assistant after Fairplay was behind the wheel of a car wreck that left Piper hospitalized a few years ago, and Piper apparently blamed him for that. He literally said he tried to kill me.
I'm sure they were happy to be around each other somewhat.
So yeah, they want to build potentially to a Fairplay against Piper match.
Like, I don't know, that's like, there's a cool story there, I guess, but it's like, is anyone actually going to pay for this?
No one wants, especially after he's gotten his comeuppance twice. He's been freaking powerbombed to hell by AJ and presslammed by Brian Urlacher. Do I want to watch him wrestle Roddy Piper? Not a chance in hell.
The way you probably do this is you have them like have a representative of each, and you have Jonny Fairplay escape old comeuppance, and then eventually they do the whole like, you beat my guy, but your guy, get a minute with the other guy, and then boom, 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 boom. Which is what they just did with Raven and the Suppers in the New Church, so we know that they can do it.
And I don't think for a second that the Jonny Fairplay against Roddy Piper, like 5-minute match or whatever, it would be nearly as good as the Raven against James Mitchell one was.
No, but hey, if they had built to that moment where Roddy lays him out.
So back to Brian Urlacher for a moment. Brian Urlacher clotheslined the red shirts, press slammed Jonny Fairplay. It all seemed relatively harmless. It caused quite a scene in Chicago sports.
Why?
So, first of all, a backstage note. Brian Urlacher made a good impression with the TNA wrestlers while backstage last Wednesday. Wrestlers say he was very accessible to everyone and spent time talking to anybody who approached him. He was said to be very excited about his on-air role and left the building satisfied with his performance.
Sure.
All well and good until later that week. So, Chicago Bears linebacker Brian Urlacher, a good friend of Eric Watts, by the way, if you were wondering why he's there, he is Eric Watts' pal.
I mean, who isn't?
Was able to be talked into doing something physical, and TNA got more publicity than they bargained for when it turned into a Chicago sports controversy about a guy with a $56 million 9-year contract risking injuries by doing an angle.
Do you think they were just mad because when he ran the ropes, he went neck first into the second rope?
Yeah, he did nearly die when he hit the ropes. His hat fell off. He hit the ropes so badly.
But he recovered from it.
He hit a cool clothesline, and then he hit a cool press slam.
Man, Chicago sports fans must just hate pro wrestling. They have fucking Brian Urlacher going off with his $66 million contract and press slamming a dude. They have Dennis Rodman leaving mid fucking playoffs to go fuck around with Hulk Hogan in WCW.
Maybe that is it. Maybe it's just like, we've seen what happens when freaking Chicago sports stars get too tight with the wrestling and suddenly they abandon training to go mess around on Nitro. We don't want to happen again.
And listen, this isn't the hottest topic in the world at the moment, but I did watch The Last Dance finally. The whole time I was just like, just get to the Dennis Rodman bit.
Listen, there will be mention of Dennis Rodman on this podcast because he does make a TNA appearance.
Wait, what?
Yeah, in 2004 as well, so you can look forward to that.
I am looking forward to that.
There was a large amount of publicity in Chicago, including front page coverage 2 days later in the Chicago Sun-Times, and it got a brief mention on Around the Horn, ESPN SportsCenter, Pardon the Interruption, and on Aaron Brown's CNN show. Unfortunately, how much of this will help TNA is questionable, but in the situation the company is in, they have to take it as a major positive just that the name got out. In a major story in the Chicago Sun-Times, Jay Mariotti brought up Jay Williams ruining his basketball career in a motorcycle accident and Aaron Brown blowing out his knee playing pickup basketball. He noted that Urlacher never told the Bears what he was doing, and he appeared in a dingy arena packed with goofball fans and threw himself into a 3-minute episode of choreographed foolishness, is the direct quote.
How dare he insult the Juggalos?
The ICP are coming for Chicago sports. Bears general manager Jerry Angelo made the story bigger when he said that they aren't going to make a big deal about this incident, that Urlacher would not be allowed to participate in pro wrestling from this point forward. Urlacher's contract prohibits him from participating in any activity that exposes him to a significant injury risk. Considered this a violation of that, but Urlacher said he didn't think there was anything violating his contract.
I mean, they're not wrong. Like, they're paying this guy $56 million.
Yep.
And he's like, I'm gonna go press. What if he had what if Fairplay didn't get upright and he just popped his shoulder or some shit? Or when he went neck first into the ropes running the ropes.
Imagine the trouble TNA would get in if that happened. Because the Chicago Bears would probably have a reasonable lawsuit to hold them liable for the financial costs there.
Who knows?
So controversy in the Chicago sports world because of this relatively harmless looking TNA angle.
I don't know if anything about this angle looked harmless.
I did quite enjoy that they wanted all this publicity for Jonny Fairplay and then ended up getting it for Jonny Fairplay being press slammed, to be fair.
I bet it wasn't mentioned in any of those articles that it was Jonny Fairplay who was the one on the receiving end.
Yeah, because he's not actually that famous, and by all accounts his 15 minutes of fame from Survivor had already moved on, because that's the way television works.
Yeah.
Should ask Rich about this. It's like, hey, Rich, remember that time Chicago sports exploded because of Brian Urlacher and TNA?
We should ask him about Jonny Fairplay too.
Everyone remembers Jonny Fairplay. Big Survivor fans, everybody. And it must be mentioned, this is not the last time we will mention a football player coming into TNA doing something physical and then not being allowed to do something physical. But at least they didn't make Brian Urlacher one half of the tag team champions. Although the talk of Hulk Hogan signing with TNA has died down considerably, the company is still moving forward with plans to hold a Sunday night 3-hour pay-per-view. Most TNA officials are moving forward with the idea that Hogan has his heart set on appearing on WrestleMania 20, even though he didn't in the end, and will not work with TNA before then, and he did not work with TNA after then for another 6 years. Some office members are still hoping that Hogan will work with the company this summer, but most believe that Hogan was simply using TNA for leverage to use in his WrestleMania 20 negotiations with Vince McMahon. At any rate, TNA officials are still planning to hold at least one traditional Sunday night pay-per-view as early as this summer. There is some concern as to whether Sunday night events will hurt the buy rate for Wednesday shows, but TNA officials are said to be moving forward with the experiment.
I don't know, I feel like at this point, you offer anyone who's buying this weekly pay-per-view a bigger one on Sunday, they're probably just going to drop the money as well.
Yeah, and I guess it probably depends on the card. If it doesn't look like something that's worthy of a $30, $40 price tag, I think $30 is what they were aiming for. 3 times the price, basically, of a weekly pay-per-view. They just won't buy it. I don't think it's a case that's like they'll stop buying the Wednesday shows or they'll definitely buy this one. It's just, is it a good show worth buying? I'll buy it. Is it not? I won't.
Yeah, that was under the assumption that they're putting their best effort forward.
We'll talk about what they were planning for it in a second. One more small Hogan note for the time being. On ESPN Radio, host Joe McDonnell, who was a big fan, brought up TNA. Hogan acknowledged the angle with Jeff Jarrett, said he got hurt, and tried to change the subject right away.
What a pro.
He was also on Kimmel that week and did not mention it at all. Shock of all shocks.
Jimmy Kimmel just being like, so, TNA.
Good Jimmy Kimmel impression right there.
Thank you.
So, NWA-TNA's first foray into Sunday night 3-hour pay-per-views has been rescheduled for April 4th. Doesn't happen again, but listen, they're trying. Jeff Jarrett announced in a wrestler meeting before the January 21st show. Hogan is not scheduled for the event, but there is a major name planned as Jarrett's opponent in the main event. The event is likely to take place in Kentucky at the Army base with country singer Toby Keith performing.
I wish that was his opponent.
Jarrett against Toby Keith is probably bigger than the actual match they plan to do. Which, have you read down? Did you see the match they plan to do?
I see a big glaring name.
Alright. This month, you may notice, if you watched the month of January 2004 TNA, you may notice the opening theme song to the show is suddenly done by the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Or as I thought, literally Jay Lethal.
Yeah, 2003 Hydro has jumped for Ring of Honor to talk about being a man in the opening titles of NWA-TNA.
Be a man, Hulk.
So yeah, the opening theme song, there's actually 2 of them this month. There's the opening theme song, which they changed on the first show of the month, which is a remixed version of what the theme song was. It's a little more modern sounding, it's a little more upbeat. I actually quite liked it.
Yeah, I like both of them.
And then they make the shift for the rest of January and most of February to the song "Er You Ready?" It's spelled "or-you," I have to pronounce it that way. "Er You Ready?"
Rue ready.
Rue Ready? It's like Scooby-Doo. It's like, "Rue Ready?" It's from Randy Savage's 2003 Be a Man album. It's remixed for TNA. There is new lyrics by Randy Savage where he just changes some words, basically. So they did change the song to a Randy Savage theme song. It's a very strange theme song. It doesn't make much sense. I can't work out all of the lyrics. I can work out the lyrics of the original version, and then the TNA version, which is just basically like copy and paste some TNA lyrics in there. I have no idea what he's saying.
I assume you're going to recite it now for the lovely listeners.
Alright, so we gonna do the damn thing, so I hope you all ready. TNA's gonna rip the wrestling ring like I don't know what he says. It sounds like Betty, but I think it's 2 syllables. It rhymes with ready, I suppose. Don't know. And rock steady, you should never got me started. In this wrestling ring, y'all are you dearly departed. That's a wrestler coming off like this. There's supposed to be a word in there. I can't work out what it is. One that's lyrically inclined with a mic in his fist. It's the Savage Man with the master plan. I got you waving your hands saying...
Oh, did you want me to do it?
Yeah, because it's another female that comes in with the last line. So if you'd like to, please.
Read me back in again.
I got your hands... I got... Wait... God damn it.
I got you waving your hands.
I got you waving your hands saying,
"That's my jam."
Thank you. Those are the lyrics. That you will have heard that in the intro, of course, because, of course, the intro song to this podcast is whatever the current theme song is. So you will have heard it on the intro. There will be no quotes on the intro. I actually tried messing with putting quotes over the Randy Savage song. Did not work. So this month, no quotes in the intro, just Randy Savage.
I got you waving your hands saying, "TNA is the best professional wrestling company in the world."
So yeah, Randy Savage is doing the theme song. So that's their planned main event for the April Bound for Glory event. The April first 3-hour pay-per-view. They were planning to bring Randy Savage out of retirement to face Jeff Jarrett for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
I don't think that's an awful plan.
Well, Randy is not in particularly great wrestling shape these days, but it is a pay-per-view worthy main event.
He's a name. That's all that matters.
And we do come back to the idea of Randy Savage and Randy Savage against Jeff Jarrett later in the year.
And I have seen that clip
of his debut and then his 6-man tag team match.
Mm-hmm.
The 6-man tag team match being generous. It's a 3-on-2 handicap match that Savage shows up to at the end. So NWA-TNA hopes Savage will be the marquee name that will make their 3-hour pay-per-view appear to be a big deal worth the estimated $30 price tag. And it must be noted, I don't believe at any stage they announced this publicly. I think this was just announced backstage, so at least they learned their lesson this time. They didn't announce another pay-per-view they had to cancel. So also talk of getting Hall, Nash, and Shamrock for the show. They wanted, I think, Hall and Nash against Sting and Jarrett or something like that, some combination of that for the show. And Shamrock coming back is a thing we'll talk about more in both 2004 and 2019.
One run more successful than the other.
Indeed. And the only other match that's been discussed openly for the April 4th TNA pay-per-view at this point is Roddy Piper versus Jonny Fairplay, which would be Fairplay's first match in TNA. Despite the rocky history between the two, as Fairplay discussed in detail in the recent completed Torch Talk, which I haven't read, but I will look into. They're both apparently open to the match since they know it's probably best for business and get publicity. Basically, they'll do anything just to work to get a payday.
Fair enough.
So would you buy that show, Liam, with Roddy Piper versus Jonny Fairplay and Jeff Jarrett versus Macho Man Randy Savage?
No.
Oh. And they did kind of blow the one thing they were building to for the other Bound for Glory was Ultimate X2, which they did this month. So maybe they'll do Ultimate, they're probably just like, oh, let's do Ultimate X3.
Yeah. And we'll do the Triple X thing too.
So Vince Russo visited the TNA offices last week, and there is talk that a reconciliation between him and Jeff Jarrett is in the works. With Hulk Hogan apparently out of the picture, the door is open for Russo to return in some capacity. There is still some tension between Russo and Jarrett over the way Russo was sent home due to the Hogan negotiations.
There is still some tension between Russo and Jarrett over all the knives in each other's backs.
But the two sides are talking again at the very least. Since he was sent home, Russo has been very outspoken when talking to friends about the creative direction of the company. Most TNA insiders are saying that Russo was also very critical of TNA's direction during his meeting, while others are downplaying those rumors by saying that while there was tension, the meeting was cordial. All sources say Russo was very open to the idea of returning to the company and most expect him to return in the near future. How that would impact Dutch Mantel's position isn't clear.
Poorly, I imagine.
So Vince Russo was backstage at last Wednesday's NWA-TNA pay-per-view, January 21st. For the first time in months, he attended the pre-show meetings and produced backstage segments. In other words, he was back. So he's basically back on creative, back to producing, and apparently instrumental in the return of Jerry Lynn.
I guess, yeah, because Jerry Lynn didn't really like the new management.
Because he's been gone for, I think he said 7 months on the show, and I'm like, has it really been that long since we've seen Jerry Lynn?
Was it?
I think it was like July, August was the last time, so it hasn't been quite that long. But yeah, it's been a while since Jerry Lynn was on the show.
Jerry Lynn also had problems with Hulk Hogan and was like, Hogan's coming in. We have to get Jerry Lynn and Russo out of here.
You see, when Hulk Hogan looks at Jerry Lynn, he sees a full head of blonde hair. Instead of just the back half of blonde hair and a bald head. So Jerry Lynn is basically a threat to what he thinks his hair should be, and he hates looking at him.
You put the idea in my head of a clip of Hulk Hogan, like, where the camera is just slowly zooming into his eyes as the distorted version of Real American plays, and the character just begins to shake violently, and an image of Jerry Lynn's hair transposed appearing over the image of Hogan.
He wants to do a hair versus hair match against Lynn, where he can then steal the hair and tape it onto his own head.
Yeah, it's hair versus hair, as in they have to swap hair.
Poor Jerry.
That's why he's got to win.
So Russo's back.
Yay. I'm happy about it. I'm legitimately happy about it. The shows were better while Russo was here.
And they were better toward the end of the month when he was back, so listen.
I'm going to make a staunch claim, Garrett. This is I, Liam of January 2004, saying, I think we've seen the worst that Vince Russo has to offer, and that it can only go up from here.
Again, I will give Vince Russo credit in that when the show is predominantly his creative direction, when we do get to the end of 2006, 2007, it's very bad, but it is infinitely more watchable than TNA was at the end of 2003.
Vince Russo does not have the worst creative period of TNA history.
Probably not, because to be fair, actually no, he does. I think he does. I think the first half of 2014 is worse than 2013.
I forgot about that. But yeah, because that was the era that killed my fandom. So we'll find out. We'll revisit that later on. But as far as the eras that he gets the most flack for, I feel not even the worst stuff in those eras.
I think that like that first half of 2014 combines the boredom of the end of 2003 with the nonsense of Vince Russo, so you just get the worst of all aspects.
It's been a long, long time since I've seen it, so...
And it will be a long, long time before you have to see it again, to be fair.
True.
The latest buy rate reports, to get some insight into who TNA's audience are, indicate that TNA does its best numbers in the Northeast. The company produced its best pay-per-view numbers in August, but the average has declined since, apparently in line with the Torch ratings that they have. They were kind of bragging about that. It's like, maybe if the shows are good, the shows get good buy rates, huh? Huh?
Maybe the crowd will be into it too.
And the other note, that the word coming out of creative meetings is Dutch Mantel recently told the other creative staff that he believes the average TNA viewer is 40 to 50 years old and doesn't want to be confused by wrestling storylines. So the theme is keep it simple.
These stupid wrestling fans that don't understand wrestling.
Nobody thinks less of wrestling fans than wrestling people and wrestling fans.
100%.
Because, like, wrestling, I think I've done this rant before, but it's never really complicated. Like, when it's complicated, it's because it doesn't make sense. It's because it's, like, badly written. But, like, I don't think there's any wrestling story that I'm like, oh, gee whiz, that's too high concept for me. Even, like, the nonsense stuff, like Lucha Underground or the broken universe.
It's too nuanced. I'm not getting the themes.
Like, it's pro wrestling. Even when you do, like, delete, or people coming back from the dead in Lucha Underground, it's still pretty easy to understand.
I'd argue that's more easy to understand because at that point it just becomes like soap level.
These people are stupid and I hate it. And they're constantly just trying to talk down to wrestling fans and are scared they'll run wrestling fans away with basic storytelling.
Yeah, God forbid things like evolve or change in any way.
Gabe would want that. He knew how to make things evolve. Now he's going to run his crypto promotion and everyone will be happy.
That'd be dope. I hope it's just 2K22.
Alright, that's our news notes for the month. I once again need to pee, so fill time and I'll decide whether or not to leave it in.
There's a lot of pressure on this one. I don't have anything, unfortunately.
I'm going to trip myself on my earphones because they fell over my thing.
Oh no, they fell over his thing. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh god. Oh, I decided to die. I don't know what's going on, guys. Let's talk about fun things. I'm just going to go to Twitter. I'm going to see what's on there. Happy birthday to Joe Doring. That's pretty neat. That's it, man. There's not much else going on. I'm going to order ice cream after this. From this ice cream. Okay, so there's this ice cream place near me. And they have these things called mega cones. And I was like apprehensive at first about the concept of buying an ice cream cone. And getting it delivered, that just seemed like out of the loop. But it got here, and it was like the consistency and just structurally like a movie ice cream cone that you would get, that just like get it out there, it's in the plastic, take it off, and it's kind of just perfect. And the flavors on this thing, the flavors they had there, I was blown away by, because like, you know, you expect a strawberry, a chocolate, a bloody vanilla, whatever. But they had like any ice cream flavor that they had for scoops, they had in these mega cones. And I tell you what, I was blown away by this. I got the Mars bar flavored one. It was tremendous. It was a good effort. And now, today, when I woke up, because it's Easter and I don't have any chocolate, but I have sweets on the brain, I was like, this is what I need to get. I need to get some of these mega cones. So I'm probably going to get like a couple of them, chuck some in the freezer for later. Or maybe just tonight, who knows. But just the concept of all these different flavors kind of blew my mind. And I'm ready to embrace the mega cones, I feel. Garrett's still gone after my mega cone rant. Rant? I was really putting over the mega cones more than anything. I wonder what Garrett's favourite mega cone would be. It strikes me as a mint guy. I'm going to put money on mint.
No, he's not talking. That means he's obviously run out of things to say.
No, I was pondering. You caught me as I was pondering.
How did you feel time? Is it worth keeping?
It's just some stuff. I just talked about mega
cones.
cones.
Oh no, he's also gone.
No, I'm not. I'm right here.
I have to fill time.
No, I'm here!
Turn about his... Oh, no, I pulled out my earphones.
Yes, you fucking idiot! I was talking about mega cones.
Hey there, pal. How you doing?
Yeah, fucking idiot.
I was like, oh, you're not saying anything. I thought you had also left. And then I realized that, in fact, I had just pulled my earphones out while I was getting out.
I was talking about ice cream.
You scream?
Ice cream for... You scream?
We all scream for ice cream is the line, but sure, I'll allow it.
Sure.
So that brings us to broad topics for the month. The first of which was Jonny Fairplay, which we've already done. The second which is the one I kind of dread doing, which is the Watson Callis stuff.
Well, let's get it out of the way.
It's not even just it's bad, it's just because it veers in so many directions.
Yeah, but once we get that done, like this is the main one, you know?
Yeah, that is most of the month. Alright, let's start with the Kid Cash side of this, which is So Jeff Jarrett is trying to take over TNA. Along with his pal Don Callis, who is his management consultant, Jarrett wants complete control, and he wants people to declare their loyalty to him.
This is a weird bit, because I don't feel like there's nothing that comes of it. Like, there's literally no reason for any of this. Because even in the circumstances like, I declare my loyalty, it's half of these contracts are signed in people's blood, okay? These can't be upheld by any court of law.
Yeah, the vast majority are signed under duress. I do not think they would be upheld. I do not think they are legally viable contracts.
Also, he tries to get the same person to sign like 3 times.
Well, to be fair, that's part of the angle in that he does lose his contracts at one stage and has to get people to re-sign them.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So Jarrett wants people to sign these loyalty oaths, these loyalty pledges, so he assigns that task to Kid Cash. He wants Kid Cash to go around the entire TNA locker room and get them to sign loyalty oaths to Jeff Jarrett.
And we see it throughout. This is like one of the famous TNA show-long angles.
Yeah, and month-long angles, frankly.
Yes, consistently.
I did enjoy that Jarrett was like, and if you have any trouble, you got Abyss to back you up. And Kid Cash was like, Abyss?
He's like, yeah, Abyss. You got a problem with Abyss?
I like the way Jarrett doesn't even realize it's like, yes, he does have a problem with Abyss. It played out quite publicly.
Yeah, and brutally.
Kid Cash goes out through the show, gets people to sign. He got Sarah the Ticket Taker to sign during a 6-man tag team match. Then he comes out and he tries to bully Tiny the Bellkeeper into signing.
Poor Tiny. I love how, like, offended Mike Tenay and Don Callis. They're like, oh, not Tiny.
He tried to bully Tiny into signing, but he was cut off by Black Shirt Security's Chris Vaughn.
This is a big Chris Vaughn segment, too.
Yeah, this entire month is kind of like the first kind of push of Chris Vaughn. So they go back and forth because Cash tries to bully poor Tiny to signing. And Vaughn stops him and they start wrestling a match because Rudy Charles is like, yeah, fuck it, let's just do a match.
Yeah, because no one likes Kid Cash.
That's true. It is the consistent theme through this month that nobody likes Kid Cash. Not even the people he's teaming with like Kid Cash.
They tolerate him.
They do. They put up with Kid Cash. So we have a match between Kid Cash and Chris Vaughn. They have a better match the next week, but this is pretty fine. It's mostly just so Vaughn can get a little win over Kid Cash.
I was watching this and it was further like me going, how do they fuck up this Chris Vaughn guy? Like, the crowd's into this. They want this to be like the homegrown guy. I don't understand what happens.
I did quite enjoy Kid Cash referring to Chris Vaughn, who is taller than him, as Little Man.
Yeah.
It's like, listen here, little man, you should sign the contract. But yeah, they have a better match. I think the next match they have is, I think, actually a good match as opposed to this, which is more the storytelling thing that I quite enjoyed because Chris Vaughn won via interference. Rudy Charles put his hands over his eyes as Don Harris ran out to interfere.
Yeah, it was really good stuff.
He didn't even do I am suddenly distracted. He literally rose his hands over his eyes.
And then peeked over multiple times to see it happening.
Yeah, because he wants the satisfaction of Don Harris beating up Kid Cash, but he does not want to be accountable for it. So Chris Vaughn beat Kid Cash.
Yeah, and it felt like, woo, Chris Vaughn, let's see what they do with it.
And what they did with it was another match the next week.
The TNA special.
So Cash continues trying to get people to sign. Eventually comes out once again trying to bully Tiny into signing.
Yeah.
Which is a reoccurring theme here. But Vaughn cuts him off again, and they have an actual proper real match. And this is where you saw the Vaughn fire, and he fired up. They had a proper match this time.
Yeah, they did some cool stuff here. And of course, the ton of giant moves here. You obviously gift the top rope body slam, which was crazy looking,
insane.
But my favorite part of this whole thing was we got this is the most I'm gonna sign your loyalty pledge in blood that we saw, and it was great.
Because Chris Vaughn was actually busted open during the match, and I was like, this is a weird match for Chris Vaughn to be busted open in. But then when he tried to sign the pledge in blood, I was like, that's why he was busted open during the match.
Big Tiny run in.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, that top rope body slam, because Ethan Page does a version of that, but he doesn't go down with the wrestler. He body slams him from the top down to the mat.
Which is probably smart, to be fair, because that seems like a really easy way to twist an ankle or something.
Yeah, it seems like a much safer way to do it. But Kid Cash, stood up top, body slammed Chris Vaughn, and went down with him, like a full proper body slam from the top rope to the mat. It looked sick, and then he hit him with the moneymaker and pinned him immediately after.
It was a real awkward looking moneymaker too.
Just killing guys. He's just killing guys left, right, and center.
Yeah, Kid Cash kind of rocks. I'm so glad that he's stuck around way longer than I thought he was going to.
And like honestly, 2004 might be his best year because he doesn't go into some stuff with AJ. So like you have that to look forward to in 2004. And he's just a good mid-card heel. He's never a guy like I would not for a second look at this match and be like, or at Kid Cash in general, be like he should be world champion in this company because he probably shouldn't be. But as a dude who's mid-card heel, gets heat, like this is basically the Jon Moxley against Wheeler Yuta of TNA, if you think about it. It actually kind of is, in terms of the guy bleeding, underdog. I guess Kid Cash is more of a heel than Jon Moxley.
I think Kid Cash is slightly more of a heel than Jon Moxley.
Yeah, he's just the mid-card super heel. That's who Kid Cash is, and he fulfills this role so well.
He's a good mix of worker and character guy, so yeah, and he's diverse. You can put him in whatever, really.
So we had a parade of run-ins afterward. Tiny stopped Kid Cash. Well, actually, no. Kid Cash did sign the contract in blood, but then Tiny made the save. Then Cash turned it around. Then Dot Harris made the save. Then the red shirts came out. And then AMW ultimately made the save to end the segment.
What is this, an AEW Dynamite?
It's just run-ins and saves and run-ins and saves. Again, AEW is just ROH, WCW, and TNA put together. So this is the run-ins and saves is the TNA influence. There's a bunch more. Kid Cash tries to get people to sign. I don't think there's much in the January 21st show. Other than he's trying to get Siaki as the main guy he's trying to sign. They go to a bathroom where Siaki's taking a dump.
Yeah, this is like the second time he goes for Siaki. The first time he goes and Trinity's like, I think you should sign.
Yeah, so Trinity is very pro signing and aligning with Jeff Jarrett, even though she does, in the fairness, in the interests of continuity in the NWA-TNA, still hate Kid Cash.
Yeah, like a lot. Does she sign the first time that he tries?
No, she signs in the bathroom one.
Yes, okay. And then and then Siaki's like, what's happening out there?
Yeah, he's like, he signed the contract. Siaki's like, hell no. Someone has told me not to. So someone is in Siaki's ear, apparently. Who it is, we're left to wonder.
I'm hoping it's Desire.
So and then he leaves, and Kid Cash is like, hey, Trinity, you want to sign? Trinity's like, yeah, do you have a pen? And the pen is in the bathroom stall. And Trinity's grossed out, and she signs and leaves.
And then like Cash just like walks into the bathroom afterwards.
Then we cut to a pre-tape immediately after that, which is basically the same thing, where it's just like, hey, Siaki, sign. No. Trinity, I've signed. And then leaves again.
Yeah.
So then last show of the month, they do it again. Trinity's being interviewed by Hudson. Trinity is the one who will be handcuffed to Siaki in the main event. We'll talk about that in a second when we get to the actual Callis and Watt stuff. So Trinity's like, I've signed, but Siaki hasn't. Siaki looks to confront her, but Cash jumps from behind, handcuffs him to a locker, I guess. I think it's a locker. And leaves him there for dead. As Trinity turns down yet another Kid Cash advance.
I like that Kid Cash is like a simp for her now. Like, he was a dude who was kicking the shit out of her for like 3 months, and now he's like, oh, please notice me, Trinity.
Yeah, literally every one of these segments ends with Kid Cash being like, hey, you and me, and Trinity's like, fuck no.
He's like, never.
I do enjoy that. Like, again, Kid Cash being like a horrible, abusive man, not very interesting, but him being, again, a mid-card comedy goof, pretty good.
Okay, I think we can, like, firmly, this is TNA's wheelhouse, right? Mid-card comedy goof, and just comedy goof in general, like, that's what they do best. Even at this point, because I think that's something that becomes more prevalent later, and that's, like, but this is, you've seen it from here, like, all the best stuff that TNA does is their comedy goof stuff. Even, like, one of the big three lines of this month is Jarrett talking to his lawyers, which is mid-card comedy goof shit, but it's great. It's the best, it's the most likable Jarrett's been the entire time.
Yeah, because he's talking to Tom Stenenbaum from Stenenbaum, and Stenenbaum.
There's Isaac and Tom Sr.?
Is there two different Toms? There is a Tom Sr., of course. I think he only talks to Tom Sr. I don't think he ever talks to Tom Jr.
I thought he talks to Tom Jr. on the last day. Because he's like, are you sure you're related or something?
No, it's Isaac. He's like, are you sure you're in the Stenenbaum family? He's like, yeah. Even though Isaac sounds exactly like Tom Sr. did.
And you have the receptionist.
He was my favorite character in TNA history at this stage.
Do you want the great line of like, he rings up and goes, he goes, it's the greatest NWA champion ever, and she just goes with,
I'm sorry, who?
Like, Jeff Jarrett.
I was like, oh.
I remember about that as Kid Cash like nodding along, and then we're just like, who would that be? Kid Cash goes like, huh?
And then the next week, literally, he calls again, and he's like, it's Jeff Jarrett. Tell Tom's here, and she's like, who?
So something along the lines of like, and who's that Tom Broad that you have running the thing? He's like, that's my daughter. And oh, lovely woman, lovely girl.
And we hit on this when we covered Ring Cat King as well, which you can hear on Patreon, where like the reoccurring through line of that is like Jarrett goofball good, rest of the show kind of bad.
Yeah. Jarrett's a great goofball heel.
Yeah, he should write himself to do more comedy.
TNA comedy stuff, good.
So yeah, those are most of the pledges that Cash is trying to get people to sign. We had the debut of the masked El Leon, which happened in the first segment of the month. So Jeff Jarrett comes out at the start of the month. Mike Tenay's like, we're kicking off the show with some action in the X Division, even though Jeff Jarrett's music is playing the entire time.
That's what I expect from the X Division, though, to be fair.
Also, what happened to that X Division match? There was no other X Division matches on that show other than Ultimate X. So what happened there, Mike? Was Ultimate X meant to open the show?
Maybe.
Or just got cancelled by Jeff Jarrett's promo?
Or maybe Mike had just crossed his wires. You get it? Because Ultimate X is literally cross wires.
Good one.
Thank you. I was really proud of myself, and you tore me down.
Tore you down like a belt being torn down from Ultimate X, though very difficultly by Chris Sabin. We'll talk about that later.
I felt bad for that dude, man.
So we started 2004 as we ended 2003 with a very long Jeff Jarrett promo.
As we will be experiencing for the next 6 years.
So he comes out and he talks about how his interaction with Toby Keith made CMT's biggest 40 country music moments, even though that was him getting suplexed and thrown out of a battle royal.
That's fine.
Again, a nice little part of the Jarrett lore that he's like bragging about something that was actually him getting his ass kicked.
See, Jarrett's good when he's like he's playing that kind of heelish, delusional guy, more than when he's like, I'm a big badass.
This was the first show that had the Juggalos in the crowd, not the ICP fans.
Thank you.
So the Juggalos were in the crowd. They chanted, "You suck dick at 'em," which is bleeped on the Impact Plus version.
Use up beep. There's a lot of bleeping.
There's a lot of bleeping this month.
Real bleep heavy this month of NWA-TNA.
Much of it for BG James.
Russo's back.
It's just all the slurs come back.
Is this Jarrett in his nice suit too? His completely non-tailored suit.
Yeah, so he's bragging about how the fact that, you know, because he took out Raven, he took out AJ Styles and D'Lo out of the number one contendership picture, he was meant to defend the belt this month, but he's not going to, or this week, because he actually doesn't defend the belt this month at all, so really he gets away with a lot of things. He took out all the number one contenders, so he does not have to make any title defenses. He's very proud of himself. The announcement this week will be the announcement of Mr. TNA. It's come down to AJ and Jeff Jarrett, which we disagree with in our 2003 TNA awards, by the way, Liam.
No, definitely not. AJ made your list. I don't think he made mine.
Yeah, you didn't even put AJ top 3.
No, AJ didn't make it for me.
And Jarrett made neither of our lists.
I'm surprised about that one.
So Eric Watts comes out, and the big development here, for reasons they don't really explain it, but they say that they've discovered that the NWA-TNA board is dirty, but Eric Watts isn't. But they want Watts to step down so that he doesn't get dragged down through guilt by association with the board, I think is the angle here.
I think the idea here is like, you step down now and save yourself the embarrassment of being caught up in what we're going to do to them. And Watts is like, no.
Yeah.
I will take the chance rather than the immediate failure.
So Watts declines their offer to resign, calls Kid Cash short, which...
Owned.
Again, fun ties into then Kid Cash calling somebody else short later in the show. It's Kid Cash being like, "No, I'm not short."
Don Cal ass.
He does love his Don Cal ass and Jeff the Jack.
I'm not the ICP. I'm not gonna do it.
Ass. Jarrett. His favorite word is ass, whether he says it or not. So he says Jarrett will lose the belt this year, which optimistic.
Also, like, you know, I'd hope.
You would hope that he does not hold the belt for the entirety of the 12 months.
Garrett, he does not hold the belt for all of 2004.
No, he only holds it for 10 of the 12 months of 2004. Before a large man appears, attacks Jeff Jarrett. Jarrett bails. The large man is wearing a mask. It's a mystery. You couldn't possibly say who it is, Liam.
I think it's Vader.
Oh, it is Vader. Yeah, it is. Makes sense. Got himself in great shape, to be fair to him.
Yeah. Nice tattoo that he's got in his arm.
The masked man is El Leon. Maybe if you watch very closely, you might realize it's Apollo, or you might watch not very closely at all. You'll still realize it's Apollo.
But if you weren't paying that much attention, you will know by that stellar super kick.
Yeah, his big sidekick and his big red boots. His big red boots are always the tell.
He kept the boots. I don't know why we're still trying to make Apollo a thing.
Listen, they just struck the deal with IWA in Puerto Rico, and of those talents, it's Apollo, so they brought him back.
That's fair enough, I guess.
So later in the show, Mike Tenay standing in the ring with Goldilocks and Eric Watts to announce who will win Mr. TNA.
Ooh.
Mike Tenay pulls out the envelope. Well, it's handed to him by Goldilocks. He pulls out the piece of paper. He makes a sad face. He's all disappointed.
My heart dropped. I was like, oh no, they're not actually gonna do it, are they? I was hooked, line, and sinker, baby.
Mike Tenay's facial expressions won you over.
No, it was Eric Watts.
Oh, Watts is the guy. Typical.
Yeah.
And then you didn't even draft him.
Neither did you.
Well, he's not my guy, though.
You didn't draft Mike Tenay, did you?
Mike Tenay is not an eligible option.
You didn't draft Chris Sabin.
It's because you stole him from me like a mean man.
You had plenty of opportunity to draft him.
Well, I won, so suck it.
Yeah, well, I get the first round draft pick in 2004.
So Mike Tenay reveals, a lot of good that did you this year, that the winner of Mr. TNA for 2003 is the phenomenal AJ Styles. Jeff Jarrett is furious. He's very mad. Styles comes out. He's presented by a trophy. Don West chants AJ's name because he's very wholesome. My
favorite part of that was when they were doing like these two cuts to them backstage, like as if they were at the Oscars on the tables, and all of Jarrett was like in his like little space, but then AJ was right next to the ramp. So it's like, well, one guy's winning here.
So AJ comes out, he does a promo, it's pretty bland. He's like, oh, it means a lot to me because it was you, the fans, that voted for it. It's like,
Do you think he still has this trophy?
I assume he does. The Mr. TNA 2003 trophy sitting on his shelf next to his WWE World title. I legitimately
thought of this while I was watching it. I was like, does he have it like in his video game room?
We should look, because he does stream on Twitch, but I've never actually watched him.
Does AJ strike you as like I have the replicas of all my belts guy?
Yes.
You think he's got like an IWGP replica up there?
And an X Division title and the NWA title.
If anyone's gonna do it, like, you might as well be AJ Styles doing it, because you have WWE up there, you have NWA, IWGP, TNA. Like, that's a solid arrangement of titles to have on your wall.
He's won a couple belts in Ring of Honor too, hasn't he?
You never like the main one though. He had the pure title, so I guess you put
Yeah.
that up there. But you know what I mean? It's like, if there's anyone who's allowed to do it, I think, and get the replicas and put them on their wall.
It's the dude that's won belts literally everywhere.
And not just one belt, the main belt. Like, how many other people can put those 4 belts on their wall?
So, by the way, you questioned me.
I often do.
Our 2003 TNA awards. I gave top babyface Mike Tenay gimmick of the year, and you were like, oh, that's stupid. What happened here in January, Liam?
First of all, it's still stupid. And second of all, I don't remember saying that.
You were like, oh, you chuckled at me. You scoffed. You scoffed at the idea of top babyface Mike Tenay. And here he is, top babyface Mike Tenay all over January 2004.
I don't know. I think he's fine, sure.
So Mike Tenay cuts a promo about AJ being great and then proposes a match between Jarrett and Styles for both the Mr. TNA title and the NWA title. Jarrett does not like this. He proposes an alternative match, which is Styles and Watts against Jarrett and Abyss, where if AJ wins, he gets a title shot, and if Jarrett wins, Watts is out of the Director of Authority job.
Is this the first TNA title match?
Well, it didn't happen, but it would have been, I guess.
The Mr. TNA title match.
It was for the Mr. TNA title. That's the reason Jarrett didn't want it to happen. It's like, I respect the NWA too much to do a Mr. TNA title match.
The Mr. TNA title was the belt. And not even like the sharp belt. It's like the 2015 belt.
I don't like that belt.
It's the Jeff Hardy belt.
After Jarrett proposed that Watts and Styles against Jarrett and Abyss match, Watts was like, oh, I don't know. But then Goldilocks accepted on his behalf.
Oh, Goldilocks.
They did show it. We mentioned it at the end of the December episode.
Okay, new contender for creepiest TNA segment ever.
So at the start of this month, they showed the segment that aired on one of the best ofs, which was Don Callis approaching Goldilocks at the TNA Christmas party, which was...
It was so gross.
He's like, hey, Goldilocks.
Yeah, I think he's like, I want to eat you on my table. He's like... you want real money? And then the worst part is like, he's this creep, he's grinding on her, he's trying to dance with her, and she's saying no, and he's like, the terrible line of, I want to eat you on my table. And then he's like, oh, and Eric Watts has no money, if you want the money you go in there. And then she looks dead in the camera and is like, how much money? And then boom, hard cut, cinema.
Oh, that's art, baby.
Oh, I hate this segment. I hate it when I watched it. I hate it now thinking about it.
So yes, Goldilocks accepts on behalf of Eric Watts, and we are perhaps led to believe maybe that she's not acting in his best interests anymore.
I don't think that's true.
Goldilocks is still just the best pal of Eric Watts. Maybe in some ways she is acting in his best interest by removing him from power.
Yeah, because he's not very good at it.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 77, January 14th, 2004. El Leon opens the show attacking Jeff Jarrett. They try to unmask him, but he escapes.
You should call me LLM.
Liam, the Liam.
Yes, that's what they call me.
Not the mouth man, Liam Jones.
I don't want to be known as the mouth man. I'm only the mouth man in some circles.
So Leon is still trying to attack Jarrett. So that leaves us to our main event, which is Eric Watts and AJ Styles against Jeff Jarrett and Abyss.
I forgot about this match.
If Styles and Watts win, Styles gets his title shot. If Jarrett and Abyss win, Watts is out of power. So they did a finish where Jarrett hit Watts with a belt, pinned him. Everyone was like, oh no. But then Mike Tenay jumps up from the announce desk, grabs a microphone. He's like, Rudy, he hit him with the belt. He hit him with the belt, Rudy.
Heelish activities. The ref's decision is final. Mike Tenay should respect that.
Which it's very funny because Rudy restarts the match. Then El Leon comes out and starts attacking Jeff Jarrett, which for some reason is not a DQ. And Mike Tenay has no problem with this.
Yeah, it's because Mike Tenay is biased.
So earlier in the show, there was an interview with Goldilocks and Eric Watts where Eric Watts was like, Goldie, I need you to stay in the back. I need you to stay out of danger.
I can't be focusing on you and focusing on keeping my job.
And Goldie was very jilted by this. She thought Watts was trying to break up with her, and she was like, I will not be ignored.
Yeah, this was an insane jumping of logic from Goldilocks here. Stay in the back. I don't want you to get hurt. You want to break up with me?
To be fair, I also think it's a stretch of logic that is consistent with the Goldilocks character.
Oh, she's insane. But they both are.
So yeah, El Leon brawls with Jarrett, which again, not a DQ. Goldilocks comes out, shouts at Eric Watts, teases turning on him, but low blows Abyss instead. Styles rolls up Abyss, and that allows Styles and Watts the win, which means Styles should get a title shot.
I gotta admit, I'm hooked on the Goldie stuff. Every time she came out there, I was like, oh, is she gonna do it? Oh, don't do it. Oh, and then she didn't do it, and I was like, oh, wow. What the swerve was, there was no swerve.
You're captivated by the character that is Goldilocks.
I gotta admit, they got me on this one.
By the way, I think this is only, we've been building, technically for a year now, to the idea of Eric Watts and Jeff Jarrett wrestling.
Yeah.
I think this is the only time they actually do it.
And it's in a completely different context.
Yeah. So, Mike Tenay, I don't know why he's okay with the fact that El Leon attacked Jarrett and Goldilocks low-blowed the dude. Why didn't he want to restart the match again? I'm thinking there's some bias here from Mike Tenay.
He's a bad guy.
Callis says he'll quit TNA forever if Watts is left in charge, to which I think everyone would be like, fine. Even Mike Tenay is like, fine, yes, good.
Yeah.
But for some reason, Watts also says he'll quit TNA forever if Styles doesn't get his title shot, even though Styles just won his title shot, so Watts, that's...
The idea here was if they reverse the decision, I thought. But then it's you would lose your position anyway. So he's correct. If AJ Styles doesn't get his title shot, I will be fired. It's not him standing up for AJ Styles. It's just stating a fact.
Yes, it's not an ultimatum. It's just the fact that if they reverse that decision, they are overruling you and thus rendering you powerless.
Yeah, but it was just his you're going to try and fuck AJ out of this shot. I'm going to do the best I can to stop it.
So after both men issued the ultimatum, Watts is like, no, give him the title shot. Callis is like, no, Watts can't stay. TNA management ran a Star Wars scroll at the start of the next show.
You should have got it and you should have read the whole thing.
It was an open letter from TNA management saying, basically, if Callis and Watts can't coexist, they will face next week in a loser must resign, no DQ, falls count anywhere match.
This is not fair.
Why not?
This feels like an abuse of power. There's a reason Don Callis wasn't excited for this matchup.
Don Callis is a wrestler.
Still.
It's not like he's an untrained, and it's not like Watts is a good wrestler either, so it's...
I bet his win rate is remarkable at this point.
TNA management state that because the match is so important, Liam, it's so tippy-top important, everybody will be allowed ringside.
That's a terrible decision.
Really bad. But in order to mitigate potential interference, everybody will be handcuffed in pairs at ringside.
This is insane. This is... What?
I like the way that really canonically, everybody in this company is insane.
Yeah.
Watts is insane, Callis is insane, Jarrett's insane, even Mike Tenay is going insane. This show opens with Don's being like, Mike, you're going too far out there. There's too much. You can't be doing this.
Yeah, you can't get so involved.
You were restarting matches. You're feuding with the world champion. You just can't do this anymore.
Tonight's like, my job's on the line, your job's on the line. You're like, damn, all right, Mike.
There's too much at stake, Don, to let it go like this.
Hell of a promo on this guy.
Mike Tenay's a great promo. Like, every time they actually like calling him to do a proper promo, he's really goddamn good.
100%.
Callis, Watts, main event of the last show of the month. Loser must resign from Power, not TNA forever. They don't have to leave forever. It's just they won't have any more power.
Loser must resign from appearing on this podcast.
We can never mention the name Eric Watts again if he loses to Don Callis. Watts opens the show, then he comes out, he talks about his match with Callis. He says he will beat him and remain DOA next week, but that's not why he's out here. He's out here to announce Team TNA in the America's X Cup, which will be led by the returning captain, Jerry Lynn.
Jerry Lynn, with a great look.
He's the evil Jerry Lynn goatee is gone.
And the long sleeve is on, but it's tucked in, baby.
Do you think, like, because TNA got increasingly bad while Jerry Lynn was gone, do you think Jerry Lynn is the secret sauce?
Mm-hmm.
And now that Jerry Lynn's back, the show's good again?
Probably. I mean, who else went away and came back in the same time period?
I don't know. Shark Boy hasn't been around a lot, but he was here this month. Vince
Russo, motherfucker.
Juventud Guerrera? He's another guy that was gone for a while but came back.
Russo.
So Lynn comes out, he said, oh no, he's gone for 5 months. He's like, I'm sick of being gone. He's been gone since, I think, August. This big gap for poor Jerry Lynn. He says that everything that happened is water under the bridge.
He's very forgiving.
It is quite forgiving, especially given he was both behind the scenes and in front of the camera, dumped out in unceremonious circumstances. But nonetheless, he is back. So Kid Cash does come out and make that point. He was like, hey, they treated you like shit. You were really good, and you made the X Division. You made AJ Styles. You're a pillar of this company, and they treated you like garbage. You should sign the loyalty oath and join Jeff Jarrett. Then Jerry Lynn hits him with the clipboard. He's the second person, because Chris Vaughn hits him with the clipboard at various stages this month too. He keeps getting hit with this clipboard.
Chekhov's clipboard.
If it's there, somebody has to hit you with it.
Of course.
So Jerry Lynn declines the offer to join Jarrett and company.
I wish that became a thing, like, that was just associated with Kid Cash from this point forward for the rest of his career. He was just the guy with the clipboard.
It's just the Rottweilers? Was that the name of that team? No. The Pitbulls. That's the name of that team.
Yes.
Different dog.
No, the Rottweilers versus the Pitbulls seems like a great WrestleMania weekend match.
Yeah, someone should book that at WrestleCon. But yeah, just walking out with Jamie Noble carrying with a clipboard. No one explains it. He just has the clipboard with him.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Returns in 2011 TNA. It's just like, hey, look at my clipboard.
100%.
So this is the show where Jonny Fairplay was also introduced. Our main event, Jeff Jarrett faces El Leon in a street fight that, of course, because it's TNA, ends in a no contest.
As street fights are wont to do.
Mike Tenay pushes Jeff Jarrett into the rail when they were brawling on the floor. Then Jarrett pushed them back and they had a stare down. Top babyface Mike Tenay.
Well, step in the ring, Mike.
So after a few weeks of the ICP fans, or Juggalos if you prefer, being in the crowd for weeks, honestly, they annoyed me when they were just in the crowd by themselves. Because I'm okay with you, like, doing your ICP chants, like, when it doesn't matter. But there's periods where, like, baby faces are making a big comeback and they start chanting ICP. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, stop getting yourselves over, you nerds.
I was like, come on, heel section.
Yeah, fight back.
I wonder if TNA Chad would have been a juggler.
Chad should have returned to take down the Juggalos, because apparently there was a few, like, Juggalo-related fights in the crowd.
That comes with the Juggalo turf.
Yep, sure does. And to be fair, they probably did, like, up the energy levels overall.
Yes.
So it's they in the crowd are a net good, even if they do annoy me every so often.
And to be fair, the Juggalos are probably fighting themselves as much as they're fighting anyone else.
Chad would have taken them all down, though. Chad is too powerful for the Juggalos.
That's why he had to return to his home planet.
He would have brought a single sign that would have cut them so emotionally that they would have just left. He wouldn't have even have to do a fight.
Yeah.
He's just like, TNA Chad greater than Juggalos, and Juggalos are like, he's right.
And he would have stolen their women.
Oh, Chad, we miss you, Chad.
Still, please, get in contact with us.
Your legacy lives on at TNAChad.com.
And no, we will not pay you any royalties.
So our main event, Jarrett and Leon in a street fight. I mentioned the ICP because this is where they actually got involved for the first time. They did have Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope in the crowd. They threw some fuego at Jeff Jarrett, got in his face. I don't know what fuego is, but it's a soda pop apparently.
Here, I'm gonna go grab some.
You have Fago with you?
Give me a second.
And Liam denied me calling him a juggalo earlier. He's a juggalo. He's a big ICP fan, and there's nothing wrong. This should embrace his juggalo nature. Fago. We don't have Fago here. So, I don't know. I've never consumed it. Maybe we do and I haven't found it. I'm not sure.
I have returned.
With your Fago?
Yes, so my mate, he collects different like celebrity foods and drinks and such.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have a Fago container here.
Is there Fago in the Fago container?
There is no Fago in the Fago container.
Oh, unlike the pizza, I was going to allow you to taste test the Fago on the podcast.
We have a delicious cotton candy flavored Fago.
Oh.
Would you like to know any details about the Fago?
Please read the description of the Fago.
Not much to describe. It's a 23 ounce. We're in ounces.
It's a lot of Fago.
Calories 260
per serving.
Per bottle, because serving size is one bottle.
Yeah.
Bottle of sugar includes 66 grams of added sugars, 132%.
Ooh, that's a lot of sugar.
Not a significant source of saturated fat, trans fat, cholesterol, dietary fiber, vitamin D, calcium, and iron. Carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup, potassium benzoate, citric acid, artificial flavor, sucralose, and Blue One. Distributed by Fago Beverages Incorporated, Detroit, Michigan.
Wonder how Blue 1 is different from Blue 2 or 3.
I'll put the Fago here to inspire the upcoming ICP chat.
You say you're not a juggalo, and there you are with a carton of Fago next to you.
It's not a carton.
You and Fago del Sol.
Whoop whoop.
Oh. I'm sorry, they've been ruined forever, even in the context.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't mind the juggalos.
No, the whoop whoops, but sure.
Oh no. I don't know like, if the whoop whoop wants to be more closely associated with Marty Scurll or with the juggalos.
I'm sorry, it's just gone. It cannot be redeemed.
Yeah, every time they do the whoop whoop chant for someone, I kind of like go, eh.
Yeah, and like it happens quite a lot these days. There was a bunch over WrestleMania weekend. There was a couple on Dynamite this week. I don't know why.
There was some for Keith Lee too.
It's like, no, stop it.
Whenever they do like the too sweet, they always throw in a whoop whoop, and I'm like, yeah, someone needs to reclaim the whoop whoop.
Mike Tenay interferes in this again. Jeff Jarrett wants to hit him with the guitar, but he pulls the guitar out of his hands, which allows El Leon to get a near fall. Mike Tenay is like, count. Jarrett kicks out. Jarrett hits Leon with the guitar, goes for an unmasking motion. AJ makes the save, and then the match is declared a no contest. Again, despite being in a street fight, Mike Tenay interfering is fine, but AJ Styles is the step too far.
Yep. Well, he's clearly going to influence the match too much. It was getting out of hand.
Then Abyss stops AJ, hits him with a shock treatment, picks him up, press slams him from the ring, through a table, on the floor. AJ's dead as we go off the air.
Shades of Brian Urlacher.
It is. It's basically the same thing that happens the next week. Maybe Urlacher was watching his week before TNA tape being like, what can I do?
I don't think Brian Urlacher knows who Abyss is.
He should.
Should have recruited him.
Should have done a match between Abyss and Brian Urlacher.
If only they could have come up with the $57 million to put up.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view numbers would totally drive TNA bankrupt. 79, January 28th, 2004. A show opens with Eric Watts arriving with Brian Urlacher, coming, being pals. You were like, who's that guy?
Yeah. I was like, man, he's big. He should be a wrestler.
And the opening match, Abyss faces D'Lo Brown. D'Lo out for revenge after Abyss killed AJ the week before, but then he loses and gets killed too.
I appreciate them adding that little element at least.
Yeah, that they're still teams and pals, and even D'Lo does a little, it's like an inset promo being like, listen, this industry is built on respect, and I respect AJ, and you can't do that to my friend, so I'll fight you.
This industry is built on honor.
Abyss beats D'Lo, pushes Rudy into the ropes, hits a black hole slam, chokeslams D'Lo through a table. D'Lo is stretchered out.
D'Lo, firmly just a guy now.
Yeah, it's actually sad, because he does have a match with Siaki earlier in the month that he wins, so he's not like winless this month. He does at least pick up one win against Siaki.
But he's a mid-card dude now.
Yeah, and he's beaten Siaki plenty of times before. That's a callback to a feud they had in 2003. Like, he's just the guy again. And like, to be fair, he came back and he was still just the guy. You know, they tried to make a deal about him coming back, and then he started losing immediately again. He lost the match of Diamond and Swinger with AJ, and now he's just...
Well, it's not his fault.
No, it's not, because he's just... Well, maybe it is, because he's working too much All Japan, and they don't want to book him around the All Japan.
Pay him more! Like, Jesus Christ.
Because they do mention that he was literally off the plane from an All Japan show for this match against the Abyss.
Yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do.
But it is a bummer. Again, when you think about how he came in, and we didn't mention it, I don't think. We didn't mention D'Lo and biggest disappointments in our 2003 End of Year Awards on Patreon. But D'Lo's probably up there as one of the bigger disappointments in 2003.
Yeah.
That he came in as this guy with a bunch of momentum, seemed like a big star, cut a great promo, looked great, worked great. Everything about what, like, it's not like D'Lo let his side of the bargain down. D'Lo was great in pretty much everything they asked him to do. And then they just booked him as a nerd who lost all the time.
It's unfortunate, because it did feel like they had a thing with him for a minute.
So D'Lo was taken out, and we mentioned that Siaki was taken out by being handcuffed to the locker. That's important for the main event as well. Which brings us to our main event. Don Callis versus Eric Watts for control of the NWA-TNA.
In a pretty great match!
One of Liam's favourite matches in TNA history. A 4 1/4 star match, according to Liam Jones.
Okay, so there's a few things I feel like we need to establish about me as a pro wrestling viewer, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
I am notoriously someone who enjoys interference when I feel it's done right.
Mm-hmm.
This match had that. Garrett, did you notice that there was some interference in this matchup?
There was a lot of it. In fact, there was pretty much 20 people at ringside constantly trying to interfere.
And it ruled! And I was buying into it, and the Goldilocks swerve got me. I enjoyed this. This was good pro wrestling. It wasn't your Okadas and your Naitos having your 4 3/4 star matches, you know?
It was better.
In its own way, yeah. It told a different kind of story.
Oh.
And man, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the hell out of this match. What can I say? I got into it. I like these. I'm a fan of these kind of stories. And these big, everyone involved, everyone has their own stakes, their own claims to it. And yeah, I just enjoyed it. I thought it was good fun.
So as mentioned, everybody was handcuffed to somebody at ringside. So AMW were handcuffed to the Red Shirts. Jerry Lynn was handcuffed to Kid Cash, which is honestly my favorite pairing because Kid Cash constantly tried to like start running up the steps and run into the ring, and Jerry Lynn kept pulling him out.
Who was your if you had to be handcuffed to one person at ringside, who would it be?
Abyss.
I was gonna say Abyss too.
Just one, he'd do a very good job keeping me from getting in the ring, but also it's
Yeah.
Abyss. Look how cool he is.
We could be handcuffed to one arm each.
And he could deal with both of us at once.
Obviously. Like a cartoon, just like smack us together.
Simon Diamond was handcuffed to David Young, Disco to Swinger, Abyss to Don Harris. Abyss was meant to be handcuffed to D'Lo, but of course D'Lo was taken out, so they substituted Don Harris. And Jarrett handcuffed Mike Tenay to the guardrail.
Well, to be fair, he's not in the wrong for doing this. Mike got incredibly involved last time.
Yeah, he did shove Jarrett a couple times. He did reverse the decision of a match. He did pull a guitar out of Jarrett's hands. He is the top babyface.
I don't know. I think he's kind of the top heel.
Oh, listen, you've signed your Jeff Jarrett loyalty pledge, haven't you?
You know, Eric, what's lost the power? What can I say? I see where the tides go.
Jarrett was handcuffed to El Leon. So it was a big brawl around the arena. Don Callis came out wearing a fancy robe, but then was wearing the worst wrestling gear you've ever seen in your life.
Like, is this the gear he used to wear?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. I wouldn't think. He was good in this.
His robe was quite nice.
I don't even mean the right. I just meant like his performance. Like, I thought he was a really like pretty decent, technically sound wrestler out there. Did some really good like classic heel shtick.
Yeah, and he's just Don Callis.
He's just Don Callis, baby.
He is just Don Callis. So the big thing, Trinity, who again, continuity, was uncuffed. They didn't substitute Siaki. She was meant to be cuffed to Siaki during this match. They substituted Don Harris for Abyss, but they didn't substitute anybody for Trinity. That's sexism.
They should have handcuffed her to herself. So at the very least, she didn't have use of both hands.
Yeah, so she ran out, she hit Watts with a moonsault, but Watts kicked out. Then the Naturals, who appeared at ringside, who we'll talk about more when we get to the tag team division, but they're reigniting their feud with AMW. The Naturals came out, they attacked AMW. Then Goldilocks came out, and Watts powerbombed Trinity, and you thought that was the moment. Like, he had Trinity up for a powerbomb, and you're like, oh, this is the low blow, just like she did to Abyss. But she doesn't. Watts powerbombs Trinity, then Watts grabs Don Callis by the throat, lifts him up for a chokeslam, and then Goldilocks strikes.
Yeah, that's when the swerve. I thought it was a good build to the swerve too, because they're like, oh, it wasn't there. And then you thought for a second, well, maybe they're just gonna keep them like together again still, but no, they got you in the end.
Because they did do the misdirect earlier in the month where they made you think that Goldie was going to turn on him in the tag team match with Abyss, and then she turned on Abyss instead. And then I did quite like the misdirect where it's like he has Trinity up for the powerbomb, and like that's the moment he's going to turn. And no, they delayed it another moment again just to try and trick you into thinking it was another swerve. But yeah, she low blows Eric Watts. Don Callis hits Eric Watts with a championship belt, which Watts takes a flip inside out bump for.
Yeah, and it was a good bump too.
Yeah, and then Callis pins Watts to gain full control of TNA.
Well, no, does he have full control, or no, sorry, I thought you meant Jarrett. I'm confused.
Callis is Jeff Jarrett's puppet,
yeah.
But Callis is the one that technically has power.
And money, apparently, because Goldie made the switch.
So they raise Callis above their head as Don West shouts, "You whore!" Goldilocks.
You whore.
And he's like, I call it as I see it, Mike. She's whoring herself out to Don Callis. Tenay calls her a bitch.
This is your baby face, Garrett.
We go off the air with Jarrett, Callis, and company in full control of TNA for the month.
The only thing that we missed through this was the Diamond Swinger stuff.
Which, honestly, we'll leave for the tag division.
Sure.
So that is everything to do with the Callis and Watts and Jarrett stuff. It was a severe show-running angle. We probably missed a couple of pre-tapes, but they all just reinforce the same points over and over again, really.
Yeah, it is basically just the same segments over and over again.
There's many segments where Jeff Jarrett is like, "Hey, you Kid Cash, you get me those signatures." And Kid Cash is like, "Oh."
There's one that I did want to mention where they were all in the limo.
Oh, yeah.
And Cash and Abyss are both in it at the same time. And Cash is just like, And Abyss is too busy looking at the lights in the limo.
Yeah, he's fascinated. That's continuity with Abyss. He was fascinated by the lights on the stage, and now he's fascinated by the lights on the limo.
And they're all drinking champagne, except for Abyss, who's just kind of there. And that was the big reveal that they were going to go party with Jonny Fairplay.
Oh, because they announced on that show that, yeah, the Fairplay's coming.
Mm-hmm. I think that was the only acknowledgement that was actually the news.
Oh, I forgot about Fairplay's plane, by the way, which was just a regular plane with a TNA sticker on the front.
That rocks.
I'd love to see the negotiations at the airport or the airstrip or wherever they filmed that. It's like, we'd like to stick a TNA sticker on this plane. Is that okay?
And they're like, we don't care, man.
Just make sure you take it off before you leave.
I hope they didn't.
That TNA plane is still flying the airs of Nashville.
They never managed to get it off. It's stuck on there too hard. So
that brings us to the Gathering's feud with Raven. If you remember, at the end of the month, CM Punk and Julio De Niro turned on Raven in December. They betrayed him in their steel cage match. And now we've led straight into Raven and the Sandman against the Gathering. First show of the month.
Yeah, it kind of turns into a Friends of Raven versus Gathering thing.
Yeah, because here the story is that the Gathering have somebody on their side, and it's revealed to be Father James Mitchell is managing the Gathering to take out Raven. So the finish of this match, a masked man comes out and puts some chloroform over the face of Raven. Here's a fun note. Raven insisted on real ether being used for his angle with James Mitchell last week. There was a lot of wrestlers laughing at Raven over this, and the laughter turned to anger when Dutch Mantel stunk up the locker room by pouring some of the liquid on a rag.
Is that like bad for you?
I'd imagine you could be knocked out by it, so yeah.
Probably killing a few brain cells there.
So yeah, this masked man put the ether rag up to Raven's face. Raven passed out. The Gathering won. Then they went up the ramp. He pulled off his hood dramatically. It was a very, shoddy looking outfit, by the way, that masked outfit.
I would like to actually rewatch that now and see, how Raven passed out.
So that allows the Gathering to beat Raven and Sandman. I will say it's a nice bit of continuity that Raven turned to Sandman, just like he did earlier in the year. And I think it was Don West actually connected those dots. That one of the big driving factors in the Gathering turning on Raven was him choosing to team with Sandman against the Red Shirts, and now he's turning to Sandman again to team against the Gathering.
And as Sandman learns, can't trust that Raven.
Yep, so Mitchell comes out, chloroforms him, reveals himself as Father James Mitchell, and Raven is shook by the return of James Mitchell.
And also the real ether pouring into his face.
I love Sandman's high flying, by the way, because we get a whole month of Sandman and Person against the Gathering matches this month, and it's just every one of them basically has him hitting a top rope Hurricane Rana on CM Punk, and they're bad but great.
Sandman's great. Seriously, I couldn't... I said this during the watch along, but it's like, I never see that a Sandman match is on the lineup and get upset. I'm always like, sure, let's go.
So Raven is so shook that he disappears.
Thus proving the Gathering right that Raven's all about himself all the time. Leaves his partner high and dry to face this war.
So they show a clip of someone trying to get comment up there. It was probably Scott. Trying to get comment from Raven about it. Raven leaves in his car and we do not see him for the rest of the month. Sandman continues to fight Raven's battles in his stead.
Scott clearly should have hijacked a car behind Raven and chased him down.
We've learned he does not know how to hijack a car, but it would be fun character continuity, character development if he's like, oh, after that segment with James Mitchell, I learned.
It would be funny if he tried to. He's like, I gotta get this scoop.
So Hudson goes to interview Raven, but it turns out it's James Mitchell in a hoodie.
Yeah, was that also on this show?
Yeah, it was the second show of the month.
There he goes. He's like, Raven.
It's just like, nope, it's because he's in Raven's perch or whatever, Raven's locker room. He's taken Raven's space.
Which was like a toilet before, and now it's just like a creepy red room.
Yeah.
The chain hanging up. Or I guess it's probably the dog collar, I imagine.
So Mitchell offers Sandman a chance to back out of the match, and the Gathering want to make an example out of Sandman. You can tell, and there's a note that CM Punk apparently was not happy about James Mitchell being made their manager. Not really due to anything against James Mitchell, just because he thought it would infringe on his own promo time. He thought he was finally getting his own angle with promo time, and then suddenly he's given a manager that will eat into his promo time. But it's funny when you watch all of their promos, it's basically James Mitchell cuts the promo, and then CM Punk cuts his own version of basically the same promo every week.
Well, to be fair, I can understand where he's coming from, because I felt like he was finally starting to break out a little bit, because he was getting that time to talk.
And then they're like, nope, Father James Mitchell, please.
Which, you know, I get for storyline purposes. But hey, they kind of have this balancing act with it, so I think it's fine.
I quite liked Julio De Niro backstage calling him CM.
Yeah.
Like, not Punk? CM?
No.
You going with CM here?
Listen, this goes back to our upset we were and that CM Punk never got Julio some ROH gigs, you know? Because in my head, and I don't know if this is with you two, but I just imagine them as being best mates. And truly, it upsets me to assume that they weren't.
Yeah, it's only other workers call him Punk, but his friends call him CM.
Oh.
I also found it funny that, like, the Gathering betrayed Raven, and he was fine with it. He's coming back the next week for revenge with the Sandman.
Mm-hmm.
But James Mitchell shows up.
Yeah.
James Mitchell is here. And now all of a sudden he's like, oh, I'm gone. Bye. I'm never coming back.
Yeah. I don't know. He never showed up again, did he? Or did he come back right at the end? I forgot.
No, there's a bunch of teases. There's a bunch of video teases that he'll be back, but he doesn't actually show up.
I really hope he comes back with a shaved head again.
He doesn't, I don't think. So.
Oh, that would have been such a great bit if he came back with the shaved head.
Purged himself once again to take down the new church. Or the new church? The Gathering or the new church,
the
basically.
Gathering. The church gathering.
There's too many vampires in TNA, so they have merged the two vampire things into one vampire.
Yeah, and got rid of them.
So they got rid of two of the vampires, gave two of the other perceived vampires the vampire manager, and now it's a consolidation of vampires here in 2014.
To be fair, all the vampires are in the same thing now, so...
It's true. They're all in one place. So we had a double Singapore Cane match in which the Gathering faced the Sandman. It was meant to be the Sandman and Raven, but Raven didn't show up. So Sandman rallied, but Mitchell caused a distraction, allowing a double super kick for the win, and then the Gathering beat him down with canes after the match.
We're starting to see some actual Gathering tag cohesion now.
I will say, the Gathering shouldn't have needed a distraction to beat the Sandman 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Should have beat him.
I thought it was fine.
So then the theme of the rest of the month is the Sandman can no longer rely on Raven to be his partner, so he has to go to his Rolodex of ECW pals to come back and be his partners.
Well, something I liked about this was they did the match, and then they went to the back with the Hudson and Watts and Goldie promo, and then they came back, and Sandman was just... I think they threw to Mike and Don, who was starting to like do the rundown or whatever, and then you just hear Sandman in like that classic John Moxley voice, as we learned, just screaming in the ring, just wailing about the Gathering and about how he's going to bring Balls Mahoney.
Yeah, so Balls will be his first man to try and take down the Gathering next week as they face off the Gathering versus the Sandman and Balls. Balls, very good shape, by the way.
Yeah, he was looking good here.
Thought he looked well for himself, even though this is one of his only TNA appearances until like Hardcore Justice and stuff around that.
My first TNA show.
The 2010 one, the ECW one?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, what a show to start with.
First pay-per-view, I should say.
So the Gathering win when they hit their finish, which is an elbow sidewalk slam. They used to have a tag team finish. It used to be like a Doomsday Device dropkick.
I do remember that.
And now they've shifted to doing an elbow drop side slam combo, which Jurassic Express did on Dynamite this week.
Yeah.
Callback to the Gathering.
God, this is all building to Julio returning and coming to AEW.
He sure is, definitely, 100%. Nothing else. Sandman failed again with balls. Gathering win. CM Punk grabbed a microphone, which I think is the first time he's had a live mic in TNA history. To the degree that, like, I think the first thing he says is, like, it's about time, which I think he's literally him being like, finally, I get to speak in front of an audience.
Yeah, it was always such a weird choice. Like, this guy who's best known for his speaking roles, it's like, we're going to put him with Raven, so he never gets a chance to speak.
And then he's going to turn on Raven, and we're going to put him with James Mitchell, so he still never gets a chance to speak.
And you wonder why he ended up choosing Ring of Honor over TNA.
It wasn't a choice.
Oh, yeah, because he had the fight with Teddy Hart.
Teddy Hart, that's why he stopped doing TNA. But he says they'll pay in blood, and then they get tax from under the ring, but they don't pour out the tax. It would have been the first tax moment in TNA history, wouldn't it? But they didn't actually pour out the tax, so we never saw them. A warped version of Raven's theme played as the lights flickered on and off, but it serves as much as a distraction for Sandman to make the comeback. So we are teasing Raven potentially returning with light effects and music.
Yeah.
But Punk does look very happy to be getting promo time. You can see it. You can see it in his eyes whenever he gets like 60 seconds to cut a promo.
It's helping set him apart from everyone, too.
Because he can't do it any other way.
You want people on YouTube to call you a goof again?
Yeah, they're going to get mad at me. I like CM Punk. I think he's great. Later in the show, they do the same old promo. They're like, they dare him to choose Raven as his partner again because they know he won't show up.
It's not like it's a choice for Sandman.
He chose him as his partner for the double Singapore Cane match, and he didn't show up.
He's like, if I could, I would, man.
So last show of the month, The Gathering against the Sandman once again. This time, his partner is the debuting Mikey Whipwreck.
But also, I think more importantly, the Sandman sounds exactly like Jon Moxley. Like, exactly.
They showed a promo that they aired originally on Explosion where he's like, I'm going to keep on coming, I don't care, I'm going to take down the devil.
He has this point where he's like, Raven! And it's like, this is a Moxley promo.
I'm sorry, Moxley does Sandman promos.
Yeah, I guess so. But goddamn, they sound the exact fucking same.
They do. We even looked into whether or not they like came from the same place, and they don't.
It must just be the cigarettes.
I was gonna say it's just the smoking, isn't it?
The smoking and the alcohol, I guess.
Gives that gravelly quality to your voice.
Because like I'm not even really talking about like modern day Moxley. Like I'm talking about like Moxley in CZW, like that era of Moxley, like when he was younger and his voice was a little higher. That's what he sounds like.
I assume Sandman is an influence for him, right?
I would have to think on a level he is. I think I remember watching one of his shoot interviews and he talked about Sandman being an influence.
So Mikey Whipwreck is the partner of Sandman in a really nice touch. A touch I liked a lot. Mikey Whipwreck came out and he stood next to the Gathering because Mikey Whipwreck was managed by James Mitchell and ECW to the tag titles. So they did a little tease that, oh no, has he chosen a guy who's going to turn on him immediately? But no, Mikey Whipwreck did side with him.
Yeah. I like this. I like that a lot too. I thought it was a really nice touch.
Yeah, it would have been like a weird thing to ignore. It's like, oh, well, he used to be managed by James Mitchell. Why is he fighting him? It's like, oh, because he's friends with his pal, the Sandman, and that's why he's fighting him. And they played on it. They teased it.
Yeah, it was a nice touch. Clearly, Tajiri needs to come in now.
Yeah, they need to get everybody from the ECW, which they're doing. So after this match, Gathering won, again, with their side slam elbow. They whip Sandman with a cane after the match. Lights go out. Raven montage appears saying, I am watching you, devil, as the Gathering are spooked.
Ooh.
And then later in the show, Scott Hudson is backstage with the Sandman, who's like, Whipwreck failed, Balls failed, Raven nowhere to be seen, there's only one place I can turn. Next week, it will be The Gathering versus the Sandman and the debuting hardcore legend Terry Funk.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as hard as you can go.
You can go no higher in the ECW canon than Terry Funk.
Fresh off working Punk and Ring of Honor too.
So that will be, there's 2 Terry Funk matches in February we can look forward to. So
I am very much looking forward to them.
The only Terry Funk matches in TNA history. The only Terry Funk appearances in TNA history coming up in our February 2004 episode.
And kind of a full circle moment because very early on there was a lot of talk about getting Terry Funk in.
And not just Terry, of course, Dory was on the early shows as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that is all the Gathering and Sandman stuff, as they have a series of tag team matches that will continue into February.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm once again, the Raven Gathering / New Church stuff is the best stuff on the show.
Just consistently. And even like this month, the matches are all pretty short, they're pretty quick, but they don't stay their welcome either. They're in and out, they're done.
That's good though.
Yes, in many ways. So let's move to the X Division, which started the month with Ultimate X 2, the second Ultimate X between Chris Sabin, Loki,
Electric Boogaloo.
Christopher Daniels, and Michael Shane.
They should have electrified the Ultimate X.
Yeah, when you touch the metal, you get set like it's just
Get
thrown
set on
off.
fire? Jesus Christ. That's next level.
Yeah, Ultimate X electric fire match.
Death.
Oh no, so the thrusses are electric, but then there's a bunch of fire hoops around the cables that you have to avoid.
Yes.
That's our dream match right there.
Elevation X but on fire is Elevation X when it's an Inferno match and the whole ring below is on fire.
Yeah, I was gonna say you fall into the fire.
Come on, Lucha Underground, what the hell?
So Chris Sabin defeated Michael Shane, Loki, and Christopher Daniels in Ultimate X2 to become X Division champion for the second time in his career. I was a little disappointed that so much of this match revolved around a ladder.
You and your ladder in Ultimate X hatred.
But, like, the whole point is that it's a ladder match without the ladder. So that when you introduce a ladder, which, to be fair, it was introduced as the heels trying to cheat. It's not like, they made a ladder league, which I will have a problem with in later Ultimate X matches, in which it's not introduced that way. Hardys, I'm looking at you. But
it happens a couple times, doesn't it? Didn't Sabin do that?
Usually it is trying to cheat, because Team 3D tried to do it too when they did the 6-man Ultimate X. They tried to use a ladder. But the Hardys just won an Ultimate X match using a ladder. It's like, that's not allowed. There's one rule in Ultimate X, no ladders.
Which got messed up with Mike and Don at one point, where they're like, there's one rule. It's like, there is no rule. No, there's no ladders.
You're not allowed to use ladders. So I was just a little disappointed that like the middle of the match was basically a ladder match as opposed to an Ultimate X match. But it was a very good match.
Stories.
The cables were actually tied 2 feet higher this time, which was no conscious choice. I think it was just the way it was designed that way. It was also the red cables, so it was more like the classic Ultimate X look.
Yeah.
I liked Mike Tenay on commentary connecting the dots of like, oh, Shawn Michaels popularized the ladder match, and now Michael Shane is popularizing the Ultimate X match. It's like, oh, that's like a nice little through line there, Mike. Well done.
And both will be equally as known for them.
Damn right. Everyone thinks Michael Shane Ultimate X. I also quite enjoyed the period of Christopher Daniels and Michael Shane trying to climb via various like illegal means. So like Daniels trying to springboard from the ropes to the middle, and then Michael Shane setting up a chair in the middle of the ring trying to jump off, and then Daniels trying to do a running jump where he ran the ropes, but then Loki came back the other way and kicked him off the chair.
That was so good. I appreciated Daniels' attempts at trying to cheat it, because we didn't really see a lot of that in the first one.
I was going to say, before the ladder was introduced, that this was like, it felt like the next step in Ultimate X. It felt like guys being like, okay, like, what can we do here? What are like the fun ideas we can do in this one? As opposed to the first one, which is very much, this is the first Ultimate X, so we don't know what we're doing more or less, we'll hope it works out. As opposed to, you see the next step, and like when they do it again, there's more ideas, there's more like interesting concepts that they can do with Ultimate X, and then we'll see that increasingly through the years.
I did like this one more.
I think I preferred the first one due to it's hard to say because like the belt falling hurts the first one.
Yeah, it's like the chaos of it.
Like you can't entirely judge the first one without counting the fact that the belt fell down twice. The belt fell down 0 times this time for a reason, but
the only thing that fell down was Chris Sabin.
Loki doing a dragon sleeper on the cables was cool.
I thought that kind of stuff was just, it stood out more to me than Ultimate X 1, where it's like I don't really remember anything beyond things falling off, the belt falling off constantly. With this one, I'm like, oh yeah, they had the cool spot with Daniel trying to get it and getting the kick. They had the 2 dragon sleepers. I just like this one more.
So yeah, the finish is Michael Shane goes to try and climb the cables, but Chris Sabin kicks him off to a table that's set up on the floor below. Sabin climbs the cables, gets to the middle, pulls the belt. It doesn't come down.
No, it does not.
He pulls the belt again. It still doesn't come down. So he releases his feet, and with the full force of his body, pulls on that belt for like 10 seconds, and it finally comes loose, and it finally falls down, and he just takes a bump that looks like it sucks like shit to take from the top of Ultimate X.
10 seconds. I say 10 minutes.
It felt like that, sure, didn't it?
Yeah, I felt so bad for the guy.
Because the belt fell twice in the original Ultimate X, they taped it up there with masking tape so it didn't fall down again, but it made it tremendously difficult for Chris Sabin to pull the belt down, and it caused him a great deal of difficulty at the end of this match. But there you go, Chris Sabin, your new Ultimate X champion. Yes, he won the match, and your new X Division champion for the second time in his career.
And the only. This is it. Never will he ever be X Division champion ever again.
Not another 8 times. But yeah, Ultimate X, still cool, still new, still fresh, still novel, still like one of the best things about this company.
Every time I see this match, I just think, why can't we think of new match types now? We have so much money. We have so much time and such infrastructure behind us. Can we not invent new match types that do crazy shit?
Because people have no new ideas and they just want to do the same stuff over again and they don't want to think about it.
I will forever push my parkour pro wrestling. I want a giant parkour arena and I want people to do crazy matches.
And also, of course, the painbow.
Ah, the painbow, of course. Feel free to take the painbow. By the way, painbow still is a fantastic idea.
Oh, dear.
The painbow is great. I will not have... I feel like I got shit on for the painbow last time, okay? Painbow is a great idea. I may not be great at explaining the idea, but it's a great idea.
If you haven't listened to our Monday War Game series on Patreon, Liam has once pitched the idea of the painbow, which is 2 steel cages which are connected via a cylinder which you can climb across from one cage to the other. So there's a cylinder going across both.
It is 2 cages that so you get your regular kind of 6 sides, and then you get another one and they just go up in a diagonal, and then they meet up in a straight at the top. So it's like a Hell in a Cell kind of, but it's 2 rings, and it's just, you can climb over and go back and forth.
You can climb between the painbow, which is the steel cages connecting the 2 regular steel cages.
It is in the shape of a rainbow. And you can imagine the cool shit you can do. You can do stuff in the middle cage. You could do stuff where you jump off the middle. You have all that that distance.
It's basically the WCW Triple Cage match, but in the shape of a rainbow.
It is nothing like that. That is vertical. This is horizontal.
Yes, it's basically the WCW Triple Cage match in the shape of a rainbow.
No! There's no thing stopping them into segments. It is a singular cage.
It's basically the WCW.
It is fucking not!
NWA-TNA baby number 77. We had a number 1 contenders match.
I went up an octave. I was that angry.
Michael Shane defeated Loki and Christopher Daniels to become number 1 contender for the X Division title.
I don't care.
Liam has lost interest.
I'm going through our Twitter to find a painbow.
Daniels' new nickname apparently is the Lord of the Ring.
That's terrible.
He's Sauron. But just 1 ring. I guess there is just 1
I
ring.
forgot what the fucking painbow looked like.
Go tweet it again so we can direct it to people to it.
I forgot that at one point there was the Sean Ross Sapp tweet. He was like, give me new wrestling match type ideas.
Oh, and I quote tweeted it with the painbow. Yeah.
The painbow.
I am trying to spread your painbow initiative to the world, Liam.
The painbow.
Just that I refer to it as a WCW match doesn't mean that I don't support it.
It's not like it at all.
But here we are. If Liam, I assume, has tweeted the painbow again. So if you'd like to see the painbow, his artist's rendering of the painbow, go to TNA History Pod on Twitter.
It's a fantastic idea.
Shane, number 1 contender.
Whatever, man. Who cares? Painbow.
So Daniels and Loki worked together for stages of the match, but then turned on each other for stages. So they're not on the same page again. Shane Douglas stopped Loki from hitting the Key Crusher, allowing Michael Shane to hit a super kick and become the 1 contender.
Mm-hmm.
Then later in that show, Shane Douglas faced Elix Skipper.
Yeah, I actually kind of liked this one. It was just weird.
I thought he squashed him.
I didn't get the squash thing.
I don't know, because the story was like that Skipper hurt his neck, and then Franchise started going after it.
It looked rough, though. I was like, did my man actually hurt his neck?
Maybe if he did, I didn't see any notes. Maybe if he did hurt his neck, it makes more sense. But Shane Douglas just went after his neck and then locked him in a submission, and he lost. There was no comeback, no drama. He just beat him.
Yeah.
After the match, Shane Douglas held the submission on until Loki made the save. Shane and Tracy cut him off until Daniels made the save.
And they're all together again.
Triple X standing tall in the ring. Daniels and Skipper shake hands. Skipper and Loki shake hands. Then it comes down. Daniels extends his hand to Loki. Loki looks at it. He pauses, but he turns and walks away.
Damn. They should settle this in the pain bar.
The Triple X reunion came this close, but did not come together.
God, Elix Skipper doing the cage walk in the middle of the pain bar?
I feel like it would be much easier.
Sure, probably would be. It'd be cool still.
NWA-TNA, baby, number 78, January 21, 2004. Michael Shane and Shane Douglas faced Triple X. Again, reinforcing the Triple X reunion not being great because they just lost again. They lost to Michael Shane and Shane Douglas.
Maybe Triple X suck. Have we ever considered this?
No, they're good.
Maybe they suck. Maybe they're just a bad team who can't win.
Because, like, Skipper lost. Skipper just is a loser nerd, apparently.
It is nice to see more of, like, a babyface Triple X.
Well, that's the idea here, isn't it? Even though Daniel's, like, that's his turn, that he extends the hand to Loki, that's his babyface turn, I guess?
Uh-huh.
Elix Skipper was wearing a sensational tracksuit earlier in the month. I must give him credit for that.
He's always wearing... He's got good, except when he's, like, a Matrix guy. He's got some good, presentation.
So, for some reason, this tag match was meant to be a 2-1-1 handicap match between Triple X and Shane Douglas, but then Mike Tenay says that Shane Douglas politicked his way into being a fair match.
How dare he?
How dare he turn a unfair-looking match into a fair match? So it ends up being 2-on-2, Shane and Shane against Daniels and Skipper.
Yeah, Shane and Shane.
So the finish is that Skipper goes up top. There's 4 chairs set up on the floor in the usual 4-chair pattern, so somebody could fall through. Tracy jumps up on the back of Elix Skipper. Then Michael Shane pushes both of them off, and Elix Skipper takes a face-first bump off the middle rope through 4 chairs on the floor, and it looked like it sucked like shit.
For this.
For this mid-card tag team match against the new franchise.
Yeah.
I would not have taken this bump. And poor Tracy on his back also taking this bump.
Tracy's crazy.
She's willing to do anything.
I have a lot of respect for Tracy. She should do it all.
So Daniels hits the last rights, but the referee was distracted, which allowed Shane to hit Daniels with a chain and pick up the win for him and Shane Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there was any other X Division stuff that month. Then last show of the month, or that week, the last show of the month was Chris Sabin defending the X Division title against Michael Shane. Fairly straightforward match. Franchise was on commentary. Sabin caught a quick roll up, but Shane Douglas was really mad at Michael Shane that he lost.
Which is, like, upsetting, because, besides the fact that they lost the X Division title in the unfair match type, as they said, they've been a pretty cohesive team and have also been pretty successful. They won, like, the last 2 things.
Yeah, so it would have made more sense for him to be frustrated if they had lost to Triple X.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like this is something that is only just starting to kind of come together and they're abandoning it.
I did appreciate that, like, Sabin won with a flash pin, which is why, like, Franchise and Trinity didn't have or Franchise and Tracy didn't have the chance to interfere.
Wow. Garrett says all women are the same.
You leave me alone.
And then
your hubris comes back to bite you every time.
Tremendous actor.
Hey, how dare you play it off as if it was deliberate? You're basically like
What's
Vince
deliberate?
Russo, working me into a shoot.
Yeah. Brother.
That's what everybody says who screwed up.
No, you
It
can't
was
turn this on
purpose.
me. You can't turn this on me. They know.
He's gotten to about it. It's fine. Just as gotten to as he is about the paintball.
Anyway, then Lollipop. Shout out to Lollipop, by the way. I forgot what she did, but she reinvented herself. Oh, she had a new high spot.
Yeah, she was dancing to the ICP music and she seemed very happy about it.
Oh, so was I.
So the story here, franchise falling apart, Sabin is your X Division champion. Triple X reunion, maybe on the rocks?
Nah, I think we're going to get it.
How dare you.
They should be a team in the World X Cup.
Speaking of X Cups, the only other story this month, as we mentioned, there is the America's X Cup coming up on February 12th. The format will be 2 singles matches, 2 tag team matches, and a 4-on-4 tag team match. I think that's the format. I will confirm that in February. But it's Team AAA against Team TNA. The Team AAA is Juventud Guerrera, Abismo Degmaro, Hector Garza, and Mr. Aguila facing the TNA team of Elix Skipper, Chris Sabin, Jerry Lynn, and who's the last person on that team?
Sanjay Dutt.
Sanjay Dutt, indeed. That's 4-on-4 teams coming up in the America's X Cup on February 11th. We did have a brief teaser where Team AAA, Juvi, Abismo Negro, Hector Garza, and Mr. Aguila faced Shark Boy, Chad Collier, Matt Stryker, and Eric Young in a 4-on-4 match this month and won quite handily.
USA, USA, USA. Eric Young's there. Shark Boy represents the international oceans. Don't think that should be fair for him to get the USA chant either.
It's just a chant in favor of Chad Collier and Matt Stryker.
Yeah, that is really big Ring of Honor fans.
So before that match, Cash tried to recruit JB and JB kicked him out. And Tiny and Sarah, the ticket taker, also kicked him out.
My favorite part of that was Cash like, all right, I'm going to kick the shit out of you. And then all of team, like, not AAA just came to the defense of JB.
Yeah, the wacky collective of Shark Boy, Chad Collier, Matt Striker, and Eric Young showed up to defend Jeremy Borish's honor.
Yeah.
So yeah, Team AAA won. Hector Garza nearly died on a moonsault to the floor.
Yeah, some crazy shit.
Hoovy hit the Hoovy driver on Young. Mr. Agwell hit a shooting star for the win. Team TNA was watching on from the ramp. Then they came down after the match, shook hands with AAA to show mutual respect heading into the America's X Cup on February 11th.
IWA Puerto Rico is shook.
They don't get involved in the America's X Cup.
No.
In fact, they never do. There's UK teams, there's Canadian teams, but there's never an IWA Puerto Rico team.
There's Japan.
Mm.
There's Parts Unknown.
Which is Team International.
That rules.
So that's your X Division stuff for the month. Chris Sabin, new X Division champion. Ultimate X2, cool match. And America's X Cup coming up next month.
I don't think it was a banner X Division month, but I don't think it was a bad X Division month.
It felt like they at least had some focus. Like they're getting a whole show devoted to themselves again coming up in February. And part of the reason they do that is because I think they're cutting back on the number of live shows they do a month. We'll talk about that in February. But they're cutting back from 4 to 3 so that they can tape something like the America's X Cup and air it. But listen, they get a whole month. And Jerry Lynn is back, so that's a boon for the X Division as well.
Now, Garrett.
Yes.
I have heard that This Mother is a Bad Jam.
Beware?
It's the remix?
Well, you missed that, the coming for you, but sure.
I never remember the coming for you.
3 Live Crew. So, Tag Division.
It's a remix.
The month started with 3 Live Crew debuting their new song, including
All right, Garrett,
slurs.
get the lyrics out. This is going to be the second rap that you say word for word.
I'd rather not, please and thank you.
Well, why is that?
Because I posted it to the Twitter and I had to cut it before BG said some slurs.
How disrespectful.
Not for the first time.
On a wrestling show.
The man just cannot help himself.
You know?
And he's trying to be like irreverent about how he delivers the slurs. It's like, oh, I'm saying the slurs, but we're still friends. Like, no, you can't just say slurs.
I've heard enough rap music from the early 2000s.
There wasn't even controversy about this one, by the way. It just, they replayed it. They showed it again the next week.
Yeah, this is truly nothing for this era. I'm surprised that they didn't do anything with 3LK and ICP.
Apparently, there was talk about bringing in ICP at first as heels to feud 3LK. But they decided they'd be better babyfaces, which is the reason they paired him with Disco and David Young.
Beware.
They definitely should have done a crossover concert / single.
Of course, they should have just joined the Juggalos.
Get Twisted there too. Oh. Who provided the song for the Dawn of Callus against Eric Watts video package. I
gotta admit, they got the ICP guys on lock. They should keep them because it's just nice having real music.
You and your love of Juggalos.
Listen, I'm not even necessarily needed to be the Juggalos, but it's just nice to have actual music that isn't just like whoa, 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 whoa.
Are you suggesting that Trio Live Crew's new theme song isn't real music?
Well, they don't use that for any video packages, do they, Garrett? Beware.
So later in that show, Trio LK defended the World Tag Team titles against Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger. The match existed. It was a match.
Yeah, sure was.
So the entire story this month is that the dissension between Johnny Swinger, Simon Diamond, David Young, and Glenn Gilberti continues. So David Young tried to come out, interfere, but he accidentally hit Simon Diamond, which allowed Killings to hit a front suplex and win. Diamond then attacked Young after the match as Gilberti and Swinger pulled them apart.
I like the Diamond Swinger stuff. Should we just incorporate all this together, or?
Yeah, it all runs as one. So Diamond and Swinger's feud continues. They've exploded. They're very mad at each other. So the next week they have what is called an internal problems
Diamond and
match.
Swinger's feud with Glenn Gilberti and Young, not Diamond and Swinger.
Yeah. Well, that's technically, is it also a Diamond and Swinger feud?
But not yet. And not at this point, it's just Diamond Swinger versus Gilberti and Young.
More specifically, it's Diamond against Young more than anything.
Yeah, but it turns into the Gilberti stuff very quickly.
Yeah, so there's an internal problems match on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 77, January 14th, in which David Young defeats Simon Diamond with Glenn Gilberti as special referee. The whole idea is they're going to have a match to solve their problems, and whoever loses is out of the group. Disco eventually hits Diamond with the Chartbuster, with his stunner, allowing David Young to pick up the win. Then Gilberti attacked Diamond after the match, with Swinger made the save.
Terrible decision by Glenn Gilberti. Why would you side with David Young over the people who actually won the tag titles?
Well, that's the entire crux of this program, isn't it? That's Diamond and Swinger's question too. It's like, what the hell are you doing caping for this dude instead of us, former World Tag Team Champions?
Maybe they love each other. Maybe this is actually a very nuanced romantic story.
Maybe it is. And you know what? I'd be in favor of that relationship between David Young.
I think that would. Oh no, because you know who PG James is there.
Oh no. Also, to be fair, would I ever condemn somebody to a relationship with Glenn Gilberti? Maybe not.
I'm sure Glenn Gilberti is a fine partner. I have no reason to think otherwise. Did you see the post that was on Twitter? It might have even been you. I don't think it was you, but someone made a post about how he was wearing the same suit during the WCW reboot episode.
Yeah, there was Eandro Dice Clay on Twitter.
Yes, what a great post that was. And then it was just the same suit as his main event run.
And not even the same suit. It was the same shirt and tie. The exact same ensemble.
It was the same outfit.
3 years apart. And the fact that he made a point to be like, look how expensive this at minimum 3-year-old suit is when he showed up in TNA.
It probably was expensive because he had WCW money at the time.
It's true, he was loaded.
So very, very much probably was expensive. That's the reason he's not swapping it out.
So the next development in this story is that Glenn Gilberti says the revelation that one of Diamond and Swinger has signed the Jeff Jarrett loyalty oath, but he will not say who.
I don't want him to split up. I like Diamond and Swinger.
So that leads us to Diamond and Swinger against Young Gilberti. Diamond and Swinger win.
Garrett, why do they keep wanting to split up the acts that I like?
I don't know, because they're like, we don't let tag teams be tag teams. We have to break them up, even though they're much better as tag teams than they'd be as individual wrestlers. I think I mentioned on the watch along that I'd understand why you'd look at breaking up AMW because you look at Chris Harris and you think single star. I wouldn't do it myself, but I get it. But you look at Diamond and Swinger, I'm like, better as a team than individuals. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't get this one.
So yeah, then they're involved in the last show of the month as handcuffed to each other, but they don't do much else. So there's your Diamond and Swinger developments. They're Diamond and Swinger at odds. Gilberti whispered which one of them signed the loyalty oath into Jeff Jarrett's ear, and Jeff Jarrett looked surprised.
It's two options, man.
I do at least appreciate that Diamond and Swinger at one stage came to the conclusion that this is just mind games. You know? Yeah. They're not that stupid that they think Disco's not trying to drive them apart with this one. But also, it's still lingering in the back of their mind. It's like, well, what if it isn't?
Oh, don't say that to me, Garrett. I can't take that.
But I do like that at least they raise the possibility. That's like, this is just Disco being Disco to drive us apart.
What do you think, Garrett? Do you think it's a legitimate someone signed, or do you think it is all mind games?
I think it's all mind games, but the mind games will work. The other big feud this month, AMW feud with the Red Shirt Security. Start of the month, the first match of the month, which actually happens 22 minutes into the first episode. A reoccurring theme this month. I started keeping track.
That's fair enough.
The second show of the month was, I think, 24 minutes into the episode we had our opening match. So, good fun show, good month, TNA. Lots of rest, total non-stop action, yeah. But the opening show match of the month was Abyss and the Red Shirt Security against the team of America's Most Wanted and the phenomenal AJ Styles.
Yeah, it was a match that existed.
This was the only time in TNA history, Liam, that AJ Styles ever teamed with AMW.
Wow, that feels like that'd be your ultimate go-to babyface team whenever you needed to do it.
They just rolled it out once as these two feuds came together as Styles and AMW, who, by the way, when they do make their comebacks in this match, it's like, oh, these are guys in this goddamn company.
Yeah. It feels like this should have been something you went to more.
Yeah. Also, just the parade of theme songs where it was Abyss's theme song, followed by AMW's theme song, followed by AJ's theme song. It's like, oh, TNA is here.
Yeah. And then, of course, the Red Shirt Security.
The siren in that theme song is so annoying. It's not even a good siren like the Scott Steiner theme song. You know, that's a good siren.
No, but you don't want it to be good. You want it to be annoying because they're annoying.
Some kind of annoying dinosaur.
Let's just keep going into the microphones. People would love that.
This was one of those matches where AJ made his comeback, and I'm like, why on earth was this man ever a heel? What are you doing? What was wrong with this company?
Listen, I don't know, man.
But Abyss and the Red Shirts pick up the win. Styles went for the Styles Clash. Jarrett ran in, dropped him with the NWA title, allowing Abyss to hit the Black Hole Slam. But that also sent Red Shirts feuding with AMW for the rest of the month.
Yay.
Yeah, so AMW faced the Red Shirt Security second show of the month in a rawhide strap match.
Yeah, rawhide strap. I like that name.
Because the hide is raw, and you strap people with it.
Because they're bums.
I found it quite fun that they did a spot here where I think Harris held the strap out and Storm whipped one of the red shirts into it as like a clothesline. Mm-hmm. And then Adam Cole basically did the same thing to Hangman with a chain on freaking Rampage on Friday.
Studying his tapes.
He's watching his NWA. He's Adam Cole sitting down, watching the shows, getting ready for the January 2004 episode of You Got to Be Kidding Me. And he's like, oh, that spot's really cool. I should do that with something, with a chain, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you find your influences where you find your influences.
So Legend O'Connor rolled Harris, but Storm hit the super kick to reverse the O'Connor roll, allowing AMW to pick up the win in this rawhide strap match.
What a good name.
I forgot to mention Disco was wearing an official NWA referee shirt in that Internal Problems match.
Yes.
Even though the official NWA referees don't wear a shirt that says official NWA referee on them.
Yeah, you just had to really emphasize it because people know the other ones would be referees, but they didn't know this one, of course.
So the red shirts won the 6-man tag. AMW won this match, so they did a rubber match, number one contenders match, AMW versus the red shirts on the third show of the month, January 21st. And a match I actually quite enjoyed.
Yeah.
I thought they worked like a good, solid, old school Southern tag with good heat segments. Storm was isolated, good comebacks, and then red shirts eventually picked up a win.
I don't really care much for these red shirts AMW matches.
It's the red shirt problem in general, though, isn't it? They're just not interesting wrestlers in nearly any regard.
No, not at all.
So Storm hits a dropkick and then he starts selling his shoulders. Storm suffered a broken finger and a shoulder injury during this tag match against the red shirts. He told friends that the injuries he suffered were on separate suplexes, which is why he didn't wrestle the next week.
Makes sense. Oh, man, broken fingers.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I've never broken my finger, so I can't relate, but...
I broke my thumb, but not the actual thumb. It's a weird sentence.
What? How did you break your thumb but not the actual thumb?
Like, my thumb didn't, like, snap.
Okay.
It broke the bone that's in my hand that is a part of the thumb.
Alright, fair enough. Harris hits a spear, he hit the catatonic on Northcutt, but the Naturals came out, threw powder in Harris's eyes, hit him in the head with a chair, allowing the red shirts to win.
Yay.
Setting up one of the biggest tag team rivalries of the next 2 years in TNA, Liam, the Naturals and America's Most Wanted.
I'm not into the Naturals yet, but hey, maybe they'll earn it from me.
Because as much as you have Triple X, as much as you have some like Team Canada or Styles and Daniels, the Naturals are AMW's generational rivals.
Oof.
You sound very enthusiastic. They have good matches. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Because you were too exposed to the Hotshots having not good matches against AMW that you can't get excited for it. I understand, but the Naturals have some good matches with AMW. You'll be fine.
Okay. I will go in there with an open mind.
I'm like patting her on the head. It's like, everything will be okay. No, don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
You're just gonna be like, no, AMW is still there. AMW is still there. Don't worry.
Red Shirt Security became number one contenders, so they faced the team of Tree Life Crew for the World Tag Team titles on the last show of the month, beating Tree Life Crew to become your new NWA World Tag Team champions, Kevin Northcutt and Legend, the Red Shirt Security.
They did not beware.
They were not Beware a franchise who came out for no reason whatsoever and hit BG with a chain, allowing the Red Shirts to win. There was questions, it's like, oh, is this franchise declaring his loyalty to Jarrett? But that is an open question going into next month.
We'll have to wait and see.
So yeah, the worst team in the division are your tag champs.
Hey, you seem to love the Red Shirt Security now, so I thought you'd be excited.
No, they got a good heat segment in AEW, so it's AMW. There was one other 3LK segment this month where they sat in front of a screen and did Mystery Science Theater and a bunch of tag teams. I
don't like their Mystery Science 3LK shtick. Because mostly it's just them going, ha, these guys are gay!
Yes, it pretty much is, yes.
So it's like, and like, just like 50 different ways of going, hey, this guy's gay.
For all of the tag teams.
Yeah. Including women on the show.
And the other tag team thing this monthly, and we've talked a little about it already, the debut of the Insane Clown Posse.
Yes!
So we have the fans in the crowd, because there was actually rumors they were going to debut earlier in the month, but it got pushed. But the fans heard they were debuting, so they actually just showed up. They
showed up and then disappeared for a week and then came back.
Yeah, so Juggalos were there for the first show of the month, gone for the second, and then back for the third, because the third is when Violent J and Shaggy 2-Dope showed up in the crowd to get into Jeff Jarrett.
Get it? Whoa.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was a part of the show.
Then, the next week, we did have the formal introduction of the Insane Clown Posse, where Mike Tenay introduced Violent J and Shaggy 2-Dope, and they had, honestly, a very wholesome interaction.
The reason that Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope do all this stuff is because they're big pro wrestling fans.
Yeah.
Like, giant pro wrestling fans. So, they clearly have a respect for it. And Mike Tenay's like, I'm a cool hip kid.
And big fans of Mike Tenay, especially. They're like, Mike Tenay's the bomb. The ICP, we respect Mike Tenay. Mike Tenay, you're the best.
Mike Tenay's a juggalo. Whoop, whoop.
They are trying to win me over. I feel like Mike Tenay's reaction to the Juggalos, which was like slightly uncomfortable but encouraging, is probably would be my relationship with the Juggalos.
Yeah, like, you'd have no reason to not like the juggalos, but...
I'm not cool enough to be like, yeah, I'm one of you. I'm not. Please treat me nicely. Violent J cuts a promo. He's like, we watch TNA every week and they have a lot of bomb-ass wrestlers and dope talent, so we're going to start hanging out in TNA. We quit the business of music on Wednesdays. Only Wednesdays. And we're going to start coming to TNA.
Sorry, I'm trying to find out, like, different juggalo facts for you.
Sure, let me finish recapping this segment while you look it up.
Go ahead.
So they begin to recap their confrontation with Jeff Jarrett, which brings out David Young and Glenn Gilberti, wearing some sensational shirts, by the way.
Yeah, there was some good stuff going around.
So Disco's like, listen, you did that to Jeff Jarrett, but we can let bygones be bygones if you sign this loyalty pledge and join Jeff Jarrett. And Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope are like, loyalty pledge? Hell no. Brawl sets up a match next week between the Insane Clown Posse and Disco Inferno and David Young. Insane Clown Posse were friendly to anyone who approached them, but did their best to stay out of their way while backstage. There were plenty of pot jokes at the hotel following the show when word spread that the rap duo was booked in room 420.
That's the weed number.
All right, what do you got? Give me some Insane Clown Posse facts.
All right, so here are some notable juggalos. Charlie Sheen.
Good for him.
Vampiro.
There's a lot of notes that I didn't include about Vampiro doing insane interviews and shoot promos during this period.
Wait, what?
That were so off the rails that even the ICP stopped booking him.
God damn.
Whew.
Might need to look at those after. I think the main fact was that they were, like, classified as, like, a gang at one point, and then they filed a lawsuit against the FBI about it.
Good for them.
They withdrew, I think, at some point. But they were like, can we please stop being called a gang?
Just a bunch of pals who like music and Fago.
And we threw rocks at Carmen Electra that one time.
That seems rude.
It was. It is National Juggalo Day.
What day is it?
It doesn't give me the day. It's truly like I was really offended by it. I was like, that doesn't even tell me when is Juggalo Day.
Look it up.
I'm going into the citations to find out when Juggalo Day is. February 17th.
Ah, we missed it.
Juggalo Day. We've got to take a moment to thank every single Juggalo and Juggalette out there for making the 2012 Juggalo Day on February 17th bigger than we ever could have imagined. We had reports rolling in from all over the world of ninjas who were celebrating and words can't even express how fucking dope that is. Sure, Juggalo Day may be an everyday thing. We sport our hatchet men all the time and don't ever stop being juggalos, but it was cool to have one specific day where we could all come together, scream our love for the fam as one, and have another excuse to get our party on. Once again, thank you to the juggalos and juggalettes that made Juggalo Day something more massive than we ever could have hoped for. We can't wait to do it again next year.
I would also like to thank all the juggalos and juggalettes out there. Thank you. If you're listening, hey juggalos and juggalettes. Liam's one of you.
To the juggalos and juggalettes. There's the Dirt Sheet is your one-stop shop to get all your latest dirt and grungy news on your favorite JCW All-Stars. This month we introduced some JCW heavyweights and we found out some very interesting shit. Check it out. Garrett, I'm going to give you a couple names and you get to tell me who you would like to hear from.
Okay.
I'm going to give you two because there's two here that I find extra funny. Would you like to learn something from Rhino or from Rob Conway?
Rob Conway.
Why do you like working for JCW? I like the intensity and the energy of the fans. The opponents are great, and the juggalo atmosphere makes it fun. What would your dream match be? Me versus Big Violet J, or tag with him and Shaggy against anyone?
So the Stars. He wants to be involved with the Stars, is what he's saying.
What was your least favorite match of your career? Losing to Ric Flair in I'm when I had the chance to win the Intercontinental Championship with all my family watching.
There's actually a note this month that they also thought about adding Slash to the Juggalos, so to like be the wrestler.
Rude!
The idea was that he would be the wrestler to carry the work rate of the matches.
Rhino got asked what your most embarrassing in-ring moment was, and it was losing to Raven is just plain embarrassing by itself.
Well, we'll get to that in TNA history. All right, that's all the tag division stuff for the month. You will have the ICP against Disco and David Young next month.
I'm loving it. Don't sue us, McDonald's.
That is all our notes for the month. So let's quickly go show by show, Liam. January 7th, 2004, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 76. Do you have any notes?
Just that the Juggalos were there, man. And they were going off.
You enjoyed the Juggalos?
And no, not as a crowd.
I like the way they were showing Jeff Jarrett in his office when he was talking to the lawyer. There was like a close-up of him as WCW champion while in the NWO.
Yes. One note I did have is that they added Ron Killings to the NWA wall.
But not Ken.
He might be on a bit that just wasn't shot.
I did notice that too. It's like, oh, well, Ron's there, but Ken isn't.
He could be on a wall that just wasn't caught by the camera, but yes, I wanted to make note that they did add Ron after our discuss at Ron's not being included.
If you look very closely, you'll see Dale Oliver is playing guitar during the 3LK song.
I did notice this.
Someone on Twitter mistook him for Ed Sheeran.
I've had that happen too, Dave, don't worry.
During the Abyss and Red Shirts against AMW and Styles match, Abyss hit his signature charge in the corner, and because the Ultimate X was there, it literally shook the Ultimate X. Which made me think of like a really cool spot that they could have done an Ultimate X, where say like if you had like an Abyss in the match where someone's climbing the cables and Abyss just runs into the corner to cause it to shake and cause the person to fall. That would be cool.
Garrett, who is your 2003 Babe of the Year?
I say Sonny Siaki.
I'm gonna go with Abyss.
Good babes. Solid babes.
Very funny that they just showed that old Babyface video package for her.
Yeah, literally just pulled it out from like 2 years ago. It's like, there you go, show it again.
Something that TNA will become quite fond of doing, just using old footage and playing it again and hoping no one notices.
There was a video package before Ultimate X that was like, what makes TNA different from the rest? Welcome to Wrestling Reinvented. Welcome to Ultimate X 2. It was all very dramatic. That's all I have for that show. You got anything else?
Nope.
January 14th, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 77, the debut of Randy Savage's Be a Man theme, which, by the way, we'll do a Patreon review of Randy Savage's Be a Man album probably sometime in the next 2 weeks. We'll probably record it with Ring Cat King, so it probably will be the week after next.
Someone who notoriously doesn't give a fuck about music.
I am simply analyzing the lyrics and themes of Randy Savage's music. Now that one of the songs is officially TNA canon.
I mean, I'm excited.
I quite liked Shane Douglas calling his match against Skipper Old School versus New School because the Walk the Ropes Rana is actually called New School.
Very good. Because the Undertaker is the old school.
He's old.
Well, you can't say that.
He puts it in the name of his move.
No, he's just doing an old school move, walking the ropes. Why does he call that old school?
I don't know. Maybe it was an old school move. Maybe I just don't know my wrestling history.
Maybe. Here we suck.
Franchise was doing a delayed vertical suplex on Skipper and he very nearly dropped him.
That match was scary.
He ended up doing like a front suplex and I really don't think he meant to.
Yeah.
Crowd came alive for most of the Tiny segments this month, to be fair to Tiny.
The Kid Catch stuff was pretty hot, and especially when I forget her name. What's the name of the merch lady again?
Sarah.
Yeah, when Sarah would come out too, they would get into it. They liked the Kid Catch versus non-wrestler stuff.
Sarah Lee, the ticket taker. I guess because she's the ticket taker, Tiny's the bell keeper. They probably know Sarah pretty well if they're the Asylum regulars. So it's like, oh, look at Sarah kicking ass.
Oh, probably not because they just all walk in at this point and don't even have tickets.
It's true, they all get in for free. But there is a moment where she sneaks up behind Kid Cash and just hits him on the head with a broom.
Yeah, it was great.
It's a good moment this month. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 78, January 21st, 2004. You got anything else from there? If you think about it, Don Callis and Jonny Fairplay is basically Don Callis and Kenny Omega.
In that they both have curly hair?
Yes, and they're both blonde.
Cool.
That tweet did very well for me. You don't pretend like that's not a funny observation.
Oh, listen, I don't see it.
Poor Punk had a very bad time as a straight edge guy this month.
Yeah, that's what happens when you bring the straight edgeness into wrestling, I guess.
Sandman just spits beer in your face.
Yeah. Of course, notoriously, you are straight edge because of CM Punk, your favorite wrestler.
Yes, of course. Me and my love of CM Punk.
You can't say in a podcast that you love CM Punk and then go, me, my love of CM Punk later in the same podcast.
I do actually. I like CM Punk. I think he's great.
Doesn't seem like it.
I do. I think he's consistently the best thing about AEW TV. I just didn't like one match, okay?
Why do you hate CM Punk so much?
When Jonny Fairplay pulled up to the building in the car, there was a bunch of women in this car with him.
Yes.
And Don West said the line, "That's some babiage right there."
What a dork. I love him.
Also, poor Glenn, he's nowhere near as jacked as he was last year.
Hey, man, let him be.
He's not in, like, bad shape, right? He does look bad, but he's not, like, comically The Rock sized.
He looked fucking fantastic for a while there.
He was huge for a while.
Yeah.
And last show of the month is the show we did the watch along for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 79, January 28th, 2004, which you can listen to now at patreon.com/gettingme or tnachat.com. Any more notes? I did like that all of the nerds came out to Shark Boy's theme, proving he's the biggest star in that match.
Yeah, he's the face of the company.
Yeah. Give me a shell, yeah.
The only note here that we haven't touched on was that Scott Hudson has been praised by a number of wrestlers over the past few weeks for the way he conducts himself backstage. These wrestlers say Hudson takes the time to go over promos with talent, which helps them come across better on television. He's a pro!
Yeah, and honestly, I think you do see that. Like, all of the pre-tapes are all, like, professional. They all have a purpose. They all, like, even if they're just, like, there, even if it's, like, we go backstage for somebody for 2 minutes, it does feel like they're prepared and feel like they're actually, like, prepped properly. Because Scott Hudson is a pro.
He's great.
When Disco was shouting at the ICP, Violent J said, "Tell him, Glenward, tell him."
Yeah, I like that one.
And just to reiterate, Don West called Goldilocks a whore.
Yeah, a whore. When she whores herself out to Don Callis.
Have you ever thought about the way JB says Michael?
I have not.
When he's introducing Michael Shane, he's like, Michael!
Michael Shane!
He never says it just like Michael.
Michael.
Michael!
Michael! This is bad content. This is the third hour, baby.
Yeah, this is the death rows of the podcast where we're right at the end where we run out of things to say and we're about to end the show, but we haven't quite ended the show. So that's it. That's January 2004 in TNA. We'll be back in 2 weeks with February 2004 with the America's X Cup and other such, and Terry Funk. So you already know 2 cool things that are happening in February 2004. So you can look forward to that. The watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 79 is in your podcast feed right now on Patreon, so you can subscribe there at patreon.com/gettingme or tnachat.com to listen to that. You can also listen to our 2003 TNA draft, which I won because I'm superior. You can listen to our 2003 TNA end of year award, so you can hear what we gave rest of the year, match of the year, babyface of the year, most disappointing, most pleasant surprise, and best gimmick. You can listen to all of those awards, and tag team of the year, all over there on Patreon, as well as latest episodes of Rain Takers, latest episodes of Ring Cat King, and coming in the next 2 weeks, a review of Randy Savage's Be a Man.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rain Takers was New Japan Cup 2012.
With a damn good Carl Anderson against Hiroshi Tanahashi match.
Yeah, we go in deep on Carl Anderson in that one. We talk about Tanahashi and the Goto final. We talk about Goto's position in the company. We delve around. It's basically just us talking about how good 2012 New Japan is.
So patreon.com/gettingme or tnachat.com for all of that. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Muda, and you can follow the podcast on Twitter at TNA History Pod, where you can slowly get us to 1,000 followers. Thanks for listening.
Subscribe to the YouTube.
And bye-bye.
Do the thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what
Our house, Jerry. Straight up, G.
Somebody please explain to me how we are giving credibility to Glenn Gilbert.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me episode 21, covering February 2004 in TNA history. Every single episode we go through a month in TNA history, and we are covering the strange and interesting and kind of like back to 2003-ish TNA month that is February 2004. I'm Garrett. I'm joined as always by my co-host Liam. Liam, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. This was a fun month.
Yeah, it feels like it is kind of a throwback to the wilder months of early 2003.
I wonder what could be the precipice of that.
Perhaps the return of a certain on-air character, and behind the scenes the return of a certain off-air character.
Some sort of personality shift.
But before we get into the shows proper too much, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad. A weekend where I mostly watched TNA. I went to see a rugby game. That's the only other non-watching TNA thing I did.
What is your favorite rugby team?
I don't have one. I guess it's Munster, who are my local rugby team.
The Munsters? They have a team?
The actual Munster.
Wow.
I think I'm contractually and familially required to say Munster, but And that is the team I went to see. And they won 42-21. So clearly I'm a good luck charm.
I was going to say, how much of that win do you equate on you being there?
All of it. Every single bit of it.
Yep.
They're like, whoa, Garrett showed up to a Munster game for the first time in like a decade. We would have put on a show for him. And they did. They showed up. They put on a show. They scored tries. They did good.
They did the John Cena, it's time to go to work.
I thought you were going to say they did the John Cena stand on the desk and announce the death of Osama bin Laden.
No, did they?
Which I'm pretty sure yesterday was the anniversary of that. So there you go.
Oh, that he had been compromised to a permanent end.
And the very famous Rock tweet announcing to the world like 2 hours before it was revealed that Osama bin Laden's been dead.
It really shows you how much The Rock knows.
It's wild. If you looked at that tweet's gained a lot more traction in recent years because people are like, why the fuck did The Rock know Osama bin Laden died before everybody else? But if you look at the tweet before, you know, when it was just on Twitter, it did like, I don't know, like 2,000 likes and 300 retweets. It's like a tweet of the dude knowing Osama bin Laden died did those kind of numbers back in 2011 or whatever.
Yeah, we lived it.
What an odd world Twitter was then.
These kids don't know.
Like, I posted the Steiner Math anniversary yesterday, which is the easiest Twitter numbers I'll ever do every year. It's like, hey, Steiner Math was X years ago today, so I can throw a podcast plug under it and we can be a very successful podcast. And that did better numbers than the Rock's Osama bin Laden tweet.
Yeah, well, you know, two equally culturally significant events.
It's true, you can't deny it.
Reported by two monoliths of entertainment.
Yeah, me and The Rock.
Yeah, you and Dwayne.
Of course, that tweet did help us launch past the 1,000 followers mark we've been talking about in recent episodes.
Extremely so.
Yeah, we're over 1,100 followers now. we jumped by, like, I've never understood this. I appreciate it, but people are always like, why do you plug things under Twitter? Does it work? It's like, well, yes, we gained over 100 followers from a podcast plug underneath the Steiner Math tweet.
I also think it has like a real snowball effect too. The more you grow, the quicker you pick up as well. It's like simultaneous blowing up, but it's fun. It's nice.
Because you have an increasingly larger launching pad for content.
Yeah.
Content. It's me using the C word. I'm very upset.
We are the content crew. We love the content. That's why we make so fucking much of it.
You once pitched the Patreon having a content-related name, and I literally died. I convulsed on the floor at the very thought of it.
I forgot what it was.
I was like, no, we are not using the word content in our Patreon name.
It should be content of wrestling.
Speaking of, our best month ever on Patreon last month, so a big thank you to everybody who subscribed and supported us over on Patreon.
A big fuck you to everyone who doesn't.
At patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. It's far and away our best month. We gained a bunch of patrons last month, so thank you to everybody who did subscribe, and hopefully you enjoyed all the stuff we did in the last month, including the draft, including the end of year awards, and we just did Randy Savage's Be a Man album. That's up on Patreon now. I think it was a good time. You took it very seriously, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna goof off.
Yeah, I was like, I respect music too much as an institution. More people who do it, the more weird stuff we can do as well, which is always fun.
And speaking of, our next episode of Rain Takers will be up tomorrow, so you can look forward to that as well. And start of the month, best time to subscribe over at patreon.com/kiddingme. You'll get your best bang for your buck, like a Young Bucks match.
Like a Young Bucks match from 4 years ago.
Yeah, where they used to actually finish people with the more bang for your buck instead of
everybody. They don't even hit it very often anymore. They bring it out like once a year.
It is a sometimes food now, isn't it?
Like that's why it gets such a big reaction every time. They busted it out in the FTR match. And it's always nice to see it, especially since I was like, oh god, this is gonna sound so pretentious. Since I was such an OG Young Bucks fan.
Oh, mister, I was watching them in 2009 when they were in the Wagon Gear USA.
Yeah, it is nice to see it as a little throwback.
Do you remember what the first Young Bucks match you watched was?
Yes. It was PWG, I think, You know what? It's funny. I think it was actually a singles match because I think Matt was getting married. So it was a bowler with just Nick or just Matt in it.
Wow.
So I think that was 2008.
You're actually not a Young Bucks fan. You're a Young Buck fan.
Yes. I think it was 08.
Because I remember the first match I watched was Young Bucks against, what's the name of that title? Los Luchas?
Oh, yeah. Los
Name of that
Luchas.
title. Yeah, it was on a Championship Wrestling from Hollywood show. I think it probably would have been 08-ish as well.
I've seen a lot of those too as well.
These Young Bucks, they're a pretty good team. They look pretty good. Also, these Los Luchas, they also look like a pretty good team.
They were a good team. I enjoyed them.
they
Pete Energy
gone?
staple for a long time. They pop up. I think they still do like the SoCal Indies. They're like a PP Ray where they'll just show up every now and again. You'll be like, oh, PP Ray, haven't heard you all in a while.
They should wrestle the Maximos and have a popping up every so often dream match.
That's another match for our eventual Fed once we get billions of Patreons. Which, remember, that is the end goal. Get enough of us so that we can be the third company that everyone wants.
The Mark TNA Nostalgia Company.
It's going to be like somehow more of a nostalgia, like 2000s indie, 2000s pro wrestling thing than AEW is itself.
Plus Shark Boy
Well, I would put Shark Boy in that.
doing comedy.
I went to a store called the Almost $2 store.
Okay.
There was a costume of a shark,
Okay.
and the costumes was dubbed Shark Boy.
Did you sue?
And I said, I feel like there's been enough suing over that name. I don't need to get involved in that legal minefield.
Yeah, listen, if Shark Boy and Lava Girl couldn't get away with it, that costume can't get away with it.
Man, it wasn't even like, it was just like remember when the shark meme on the Super Bowl or whatever? It looked like one of those ones.
You should have just added Shark Boy and been like, you seen this, bro?
I don't think he's on Twitter very much.
Give me a shell, yeah.
Call him a shell out.
Is it a Shark Boy Steve Austin costume? Does it come with a leather vest?
I'm sure there was a leather vest in that store, but I did not see it as an accoutrement to the costume specifically.
So if it's less than $2, you could have bought the Shark Boy costume and bought a leather vest, and that's $4 for an entire Shark Boy costume.
That's the dream.
It's your Halloween costume sorted out all the way in May.
Oh, Gary, did you know that Shark Boy will be back in the Impact Zone May 7th and 8th?
Oh yeah, because they're in Kentucky, which I believe is where he's based, I think. Coming up next weekend, Under Siege with Tomohiro Ishii against Josh Alexander for the Impact World title. It's a good match.
Seems that all Shark Boy does is just quote tweet Elon Musk.
Oh, Sharky. To mock him or to be like, yeah, Elon?
I think it's mostly mocking.
Oh, okay. That's not bad. He's trying to get himself cancelled before Elon Musk owns Twitter.
I don't know what's happening. I can't infer an angle.
Though realistically, I don't think Elon Musk is going to end up owning Twitter. But still, we'll see how that turns out.
Didn't he already? I don't really pay attention.
They've agreed the deal. Whether or not that deal goes through in the end and he can actually finance that deal are two very different questions.
I feel like there's a lot of people who are like, I'm going to leave if he gets it, but I don't care one way or the other. If it dies and there's a replacement, I'll jump on that as quickly. But also, we just hit 1,000, so can we not kill it right away?
I know, I just hit like 6,000 after fucking 10 years on Twitter.
Just wait until we all have to start at equal stages again.
Yes, I finally reached a stage where like I can just tweet banal nonsense and it does numbers. I can get like 17,000 likes off a Steiner Math tweet. Can you leave it alone, Elon?
No, it's alright. We'll all go to Tapir, and that'll be the new app, and that'll be
Go
what
to
we do.
what? Sorry?
Tapir? I made a word.
Tapir?
like the animal?
What's a tapir?
It's like the little cow dude.
Okay.
Tapir. Google it right now.
There is a Twitter alternative app. It's called Mastodon, but...
Oh, that's pretty close to what a tapir is, to be honest.
Tepir.
Yep. Ta.
Oh, yeah, it's like an anteater gimmick.
Yeah, the cool little pig guy. That should be the new, face of social media.
It kind of is. But yeah, I've heard a Mastodon is quite different from a tapir, but still.
Nah, it's basically the same thing. Our new social platform will be TikTok.
Oh. Yeah, I could probably get TikTok started pretty easily. Just post a bunch of TNA clips.
Yeah, they would actually put the clips in there. Easy. That'll blow up immediately.
Yeah.
All right, so look forward to our official podcast TikTok coming out soon.
Or we'll do the podcast on TikTok. It'll be 3 minutes and shorter.
People would probably love that shit. We cut out this whole 12 minutes at the start.
Yeah. Straight in. Actually, we did do a little bit of TNA talk at the start, so you can't get mad at us.
do people get mad? I don't know if people even want the TNA talk as much. I don't know what they want. What do you want from us?
Well, usually every time we finish an episode, it's never like, oh, that was an insightful thing about TNA. It was always like, oh, Liam talking about nonsense while Garrett had to poo during the middle of the podcast.
Yeah, it's like, it's always the bits.
The pain bow.
Or people calling us goofs.
Well, we are goofs, to be fair.
Yeah, I can't argue that one. But, you know, it's not nice to be said.
Whenever someone's like, no, you're stupid, it's like, I know, but you don't have to say it.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, I'm allowed to be stupid, man. I'm not being malicious with my stupidity. I'm just cracking jokes, mostly. Only like, I don't know, 70% of what I say is stuff I mean.
The rest is just stuff that comes out of your mouth hole.
Yeah, it's just to make Garrett laugh, mostly.
And then if I don't, I'll cut it.
Well, that's good. Maybe that's why I don't get so many complaints. It's because you cut all the bad jokes.
I actually cut very little actual content. I only cut.
Yeah,
for
but you
style
tell me constantly that you do, and that's the difference.
I know. I annoy Liam being like, I'm always editing him. I'm always cutting him down.
Sorry, I'm just realizing that there's been a bunch of YouTube comments that I haven't seen yet. I'll check them after.
Oh, you're gonna read them? You're gonna reply to them all?
Do you want me to? I can pick one. I want to see if there's one that's mean to us.
Find the most recent mean YouTube comment for us to read right here on the show.
Mostly it's just, well, Liam's so great, Liam's this, Liam's that. Well, I guess the most recent one is one I've already seen, which is the one that was aimed at you, of course.
Oh, yeah?
Who posted this title, The Most Controversial Man in TV?
That person, Doc699, does not know the history of television in 2003, where, yes, Jonny Fairplay was the most controversial man on television that year.
That is the director of Chaos, 699.
Oh. Chaos spelled with a K?
Yeah.
Or is he director of Chaos, but it's spelled with a K and a C?
Yeah. I mean, I'll take either at this point, you know?
Yeah, don't you pretend like that title is incorrect, even though it's deliberately slightly inflammatory for the sake of YouTube. But Jonny Fairplay was the most controversial man on TV.
Yeah. Speaking of YouTube, subscribe to it.
Yeah, we have 242 subscribers. Going pretty well.
That's when I hear us talk about the numbers, huh?
Yeah, look at all these numbers going up. Patreon, best month ever. Twitter,
Woo!
gained 100 followers in the last day.
Woo!
YouTube, we have like 300 views a day now.
Yeah. No one subscribes. But that's just how YouTube goes.
Yeah, it's a grind, baby.
We're on that grind, you know? We're on that social media content grind.
So, if you were here in the early days, if you were here before all of this was taken off, you're an OG. You're one of our best friends.
Yeah, if you were here for Wednesday War Games.
When this show had like 20 followers on Spotify instead of 230.
Yeah.
It is funny, when you look at that followers number on Spotify, it's like a flat line for Wednesday War Games, and then it goes straight up for You've Got to Be Kidding Me.
Hey, to be fair, we were happy with it regardless. It's not like we were going out there like, please, we need to blow up to the highest level. We were just happy to talk about it. It was a cool time in wrestling.
And if you're like, I can't get enough of these two, it's all in the podcast feed. You can go back.
And you know what else is out there? You want to hear about the Monday War Games, Garrett? You know where you can go to find that?
Oh, where can you go, Liam?
Oh, TNAChad.com.
Wow.
And Garrett, if you wanted to hear us do a show-by-show review of New Japan's Peak, you know where you would go for that?
Oh, where?
Oh, TNAChad.com. And if you wanted to hear some not by the numbers, that's a negative. If you wanted to hear some great takes about Rinka King.
Some weeks it is a little by the numbers, to be fair.
Yeah, well, you know it's Rinka King. You know where you would go, Garrett?
Where?
You would go to TNAChad.com.
Wow.
It feels cool to have a website. That makes it feel like way more official than it actually is.
Yeah. A reminder, because this show does have ads now because we're very successful. This entire opening segment is just putting ourselves over.
You know, it's just nice that it happened at some level, you know?
Yeah, for two people who probably have like overly deep self-loathing issues, we have no problem putting ourselves over.
Yeah, that's the thing. Deep like self-hatred, but like one thing that's going well. So, you know, let's really just attach ourselves to it. Then once that crashes, who knows where it'll go.
But if you would like an ad-free experience, you can go subscribe on Patreon at the $1 tier. Look at the show notes. There'll be a version of the show that is ad-free attached there. So that if anybody that gives us money, I think should get an ad-free show. And they do. So show notes, the ad-free version is attached there if you would like not to hear any ads during the show.
Yeah.
So with that said, let's talk about the month that was February 2004 in TNA Wrestling, Liam.
Yeah, sure. Let's go. It's a weird, wacky month and lots of fun. Some of the best of TNA structure-wise and some of the worst, and maybe not the worst, but highs, lows, and what we've seen before. Let's go!
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in this month that I'm like, this is really bad.
No, I like this month. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Like, I really don't think there's literally anything that I'm like, oh god, I have to sit through this. Like, even like Goldilocks being unhinged is tremendously entertaining.
Yeah, I was going to say, why are you pointing out one of the best things of the month there?
Like, it's not good, but it's good.
I mean, she's the Joker.
It's fine. I never include it because it feels like petty bullshit. But literally every month since the start of TNA, there's been like everybody hates Goldilocks, she's terrible, why is she even employed? Loads. Like PW Torch.
How about shut up?
You're like, you leave Goldie alone. She's annoying for a purpose now.
Yeah, she's a heel. She's a bad guy.
She's getting that heat, baby.
Yeah. Dick to go would be very proud. Goldie should join the Bullet Club.
Oh, the what's the spin? House of Torture?
Oh, she'd be a great House of Torture member.
Her and Show and Evil.
Yes, that's a great never six-man champions team right there.
Goldie winning the Never belts.
Yeah, that'd rule.
She could beat Goto for the actual singles belt.
Yeah, he doesn't have it, but sure.
Who has it now?
Goto was about 4 or 5 champions ago. So, like, it went to Jay White, and then Jay White lost it to Ishii, and then Ishii lost it to Evil, and then Evil lost it to Tama Tonga.
Good for Tama. I had no idea Tama had that belt, but good for Tama.
Well, he won it like 2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
And now it is Tama versus Carl Anderson for the belt at Dominion.
That's a callback to 2012, if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, and if you want to call back to 2012, you can go to tnachad.com.
Right in there with the plug. So I'll start with the news notes for the month. The Bound for Glory pay-per-view scheduled for April 4th has once again been postponed. Multiple sources report that the company decided to push the show back because they simply ran out of time to adequately promote the show. Another problem is said to be that the company has yet to sign some of the people they projected as main event players to actual contracts, which made promoting the show virtually impossible. So a reminder, last month they were looking to get Randy Savage. They were also, we'll talk about it later this show when we're talking about the actual stuff in the shows, they were trying to get China to do a match with Jonny Fairplay.
I mean, I'm into that.
Or Trinity. And neither of those worked out. Last week, the In Demand website began listing the April 4th TNA Bound for Glory pay-per-view on its schedule, including Randy Savage and China mentioned in the description, by the way. So the date was more than just a tentative date for the show. It was an all-out plan that just didn't come together as they'd hoped. It was still posted on the website as of February 17th on the In Demand website, not the TNA website. Meanwhile, the Kentucky military base that was said to be the leading candidate to house the TNA pay-per-view is not the only site being considered. In fact, the Wrestling Observer reported that that military base actually turned down the show, which might have been a big reason it was cancelled.
Yeah, not having a venue, it seems like a bit of a hurdle.
Yeah, generally, you can't invite people to a place to watch something if you don't have a place to watch something.
Okay, well, we'll have to note that down.
This is one of those promotional tips they teach you in promotional school. They're like, have a venue for people to go to.
Yeah, day one of business school is have a place.
Except if you're an online business, then you don't even need a place.
Oh, you could host it in the metaverse.
God. We were talking about this before we went on air about how
Garrett
WWE
just
are going
keeps
to be...
talking about the metaverse. I don't understand it. All he wants to talk about is the metaverse.
But we were talking about how WWE are eventually going to become a metaverse company that present like Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant in the metaverse. And I'm just like, oh, there's nothing I would like less in the world.
God, it's gonna be so sick. Yeah, we're a couple of tech bros on this podcast. We're here to talk about the metaverse and NFTs.
No. No.
It's all part of that Sigma grind set I've been referring to.
Yes. There are some within TNA who feel that there would be so much red tape involved with holding a show at the military base that it wouldn't be worth the trouble, which is probably code for we couldn't get the military base and we're trying to come up with an excuse for why we're not doing it. Although delaying the event again may give the company enough time to work through those issues, there is some consideration being given to a small 5,000 seat venue in the southeastern part of the country.
5,000 seaters are my favorite.
I thought you hate small buildings. You always give out when AEW runs a small building.
I don't consider 5,000. Like, it really depends on the optics, I suppose. If it looks small, I don't like it, but I like that amount of people because I think it's what you can, it's an achievable reach for like a weekly product. But the problem is, apparently there's not a lot of those kind of sized venues around.
America's a very strange country in which they have like 50,000 seater buildings in every small city. But they don't have many like mid-range venues because they have a bunch of college football teams and college sports teams that have these giant sports complexes.
That's why they're always like, all these AEW shows are all on campuses.
They're all going to colleges because, again, all of their colleges have gigantic stadiums.
Yeah, that's very impressive. My college has a reasonable little like basketball thing.
Mine had the Mardike Arena, which isn't that big. I don't know how many people can actually go to a game there.
Yeah, mine's just, I don't know, it's just like a regular sort of one that has like 2 courts on it. That's about it.
Yeah, I think it's just a regular sporting complex. It's like a gym, an all-weather pitch, and some like,
yeah, like a big
court.
gym. There's like a little cafe thing attached to it. That's about it.
I think most normal colleges have that instead of like 50,000 seater stadiums.
It feels like if I lived on like that campus, all you'd want to do is like fuck around in that building after hours, right?
You just go to the giant stadium and run up the steps and steal a chair.
Hang out under the bleachers. Oh, maybe that's why all of these American college-based television shows are always like, let's go to the bleachers. Because it's just inherently inviting.
So you can hang out there?
Yeah. My biggest note is like, I really feel like this constant delaying of Bound for Glory kind of isn't helping the product. Because I think a lot of stories feel like they keep having to be ran on. Even if the plan isn't to like pay them off at this specifically, it just feels like there's no end point for anything. And then things just tend to peter out instead of having a hard end. So I think not having this kind of big pay-per-view blow-off at any point is kind of harming the product a little bit.
And it's interesting, by the time they get to doing their first pay-per-view, it doesn't even end up being Bound for Glory.
I like that they always wanted to do Bound for Glory, though.
People always ask, why is Bound for Glory the biggest show of the year? Here's why.
Because they wanted to do it for like 3 years before they even could do anything.
Yeah, it took them like, so they started planning Bound for Glory in October 2003, and they did the first one in October 2005. So yeah, literally 2 years building to the first Bound for Glory.
Ironically, though, not even the one that they first thought of, because they had Genesis first.
Yeah, that was for the special that ended up being one of the early pay-per-views as well.
TNA has good pay-per-view names.
Victory Road and Turning Point and Genesis and Against All Odds and Unbreakable.
Final Resolution.
No Surrender. Yeah,
it's very like that 2010s, late 2000s, but it suits it.
Yeah, Sacrifice.
Sacrifice like sounds like something that WWE should have got to first.
Especially during the My Sacrifice era. It's right there.
That feels like between Backlash and No Mercy, you'd have Sacrifice.
On the topic, you were mentioning things that weren't blown off and suddenly disappeared. Don Callis, who has been a featured heel on NWA-TNA show, thank you for fixing that typo, by the way. Copy editing PW Torch. It said features first. I noticed that when I put it in the notes last night. I gave a quick read through the notes before I went to bed. I was like, oh, I should fix that. And then he fixed it. So, who has been a featured heel on NWA-TNA shows in recent months is leaving the company.
Leaving the business.
Yeah, he's getting out. He's done. Callis informed the company that he has accepted a job working... That's terribly phrased.
He's accepted a job working for blank that will make it impossible for him to appear on Wednesday night shows.
We should do more copy editing of PW Torch. I'm going to write a letter to Wade Keller. It's like, hey, Wade, this newsletter thing from 2004 wasn't entirely good.
Yeah, you didn't leave the company's name in.
So yes, he's gotten a job outside wrestling, so they'll involve him working weekdays. He could not pass up the job in favor of TNA, so he's gotten out of the business. Because as we mentioned on a recent episode, he did graduate with his MBA recently, and now he's gotten his job offer and he's done with wrestling.
I mean, it's sad to see him go, but at least we got the payoff.
Well, yeah, because we do get the build this month where they announced the new director of Authority, which is Vince Russo, which we'll get into in the shows themselves.
Wow, way to spoil it at the start, Garrett.
I know. This is just not burying the lead at all. But the idea that they were basically going to run it back, they were going to do Russo and Callis as the dueling GMs instead of Russo and Watts as the dueling GMs. But Callis left, so they just dropped it, and it's just Russo.
Hey, listen, I'll take a Russo in charge.
Would you?
I mean, as an on-screen character.
Callis offered to put over Eric Watts on the way out, but Jarrett nixed it because they had already booked the idea of Vince Russo shocking everyone as the babyface director of Authority, and Callis winning would ruin that planned storyline.
And Watts winning, I guess, is what that meant to be said there.
Yeah, that's us copy editing Dave. Jeez, we're fixing all of the dirt sheets this week.
Yeah. It was not a priority in 2004.
To be accurate.
Nah, gotta get it out. Hey, man, that's that 2022 mindset there of just gotta get the content out and see what it actually says.
So you will notice that Don Callis beat Eric Watts on the last show of January. He was then there on the first show of January when he was celebrating with Jeff Jarrett, and he was just gone.
Ironically, like, he had the same sort of panning out as Eric Watts, who was also just, like, there for the first and then gone.
At least they do explain it. There is a line from, I think, Mike Tenay or Don West on commentary in the last show of the month where they say that Don Callis has now been reduced to the role he was hired for, where he is a management consultant and nothing else, and he's been banned from the asylum. So they do kind of lightly write him out.
I do appreciate that Callis winning and getting full control actually just meant that Jarrett gets full control.
Yeah. And there wasn't even any, like, pretenses about that. Callis wasn't even like, what about me? It's like, no, Jeff's in charge.
But though I kind of appreciate just having a Jeff who can freely be like, this is my company. Like, I don't like this pretending that we don't know who's in charge thing.
There is a line in the promo where Chris Harris is like, you don't own TNA. It's like, no, Chris, he does. He does own TNA.
Quite literally, for now.
At least part of it still. He's not majority shareholder anymore, but he does own a percentage of the company. The word in most circles is that there are no longer any discussions between TNA and WGN. TNA is said to be looking at alternative television deals that they have deemed as more cost effective.
Fair enough. It's funny that, like, this is an era when everyone's paying to get on TV, and now TV's paying wrestling to please stay on TV.
Well, we are having some hand-wringing again about the TNT or Time Warner and Discovery merger, that people are going to start being dumped off TV all of a sudden, but it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, let's dump off the program that's consistently the most viewed thing on its night besides sports.
Wild Thunder was the most watched show on TBS when it was cancelled, so...
TBS! They're going to come for Dynamite now.
They're going to do it again!
Where do you want to see it if they do get kicked off the TNT TBS? Ignoring, there's some speculation that they actually have a financial interest in the company itself, but if they were to go to another platform...
They'd be fine.
Well, what a wrench in the gears of everyone's prediction if Disney got to AEW first.
Disney bought out Tony Khan.
He would never do that. Unless he got a giant paycheck from it and then started another company immediately after with it and got everyone to jump.
You see, what he'd do is he'd sell AEW, but he still owns Ring of Honor personally, so he'd just keep Ring of Honor going.
He's already setting it up for it.
Yeah, he's thinking for the future.
Wow, I now like the idea that Ring of Honor is actually his backup plan if he ever gets a deal too good on AEW.
He can sell AEW, it's like, yeah, have it, but I'll keep my Ring of Honor thing over here.
And he gets the Ring of Honor stock up to a similar level, so it's not even that much of a trade-off. My man, he's working. I gotta respect that. That's my new favorite theory now. I'm gonna choose to believe that as fact.
So if you remember, TNA was trying to pay to get on WGN. There was said to be a done deal to the extent that they started promoting it on the December and January shows. That fizzled out, and now the deal is dead. Basically, it seems it cost too much money and they didn't want to do it.
Yeah, because didn't they have to pay like a certain amount per episode or something too?
It was like $50K per hour, and then they were looking at potentially $25K for a half-hour slot, and then they moved on from it altogether.
One day they will get on television. Just you wait.
One day relatively soon.
For the 8 shows a month.
Yeah, Liam's very much looking forward to the period between June and September, when there's an Impact every week and a weekly pay-per-view every week.
I just hope everyone's prepared for me to somehow have less notes on things.
There is another note about TV, because even this month there is the beginning of rumors that they're going to land on Fox Sports Net. So that starts this month.
Mm-hmm. And that's where they end for a brief period.
The D'Lo Brown bobblehead dolls have been the butt of numerous jokes around the office because they have sold so poorly.
I mean, okay, I feel like first of all we need to invest in D'Lo Brown bobbleheads.
Yeah, I would have bought a D'Lo Brown bobblehead.
I still would.
He's D'Lo Brown. He does the head thing. Who doesn't want a D'Lo Brown bobblehead? What's wrong with you people in 2003?
They're too cool for it, I guess.
Yeah, they're like, no, I don't want my D'Lo bobblehead. I'm not the real deal.
Looking at the real deal now.
Were you one of the people that thought he said real dude?
No.
For the longest time in my life, I thought the lyric of that song was, dude, you got the real dude now.
Dude, you got the real dude now?
Yeah.
No.
Don't you pretend like that's a lyric too nonsensical for a wrestling theme song. We just listened to the entirety of Macho Man's album.
Yeah, and somehow it was more concise than dude looking at the real dude now.
Because he's the real dude now.
Dude.
Are you saying that D'Lo Brown's not the real dude?
I guess I'll accept it. He is the real dude now, dude.
Yeah, he's the real deal dude now, dude.
Okay, we're done with this. Move on to Bret.
Bret Hart had a chance to see AJ Styles wrestle in person for the first time and wrote about it in his Calgary Sun column last weekend. A quote from Bret, "I was impressed by a young TNA wrestler named AJ Styles. It's been a long time since I've seen wrestling this good in my opinion. AJ Styles might be the very best young wrestler in the business today."
Come out of retirement and face him at Bound for Glory, Bret.
In 2004?
Yes.
Or 2022?
Yes. I'll take either.
I like Bret just being like, hey, I like this young wrestler.
Yeah. He does like some ROH stuff in a bit, right?
Is it soon? I know he does some stuff in like 2009-ish, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's soon. Time so fleeting.
I'm not sure if he does anything in the early days.
I know, that's what I meant, I think. So, he'll get to see more.
Well, and by then AJ's not in Ring of Honor anymore, but sure.
I don't know. Bret's confuddled me.
In fact, Bret went head-to-head with AJ Styles once during the Monday Night Wars, so...
Should have shown up on the Hogan show instead.
Being like, hey, this AJ kid that I wrote about in my Calgary Sun column like 7 years ago, can I wrestle him?
That would be great. Instead of wrestling Vince that year.
To be fair, AJ against Bret would have been a better match in 2010 than Bret and Vince was.
I don't think it's a hot take to say that in 2010 AJ Styles is better than Vince McMahon.
That Vince match is calamitous.
But would it have had all of the Hart family beating up AJ?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Alright, I'm in.
There was no formal meeting held, but the wrestlers were indirectly told before the live February 25th pay-per-view to refrain from swearing and making any sexual references during the show. Booker Dutch Mantell made this point clear to several wrestlers as they produced their promos. Meanwhile, the TNA dancing girls were given the night off, which was incorporated into the story. We'll talk about that later. And Lollipop, former dancer who currently appears as Jonny Fairplay's valet, was told she couldn't have a lollipop in her mouth because it was too sexually suggestive.
I threw my PlayStation through my window.
Lollipop has had her gimmick taken away from her.
She lost her gimmick, but she still has her high spot.
And she still has her name, Lollipop, even though she does not have her iconic signature lollipop.
It's a bullshit. How dare you take away Lollipop's iconic lollipop?
Just ruining Lollipop's entire brand. You're tanking her career.
So, was this just a thing that they were doing to sell the gimmick, or was this because they actually had a reason for it, Garrett?
The wrestlers were under the impression that executives from a potential network, Fox Sports is heavily rumored as the possible home for TNA, were watching the show and had made it clear to Panda that they were only interested in a clean product. So they were, even like, this isn't the first time they've rolled back on the raunchiness. They did this last summer as well, where they actively rolled back on some of the more like out there elements of the show, like roll back on the cursing, roll back on the swearing, roll back on all the sexualized angles and the homophobia and all the racism that was all over the show for a while.
Censorship running crazy in 2004.
They've scaled all that back a ton already, so there's really not much of it left to cut out other than like a few swears and the dancing ladies, and that's all they've cut out to make it a regular, clean, normal wrestling product. That, as mentioned, they did incorporate that into the story by Russo's cleaning up TNA.
Finally, we're going to get our TNA Fox Sports based product.
Now they're going to rename the company so it's no longer a play on tits and ass.
Yeah, it's such a problem, right? Because I think I've mentioned this early on in the podcast, but to me, TNA is TNA. It is total non-stop action. Like, it's not, I don't fucking tits and ass. Come on, man. I don't know that shit. So, like, I'm like, man, TNA's the best. It should always be TNA. But it's like, I get it. You even saw it in like they showed like a clip from a Fairplay interview where he was wearing the neck brace and they were talking about wrestling and he's like, yeah, I work for TNA Wrestling, and he was so quick to jump in there and be like, total non-stop action.
So he was not jumped on by the CBS morning hosts being like, wait a minute, you work for what?
Yeah. To me, it's TNA, right? So I like it more, but I get why we have to let it die.
Yeah, Tess and Albert. You just can't have the brand confusion.
Yeah, Tess and Albert. That blew my mind when I first saw that. I was like, wow. It's like the wrestling company.
What?
Yeah.
You were like Tess and Albert? It's like those are nearly the same words as Total Nonstop Action.
Because they were called TNA for a bit.
Yeah, well, T and A, not N, but yeah.
They were an N. They had like it was comma, N, comma. Or I don't know what it is. But yeah, and I was like, wow, look, it's like NWA-TNA. Staunch fan from the beginning, obviously.
Yes, of course. In related news, Chris Harris either wasn't told or forgot about the restrictions as he ended up saying the word ass twice during his live promo. Come on.
Yeah, let my man get away with a couple asses.
Jerry Jarrett left his gorilla position and came down very hard on Harris for swearing. Ass? Really? Really?
I mean, literally last month we were going Cal ass, so can we not give my man a pass?
But now these are the new restrictions, Liam. You can't say... Eric Watts was ahead of his time, refusing to say ass and pointing at the crowd.
Yeah.
Anyone that considers ass a swear word should go away.
It's like people who consider hell or damn a swear.
These are just normal words.
Like people who consider fuck.
They're just going to start throwing out all of the swear words you can muster now. It's like, what are you talking about?
You just start shouting slurs.
Listen, BG's not on the show.
Yeah, that was like 3 weeks ago. And now we're going to yell at Chris Harris for saying ass twice.
And they showed a replay of the BG slurs the next week. So let's not pretend this company is all high and mighty all of a sudden.
Like, by the way, Vince Russo's theme song on the show that it happened on. Also, the gay slurs in the crowd on the signs on the same show?
The Russo theme song is the funniest, because Russo's theme song literally starts with, like, somebody shouting, fuck you.
And it was on the same show as he said ass.
Oh, poor Chris Harris.
Chris Harris, ass.
Oh, double standards here in the NWA-TNA.
I hope Chris went up to him and said, what the fuck?
He's just wrestled. He was out there, too. It was after the Jarrett Harris match.
Do you think he heard that and he was like, you motherfucker?
He ran to Jerry Jarrett being like, you fucking piece of shit.
Speaking of people running into each other and shouting at each other.
The best story of the month. Teddy Hart and CM Punk got into a fight with one another prior to the February 25th pay-per-view.
This is a classic, by the way. This is a classic, you're first getting into indie wrestling and you hear people talk about the stories. This is one of the first ones you hear.
The two men ran into one another at the White Trash Cafe. Couldn't be better named for the situation, frankly. We'll actually go to Dave's recounting of the story because it's a lot more detailed than the PW Torch version is. Dave has like blow by blow of everything that happened.
He probably got it from Punk.
Well, dude, there's like two versions of this. There's a version that came out pretty quickly that was like Punk kind of won the fight or it was a draw. And then there was every other version of the story that came out after that, which is Punk got his ass kicked by Teddy Hart.
Well, let's find out.
So Punk and Teddy Hart have had issues going back a long while to Ring of Honor and going back to TNA. Punk wrote a very long live journal blog about why he hates Teddy Hart. If you'd like to read the whole thing, it's in the show notes. You can also just go to Punk's live journal and read it. It's there too. That's still online, remarkably. It's amazing to me that that's still online.
Well, you can also go find, I think Samoa Joe's live journal is up as well.
So, like, the bones of why he hates him is that he thinks he doesn't respect the business, he doesn't respect wrestlers, he's unsafe, and he has a big mouth. He keeps on talking and making shit up. One of the reasons he hates him is, like, he said he did a 30-foot moonsault off a cage, and he's like, that wasn't 30 feet. It's like, come on, Punk, you're a wrestler. Let's not give out about these things.
Yeah.
He hates Teddy Hart. It's literally 3 pages of the show notes is that live journal blog about how he hates Teddy Hart. Actually, my favorite part of that is that he's like, oh, you said you're drug free? Well, you were asking where you can get drugs at TNA.
Yeah, that was a good one because that was also in one of the shoot interviews he did, I think. He brought that story up as well.
Hate each other. Not good friends at all here to CM Punk and Teddy Hart. So, Those close to Punk say he hates Hart with a passion and probably does even more now. Hart was wearing headphones, this is at the White Trash Cafe of course, which many think he doesn't even have on. He just puts the headphones in for the sake of it.
I do that sometimes, to be fair, because I don't want people to talk to me.
Yeah, he didn't want Punk to talk to him. He was smirking before Punk bumped him, and Punk made a comment, and Hart either couldn't hear it because of his headphones or pretended not to hear it. When Punk repeated it, they ended up outside the cafe. The two were talking, with neither shouting at each other. Eyewitnesses did see Hart take off his headphones, and then Punk slapped him very hard. Punk probably figured that would be it, but didn't realize that Hart has boxing training, and Hart responded with an overhand right that decked Punk. Hart got in 2 more shots on the ground as Punk had a black eye and a goose egg before Sabu, of all people, jumped in and broke up the brawl. Everybody stopped because Sabu, as nutty as he can be, according to Dave Meltzer, is a veteran and is respected, particularly by Hart. There were others watching who did nothing until Sabu jumped in, and then the other wrestlers helped Sabu out. As they were being separated, both started yelling at each other with the "you want some more" type. Punk, who lost a little face because he started the fight and got the worst of it, was saying later that he was going to get him before the day was over until the people in the company made it clear that if he tried to, he'd be gone. Since Hart came in with the skepticism, the only reason he wasn't fired is because there were many eyewitnesses who all, including those who hate Hart, said that Punk started it, and the only thing Hart could possibly be faulted for was smirking. And Don Harris sat them both down at the show, being like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You're grown adults. Stop fighting."
Thanks, voice of reason, Don Harris.
Voice of reason, Don Harris. Just sitting the two lads down, being like, "No fighting. We are the civil in this world. We respect each other."
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's not technically what led to the end of Punk and TNA. We'll talk about that in March and April. The thing that does directly lead to Punk no longer appearing in TNA is coming very soon.
And choices had to be made or were made for them.
But this did lead to Punk being pulled. He was supposed to have another match against Raven in March, but that was pulled, and Punk stopped appearing for a few weeks, even before all that went down with Rob Feinstein went down in April and March. So this is the end of CM Punk and TNA. February 2004 is his last match.
Well, let's leave it till we actually cover the match to talk about.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Raven and Gathering stuff later. But yeah, he got in a fight with Teddy Hart, and he lost.
To be fair, I don't blame anyone for losing a fight to Teddy Hart. That dude probably beats fucking ass, so I can't blame him for taking the L on that. But the problem is, if you slap someone to start a fight, you gotta be prepared to throw down. Like, people don't take getting slapped kindly.
They don't. Usually it does result in a fight. And usually the person who throws the first blow has a strategic advantage and shouldn't get their ass kicked.
Well, because I think normally the type of people who throw a slap to start off think they're gonna get away with it. Like, if you're someone who wants to fight someone and you throw a punch, you're willing to fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you slap someone, you think that you're, like, gonna bitch him out.
Clearly he did not bitch out Teddy Hart.
I think very few people could.
Yeah, it was the big joke when Punk started doing MMA. It's like, the dude that got his ass kicked by Teddy Hart, huh?
That should have been the match.
They should have. UFC should have booked this.
Imagine the promos.
I don't think UFC are above booking Teddy Hart.
No.
There's many Teddy Hart stories this month. Like, the dude is crazy. Like, legitimately crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's Teddy fucking Hart, man.
He hurts his knee in a match against Mr. Aguila for the second America's X Cup, which is the reason that he's taken out of a match against Hoovy and Jerry Lynn on the pay-per-views, replaced by Petey Williams. But there's a whole bunch of speculation about, like, is he working this knee injury?
Yeah.
Because he is a crazy human being who cannot be trusted in any regard. So literally everything he does is, like, scrutinized. And he's like, I think I can be the next Brian Pillman. And there's a bunch of stories about how he was limping around, but he did, like, multiple costume changes even after he hurt his knee. And there's stories about how he walks around backstage making sure everybody knows that he's a Hart. And he even talks about, like, oh, did you know my Uncle Owen died in the ring?
Jesus. Yeah, Ted, we heard about it from Roddy Piper.
Yeah, he's just casually dropping that into conversation.
Hey, man, it's Ted Hart. What do you expect?
Yeah. And on the scale of Ted Hart things, him being a little weird and getting into fights is probably the least of it. TNA wrestlers also sounded off on CM Punk, who appears to be taking the bulk of the office heat for the fight. Some wrestlers have been down on Punk for whining, that's new about Punk, about his push and lack of promo time. The wrestlers say Punk has rubbed some of the locker room veterans the wrong way because they don't think he is paid enough dues to be complaining about a situation when so many of them are stuck in similar situations. Meanwhile, some wrestlers were down on Punk for talking trash about Hart prior to his return to TNA. You don't tell everyone you're going to kick somebody's ass, you just do it. Teddy may be immature, but Punk is a mark. This is a quote from a wrestler.
Hey, but please don't put that on us.
Yes, no, but listen, I know some of you hate me for opinions about CM Punk, even though I like CM Punk and I think he's great. But some wrestlers did not think much of Punk back in 2004. Probably because he was, again, he's as loudmouthed as Teddy Hart is without all the other problematic stuff. There was a lot of talk backstage that Punk will be punished more severely by TNA officials because he was the one who started the fight. Wrestlers say it was no coincidence that Punk did a clean job in the Gatherings match versus Raven and Sabu. Sources say a rematch was between those teams was originally scheduled for next week, but TNA officials called off a promo with the Gathering and James Mitchell that was going to set it up while they decide what Punk's involvement will be, if any.
Poor Julio.
That's also the thing, yeah. Julio, also his last match in TNA. He doesn't even get like the paltry few singles matches afterwards. He's also done.
Couldn't even give him like a Raven singles.
Yeah, throw him in the X division, just throw him in some multi-mans or something. Just give Julio some work. The poor dude.
Yeah, come on, Punk. At least give Julio fucking a Ring of Honor call. What are you doing?
You fought with Teddy Hart and you cost Julio his job. The least you could do is get him into AEW.
Yeah. It's alright.
So, yeah, that's the big fight between Teddy Hart and CM Punk, which was, among other things, one of the catalysts for Punk's leaving TNA.
A classic.
A classic in indie wrestling indeed. And Punk got his ass kicked. Alright, that's all the news for the month. That brings us to broad topics, which we will start with the America's X Cup. Why not? Let's start with the X Division.
Yeah, because it knocks off a whole show.
Yeah, so February 11th, 2004, we won't talk about the Jeff Jarrett stuff, we'll talk about that separately, we'll just stick to the America's X Cup, was the 2004 America's X Cup, which was a team-on-team format where Team AAA, which was Juventud Guerrera, Mr. Aguila, Abismo Negro, and Hector Garza faced Team TNA, which is Sanjay Dutt, Jerry Lynn, Eli Skipper, and
Chris Sabin.
Chris Sabin. How could I forget? Oh, that's the worst thing I've ever done in this
Hater
podcast.
of Chris Sabin over here.
And Chris Sabin. They faced off, so it was 4 singles matches worth a point each, 2 tag team matches worth 2 points each, and then an 8-man tag team elimination match where you got 2 points per elimination. In the event of a tie, the 2 captains would face off the following week to determine the ultimate winner of the America's X Cup.
I love these rules.
And I think a very cool thing about the America's X Cup is it's a trophy, but it's treated as a title. So in March, the winner of this America's X Cup will then defend the America's X Cup against a different team.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool idea.
Which wasn't originally the plan. The original plan was to do a TNA versus IWA show in March, but IWA accidentally, I think, or didn't realize they had signed like an exclusive deal with some promoter in New York and couldn't do a co-promoted thing with TNA anymore. So that was off the table. So that's where the idea of defending the America's X Cup came from.
I like the defending the X Cup. I think it's cool. It feels like a title for a stable.
Yeah, so the 4 singles matches, we started with a rematch of the 2003 Super X Cup final as Juventud Guerrera faced Chris Sabin. Not as good as the first time, but still a damn good match.
Yeah, they definitely didn't hit the highs of the first match. But this is fun. They did some... all of this stuff is really cool stuff. The very weird finish to this one. That kind of felt like it might have not been correct, but maybe it was... It didn't, maybe because it was only a point on the line, it didn't really matter in the long run. But Juvi hits a Juvi driver out of nowhere, and Sabin kicks out? Maybe this was just to protect Sabin because he's the champ?
Yeah, I was thinking that, because this match is relatively short. I think it's 10 minutes. Whereas their last match was over 15. And maybe it was edited, maybe it was cut down, maybe there's something worse in there. But yeah, it's very weird. Where it's Juvi just hits the Juvi driver, counts 1, 2, Sabin kicks out right on 3. So there is some maybe he didn't kick out thing. But yeah, it's very strange. But it was counted as 3. Juvi beat Sabin with the Juvi driver. AAA go 1 up. Weird finish. But these two in general, just outrageous chemistry together.
Except for the finish, apparently. But yeah, they had this good little streak of just dropping each other on their heads, which is cool. Sabin had control, and Juvi just took it right back with the Juvi driver and won. But my guess here is that maybe they just wanted to protect X Division champion Chris Sabin.
But they didn't kick out on 3.
Yeah.
But there were interviews with both teams beforehand. While Jerry Lynn was talking to Elix Skipper was like, "This is our house, Jerry." And Lynn was like, "Straight up, G."
Straight up, G.
Every time I've watched it since, I just laugh.
Yeah. It was real two highlights here. A tale of two stories, because like Lynn cut like this pretty good promo with the straight up G in it, and then AAA was complete chaos.
Yeah, so Armando Quintero was interviewing AAA, and he's translating for them. And my favorite part of this is Hoovy does like this really long promo. He talks for like a minute, and you can tell Armando's like, stop. I need to start translating. I can't remember all of this. Please stop talking.
And then like his translation was like 10 words.
Yeah, he's like, Hoovy said they're going to win tonight.
And then Hoovy walked away.
He's clearly upset about it. He's like, you being edited on this podcast. He's like, don't you censor my art.
I am the Juventud Guerrero of this podcast.
And then Garza also said that they're just going to win.
Yeah.
So speaking of Garza, the second singles match, Hector Garza defeated Sanjay Dutt in what was like a remarkable squash match.
Yeah, I liked this match. It was just Garza beating the hell out of Sanjay.
He killed him. He gave him absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and like it just beat the hell. Is this where Sanjay got the chest that we made note of in the first episode?
It must have been, yeah, because there's chops, and there was actually a note that apparently Sanjay was upset. Actually, no, it was Hoovy, I think, that chopped his chest in the tag match as opposed to this match. There's a note about Hoovy and Sanjay later, which we'll get to. I like Mike today on commentary being like, Hector Garza was one of the most misused wrestlers in WCW.
My favorite thing about that was as soon as he said like Hector Garza in WCW, I knew that his next sentence was going to be misused. I could tell from the inflection on his voice what he was about to say about Hector Garza in WCW.
It's like Hector Garza as a guy who looks like this and can fly like that should be a big star, and they dropped the ball with him and they didn't know.
Yeah, unlike TNA, which will use him perfectly, world champion, top guy.
They didn't tend to.
They always intend to.
Well, no, it wasn't even the booking that got in the way this time.
Yeah. I like, are all the Gazas just excellent? Like, is that just a family that's like, if you're a Gaza, you're born with it and you're gonna be good?
I didn't like Angel Garza that much until he went to NXT and he had those matches with Leo Rush. And like, fuck, he's great.
Awesome. Yeah.
Because like his TNA stuff is fine. It's nothing special, but it's nothing bad. He's just pretty good. And then he goes to have those Leo Rush matches, and like, God, he's great.
Yeah, really good. I just, and then you see Hector here, and you're like, wow, he's awesome.
He did do the FTR powerbomb off the ropes into a sit-out powerbomb.
Mm-hmm.
Except that he kind of missed the ropes with Sanjay's back, and you could see it was mostly Sanjay's head that hit the ropes.
It's cooler, in my opinion.
Sanjay having a bad night. So Garza had Sanjay pinned twice. He pulled Sanjay up both times and then just beat him anyway with the tornado.
Yeah. Good stuff, though. I really liked this match. I thought it was a ton of fun.
AAA 2-0 up. It must be noted, a story thing which we'll cover when we talk about the Jarrett stuff, but Jarrett has put pressure on Lynn to say that if Team TNA does not win the America's X Cup, that Jerry Lynn will be fired.
Mm-hmm. He said he'll be in breach of contract if he doesn't win.
That's their favorite thing. Everything is a breach of contract.
To be fair, I like it though. It puts like a reason beyond. Like it gives Jarrett an out for getting rid of him that makes a little more sense. It's like when you signed, you said you were going to win, so win.
So speaking of Jerry Lynn, he had to turn it around. They're 2-0 down. He faced Mr. Aguila in a match I enjoyed a lot. I thought Mr. Aguila had a very good showing in all of these matches.
I did. All right, I agree. I thought he had a good showing. I was mostly distracted by his ass cheeks that I could see through his goddamn gear.
Nice.
His gear has a bunch of holes in it.
I am personally a fan of Mr. Aguila getting his butt out.
And he has like a bright red thong under his gear.
Yeah, all power to him.
But I just thought it was a part of the design of his gear for like half the match. And then I was like, wait a minute. and I'm like looking at him like, that's his ass cheek.
That's his shoot butt.
Yeah, that's his for real shoot butt.
His real butthole.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, I just didn't expect this.
I'm here for sexy S.A. Rios, Liam.
I mean, sure. I like that his gear is light up. Glow-in-the-dark gear. Okada getting his ideas from this, clearly.
He's watching his America's X Cup. He's like,
Yeah.
Oh, no, he actually got the idea from Taichi, who later competes in a World X Cup this year.
Wow. Does he compete against Mr. Aguila?
I can't remember as Mr. Aguila on that Team Mexico.
We'll have to. That'll be a time to find out. Did Taichi steal the pants ripping from Hector Garza?
Yeah, God, all of this is coming together. All of these New Japan characters stealing things from America's X Cups.
Wow, makes you think.
So Jerry Lynn and Mr. Aguila renewing their big rivalry from WWF Jacked.
Oh hell yeah!
They had a couple matches on Jacked before they wrestled here.
Garrett, I want you to do some written reviews of those matches for the Patreon.
Sure, I'm sure Monsoon Classic has posted them on YouTube. If they're there, I'll watch them.
Hell yeah!
Mr. Aguila did a real rad dive over the post.
There's some this show is great. It really shows you that like the shows where they have a consistent theme throughout the whole show, and also when the X Division is the focus, are really great.
When you just put two good wrestlers in the ring and give them a reason to wrestle, it's very interesting.
I feel like there was only 1-2 matches where the crowd started to dip out of interest on this show, but by the time we got back to the main event, they were all in.
Yeah, because the main event was actually taped. Surprisingly, it was taped at the end of the show, of the previous week's show, so they had seen like everything beforehand, and then they got super into that final.
It was patriotism, baby.
And then final first Jerry Lynn beat Mr. Aguila, by the way, with a pile driver, 2-1 AAA. And then the final first round match, Abismo Negro defeated Elix Skipper to go 3-1 up with a Magistral Cradle. Yeah, all these matches were just all pretty good. The Saban Hoobie one was the closest to great, but the rest were just really enjoyable little matches, except Garza just completely squashed Sanjay.
I love that match. That might be my favorite match of the openers.
Poor Sanjay. You like seeing Sanjay get squashed.
Well, no, I actually have a point about Sanjay later on, but I wanted to mention that this might be the first time I've seen Abismo Negro ever. Like, I have seen the mask, like, very iconic mask that I have definitely noticed before. But this might be the first time I've seen him work, and I was like, wow, this guy works nothing like what I thought. He's really good.
What did you think he worked like?
I don't know. I guess I had, maybe because of the times of when I knew him or something, I just threw him into the barrel of, like, Lucha Brawler guy. But, like, I was like, oh, man, he's, like, flipping and flying and doing some cool technical stuff. I was like, this guy rocks.
And of course, Mr. Abismo Negro would die in 2009. Do you know the circumstances around his death?
I did not.
So he got on a bus going to Mexico City, and he had some kind of anxiety attack.
Oh, God.
And then he got off the bus. It was 1:30 in the morning. Then he was lost. He was wandering the Mexican hills and countryside, and he was found dead in a river a couple of days later.
Jesus.
I know, because I was pretty sure he had passed away, but I'm not super up on Lucha, so I had to look it up. And I was like, oh, God, that's just tragic.
That sounds awful. It sounds terrifying.
It does. And one of the promoters, while he was lost and people were like out searching for him, Abismo Negro was meant to be booked on a show, but obviously he wasn't there. So the promoter got somebody else to play Abismo Negro while they knew he was like lost and people were out searching for him.
Did that go down well?
No, he was suspended for 2 years from promoting wrestling.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I get like not having commissions and things like that, like because it's a broken system, but like things like that are like why you should have them, I guess.
Yeah, because for the most part, it's a hustle for states to make money. But then in the instances where they are holding people accountable for just bad actors, the good commissions should exist.
Yeah, because like what else? Like if there isn't one, like that dude just goes promotes the show the next week. It's a weird dynamic. I don't know how we got into that part of it, but yeah, that sounds horrifying and upsetting.
But he beat a skipper with a freaking Magistral Cradle.
Hell yeah. He had a great showing on this night, so...
Yeah, I thought it was a very good Team AAA. Not all of these America's X Cup teams will be this good, especially the Team UK is kind of
terrible. These are
terrible.
Two pretty stacked teams.
But yeah, these are two like real good teams going head to head here.
Yeah.
So AAA were 3-1 up going into the tag team matches, where Abismo Negro and Juventud Guerrera faced Sanjay and Jerry Lynn.
I like this one too. I liked the finish of here where Sanjay went for the top rope Hurricane Runner and they just rolled through. It was kind of like an experience versus like a tenacity thing. And I'll bring the whole I have a whole like show long thing about Sanjay on this, but I'll save it till the final.
Yeah. So Abismo Negro put in Sanjay, as you mentioned, 5-1 AAA. Then the pressure is on Chris Sabin and Heel Skipper. So there's this show running story where at the start of the show, Scott Hudson mentions that, oh, you don't have Loki and Christopher Daniels on this team. It's not the best TNA team, but Jerry Lynn is like, no, those guys can't get along. In the interest of team cohesion, we've chosen somebody like Sanjay Dutt instead of Loki and Christopher Daniels. So through the whole story show, it's like, well, what if we had Daniels and Loki? And they're like, no, we're still good.
So yeah, I guess I'll go into my Sanjay thing now then. I really wish this was done differently in that Sanjay gets beat up in the first match. In the second match, Sanjay loses because of like an experience thing. And I was really hoping that the third match would be Sanjay proving himself and coming through and being the underdog guy who helps get there for Team NWA. And I was really bummed to see him just get kind of jobbed out in that match at the end.
He was the first person eliminated in the...
Yeah, and I really wanted this story of him, like, proving himself, even if he, like, you know, because obviously Team NWA don't win, but if they had have done something with, like, Sanjay earning his stripes in this, I think it would have come across really well, and because it makes Jerry Lynn look like an idiot, because the whole time he's like, nah, this guy's good, and he costs him at every turn. So I really would have loved something here where it's like, even in the final match, if Sanjay gets a flash pinfall on Hector, and then he does the Rana again on Bismarck Negro, and gets the win and pins both of those guys, and just proves himself in that way before getting eliminated or something. I would have liked some sort of show-long story like that for Sanjay, because it would have made Jerry Lynn look better. It would probably could have really helped Sanjay, just in general.
Yeah, I think the easy thing is just pin Garza.
Yeah, like have him get the revenge on it.
At the very least, he could have just pinned Hector Garza.
Mm-hmm.
But in the tag team match, Chris Sabin and Heel Skipper beat Mr. Agwell and Hector Garza to go 5-3 in favor of AAA, where Garza had Skipper in a Boston Crab, but then Sabin caught him from behind with the victory roll for the win.
This is a fun tag too. But the problem with this one was it just kept going. And they were doing a lot of stuff, and they were doing a lot of big moves, but by the end of it, I was just like, come on, guys.
Just go home. You just want to get to the main event.
Yeah, like, that's maybe the problem with doing, like, a big one-night tournament like this, which I liked for the most part, but it just kind of dipped at this point.
And you're seeing everybody wrestle 3 times.
Yeah, but it's actually kind of impressive, though.
Well, it's spread over 3 weeks. They didn't actually record this in one night.
Why are you going to ruin it for me?
I'm ruining the magic. I'm ruining kayfabe for you.
I know. I was like, man, wow, like, you went out there, they did this all in one night. Must have been hard.
Exposing the business. I'm sorry.
Yeah, shoot trash.
So, main event, Team AAA faces Team NWA in an 8-man tag team elimination match. I love this match. I thought this match rocked.
This match rocks not only because I think it's a really cool concept. I liked the points per elimination stuff. I think that was really interesting. Everyone in here at this point had already worked with each other, so there was like some sort of chemistry building with everyone. I think the final 2 was really awesome. And just the crowd being so into it.
Yeah, I thought Mike and Don were fantastic on commentary as well. As 2 guys who are like total homers, the whole total like rooting for the NWA team, and like unabashedly, not like being like, oh, you know, we have to be unbiased. It's like, no, we're going to root for our guys. And they were living and dying by the near falls and living and dying by Team TNA making a comeback. And I'm sure because they had AAA commentary, like the Spanish commentary was probably the inverse of it, of the rooting for AAA. So that was probably fun on the flip side if we had access to the Spanish version.
I love that kind of stuff. It's like when they did the New Japan versus Noah Wrestle Kingdom show. And you listen to the Noah English commentary, and they're all like putting over the Noah guys and kind of burying the New Japan guys. And you listen to the New Japan commentary, and they're putting all over the New Japan guys and kind of burying the Noah guys. I love that. Of course they should. Why should they be impartial? That makes no sense.
The announcer should be home team guys too.
Yeah, I thought this was, just a ton of fun all around.
Yeah, so you had some really cool, like, wacky submission exchange. They did the submission chain, but they made it look, like, good.
Mm-hmm.
They did like a dive sequence that ended with a Hurricane Rana onto a pile on the floor, which is like a classic PWG spot these days. But in 2004, I don't think anybody would have ever seen that before.
Yeah, that's not a thing that you hit until like 2013 PWG.
Yeah.
But that's crazy. I really like Hector's tornado from the top to like everyone.
Yeah.
And that's a big dude compared to a lot of those other guys as well. And he just kind of crushes them.
He just does his double spinny thing, spiral drop thing.
Yeah.
It's basically because the tornado's a moonsault, so it's not technically a
I thought that was the spinny deal. Forgive me.
So he did like I don't even know how to describe it. It's because it's a straight dive, except he does 2 spins while he does it.
Yeah, it's like the thing that Phoenix does.
Yeah, wiped everybody out. Don West at one stage referred to Chris Sabin as a powerful wrestler.
Yeah, he's a power junior.
But like powerful in the other sense, as in like powerful.
He's a powerful wrestler.
Because when he was eliminated, it's like Don West is like, oh, they've lost Chris Sabin. He's one of NWA-TNA's most powerful wrestlers.
It's not wrong.
And I'm like, yes, you're right, Donnie. He is powerful. He's Chris Sabin. We got another like mini Sabin and Hoovy match tucked away in here as well.
We got a mini like Hoovy Lynn thing too.
Yeah, and then it came down to Hoovy. So the order of eliminations: Garza pinned Sanjay with the moonsault. The Skipper submitted Abismo Negro with the primetime submission. Sabin pinned Hector Garza with a cradle shock. Aguila pinned Skipper with a shooting star. Hoovy pinned Sabin with a Hoovy driver. Jerry Lynn pinned Mr. Aguila with an air raid crash. And then Hoovy pinned Jerry Lynn with a 911 Hoovy driver, which is a Hoovy driver where he hooks the arm.
I don't really have much to say beyond just this is one of those matches you should go check out because it's probably a bit of an underground classic, right?
Yeah, no one remembers this. Everyone talks about like the Sabin and Hoovy match from the first Super X Cup. No one remembers this 8-man tag from the first America's X Cup, and it's so good. It's the perfect version of what this match should be.
If you have like the spare hour, 30 minutes, just chuck this on. Watch this show and then like skip the post-match stuff and you're fine.
Yeah, and you can skip all the backstage interviews in between that tell the Jeff Jarrett story.
Yeah, this is a good episode of NWA-TNA. I really liked it.
Jerry Lynn was upset with Juventud Guerrera following the match that was taped for the America's X Cup, the 4-on-4 tag match. Wrestlers who watched the match say Lynn had every right to be upset because the Hoovy didn't protect Lynn while giving him the 911 Hoovy driver. It's Hoovy's job to tuck his opponent's heads when performing the move, but he neglected to in this case. Lynn did tuck his head, but landed right in his shoulder in the process. You can actually see it. It looks nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Making matters worse, Hoovy never apologized for it, leaving some to believe that Lynn will have a big receipt for him coming. They do wrestle 2 weeks down the line. They don't seem to fight at all, so it's fine.
Then we got the Sanjay note as well.
Yeah, Guerrero also lived up to his reputation for taking in-ring liberties with younger opponents. During a match with Sanjay, Hoovy laid chops in so hard that Sanjay's chest was actually bleeding backstage. More than one wrestler noticed Dot's chest and inquired about it, but Dot didn't sell it. Wrestlers say Dot handled the situation the right way and seemed generally excited about working with Hoovy.
It's interesting that it's like in 2004 that was like a ooh thing, but now I feel like that's a badge of pride if you wrestle a chop guy.
Yeah, it is fun. Well, not fun maybe, but it is interesting to see how those norms change. How two guys go out and lay it into it. I guess if you go out there to be like, let's sink it in. That's one thing.
Yeah. If you're going in there with that intent of like, I'm wrestling Walter, let's go out there and beat the fuck out of each other.
Whereas if you're going out there and like, let's have a nice little X Division match, and he then starts beating the shit out of your chest, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah, because like, what are you gonna do in response? Really, I remember it's like in school we used to have a game where you just chop each other. Mm-hmm. It was always fun because like you could either go for it, but then if they blocked it, they get to get you. And you could like fake it out, and then if they flinched, you could get one with them, and they had to hold their hands behind their back.
Nice.
And this was like just a 24/7 game.
Just constantly throwing chops at each other.
Yeah, it was great. That was like year 11 to year 10. I loved it.
I feel like you would very much enjoy a game about throwing chops at each other.
Oh, I'd like hit people in like the back.
Oh, Liam. No.
They'd like hit me in the head.
This chop game seems to have gotten out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, it was fun though.
We have some nice knife edge chop to the chest. That's fine. But back chops are a particular low blow. That's.
Bro, sometimes like you'd hit like the Phoenix, like the overhand chop. Those would suck. But it was a good time. There was nothing better than flinching someone out, and then you're like, and you have to put your hands behind your back.
Then you get to go full Roddy Strong.
Yeah, but then like at that point, it's like you kind of like that you can push your chest out to take it a bit, you know.
Or sorry, full Rod Strong if you're Scott Hudson.
Yeah, big Rod Strong.
Speaking of, let's move on to the other small X Division notes for the month. Just get it over. It's mostly building to the next America's X Cup. So the next show, February 18th, begins with Jerry Lynn, Elix Skipper, Chris Sabin, and Sanjay Dutt facing the team of Shark Boy, Jason Cross, Jimmy Rave, and Liam Fave. Roderick Strong making his TNA debut.
This is thick era Roderick Strong for sure.
Yeah, with the tights and everything.
Yeah, someone who I would go on to consider top 5 wrestler of the 2010s. Not quite there yet, but still really good at this point.
I thought he was far and away the best wrestler in this match. He didn't have a lot of, like, him and Sanjay got in there, and they were clearly like, we're going to do some wrestling.
Yeah, it was really great. And you can see the crowd getting into it too as they were going. It was fun.
Yeah, Skipper did like a Rainmaker, but he did it from like $1 million dream.
He also did it like immediately. It was great.
Yeah, he had him in the $1 million dream, and then he pulled him into a Rainmaker. It's like, geez, everyone's stealing things from Elix Skipper.
Yeah.
Because he does the buckshot lariat in this match too. Not as good, not a very good buckshot lariat in this one, but still.
I think the buckshot's a more direct thing.
Because he did the buckshot where he did the thing over the ropes, but then kind of lost his footing. So he didn't do it like seamlessly into the lariat where it rules. He did it and then kind of hit a lariat afterwards, and it was like, oh, okay.
I like this match because as you saw the people come out, you're like, this is we just lost the Super X Cup, so we got to get all these guys a win. I liked a little note from Don on commentary where he's like, well, listen, we shouldn't completely not give this other team a chance here because Shark Boy, Jason Cross, and Jimmy Rave have all teamed together at some point.
He was especially focusing on Shark Boy too. He's like, I think Shark Boy's going to be an X Division champion someday.
And how wrong he was?
He was wrong. Very unfortunately wrong, but he was wrong.
How many future X Division champions are in this match?
Give me a shell, yeah. Well, the future is only 1.
2?
If you don't count people who have already won the belt, there's only one other person who goes on to win the belt in this match.
But who has a title reign after this?
2. Only Sabin and Sanjay.
Yeah. Sanjay not for a long time, right?
Not until 2017.
God damn.
And it goes a long story of Sanjay finally getting his X Division title win.
Look forward to us covering that in 2032.
Scott D'Amore on this show makes his kind of on-air debut. He was in the PCO promo back in December, but that was more of a talking head thing.
And this is also, he's in character here.
Yeah, this is him actually playing a character on the show. So Terry Taylor, who's filling in for Scott Hudson, who's filling in for Mike Tenay, who was fired, we'll get to that in a minute, is backstage with Scott D'Amore, talking about how there will be the next America's X Cup coming up on March 10th. It will be Team AAA defending their America's X Cup trophy against Team Canada, led by Teddy Hart. The Team Canada team will be Teddy Hart, Petey Williams, Johnny Devine, and famous Canadian Jack Evans.
Yep, notorious Canadian, Jack Evans.
100% Canadian man, Jack Evans.
Canadian rap sensation, Jack Evans. From the heavens. The heavens being Quebec.
So Scott D'Amore does a promo here talking about how Team TNA dropped the ball. They lost to Team AAA in their home company, in their home building. It was an embarrassment. So the NWA and Jeff Jarrett, they've all turned to Scott D'Amore to put together Team Canada to take down the team from AAA.
So I think this is quite historic, because this is the start of maybe the second most famous TNA stable ever.
Who's the most famous, do you think?
LAX?
Oh, I would have said the Main Event Mafia is probably more famous than Team Canada.
I don't know. I really considered Team Canada a staple TNA thing.
Yeah, they were the stable of this era in particular. But if you were to ask the general person who had maybe watched TNA to name TNA stables, honestly, I think the Main Event Mafia would come up first.
Probably Aces and Eights would come up first too, but
Aces
for different
and Eights
reasons.
would probably come before LAX and Team Canada as well. Yeah, sadly. But yeah, this is the formation of Team Canada.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. We didn't get the theme song, but the theme song is coming up.
Yeah, so the next week's show, it was Petey Williams, Juventud Guerrera, and Jerry Lynn in a 3-way match. As mentioned, it was meant to be Teddy Hart in this match, but he twisted his ankle working a match that was taped for the America's X Cup show that's coming up on March 10th. So he was pulled out of it, replaced by the debuting Petey Williams.
And what a joy it is to see Petey.
I don't think he was particularly good here, but sure.
No, but it's nice to see him, because you know what he will become.
Yeah, he looked nervous, he looked thrown into the deep end, which he kind of
He looked like
was.
someone who was in his 3rd year of professional wrestling.
Yeah, making his national television debut.
Yeah.
In there with Hoovy and Jerry Lynn, who hate each other now because Jerry Lynn was dropped on his shoulder.
Oh, he was probably terrified, huh?
That must have been a fun dynamic to be thrown into. It's like, oh, Jerry, you're wrestling Hoovy again, but also this kid's there too, so good luck.
Yeah. Hey, hold it together. Thanks.
They had a perfectly fine match. Petey won.
Oh, we're going to get Team Canada off to the right start, proving that they are better than Team NWA.
I would imagine that Teddy Hart was booked to win the match, which would make sense because he's team captain, but obviously he was pulled out. So it's like, Petey, you're winning. So yeah, Jerry Lynn hit a TKO, but he couldn't get the pin because his shoulder was hurt, which they did incorporate even in the 8-man tag the week before against the team of nerds. He was even then selling his shoulder, being like, it's injured, it's caused me problems.
He might not be actually selling.
Yeah, he's a smart worker. When he has a limitation, he works it into his matches. So PD won. He followed a splash onto Hoovy after Jerry Lynn hit his TKO to pick up his first win in TNA. PD Williams. He did not hit the Canadian Destroyer yet.
I was waiting for it.
I'm surprised he didn't hit his big high spot in his debut.
Yeah, maybe he just wasn't allowed.
So that's the X Division for the month. It's mostly just X Cup stuff.
There's a lot of backstage stuff with X Division stuff.
We covered most of it already. I brought it up. It's mostly Teddy Hart being crazy.
Teddy Hart not selling the Hoovy driver.
Nearly all of it is Teddy Hart being a crazy person.
Yeah, go read it.
We mentioned some of it. It's mostly he's injured but might be faking his injury. When it was announced he'd return, somebody said that he'd allow Hart to return over his dead body. I wonder, was that CM Punk? Because he didn't sell the Hoovy driver last time. Did we mention the story last time where when he wrestled Hoovy, the lights went out? I think we did mention this last time. Hart stood up, he went up to the top rope, performed a backflip, and he told him he did it because he didn't think he would be booked again. So it was a way of saying goodbye. It's like, well, that's a way to make sure you're not going to get booked again.
That's a Teddy Hart classic.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that story when we were talking about the Super X Cup back in September? Yeah, September. And yeah, the story about him walking around being like, did you know I'm a Hart? And my Uncle Owen died in a wrestling ring?
That's a weird thing to bring up.
It's a very strange human being. I like the way they have the classic complaint about somebody like him where it's like he doesn't understand psychology. It's like, yes, he does. His matches rule.
And also, like, that's not the thing to get on Teddy Hart about, I don't think.
Yeah, he does freaking spiral taps and stupid moves. His matches are good. I'm sorry. Just that you hate the man, and he is deeply problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the note that this was meant to be a TNA versus IWA show, but that was dead because they signed an exclusive deal with a New York investment firm to promote them in the US, which excluded them running a co-promoted show with TNA.
Garrett. Are you aware?
No.
No. Well, I'm going to inform you that TNA
Right.
is under new management.
Oh, are they, Liam?
Well, you would know this if you watched the intro video for the first 3 episodes of this month, which is fantastic.
Yes, so it is the Are You Ready theme song by Macho Man Randy Savage, except every single clip is about Jeff Jarrett, except one, which is Don Callis.
Yes, which I really appreciate that Don gets one.
It's like 17 clips of Jeff and one of Don Callis.
My favorite little note is there's one line in the song that's like, are you ready for the X Division? And in that time, it's Jeff doing a house show dive.
Yeah, doing a slingshot plancha, yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny. Like, that's like, you ready for the X Division? And it's Jeff doing a plancha on AJ.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I like that they did like the footage getting red and shaking when he lays out Hulk Hogan. As if he sent this man directly to hell.
He did. We haven't seen him since.
Yeah, he got sent to the Abyss Dimension.
He did. He's living there with James Mitchell's demon fodder.
Sure.
It's where Alexis Lurie is now.
She will return one day.
And I guess Punk and Julio after this month, they've been banished there too.
I wanna see James Mitchell's hell prison.
I imagine it would be quite an interesting hell prison. He's an interesting man.
I imagine it's very Hellraiser.
But probably like quite classy.
So not Hellraiser.
So, if you remember at the end of last month, Don Callis beat Eric Watts to gain full control of TNA. So we start...
How could you forget? It's one of the best matches in TNA history.
Liam's 4.25 star match. It's funny to read like newsletters being like burying that match. It's like it's 2 wrestlers who had no business going out there, sloppy wrestling, and Liam's like 4.25.
His match rocks.
But Jeff Jarrett, Don Callis are in full control of TNA, and as you mentioned, TNA is now under new management, including a giant banner over the entrance.
My favorite one, of course, during the interview section, they just stuck a big sticker over the TNA logo.
Yeah, big under new management. Don walks out with an under new management sign that he's just showing around.
And he's like, final appearance.
Even during that Are You Ready intro with Jeff Jarrett, there's like a big under new management label at the start of it.
It's perfect. Well, that's what really sells the next minute of Jeff Jarrett footage.
So Jeff Jarrett and Don Callis are in full control of TNA as we open the February 4th, 2004 NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 80. They all come out to the ring. You have all the talent at ringside. All the people who opposed Jarrett are standing up on the ramp. All the people who are aligned with Jarrett are around ringside. JB introduces Jeff Jarrett, Don Callis, and Jonny Fairplay. Then Jarrett brings out Tom T. Stenenbaum in the flesh.
Ah, we finally see the man.
So the role of Tom T. Stenenbaum was played by, who was Jarrett's lawyer, was played by an old Memphis manager named Ernest Angel, who caused a lot of controversy more than 10 years ago when he did an evangelist gimmick on the circuit and used a loaded Bible as his foreign object of choice.
That's so cool.
It rules. This should have been his character in TNA.
He would have been the perfect like foil and or partner of James Mitchell.
Yeah, evil evangelist man with his loaded Bible joining the new church.
Yeah, he aligning with the devil.
He was apparently a real life evangelist, so he understood the gimmick.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, that's who played the role of Tom T. Stenenbaum. Stenenbaum comes out and announces that the NWA board will be disbanding at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is the end of TNA, the end of that show that night.
As soon as he said that, it's like, that's foolish. You're going to give them so many opportunities to make mischief.
He does say that he was notified of this last weekend, but he held it off so he could deliver the news in person on pay-per-view. Tom, you fool!
Wow.
You've allowed them a window!
Boy, did they take advantage.
They sure used that window, but we'll get to that in a minute. He says that everybody under contract to TNA will have to do what Jarrett says or they will be fired because they will be in breach of their contract, which is their favorite slogan this month. That everyone's in breach of their contract.
Yeah, they all have Twitch accounts.
You shut down your Cameo.
Yeah, God, if it was 2022.
So Jarrett makes a bunch of demands. He says the Team TNA need to win the America's X Cup or Lynn will be fired. We'll get to the consequences of that in a moment. He books Kid Cash against Sonny Siaki, where if Siaki loses, he'll be fired because a loss will be a breach of his contract.
Which is kind of a great, recurring bit. You just be like, yeah, if you lose, you're in breach of contract.
Even Lynn, in one of his interviews on the America's X Cup show, is like, since when is a loss a breach of contract?
Since Jeff Jarrett got in charge.
He books Abyss versus El Leon, where El Leon will have to unmask if he loses to Abyss, which is very unfair because Abyss doesn't have to unmask if he loses to El Leon.
Are you saying that Jeff Jarrett is abusing his power?
No, he's not, because he books himself in an NWA World title match against a mystery opponent in the main event.
Ooh.
As a sign that he is a fair and decent leader.
And then somehow, in the time that he says this, Chris Harris is like, yeah, I know who your opponent is. He's like, wait, what?
For some reason, Chris Harris knows and Mike Tenay knows, but Jeff Jarrett doesn't.
I guess he sent out an open contract.
So to start our show running angle, or a month running angle, frankly, Chris Harris stands up to Jeff Jarrett. He's the one guy who grabs a microphone. He says he's sick of Jeff Jarrett. He's making this the Jeff Jarrett show. Jarrett then called Harris a mid-card tag team wrestler. We had a brief brawl between everybody, and that's the segment.
Neat.
So while James Storm is out injured, he has a bum shoulder. Chris Harris is getting himself a little singles push.
James Storm will not be outshone this month because he may have the best thing that is in this entire feud.
It's so good. We'll talk about this in the last show of the month. It's so good.
If you ever want to see James Storm channel RVD...
Oh, my favorite part of the segment was, in his last appearance, as you mentioned, this is the end of Don Callis until 2018 when he shows up as a color commentator. He's walking around with his under new management sign. He points at the under new management sign and then starts pointing at himself to indicate that he is the new management.
And while Tom is talking, he slowly irks it out in front of him just so that everyone knows.
He leans it into the camera shot.
It's like if you ever have a job and you're quitting it and you're on your last day there, so you just kind of fuck around all day. This is what this was. So
to go through all those matches, Siaki defeated Kid Cash to keep his job.
How lucky.
The union of Sarah the Ticket Taker, Tiny the Bellkeeper, and Jeremy Borash united to help Siaki. He picked up a winner with a roll-up. But then Don Callis came out and he fired JB, he fired Sarah, and he fired Tiny.
He broke up the union.
He's just like, get out of here, you nerds. You can't help each other. You can't gang up against us for perhaps fairer working conditions.
And then he just put the under new management sticker on him.
Yeah, just put the under new management sticker on Sonny Siaki to indicate that Siaki is under new management. But Siaki wasn't seen this month again anyway. A bunch of people were on the show and then disappeared.
It does feel like they're kind of mixing things up a little bit, you know?
It seems to happen to Siaki in particular a lot, where he'll be in a 2-week angle or be there for a couple of weeks and then disappear for a month and be there for another couple of weeks and disappear for a month.
It might be due to the fact that he hasn't been great in these roles. Wow.
So JB was replaced by Tim Welsh, who was TNA's Director of Media Relations. He looks like a larger JB.
Yeah, fake JB. They went outside and found someone who looks exactly like him but larger and go out there.
He looks like he just walked in and ate JB and then became JB.
Yeah, he Kirby'd him.
But he's just off enough looking that you're like, huh.
Just Borash.
Elion face Abyss. It ended when AJ
Who
ran out.
could this man be?
Later in the month, he has a tag match, and he's basically just wearing the Apollo gear again.
Wait, what?
Sorry, he's wearing his own new gear.
He has a new mask.
He does. He has a new mask later in the month as well.
But yeah, my man, I have no clue who this guy is. I'm thinking it's Tracy Williams.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Abyss tried to unmask him. AJ ran out. That caused the match to be thrown out. Then Don Callis came out and he's like, AJ, you want a title shot? You want your title shot? Because AJ, of course, got his title shot because of that tag match with Eric Watts.
Technically, he's the number one contender this whole month.
He's due his title shot. And then Callis gives him his title shot, a tag team title shot with his Abyss as his partner, which we'll get into separately in a moment. And then our main event. Jeff Jarrett comes out. There's a segment before this. We'll talk about that separately. It deserves its own moment.
Sure does. It's only like one of two segments that involve these people, so we could just bust it out now.
All right. So Eric Watts comes to the ring.
Through the crowd, because he's a man of the people.
Because he's been fired and he's not supposed to be there.
No, sure.
So Watts comes out and he's like, I may not be DOA anymore, but I'm still a wrestler. And Jarrett, I'm coming for you. You remember that time when I debuted and I beat you up a bunch. It's going to happen again.
Yeah, I remember when I was cool as hell? I'm going to breathe that again.
Then he is interrupted by Goldilocks.
By the Joker.
She has gone full Joker-fied.
Yeah, there was this fun moment in the watch along where we were debating which comic book characters equate to which TNA wrestlers. Mm-hmm. And at first we're like, oh yeah, Eric Watts the Joker. And then we're like, no. Goldilocks the Joker.
Yeah.
Eric Watts Harley Quinn.
Perfect. It couldn't be more perfect.
It's so perfect.
Especially when you watch, as you mentioned, Goldilocks has 2 segments this month. There's this one and there's a pre-tape later in the month. She has gone full unhinged Joker.
She's like one step off of like wearing a green and purple suit.
And putting lipstick across her mouth to simulate a smile and start to ask people, why so serious, Eric? Eric, why so serious?
She could have been the first Joker-fied pro wrestler.
And like there's blood on her blouse here?
Yeah, and just and let's mention the clothing.
What
a look this is.
It looks like her pajamas, except it's not, and also there's blood on it.
And also like, it's like cut all up on the sides. It's very weird.
So Goldie starts talking to Watts. She's like, I'm going to talk to you about Feminism 101. Everybody walked all over you, Eric, but you never learned how to become a real man. I tried to teach you how to be a real man, and you just let me walk all over you too. I faked everything in our relationship, Eric. Remember Bermuda? Faked it. Remember the night before the pay-per-view where you lost? Faked that too. She even made her orgasm noises, and then they're like, that was fake.
While straddling young Eric, and then and the kiss.
Yeah, so she goes in for a little kiss, and Watts is like, ooh.
Yeah, he's Harley Quinn. He's fully like gaslit by this woman.
Then Watts goes in for more. He picks her up for a choke slam, but then Jeff Jarrett cuts him off.
The crowd's like, boo! Our hero didn't beat this woman up.
Listen, there is multiple instances of crowds going boo when people mention perhaps problematic things. We'll get to that in a moment.
I don't even remember what you're referring to, so I'm looking forward to this.
Perhaps in moments during the Vince Russo promo.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's fair.
We'll go to Goldie and circle back. So later in the month, there is one more Goldilocks promo where she's talking about Eric Watts some more and talking about how she didn't get the chances she deserves and all that. She's even more unhinged later in the month than she was here somehow. I don't know how, but she is.
You know, when I first learnt about the Goldilocks Alex Shelley pairing, I was confused. Because, you know, it was 2003. And I was like, well, this is an odd pairing. That Goldie's this like country singer lady, right? I get it now. I can see it from a mile away now.
So yeah, she's backstage with Terry Taylor. She's like, I can hold my microphone just fine, Terry. I used to do this job.
I used to do this job, Terrence.
Oh yeah, she called him Terrence, which I did pop for. I enjoyed her calling her Terrence.
Of course, Terry Taylor, backstage interviewer at this point, because Mike had been fired and Scott Hudson had to go out and take the duty of lead announcer.
Yeah, so Goldie, just as unhinged as she could possibly be.
I like that during this part 2, there was like I think it was Chris Harris, like ran in or whatever.
Mike Tenay.
Sorry, it was Mike Tenay. And it left Goldie just with the mic again. And I was like, if this is setting her up to be the backstage interviewer again, like she just got like dragged into this situation and got to keep the mic, I'm all in.
She's just stuck there. It's like, you're mic lady again.
And she's like,
So to return back to that first Goldie and Eric Watts segment, as Eric Watts was being attacked by Jarrett, attacked by the red shirts, the save was made by the debuting Dustin Rhodes.
and I was like, who the fuck is this?
So as we mentioned, Jeff Jarrett was facing a mystery opponent for the NWA title in the main event. It was the debuting Dustin Rhodes, son of Dusty.
Whoa! I wish it was Dusty.
He's already faced Dusty. That happened in December.
I wish it was Dusty again.
Yeah, so Dustin Rhodes is here making his TNA debut. They had a frankly quite boring match.
It was the old walk and brawl.
Yeah, the classic Jeff Jarrett filled the 5 minutes of his 6-minute match with wandering around the asylum just throwing punches.
Then there was a bunch of interference.
Oh, I forgot my favorite part during the well, maybe not my favorite part during the Goldilocks and Eric Watts promo, where Don West on commentary is just like, I don't believe in violence against women, but smack her.
Yeah, but just do it.
Just do it. Just hit her.
Yeah, now hero.
Yeah, so Dustin has a match against Jarrett. It's fine.
Yeah, I liked all the interference in it.
Yeah, everybody ran out. AJ comes out, hits a frog splash, but Jarrett kicks out. Good near fall. Crowd actually bit on that. Styles and Abyss brawled up the ramp. The Naturals come out. They threw powder in the eye of the natural Dustin Rhodes.
The naturals on natural violence.
It should not be allowed. Dustin stole the gimmick of the natural from the Naturals. Everything's been stolen from February 2004 TNA.
Yes, the naturals came before the natural Dustin Rhodes.
Yeah. This is Lone Star Dustin Rhodes, Liam, not the natural Dustin Rhodes.
Not a decade before this.
Completely different characters.
Okay.
Yeah, Naturals threw powder in his eyes, hit him with a chair, allowing Jarrett to retain. But then Mike Tenay had a bombshell to end the show that just before the NWA board were disbanded, they had made one last decision. They appointed a new director of authority who would be revealed in the coming weeks.
Okay, so like that's cool and all, but they don't have any power anymore, so just reverse the decision.
They do, at least later in the month, suggest that the TNA owners have signed off on this decision. They agree with it, so they do somewhat cover that logical.
Then what is Jeff's powers?
None.
What is he? What response? No, he's apparently in charge of everything.
Well, when you think about it, Don's in charge of everything, and Don's gone.
No, but the whole thing at the start of the show was establishing that Jeff's actually in charge, and you have to listen to Jeff.
But he's only in charge through Don Callis as his conduit, because Don is the one with the power, not Jeff. Even though Don is Jeff's lackey, but when Don is gone, Jeff doesn't have power anymore.
Dawn with the wind.
Yes, he is Don with the wind, and as is Jeff Jarrett's power.
Jeff is there, and then like as Don's leaving to go get his real life job, and Jeff's like, "Don't go. What am I supposed to do now?" And Don looks at him and goes, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn."
As Don gets his big fancy NBA job. So there's a show running angle through the February 11th America's X Cup show where Jeff Jarrett wants to find out who is the person who is being appointed as DOA. He's talking to Shane Douglas. Shane Douglas is like, you know what? Mike Tenay is the guy who knew. It's probably him.
Oh, he's like, who do you hate the most? And who hates you the most?
He's like, I do hate Mike Tenay.
He's like, well, there you go. And then I like that Jeff didn't need any more evidence. He's like, it's Mike! It's Mike!
So same thing again, James Mitchell later in the show where he's like, James Mitchell, do you know who it is? And James Mitchell's like, you know who I think knows? It's Mike Tenay.
And yeah, James doesn't even say it's Mike. He just goes, I think Mike Tenay knows. And then Jeff's like, it's Mike! It's Mike!
Yeah. And same thing again later in the show when he's talking to Scott Hudson. He's like, hey, Scott, you know who it is? You talk to a lot of people around here. And Scott's like, no, I don't. And then Jarrett's like, you do know, tell me. And Scott's like, I don't know, maybe Mike Tenay does?
Scott was really good in that segment because he's like, well, mate, nah. And just like, tell me or I will murder you where you stand, Scott.
So then after the Super S Cup, Jarrett couldn't let poor Team AAA win. He had to run out and beat them up. So he runs them out of the ring. And then he runs over to Mike Tenay and he wants to know who the new DOA is. And Mike Tenay says he doesn't know. Then Jarrett says if Tenay doesn't tell him, it'll be a breach of contract. Then Tenay just snaps on Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
You fucking useless piece of shit abuse of power bastard. Get out of my ring. I don't know. You don't have the balls to fire me. Turns out he did.
Yeah, and he did. And I like that the crowd was like,
Yeah, so Jeff Jarrett fires Mike Tenay. Don West, furious, on commentary, saying things such as, Mike Tenay is TNA.
yeah.
And just shouting, you're ruining this company. You're single-handedly ruining this company.
Feels like that is that. Maybe we should put that clip in the intro.
I might. If he said Jarrett in particular, it would be more clear. God damn it, Don, you should be phrasing things just for the sake of...
Yeah, just splice in a time that he says Jarrett into the line.
So Mike Tenay looks very sad and shocked. He walks up the ramp very slowly and sadly. He does the classic turn back and look.
Tell you all about it when I see you again next week.
So yeah, Mike Tenay, fired, gone, removed from TNA.
Never see him ever again.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 82, February 18th, 2004. As you mentioned, Scott Hudson is on commentary with Don West.
Yeah, I like this team.
I liked Don in the opening match accidentally calling Scott Mike.
And then they brought it back up later when they were talking about teammates who have wrestled before, like kind of inherently being able to go with it. And he's like, kind of like me calling you Mike.
Yeah, he was like, during the Jeff Jarrett and Chris Harris match, he was like, you know, Chris Harris is a good singles wrestler, but he's used to wrestling in a tag team. So that muscle memory, he's going to be reaching out. Just like I called you Mike earlier in my muscle memory. He's going to be reaching out for the tag for James Storm. And James Storm is not there.
I think Scott was hurt.
He was like, no, I'm not Mike.
I wish I was.
So after the 8-man tag team X Division match where Jerry Lee, Elix Skipper, Chris Sabin and Sanjay Dutt defeated Shark Boy, Roderick Strong, Jason Cross and Jimmy Rave, Jeff Jarrett came out. He hit Jerry Lynn with a guitar. He then fired Jerry Lynn for breach of contract for not winning the America's X Cup.
I like that that's the thing to be fired for.
He also just casually appointed Elix Skipper as the new leader of Team TNA. It's like, Elix, you're in charge now.
Something that will not be brought up again.
He said that Callis and Stenenbaum have taken care of the new DOA already, and tonight he will give Chris Harris a chance to step up to face the champ in a non-title match.
Yeah.
We'll cover it here because there's nowhere else really to cover it. There was also an El Leon and Dustin Rhodes against the Red Shirt security match on this show.
So we got the new Elion sweet gear.
Yeah, he had a nice mask. He had tights. He just looked like Apollo again, but with a mask.
Wait, what?
He looks like Apollo. I didn't say he is Apollo.
Oh, okay. Because that would be silly.
There was a very long heat segment on Dustin, but then El Leon's comeback was kind of lame.
I'm shocked.
Dustin got the heat pretty well. The crowd was into it. They did the classic, referee missed the tag. There was actually a top rope leg drop from, I think it was Legend. And
some classic heat.
Dustin kicked out at 2.99 for that. It's like, dude, you did not need to do that razor tight near fall for this leg drop.
Yeah.
But he does eventually make the tag to El Leon. El Leon pins Legend after a rock bottom.
Yeah, but I feel like, when is this gonna stop? When are we gonna stop doing the El Leon thing?
Sooner rather than later. That makes you feel any better.
Cool.
Naturals came out after the match, attacked Dustin Rhodes. El Leon ran them off with a chair. And that is the last we'll see of Dustin until December.
Oh, I've got to mention, he had a really bad singlet.
It looked like a singlet made out of his current gear.
It looked like a singlet that was made from whatever was left over of El Leon's gear.
Yeah, they were a very thrifty team. They were like, we'll get this one piece of material, I'll cut out some tights and a mask, and you cut out singlet.
Yeah.
So that brings us to our main event, in which Jeff Jarrett faced Chris Harris in a non-title match. The point being to emphasize that Chris Harris is a challenger on Jeff Jarrett's level, I guess. The whole story of the match was there was a ref bump where Rudy was taken out with a crossbody. Jarrett hit the stroke. He got a visual pin. Then Rudy came back through. Kid Cash helped the Rudy come back through. Harris kicked out. Harris hit a catatonic on Cash. Told Rudy if he counted the 3, he'd be fired. Rudy refused to count.
Okay, you really jumbled up that last sentence. Harris hit a catatonic on Jarrett.
Shut up!
But Cash told Rudy if he counted 3, he'd be fired.
Harris hit a catatonic on Jarrett, but if Cash told Rudy if he counted the 3... Stop, please. Harris hit a catatonic on Jarrett. You're not a nice person.
Say, if you didn't mess it up again, I wouldn't laugh so hard.
Harris hit a catatonic on Jarrett. God damn it.
You're doing your head now.
No, I'm just gonna sit here for the rest of the show. Harris hit a catatonic on Jarrett, and then he went for the pin. And then Cash popped up in the apron and said, Rudy, if you count the 3, I'll fire you. And Rudy didn't count. Harris did a leg drop on Jarrett. Same thing. Rudy didn't count again. Jarrett hits Harris with the title in front of Rudy. Demands Rudy count regardless. Rudy counts down Jarrett. God. Just gonna die. I'm just gonna die.
You have to leave all this in.
Just gonna die.
I just wanted to mention that the catatonic looked great.
You should have beat him with it.
Yeah, but what happened though, Garrett?
Jarrett hit Harris with the title in front of Rudy. Rudy is like, should I DQ him? Jarrett's like, no, you won't. You'll count. And then Rudy counted. Jarrett beat Harris with the title shot, reaffirming the idea, I guess. It annoys me that they did the visual pin, frankly.
Yeah, they didn't need to, because the whole thing was... Like, you had the whole thing in the thing, and Jarrett wins in the end anyway, so there's no point to doing the visual pin. I did like that this was the payoff to, like, Jarrett's abuse of power, because we're getting the Director of Authority immediately after. So I liked that timing of, like, of course Jarrett would get away with this once.
Mm-hmm.
It makes a lot of sense like that.
But doing the visual pin is just, it's stupid. The whole idea of this match is that Harris is better than Jarrett, but they couldn't tell that story without letting you know that Jarrett would have beaten him first.
Yeah.
Stupid. But then, yes, as you mentioned, this is the payoff, because Mike Tenay comes out on the ramp after the match and reveals that there has been a new Director of Authority hired by the National Wrestling Alliance Board before they were disbanded, and that person is none other than Vince Russo.
It, of course, starts off with that classic gigantic beep.
Yep. If you watch the Impact Plus version, you'll just hear beep, beep, which is him shouting, fuck you, as the opening of his theme song.
Which is, like, again, very funny that Chris Harris got yelled at.
Poor guy. And again, Harris was in this match. He was probably still, like, lying ringside when this happened.
Yeah.
Should have tried to strangle Jeff right there.
But yeah, I liked this segment, actually.
Vince Russo is back. He's a babyface.
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
Doesn't start very well.
It seemed like he came back as a babyface and then immediately was no longer a babyface, but...
Well, like, the whole idea is that you're supposed to be questioning whether or not he's a babyface, whether or not he is true to his word, that he is a changed man, he's now a decent fellow, so that when he does things like we'll talk about the next show, when he books Chris Harris in a series of matches, you're meant to be like, maybe it's the old Vince Russo, but then he reveals, no, there's actually a master plan all along.
I just questioned the booking more than anything.
Just Vince Russo as a babyface, I'm thoroughly not sure.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
So NWA-TNA Pay-Per number 83 opens with Mike Tenay's back. Are You Ready is gone. It's been replaced by the theme song that was there for the first show of the month. Or first show of the year even, going all the way back to January.
I miss Are You Ready?
Oh, your Randy Savage theme is gone.
Ready? It was a good theme.
I like that the second Bound for Glory was off the table and they didn't want to court Randy Savage anymore. It's like, get rid of his song.
They probably had to pay a fair chunk for it.
I wonder, like, was that like quid pro quo? No. Gone. Was that a backroom deal in exchange for exposure?
Yes, a quid pro quo.
That's the word. I'm just descending into madness and losing the ability to speak.
And the worst part is now, Garrett, we've hit the second hour of recording. Sorry, the third hour. So now I'm going to start to deteriorate real hard too.
So all the changes have been made. Mike Tenay is back. JB is back. Don Callis is now a consultant. He's been banned from the asylum. And the TNA dancer cages are empty.
But... You know, I was distraught for a moment, but later on in the show, we find out that Lollipop has found other employment. Getting perved on. Again.
I like that they didn't remove the cages. They're just empty.
That would take too much effort.
They had like a solemn shot of it when they mentioned it. It's like, oh, and you know, Vince Russo has gotten rid of the TNA dancers because he's cleaning up TNA. And then they just cut to like a solemn, sad shot of an empty cage.
I remember it being like pretty sad. It was weird.
Yeah.
I guess it's weird because we've had them for so long. It doesn't feel like it's time for them to go.
And we're moving into a new era of Vince Russo's TNA, Liam.
Hopefully we can change the stage up a little bit now that we're removing the caged women.
So Mike Tenay comes to the ring and he's like, I was stunned when Vince Russo was made DOA, but then he talked to me and he said he's cleaned up his act. He wants to turn TNA around. He wants to put a check on Jeff Jarrett's abuse of power. So I believed him. So then he introduces Russo.
Yes. A fresh cut.
Yeah, and different music this week. He no longer has the fuck you theme.
They thought that might have been a little much for a babyface.
For a dude whose entire thing is that he's a changed man and now he's a good guy.
Yeah.
So Russo talks about how when he was last seen on TV in October, he got the shit kicked out of him by Jeff Jarrett, and his wife questioned, how did it come to this? And then he had his come to Jesus moment, literally, As he says, he deserved his ass kicking because he prayed at the altar of television ratings at the expense of his soul. He talks about all the raunchy things he did, and he mentions that he did all like the vulgarity and the nudity and the swearing. The crowd are like, "Woo!"
Yeah. Okay, so I like Russo as a performer generally, but I really didn't like this, especially since he's trying to be a babyface here, because the whole thing was just him jerking himself off, saying, I'm so good, I did get the ratings, and I did get the success, and I made all the money, and it was all great, and everyone loved it, and then he's like trying to be a humble babyface while bragging the entire time.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be a sentence. I didn't get a shred of genuine emotion from Vince Russo here, which made this a very difficult promo to connect with. Maybe that was intentional because he's trying to play this middle line thing. I just thought it was kind of bad.
The thing is, like, this is after, or during, I think, while he was finding God. And by all accounts, this was not just the television character, this was the man himself. There was talk about how he was a changed man, he wouldn't swear anymore, he'd be a good person. And it's just made him a boring television character.
I didn't even think it was a boring television character, I just didn't think it made any sense.
And everyone was, like, there's a moment where he's like, oh, I'm a changed man, and literally the crowd starts chanting bullshit at him.
Yeah, which is like, that should be the shtick, right? Is that he's actually just himself all along and he's pretending.
But no.
I don't know, man. This segment did not connect with me at all.
So he talks about how he's going to start asking for forgiveness from people around him, which brings out Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett, naturally, doesn't believe Vince Russo. He thinks he's full of shit.
Which is, again, exactly what the crowd thinks as well.
So Jeff Jarrett's just a baby face here?
Yeah.
Also, Jarrett's like, hey, you want to join me? After all of that, he's just like, if you want to join me, you can just say it.
Yeah, if you want.
We spent like 18 months feuding about the whole idea that I don't want to join you. But listen, now I'm the bad guy doing evil things. You want to join me?
Yeah, come on, let's go.
So Russo said, no, it's time to pass the torch to the young guys and give an opportunity to new people. And Jarrett's like, fuck that.
I love how, like, fundamentally opposed to that he was.
He's like, did you see me in WCW? I'm not doing that. This is my time.
Which kind of rocks, actually.
It's like, I founded this company to get this chance. I'm not giving it to fucking AJ.
It's pretty good, to be fair.
He's a good character. So Jarrett gets in Russo's face. He pushes him over. Russo gets back up. Russo doesn't retaliate. He slaps Russo real goddamn hard.
Good.
He sunk that slap in. But again, Russo doesn't rise to Jarrett's provocation. He doesn't retaliate. He turns the other cheek, if you will.
But the thing about that is, like, that doesn't make you a babyface in wrestling.
No, it makes you a bit of a bitch.
Yeah, but it's like, that in real life, right, that's like the bigger thing to do. But this is a whole genre of television about fighting people.
Yeah. There's even like a note from Dave Meltzer about the Teddy Hart CM Punk fight, where it's like, Teddy Hart could have gotten in trouble for rising to Punk and participating in the fight, but he probably would have been seen as a bitch if he backed away. So, people were like, he couldn't have backed away. Because that's pro wrestling.
Yeah, you see it like in MMA and stuff too, is like, if someone starts something, you expect the other person to jump back. Just because it's a sport built around punching each other in the face.
So the whole idea that Russo will not fight back against Jarrett does just make him seem even lamer of a character.
It just doesn't connect. Which I guess is the whole problem with this Russo thing in general at the moment.
So Chris Harris has a series of matches, but he only has one at first. He faces Chase Stevens of the Naturals to get revenge for what they did to James Storm, putting James Storm on the shelf. So Chris Harris beats Chase Stevens with a catatonic, all well and good, until Russo sends Andrew Thomas out there to insist that Chris Harris will now face Andy Douglas immediately in another match. Harris wins that match too with a roll-up. Russo comes out a third time and orders Harris to face both of the Naturals. James Storm confronts Russo on the ramp. He's like, hey, what are you doing? And Russo's like, no, bro, trust me, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't seem, fair.
Yeah, so the whole idea here is that, Vince Russo says he's a changed man. Vince Russo says he's decent now. He's doing what's right for TNA. But here he is booking Chris Harris in a series of 3 matches, ending in a handicap match after he had already wrestled twice.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
So Andy Douglas tries to use a chair, which distracts the referee. Chase Stevens also grabs the chair, runs into the ring, and then James Storm super kicks the chair into his face, and it looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, everything about it. And it's because, like, he can't really, like, use his arm to do, like, any sort of balance, so he just kind of throws his foot as hard as he can.
Yeah, because I should have mentioned, he does have his shoulder in a sling because he's injured, and he just propels himself through the air, foot first, to super kick this chair into Chase Stevens, which allows Harris to pick up the win to beat the Naturals in a handicap match.
Even Don West is like, well, he's not going to kick out of that one.
Yeah, and Mike today, like, marking out, he's like, what a super kick!
Yeah, it was great.
So, kind of a birth of the Naturals, where Chris Harris beat them in singles matches and beat them in a tag match, but listen, it's not about the Naturals right now.
I was going to say also the Naturals are losers, so it's fine.
Yeah, so Scott Hudson interviews Vince Russo backstage about what he just did to Chris Harris. Harris confronts Russo. He's like, what the hell, dude? You said you're changed. You booked me in matches. But then Russo says, you're not ready for a world title shot, but you will get the match on March 17th. And by the time we get there, you will be ready. So the whole idea here is that Russo is trying to sharpen up Chris Harris to get him ready for a title shot against Jarrett.
Because he'd rather Chris Harris be champion than either Jarrett or Raven.
Russo at one stage here says, you will hate me in the next 21 days, and you can just hear a guy in the crowd shout at the top of his lungs, we already hate you, Russo!
Just a guy that everyone loves.
Yeah, it's because it reminds me of that time when Disco said, do you think I'm stupid? And everyone said yes, and then you just hear the one lady in the crowd shouting, hell yeah!
No, she said shell, yeah. She was hoping for Shark
of course, yes, Shark Boy. Who I think is actually friends with Disco, unfortunately.
Who isn't?
She does take Shark Boy down a peg in my rankings of human beings, just being friends with Disco.
And his Elon Musk tweets.
Ugh. Shark Boy, just tweet about shark things like clam juice and eating kelp.
Those are not shark things. Neither of those are shark things.
Name me a shark thing, Liam. Terrorizing beaches?
Yeah, eating fish.
Lots of other things eat fish too. Eating fish is a human thing.
Not for me, it isn't.
Do you not like fish?
I'll never eat a fish. Not in my life. Not once.
You're not a fish guy?
No.
Hatred of fish?
Yeah.
It's very fishy of you not to like fish.
That was bad. That was a bad joke.
That wasn't a joke. It was wordplay.
Barely.
Which is like jokes, except they're not funny.
But worse.
And they make you feel smart about yourself.
It's like wordplay's like jokes, except like not good.
It's the intellectual joke in that it's not funny, but it seems smart.
Does it? I don't think you saying it's fishy that I don't like fish would be deemed by anyone to be smart.
I think it's very intelligent discourse that our listeners will appreciate a great deal.
All right, come on. We got like 17 more topics.
All right, yeah, that's the end of the Jarrett stuff. Jarrett's not in control. Vince Russo is your babyface director of authority, and Chris Harris is heading toward a title match against Jarrett, even though he just got pinned by Jarrett and got a visual pinfall against Jarrett. Jarrett got a visual pinfall on him.
He beat the Naturals, so, you know.
That means he's ready.
Are you ready?
Are you ready to talk about the latest Raven stuff?
Sure.
So, Raven's feud with the Gathering continues into February, starting with the Sandman and the debuting hardcore legend Terry Funk facing the Gathering.
It's nice to see Funk. It's nice to see Funk talk about his constipated horse.
So, yeah. Funk and Sandman do a promo before the match. They're talking to Scott Hudson, and Sandman's like, here's my partner, it's Terry Funk. And Terry Funk is like, you know, you wouldn't think we'd get along, but you know, my wife is crazy, my kids are crazy, my horse is constipated all the time. I'm surrounded by crazy, so I can get along with the Sandman because he's crazy too.
Makes sense.
It's a perfect promo.
Yeah, it's about as good as it gets.
Classic Terry Funk talking about his constipated horse immediately in TNA.
Yeah, that's about right.
So we do have the match. It's the Sandman and Terry Funk against the Gathering. Funk does a moonsault, which is pretty cool.
It's always nice to see him busted out.
And he's like 60 at this stage, so hell yeah. Probably shouldn't be doing moonsaults, but still, he's Terry Funk.
Ah, fuck, it's Terry Funk.
The Gathering win with their slam elbow drop on a chair, and then Funk ran off the Gathering after the match.
It was a fun, decent little affair. It was nice to see Funk and Punk.
Yeah, I think the match that I have later in the month is even better, so we'll talk about that in a second.
I like the matching yellow gear. I think that was the later match.
A note on this match, Sandman was knocked out cold for a few seconds when he was struck by a chair at ringside during his tag match with Terry Funk against CM Punk and Julio De Niro. Sandman was dazed after the match and was sporting a golf ball-sized lump next to one of his eyes. Sandman couldn't remember how he was knocked out. He asked Punk and De Niro if either one of them hit him with a chair shot during the match. They both denied it. Turns out it was actually Punk. He threw a chair that struck Sandman. There was some yeah, why did he deny it? Huh?
Punk's not making friends in TNA at this point.
It's a bad month for Punk.
Especially when he's like, I'm not going to be mad. Just I want to know why I got the fucking knocked out.
It's like, I just want to know. I just want to know what happened. Maybe Punk, maybe, I don't know. The people give him the benefit of the doubt here. Though, why would he deny it when it's on camera? Maybe he just, he threw a chair and he didn't realize it hit Sandman, something like that.
Yeah. That's the thing. He could have just thrown it out of the ring.
So there was another note about Terry Funk and Shane Douglas. There was some tension between Shane Douglas and Terry Funk prior to the show. As all of the wrestlers were getting their instructions for the show opening segment, Funk approached Douglas and apparently asked if they could let bygones be bygones. Those watching from a distance say Douglas made it clear that he didn't want anything to do with Funk and basically blew him off. The heat between the two stems from an incident that took place while the two of them were working a match for XPW, Rob Black's promotion, and Funk was cut by a bottle, which he blamed Douglas for.
All right, Douglas, come on.
Yeah, when Terry Funk, universally beloved pro wrestler, walks up to you and can we just let it lay in the past? We let sleeping dogs lay. We can get along. And Douglas is like, no, ooh, franchise, no.
Especially when the ensuing incident seems to be that you cut him with a bottle.
Yeah, he seems to be the one being like, yeah, let's let it go, let's move on. And you're still like, no.
I don't know. Maybe it was a Punk scenario. He's like, I didn't do it.
Someone else cut you with the bottle, Funk. Funk and Punk.
It's XPW. But you can't say without a shadow of a doubt that it wasn't someone else who cut him.
So during the America's X Cup show, Terry Funk just ambles out and cuts a promo.
Now we need to have a little break in between the semis, I guess, and the main.
Yeah, it's kind of a rambling promo. The crowd don't really care. The most notable thing about it, so this promo, he's announcing that, Sandman can't be there, so he needs a new partner. So he finally got on the phone. He called Raven, and Raven's going to come back and face the Gathering next week. And when he says the words Raven, the crowd apparently react so little that they pump in crowd noise.
Oh, I did think, I was like, when I was reading that it didn't make noise, I was like, oh, I thought they made noise.
No, if you go back and listen to it, it's very clear. He's like, and I'll bring back Raven. And then it's like, woo!
Yeah, maybe I just thought people were really excited.
It's a full Thunderdome pop. The stealing the Thunderdome from TNA. Again, the influence of February 2004 TNA. You get the Rainmaker, stolen. You get Taichi's pants, stolen.
Who stole Taichi's pants? No. Someone find them.
Thunderdome, stolen. All these things. TNA's influence knows no bounds.
Yeah.
So February 18th, you do get the Gathering facing Terry Funk and the returning Raven in a match I really enjoyed. Terry Funk bled a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, that was impressive. And it's been a minute since we've seen that much blood, I feel. So it didn't actually feel overdone at this point.
I think Funk is the only person that bleeds this month, right?
Which is a miracle.
Yeah, and in this era of TNA, having only one person bleed is quite remarkable.
I thought it was fun. And yeah, like I said, this was cool because I really like just the interactions between Funk, Raven, Punk.
And Julio.
And Julio too. Why not? Let's check him in there.
Or Julio. You don't want to leave him out.
I liked the gear in this. I thought it was really neat.
Yeah, Punk should have worn the yellow shorts at All Out. Was that show? No, Revolution. He should have worn the yellow shorts, not the white shorts.
Sure.
Much fancier.
I liked it.
There was a lovely touch when they were getting the heat on Funk. He was wandering around and he had a lot of blood in his eyes, so he didn't know what corner to go to. So he started wandering toward the Gathering corner before stumbling back into the Raven corner.
That's good wrestling right there.
Raven, much better hot tag than Apollo did earlier.
Yes.
Is it a hot take to say Raven's a better wrestler than Apollo?
Yes.
It should be noted, Raven did come out wearing the jorts, wearing the shirt tied around his waist, the classic old school Raven look.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it was in this match or in the last match or just the last match of the month. But he also got a rip-off version of his ECW theme.
Oh god, yeah, that's the last show of the month. It's terrible.
It's fine.
It's really bad.
It sounds like the song.
It's really bad. Especially his TNA theme is great. It's really, really good. And then he has this terrible theme song for the last show of the month.
I don't know. It sounds like Come Out and Play. And I think that's just the whole point.
It doesn't fit him at all, though. It's far too upbeat.
Yeah, but that's what he's. It's the ECW theme, man.
But it's even worse because like he comes out here to his Raven theme dressed in his old Raven
separated.
look. And then he comes out the next week and he's not even dressed in the old school Raven look. He's back to wearing a kilt.
If they were gonna do the song, they should have done it when he was wearing the ECW gear.
He's wearing the ECW gear here with his theme, and then he has the theme next week but doesn't have the gear anymore.
Yeah, that is a weird touch. I don't know. Yeah, he should have done the music last week.
So, post-match angle, James Mitchell comes out with a stun gun. We'll talk about that in a sec. He goes to stun Raven, but he gets Funk instead. Funk throws himself in the way of the stun gun to take the blow for Raven.
I was a little worried about that. I was like, ooh.
Well, he should be worried, because they used a real stun gun.
Of course they did. I mean, why are we... Okay, listen. Old Jim Mitchell. Why do we keep giving you real things?
Last month it was real ether to knock out Raven. This month it's a real stun gun to take out Terry Funk.
Yep.
Note from the PW Torch, TNA used a real stun gun for the angle between Terry Funk, Jim Mitchell, and Raven. Mitchell was said to be nervous about using the stun gun and half-jokingly told wrestlers he couldn't believe that TNA entrusted the single most physically inept person in the locker room to zap a 60-year-old man with a taser gun. When Mitchell was asked what would happen if he accidentally stunned Funk, he said there would be 2 coroner's trucks, one for Funk and one for himself after the other wrestlers finished killing him.
You know, that is fair enough, though.
If you were the man who killed Terry Funk, you would not make it out of that locker room alive.
If I was the man who killed Terry Funk, I wouldn't allow myself to make it out of the locker room alive.
You would be the one to take yourself down.
Yeah, of course.
Raven cuts a promo later in the show. Actually, I quite liked. I was kind of mad when I saw that Funk took a taser for Raven, and Raven didn't even check on him. But then he did the promo later in the show where he's like, I started putting other people's feelings before my own, and look at what it did for me.
That's why he's doing it now. Like, that's why, like, that wasn't a revelation due to what happened in that match.
No.
That was something that he came into that match with that attitude.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was like, in the match, I was like, are you really not even going to check on Terry Funk? But then he did the promo where being like, I'm not going to look after anybody anymore.
Yeah. Ah, sorry, I thought you were, like, confused as to why that happened after that, but...
No,
yeah.
I was confused when it happened. It's like, geez, the dude took a taser for you. At least you could do is like, are you okay? But no, he did the backstage promo afterward being like, oh, after all these last 5 weeks, I wallowed in my own pain and misery and self-loathing, and I realized that me looking out for other people started to become the problem, and that's the reason I'm not going to do that anymore. But also, I'm going to bring Sabu next week. Mm-hmm. My pal Sabu is going to show up.
Yeah, the homicidal, suicidal, genocidal. Death-defying.
So, last show of the month, Sabu and Raven face the Gathering in this long series of ECW guys against the Gathering match in CM Punk and Julio De Niro's last match in TNA.
Yeah, that's, sad.
Yeah.
It's it feels bad not to get, like, the ending, you know?
Well, at least he lost the Raven, you know? It's not the worst place to leave it.
But also, then he cuts a promo, he's like, I'm gonna kill each of you. And it's like, I guess you did.
Yeah, they're done. They're dead. He did it.
Alright, well, let's talk about CM Punk TNA.
It's a weird run where he had like the starting singles thing where he was just like a wacky X Division guy. He disappeared. He came back as the Gathering, where it's a mid-card tag team that, just as it looked like they might rise above becoming a mid-card tag team, circumstances conspired so that Punk would never appear in TNA again. So, like, would this have led to a Punk and Raven singles match? Would this have led to Punk and Gathering getting like a tag title run, maybe an AMW feud that people would remember? Who knows? I would have liked to see 6 more months of CM Punk and TNA just to see where it would have went, because it did finally feel like Punk had a like somewhat of a direction, as opposed to pretty much all before this where it didn't. But yeah, it's a weird run.
I think I'm way more positive than I thought I was going to be on it. Because I thought it was going to be a lot shorter.
Like, he was here consistently for about a year-ish, and then did bits and bobs.
Yeah. I assumed it was like 6 months. This was a more decent run than I think. I think it's a better run than people give it credit for. I think it's, you know, a lot of it's CM Punk and this is what you did with him, but you know, well, they did what they did at the moment, you know. Eventually maybe he would have turned into the CM Punk that we know, but at this point, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing to do with CM Punk. Maybe the one miscue is not giving him enough promo time. But I thought for the most part, I liked it. Obviously, you know, the Gathering, James Mitchell, Raven stuff was like our favorite feud last year. So we can't be too low on it. All the Gathering stuff, all the 6-man tags they had were pretty good. I liked the stuff with Sandman and Partner of the Week. I like where we ended up over here. Just, yeah, like you, I think. I wish... I would have liked to have seen the finale, the full wrap up here, and see where they went from there. But I think this is a better run than it gets credit for.
It would have been very interesting to see him survive into late 2004, 2005 TNA.
If he made it to like the good era.
Yeah, if he made it to the good era where they're giving people opportunities, and particularly if he made it to the time when Joe was here,
Yeah.
it would have been very interesting to see, does he choose WWE? You know? Or does he become a TNA guy?
Yeah, it's like in a world where he can keep doing ROH and do like the TV with TNA, pay-per-view TNA schedule. It's like, how different does that look? Does he instantly pick up the phone?
I think that, yeah, that's a very interesting alternate history, but we don't get to see it.
And then, like, you know, would he go on to be like the biggest star in wrestling?
Yeah, or just a guy in TNA.
Or like an AJ level guy?
Or even if he like stayed in TNA to like 07 and jumped to WWE then, does it look different if he comes to WWE with TNA exposure? How does that work? Does he become like a Chris Harris?
Yeah, is it worse for him? Is it better for him?
These are interesting questions that we will never have answered.
If only we could look into this multiverse of matches. By the way, fuck everyone who says that's a bad name for a show. That's a great name for a show.
Tim was a big fan of his Marvel wordplay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, now you're a supporter of wordplay, huh?
Yes. I'm taking that Marvel money under the table as we speak.
So in this match, Raven accidentally, I think, maybe on purpose, I think it's accidentally, he hits Sabu with a chair. Sabu was going for a springboard and he hit him with a chair while he was trying to hit Punk. They cut to a weird angle. You couldn't really see what happened. But I think the idea is that maybe he hit him on purpose. I don't know.
I think it was accidental, but he didn't give a shit.
Yeah, that might be it too. Then he dropped Punk with the DDT and cut a promo after the match saying he's still coming for Jarrett, and he's a bit mad that Chris Harris is getting a title shot.
Yeah, he's like, well, what about me? What about Raven?
And that's unlike him to say.
I like that this dude's catchphrase is a really whiny thing.
Yeah.
What about me?
Oh, my title shot.
To be fair, probably should have his title shot.
Listen, if anybody should have a title shot, it's AJ.
Yeah, AJ should be whining more. What about me? What about AJ? What about me? What about AJ?
Wow, great AJ impression. I thought he was in the room.
It's getting better and better.
Your AJ and Dixie are like right next to each other.
Yeah, it's just like a slightly higher pitched one and a slightly lower pitched one.
So that takes us to tag teams. One of the big stories is the split up of Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger.
I'm devastated.
I have no idea why they're doing this. I don't.
I guess they want to give the Juggalos a real wrestler?
And that's Simon Diamond?
Yeah, I like Simon Diamond.
I wouldn't exactly consider him Juggalo adjacent, though.
I know, but like maybe they just want like a guy to put with them to keep the matches from going off the rails, and they trust Simon Diamond.
I don't know. I think if you look at this month, there is a single theme in the tag division. It's one of the classics.
Yeah, the tag team partners that hate each other.
Every single team hates each other.
Except AMW, they kept strong.
Well, because they're not teaming this month. They're safe from it because they're not teaming.
Yeah, because James Storm is essentially Chris Harris's manager this month.
Because Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger are breaking up. I think they broke up the red shirt security at the end of the month. They seem to suggest Legend was fired.
Oh, yeah, they killed Legend. They murdered him.
Legend is gone. 3LK has dissension for some reason.
Yeah, the most like tight group I've ever seen. I did not expect that at all.
The new franchise has dissension covering over from last month.
But I feel like they've joined back up a little bit.
Yeah, the dissension in 3LK has brought them together.
Yeah. They transferred their dissension onto another team. That's by the way, that's good couple advice. If you're a couple that's on the rocks, just ruin someone else's relationship.
Deflect all your angst onto somebody else's relationship.
Oh yeah, it'll save it. That's what happens. For every year you cut from someone else's relationship, it comes onto yours.
Ah, good. You should charge for this.
That's advice?
Yeah.
All right, new Patreon tier. I will
Liam's romantic advice.
save your marriage. Oh, can we do like a Dr. Drew show?
Send your marriage questions to Liam and he'll try and help you.
For like $10.
Of course, Eric Watts and Goldilocks also can't get along.
I will try my best to fix it, but I think they might be better off separate.
And the actual tag team champions also can't get along, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Well, yes, but it's a different scenario, I feel.
So Mike today has a sit-down interview on the first show of the month with Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger. He asks them again about the loyalty oath. Diamond is very upset about the idea of giving Disco credibility, which I think is a good thing to be upset about.
A clip that we will now have forever. Well, that should be an intro clip if we're doing a new intro clip.
Oh yeah, I cannot believe why we're giving Disco Inferno credibility. Or sorry, Glenn Gilberti.
That's a pretty good one.
So we'll add that to the intro, and we're definitely adding the Jerry Lynn G one to the intro.
Of course.
Straight up G.
Straight up G.
So Swinger talks about how Diamond was the best man at his wedding and their bond can't be broken. Then Jonny Fairplay popped up and was like, hey, one of you signed the loyalty oath. And then Simon Diamond chased him.
John Fairplay, for someone who's a performer, doesn't perform very well.
He is still annoying in how he performs, though.
But he's so... Am I watching Stephen Grant up here? This man's so neurotic. That's a joke for you.
Thank you.
And you alone.
You did the classic related to a thing I hate, so I then can't defend Jonny Fairplay without having to defend Moon Knight by transitive properties. So
It's like he's lost every bit of confidence he had. And I found it evident when comparing him on that interview show that he was on, that we saw the clips from. And it's like, that guy on that interview show had confidence and was a TV guy. And then when he was doing his in-ring stuff, it came across so bad and like he was so anxious.
yeah, I think it's the difference between him performing, capital P, and just being himself.
He should just try being himself.
And himself is like an asshole, so it should be fine. So
Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. I didn't like him this month very much.
we'll talk more about him when we get to the AJ and Abyss stuff, because he's kind of involved in that for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever we're talking about still.
So yeah, Diamond and Swinger, we go to the third show of the month, February 18th, where Diamond is like, tonight we will find out once and for all. I'm going to get the clipboard from Kid Cash and prove that neither of us signed it. And then he goes to Swinger's like, right? And then Swinger's like, yeah. Swinger looks very dubious and deflective.
I like to say that I forever and always I am right.
You were not trusting of Johnny Swinger.
And I sided with Simon Diamond from the beginning.
So at the end of an ICP against Kid Cash and Glenn Gilberti match, again, we'll talk about ICP.
Never trust the casino owner.
They're always trying to swindle you out of something, aren't they?
Words to live by.
So Diamond and Swinger made the save after that match. We'll talk about that match when we talk about the ICP. Diamond checked the clipboard, saw Swinger's name.
Okay, I know we're doing the bit about the everyone ripping off everyone, but Festival of Friendship, right here.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It's literally, why is my name? Well, technically it's why is your name on the list. But
Why is your name on the list?
and he even gives him the exact same heartbroken look that Chris Jericho gives him.
And then he gets jumped in the same way.
My God, everything does come from February 2004 TNA.
Oh, I'm really looking forward. Shout outs to the people listening to this supercut on YouTube of all the 2004 February stuff that became into real angles.
The most influential, I don't even have to stretch, like my bit on Twitter where everything is related to TNA. This is just stuff that's taken from TNA.
The most influential month in pro wrestling history. There's the YouTube title for you.
It can't be denied. So yeah, Swinger jumps him, then David Young and Glenn Gilberti join in as the red shirts come out, or black shirts even come out and make the save.
I'm really sad about this breakup. Doesn't seem like there was any need for it. I like these two as a team. I'm kind of weirdly excited for babyface Simon Diamond. Don't ask me why, but I've become a big fan of Simon Diamond during this run.
You see, I'm on the other side of that. I'm like, this guy is a natural smug heel.
I know, but I'm interested in seeing how it goes. He does kind of look like Roderick Strong's dad.
They should do that. Him and Rod Strong hanging out.
Rod Strong and Simon Diamond. Strong Diamond. Strong Rod. Diamond Strong Rod. Diamond Strong Rod.
Well, Diamond Mine was right there, but still.
Oh, fuck.
His literal stable in NXT with the word diamond in it.
God damn it. I'm really pissed about that. Shoutouts to, I think, Mike Tenay for completely shitting on this man's life getting torn apart by going, Simon has a problem. And then he gets beat up by his lifelong friend. It's like, oh, come on, Mike. What the fuck?
To be fair, that was Scott Hudson.
Alright, you know what, that makes more sense. Scott Hudson's kind of a dick, so that makes sense.
So then last show of the month, Simon Diamond faced Johnny Swinger in a match that existed.
Yeah, it was alright.
It was fine.
I liked, it's some easy booking here. The freshly turned heel cheats to win, so the babyface doesn't look bad.
Yeah, and then they restart the match, and then Disco, Cash, Young run out. Diamond wins by DQ.
Disco, Cash, David Young,
Johnny Swinger. That's a dream
That
team.
is the greatest stable I've ever heard of.
It's a group that should be inducted into the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame.
Honestly, it's really depressing that we never got Diamond in that group with Cash at the same time. Because that's what a sextuple.
Wait, there's 5 of them.
Oh no.
Well, Trinity can be there too.
Yeah.
Weird that they just went straight into doing this match between Diamond and Swinger.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't the clean blow off that I'm sure this feud will get.
So a note, although they did not voice their frustration to management, Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger confided in other wrestlers that they are not happy about being split up. Furthermore, Diamond is not secure about working as a babyface since he's been a heel throughout most of his career.
I believe in you, Simon Diamond.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You can look forward to Irish Pat Kenny coming up.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not a good... This doesn't go well for either man.
Why would they change that?
It's TNA.
Don't they know that no one Irish can be babyface?
It's true. You listen to this podcast?
Yeah.
So the biggest story in the tag division for the month is AJ Styles and Abyss becoming tag team champions. As we mentioned, first show of the month, Don Callis books AJ and Abyss in a tag title match against the Red Shirt Security. El Leon shows up, brawls with Abyss out of the building, but then...
I hate El Leon. I take it back. Road Dogg, you get the pass. My new least favorite wrestler of all time is El Leon.
Road Dogg is bad this month as well, though.
He makes the same joke like 40 times.
Yes, he does. Every single time.
2 shows.
The worst part is he's on commentary on one show and then he's on commentary on the next show. He repeats the joke 4 times on the first show and then repeats it again on the next show.
No, he just keeps doing it.
But AJ faces the red shirts. Chris Harris comes out. He pulls down the rope, causing Legend to fall out of the ring. Then AJ rolls up Northcutt so that your new World Tag Team Champions are AJ Styles and Abyss.
Thank God. I mean, finally, a real tag team.
Yeah, the tag team you can get behind. Honestly, if they were actual tag champs, imagine AJ and Abyss against AMW would rule.
They would have some cool tag stuff, I feel. And also, I feel like a babyface Abyss, babyface AJ would be the best things that they're doing right now, but,
No, they hate each other.
Well, they do have some banger, weird mid-card stuff, so let's go.
So February 18th, we have the debut of Jonny Fairplay's show. It's called Playing Fair with Johnny.
Yes, this is also where we get the shots of him on the daytime shows.
Yes, where he was on the early show on CBS.
Is that show early?
I'd imagine so. Otherwise, it would be a very false advertising title. They showed footage of him being powered bombed by AJ. By all accounts, that was actually a very brief segment of the overall interview. But listen, it was there.
Yeah. Well, listen, the shout-out's the shout. And it was, pretty good. I thought that's a good clip to sell to the general public, too, I feel. Maybe that's why they wanted AJ to go out there and fucking staunch him with it, because they're like, well, this is going to get shown everywhere. Protect the biz. Really nail him with it.
Yeah, and promote AJ as well. That when the Fair Play clip is the one that does the rounds, it's your top future star that's the one that's doing it.
Yeah, and it looks great. So maybe that was the reason.
So Playing Fair with Johnny was meant to debut with the premiere guest of Johnny Lawler, China, and they promoted this.
It's always a good start when the first guest isn't there.
And this isn't just Bound for Glory Macho Man stuff. This isn't news. They actively promoted it the week before. They announced that China would make her TNA debut as the guest on Playing Fair with Johnny, and she didn't.
China Doll.
Yeah, going by China Doll apparently at this point of her career.
Was she already doing the New Japan stuff at this point?
She would have been. That was 03, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I think that was around the similar time as the Hogan stuff.
So China's not there. By all accounts, she had multiple demands. She demanded first-class airfare, which there's debates on whether or not they agreed to give that to her. But by all accounts, she came up with other demands.
Oh, is this true? Is the first class plane ticket thing that he was going through an actual thing?
Yeah, because Jonny Fairplay does a promo on China during the segment where he talks about how she made all these demands, including first class airfare and all this. And by all accounts, that's a shoot. They just brought that onto TV.
Were all of them shoot?
Maybe she wanted creatine and a framed picture of Triple H, is what Jonny Fairplay said.
So, somehow I don't think that one's true.
Yeah, I don't think that third one is the one. So yeah, China meant to make her debut here in 2004. She didn't. She would make her debut until 2011.
Yeah, I don't have any recollection about that, to be honest.
Her match with Kurt Angle against Jeff and Karen Jarrett.
I don't have any recollection of that.
You can look forward to that at Sacrifice 2011.
God, I'm pissed that we never made it that far into 2011.
Oh, and the Monday War TNA didn't last long enough for you to get to see China.
Grrr. The Monday Night Wars didn't continue on enough.
So yeah, he doesn't have a guest.
She would have been a pretty decent get for him.
For Jonny Fairplay?
No, for TNA.
Right. Yeah, she's a star.
I like China.
There was a pitch that they were going to do something between her and Trinity to try and make Trinity a star through China.
That would have been cool.
But yeah, she didn't show up, so moot point. So yeah, Fairplay does a promo about how she had all these demands and didn't show up. He does a promo about how Triple H has a big nose, and he has a bunch of
Haha.
columns in magazines, and that's about it.
Aha.
He promises to sue Brian Urlacher, AJ Styles, and for some reason he says Simon Diamond.
Yep.
What did Simon Diamond ever do to him?
Oh,
he chased him away the week before, but
yeah, he was mean to him that one time.
he just ran after him.
It should have been like, I'm going to sue Urlacher, AJ, Triple H, and Simon Diamond.
And China for no show on my show.
Yeah.
She's clearly weirdly okay with. But that segment ends with AJ coming out, but then Abyss jumps him, leading into AJ Styles versus Abyss.
Yes. They do some stupid shit.
Oh, I forgot to mention my favorite part of the Fairplay segment, though. So while he's doing the interview, he's holding the microphone in his right hand, which is the arm he has in a sling because he got powerbombed by AJ and press slammed by Brian Urlacher. And he's holding it, he's doing his interview, and he's like, "Oh, that's my hurt arm," and he switches arms.
Which was a great bit in the first week too, where he interrupted an interview and was like over the top motioning with both of his arms.
Yeah.
And then when was confronted, he started going, my arm.
That's good stuff. That's good heel work. Good job, Johnny.
Yeah. Okay, I take you back. You delivered more than I remembered.
So yeah, we have Styles and Abyss. They have a real good little match.
Yeah, this was a little fun one.
Or it's Styles and Abyss. They have great chemistry. Abyss is like bumping like a madman for AJ. Which you think it's the other way around, but like Abyss is just like, I'm taking Ranas, I'm taking clotheslines over the ropes, I'm going nuts for you here, AJ.
He just has fun with it.
Yeah.
These two you can tell like wrestling each other.
Yeah, you can tell they just have that chemistry where it just clicks and it's easy for them. You can tell it's easy for them.
Yeah.
But no, you know what's not easy for them?
Having a clean finish.
Breaking a table, I would have said, but
Oh, that's true.
so Jarrett comes out, he strokes AJ, then Abyss takes AJ up into a press slam, and he does like a spinning thing into a choke slam onto a table, except
It was cool as hell.
he choke slammed AJ onto like the leg of the table, which means there was no give, it didn't break, and AJ just landed with a complete thud.
Yeah, looked bad. Looked good, but looked bad.
Like, he chokeslammed him so hard on the table, if you watch the legs of the table, they actually go through the ring mat.
Yeah, it looked like buckled real. That's a weird one. I don't even know how that happened without anything actually just breaking.
Then Abyss is like, alright, I'll improvise. He goes up top, and then Jeff Jarrett, like an absolute moron. Like, Abyss, AJ's lying on the table, perfectly fine. Abyss goes on the ropes to splash him through the table, but then Jeff Jarrett moves AJ on the table, and just as Abyss goes to dive, the table falls over, so they all just land in an unfortunate heap.
Yeah, there was a lot. At least they had some bad luck with this stuff.
Yeah, they had some bad table luck in the other show as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, it was two matches of bad table luck.
These two men. Tables do not like AJ Styles and Abyss.
I am the table.
So follow up next show, they have what they call a TNA tables match, which is basically first to put someone through 2 tables wins.
I actually kind of like this.
Well, I always thought tables matches should be tables are legal matches as opposed to one table.
100%. I like this because it's basically a tables 2 out of 3 falls.
Yeah, pretty much.
The more tables, the better when you're doing a tables match.
It's true. 1 table bump bad, multiple table bumps good.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy how like they had all these tables out there, right? But the crowd didn't feel the urge to chant for wanting tables in the match.
What?
It was very confusing for me. I was like, well, how do they know that the crowd want these tables to be used?
The crowd were willing to just wait for the tables to be used?
It blows my fucking mind.
That's a bad crowd, frankly. So the stipulation for this match was that the person who puts their opponent through 2 tables first becomes World Tag Team Champions, can choose a partner to be World Tag Team Champions with them, and then next week they will face off against the person who lost
with a partner of their choice
for the tag titles.
Which, okay, I like that idea, but let it be known, there's no real reward here. Either way, you're going to be wrestling for the title with the partner of your choice next week.
Well, I suppose you are a champion afterward, as opposed to being number 1 contender if you lose.
I guess you're fighting for the champion's advantage. That's all it is. Because, like, either way, you're still getting the title match with a partner of your choice. You can win this and then just lose it the next week anyway.
Yeah, but you still get a reign, even though you're already champion. How does that work?
Yeah, no, you already have the reign. You just continue the reign.
Yeah. So the first couple table bumps in this match look good. So Abyss hit a belly to belly in the ropes. He did the classic where he's sitting in the ropes and he throws AJ overhead belly to belly through a table on the floor. That looked great.
That was gnarly.
Then Styles leveled it up 1-1 where he did a step up Rana from a table that nearly buckled under his weight. So he stepped onto a table in the ring. Table nearly buckled, but he ran at Abyss off the apron through a table on the floor to go 1-1. Then table luck. So ref bump. AJ tries to springboard splash Abyss through a table set up on the ropes. He does it once. The table does not break. He's like, fine.
I am the table.
He does it again. Table doesn't break again.
I am the table.
Then he does a third springboard splash, and finally the table breaks.
Very, very breaky, bishy.
The referee is not there to see it. Then who else but Lex Luger returns to TNA?
Looking fly as hell, I must say.
He strolls on out. He picks AJ up, and what could generously be described as a press slam. If you watch closely, AJ just basically grabs the ropes and pulls himself off. It goes through a table by himself. I've never seen a man basically press slam himself.
Listen, I don't blame AJ for doing this because you really want to control the way you're going down there more than just being thrown. And it's still the bump looked great. So
also, I think it was more a lack of trust in Lex Luger than anything else.
Yeah, but I don't blame that. Even if it was someone you trusted with everything in the world, you don't need to be Spike Dudleying yourself over it. Sorry, brother runting yourself over.
Thank you for respecting TNA canon. So Lex Luger press slams AJ from the ring over the top to a table on the floor. Referee is revived, sees AJ in the table, calls for the bell. Abyss wins the tables match and is technically tag team champion.
Why did they bump the ref? Could Lex just have thrown him through?
Well, you see, they overthought it. And they decided to do... Well, no, they had to do a ref bump so AJ could get a visual win.
Did they have to?
No, but that's what their thought process was.
Okay.
So, there was a reason for the ref bump.
Sure.
Wrestlers were shaking their heads at the return of Lex Luger, although Luger reportedly dropped his asking price from $5,000 a week to $2,500 for TNA. Wrestlers are still upset that the company is willing to spend that much money on someone who do not believe will increase pay-per-view sales. The unanimous opinion of wrestlers who were asked if their opinion would change if it came out that the company was only booking Luger to ensure that Sting would make more appearances is that Sting isn't a big enough name to justify his own payoff, let alone Luger's. They're so wrong about that.
Yeah. I mean, not so much the Luger bit, but the Sting bit.
Honestly, if you were to say we're booking Luger to get Sting, I'd still say, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Especially, my man cut his price in half.
He got paid $2,500 to walk out, press slam AJ through a table, and go home.
No, he got paid $2,500 to walk out and then AJ to throw himself off of his hands. He got paid $2,500 to pick AJ up.
Fair enough. He torture racked him afterwards, so he did two things to AJ.
Yeah, that was cool. I loved Abyss doing his taunt next to him. He was so into it. Do you think Abyss was confused that he didn't drop to his ass?
It's that's not how the move works, Lex.
He's like, here, I'll show you. If they hit simultaneous shock therapy and shock treatment?
Shock treatment.
Shock treatment and the regular at the same time, greatest tag team of the year.
If they did simultaneous shock treatments, I think Lex Luger would have died.
Yeah.
So AJ and Abyss are tag team champions kind of still. That's not very satisfyingly paid off at the start of March. You can look forward to that.
Great. I love things not being satisfyingly paid off.
2 more feuds in the tag division.
I want to end with ICP.
All right, so we'll go to 3LK against the new franchise, which is a relatively short thing. There's only 2 matches. So, third show of the month, February 18th, we get Ron Killings facing Michael Shane.
I like this match. It was decent. I like the finish, actually.
So, beforehand, Shane Douglas is backstage, and he's like, Shane Douglas, he's like, Michael Shane, goddamn, these people both named Shane. Michael Shane, you need to prove your critics wrong. You need to go out there by yourself and beat Ron Killings. And Michael Shane's like, oh.
And he cuts a pretty good, fired up promo about it, though.
He gets into it. Even though he still goes out there with Tracy. He's like, go out there by yourself. But also, Tracy, you go too.
Yeah, because it's a plan.
Indeed. So Michael Shane faces Ron Killings. BG James, this is where he was on commentary making the same joke over and over again. It's like, it's the swine flu. She has swine flu because she kisses people.
And then bird flu.
And SARS. And he mentioned 7 different diseases that Tracy might have.
And then he's like, why isn't she making out with everyone?
He is the worst. He thought calling franchised French fries was the funniest thing in the world.
Okay, listen. I'm not going to say it's funny. But But
Liam Wordplay Respecter returns.
I did chuckle one time when he called him French fries because it was so out of nowhere, and I think he'd already said it, but I was just like, I was like, come on, man! I literally went like and then I was like angry at myself when I did it.
You're laughing at BG's terrible jokes, which he did repeat 4 times.
There's definitely a level of self-loathing that comes into laughing at a BG James joke.
Just a small, healthy dose of existentialism when you laugh at a BG joke.
Like discuss with yourself. Shame, mostly, I think, is what it is. Speaking of Shane,
BG was on commentary. Conan was on the Spanish announce desk, but Franchise jumped him there, which drew BG away.
fucking murders him.
He does try and take him out.
And then I loved like BG just getting up and bolting up there, and I love Ron Killing's facial expression while this is happening.
His boys are abandoning him, Liam.
But he's like, huh? What's going on?
All this, his boys are just brawling around ringside, and he's trying to have this match against Michael Shane.
Yeah.
So all this was a ploy. Tracy gets in the ring. It tries to hit the pie in the sky, but Ron Killings power bombs her. But Shane then dropped toe holds Killings onto Tracy's cast and then super kicks him for the win. Mm-hmm. A nice little finish. The little drop toe hold onto the cast was a neat touch.
Yeah, I like this. I thought it was fun.
And then last show of the month, you had the new franchise facing Tree Life Crew, the Tree LK team of Conan and Ron Killings. The story was like he was so fired up by Shane Douglas's attack that Conan wanted to be the team instead of BG.
Yeah. And then BG, of course, had to hit some brand new material on... Oh, wait, no, it was the same jokes.
It did, unfortunately, inflict BG on us twice in a row in commentary, and he was absolutely terrible.
It really reminds you, like, why you don't like BG James is when he's on commentary.
The fact that he repeated all the same jokes from last week as well, it's like, dude, you ran them into the ground last week.
Like, I don't know why, like, how can you not feel shame?
He should.
Maybe that's just us again. Maybe that's our own our own things, but, I would not be able to do that. I mean, I do. Snakes in the back, Dixie Carter voice.
Those are beloved bits. Those are not going to the same well 4 times in an episode.
Oh, I bet I have.
You're basically BG. You're realizing you are BG.
I'm no better than BG James.
Conan had Shane tapping to the Tequila Sunrise, but then ref...
Tequila Mockingbird.
Tequila Mockingbird Sunrise, and the ref was distracted by his schmalls on the floor. Tracy hit Conan with the cast. Shane followed with a super kick, pick up the win, and then 3LK argued because, again, no team in this company can get along.
Yeah, that's a weird one. The others, whatever, but 3LK should be together.
Yeah, Conan and Killings got into it, and it's just like, why? Why?
There's no need for it.
So that is your franchise against 3LK feud. And then, last of the month, Liam, your favorite every week, the Insane Clown Posse's here.
Yeah, who's going chicken hunting? We're going chicken hunting.
The Juggalos have arrived to face Glenn Gilberti and David Young on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 80, February 4th, first show of the month.
Fuck you.
What?
You called them the Juggalos.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's the ICP.
Are members of the ICP not also Juggalos?
No. The Juggalos are their fans.
So they're above their fans is what you're saying.
Yes.
Wow.
Like everyone.
Disrespect. I'm not above the listeners if you've got to be kidding me. We're all friends.
I am.
We have a shared name.
Yeah, they're remember, everyone who listens is our best friends. If you're listening, you are a real life friend of us and should invest in everything we do, both financially and emotionally.
Parasocial relationship. Parasocial relationship. I was going to try and chant it, but it's not a very chantable word. Parasocial.
Parasocial. Parasocial.
The ICP faced Glenn Gilberti and David Young. Violent J hit a moonsault. Shaggy followed with a leg drop, pick up the win. Good match.
Yeah, they just killed each other.
It does help that they have, like, I don't know, 60 people creating some heat for them. But listen, that's because they're over.
You know what I got to admit? Mm-hmm. Glenn Gilberti and Kid Cash worked as a pretty good tag team in this,
Well, this is the David Young match first.
I was talking about the other one. I got distracted by the parasocial relationships that we have with our fans.
Yeah. The first show of the month.
I mean, our friends.
That we talked about on the watch along, Liam, at tnachat.com, that all our friends can get by subscribing to Patreon.
Yes! Our friends.
But yeah, ICP beat Young and Gilberti. The big twist here is that David Young is scared of clowns.
I mean, who isn't? And if you want to hear a story about me being scared of clowns.
Oh, there is a very good one on the vid. Do you want to tell it again? We'll tell it again.
No, they can get pay for it, my friends.
Nah, tell the clown story.
Okay, so basically when I was very young, there was a circus that was traveling through my local township, and we went there. We went to the circus with my grandmother and my mother, and the whole time the clowns were picking on me, and I don't know why. They targeted me specifically. They popped a balloon in my hand. I remember that was terrifying. They did squirt me in the face with the water, and I ended up crying until we left, okay?
I love the idea the clowns are like, look at this kid, let's bully him.
They did. They kept coming back to me. I remember one, like, even my parents and grandparents, like, admitted, like, they were going after you, but... And I did not have a good time, and I made us leave early, and I cried all the way in the car on the way home.
Do you still hate clowns?
Not really. I hate those clowns. I'd kick their ass if I ever saw them.
What, the Insane Clown Posse?
No, I would be in the Insane Clown Posse. I'm not scared of clowns because I think being scared of clowns is stupid, but as a kid, sure. If you're like over the age of 18 and you're scared of a clown, get over it.
You're just scared of specific clowns.
I'm not scared of them. All right. Not to sound like David Young. I'm not scared of them. I just don't like them.
I just would rather not be around them.
Yeah. But like, do clowns specifically like trigger some sort of thing? I mean, no.
So what you're saying is you want to join the ICP so that you can become a clown.
What do you mean join?
And get revenge on the clowns.
As if I'm not already
You're not an ICP
a
member.
member of the ICP. Whoop
You
whoop.
juggalo, you.
Yeah.
So,
I've got... No.
What were you gonna say?
I don't know. We've hit the fourth hour, sorry.
So Disco and David Young jumped the ICP after the match. Too Tough Tony made the save.
Too Tough Tony.
Later in the show, they cut a promo that was like, listen, they're not like all-time great promos or anything, but it's so wild. It's like when Dusty showed up and you're like, look at this charismatic man. He's actually charismatic.
Yeah. It's like a real person talking.
Yeah, it's the same with the ICP when Violent J is just backstage cutting a promo, and it's like, oh, it's an actual charismatic person.
Well, it's a person who is on a stage for a living.
But like, so are wrestlers, and half of these people are. Even like Glenn Gilberti, who's like...
Yeah, but I think it's different, right? Because when you're a wrestler, you're a part of a show, but like, that's their show, you know?
I don't, like, even Disco is like, I'm a man doing a pro wrestling character, you know?
I don't know. I think a lot of what Disco says is his actual feelings.
But yeah, but on the show as a performer, I feel him as a performer.
Sure.
As opposed to the ICP, it's like, oh no, these are just charismatic human beings. They're not playing they're not doing a promo. They're just doing a promo, you know?
Yeah, so like the difference between me and you.
Ah yes, the forced nature versus the organic, free-flowing version.
You know, preparation and effort versus just going in there and winging it.
There was some chuckling in the locker room circles when Mike Tenay was walking around wearing the ICP tour jacket that was apparently given to him by the rap duo. Tenay wasn't the only person wearing the tour jacket, as several wrestlers were wearing their own, but Tenay must have looked the most out of place.
That rocks.
Even when they were being interviewed by Hudson here, they were like, hey, where's Mike Tenay?
Yeah, they gave a shout out to Mike Tenay immediately.
So, February 18th, you do get the second match. It is the ICP facing Glenn Gilberti and Kid Cash in a Juggalo street fight.
Wasn't there a thing on the show in between?
Was there something on the America's X Cup show? There was one on the show after.
Okay, it was the show after. Sorry.
Where you had the Violent J and Shaggy Two Dope weren't there, but there were other ICP people.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, you had ICP against Cash and Gilberti. Again, another real fun match.
Yeah, this is the match I liked a lot out of these two. Yeah, they just did some crazy shit. I liked the Glenn Gilberti Kid Cash team a lot. I thought they were pretty good together. And they just, like, they look like they're having a blast out there too.
Yeah. Don West on commentary mentioning that a street fight works in their advantage of the Juggalos because that's what they write about in their music, Liam. They write about the streets.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, I'm sure that is true. I say they were having fun. Kid Cash was not having fun.
Yeah, Kid Cash was in pain following his match with the ICP. Cash injured his foot during the match and was having a difficult time hearing out of one of his ears because of a slap he took from either the ICP or the referee. Cash was said to be upset with the ICP for performing a spot he specifically told them not to. According to one wrestler, Cash let ICP know he was upset by getting rough with them during the match.
Kid Cash is a dude who I think is like probably way scrappier than you give him credit.
Oh, it's classic small man complex.
Yeah. But, like, I bet he actually hits hard if he wants to, too.
Oh, yeah, this dude is used to fighting because he's a classic small man complex.
Yeah, Kid Cash rules.
TNA officials are said to be upset that most of the Juggalos show up and chant for ICP during other matches and angles, and then leave after the duo works their match.
Put him on in the main event.
Yeah, you're getting worked by the ICP. But yeah, this was a good match. Juggalos were running wild. Young brought a chair to ringside. Shaggy kicked the chair into Cash. Too Tough Tony brawled with Young, and then Shaggy scored a pin on a roll-up, and then a fast count from the referee because Kid Cash started getting stuck into Mike Posey.
Yeah, I like everyone hates Kid Cash.
All the referees. It's very unprofessional, though. He should be fired.
Everybody hates Kid. So there was an earlier segment on this that I really liked too, where it was like, David Young, I'm scared of clowns. And he's like, oh, you're still scared of clowns? Come on. And then Cash is just like, I'll do it. I'll fight him. I'm not scared.
I love the idea that Glenn Gilberti is aghast that one match has not overcome David Young's fear of clowns.
Yeah.
You should wrestle a clown, Liam. You should get revenge.
Oh, there you go. That's on another match added to our forever card once our best friends start giving us more money.
I appreciate that I've teed you up saying you and clown multiple times and you haven't turned the clown back on me, because you could have easily said, oh yeah, I'll wrestle you there, and I appreciate that you didn't. Thank you.
Fourth hour. Don't have the wit.
And then last show of the month, the ICP aren't there, but Too Tough Tony and Rudy Hill are.
I liked all the shout outs they gave. There's one guy that I love from the ICP. I gotta find his name.
Wow, don't have the ICP knowledge off the top of your head. What a fake juggalo you are.
No, I know the words, just not the order that they're in. Blaze your dead homie.
Blaze what?
Blaze your dead homie is my favorite member.
Okay. Did he get a shout out here?
He did get a shout out here. He was working with Twisted, Violent J, Shaggy 2 Dope in the Detroit booth, working on Twisted's album, I believe.
Lotus Studios.
Yeah, Lotus Studios. But shout out to Blaze your dead homie.
There you go. So they came out after the Simon Diamond Johnny Swinger match, and they tried to make the save for Simon Diamond, but got laid out.
Yeah.
Black shirts made the save, ultimately.
Love the black shirt security.
Just show up to break up fights.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's all the topics for the month. So yeah, let's go show by show, starting with NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 80, February 4th. The show we did for the watch-along, so you can head to tnachat.com and listen to the watch-along of that show right now. Any other notes from the show?
We have the note from Dustin Rhodes, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, I meant to mention that, because talk about be careful what you wish for.
Yep.
Keep this one in mind until
Black Ray.
2007 TNA. Dustin Rhodes has been telling friends that he doesn't like playing the redneck Texas Lone Star gimmick and would prefer that TNA help him create another character more along the lines of Goldust. While in WCW, a character named Platinum was created for Rhodes, but it was scrapped due to a problem with standards and practices. Whether the actual name was copyrighted by WCW before it was scrapped is unclear, because then WWE would own it. But there's a chance that TNA officials who helped create the gimmick for WCW will help bring it back for TNA.
Black Rain.
I wonder, is that like the genesis of the Black Rain character?
I think it's all the same idea.
Well, like Black Rain was more like, I am a schizophrenic character. Black Rain's my like evil dark side who carries a scythe and a rat.
Yeah, he's the bad part in my brain.
So I can imagine why standards and practices would be like, no.
Nah. I think Platinum was probably just Goldust.
Yeah. So, there, poor Dustin. We forgot to mention Cash landed on his head in that match against Sonny Siaki.
Yeah. Cash had a rough month.
Also, during the sit-down with Simon Diamond, Donnie Swinger, and Mike Tenay, Simon Diamond was like, you, Mike Tenay, Wrestling Observer Announcer of the Year.
Yeah, there's a few of those things, actually. We got some awards later on as well.
Oh, yeah, because Bill Apter was there. He awarded AMW Tag Team of the Year, and he awarded TNA as Most Innovative Promotion.
No, it was most innovative 2 hours on television.
It's a very specific category.
I like that the award they gave him was basically the X Division title.
Oh, yeah, because it was a little plaque that was made by, like, the belt designer.
But it looked exactly like the X Division, the good X Division title.
Kevin Northcutt hit AJ with a Made in Japan.
Yes, Kevin Northcutt, again, continues to be the best wrestler of all time.
And again, going back to 2004 TNA in February, Shingo's sitting there watching it. It's like, Made in Japan.
Well, we were debating whether or not who did it first.
Yeah, I don't know Shingo's career well enough to know when he started doing Made in Japan. So maybe he stole it from Kevin Northcutt.
God, if only we knew some Dragon Gate experts.
You, aren't you supposed to be a Dragon Gate expert?
No, I Gleat.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, coming soon to Gleat, Shingo Takagi, though.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 81, February 11th, the America's X Cup show.
No, just that, like, you know, these shows that are one consistent idea are the best shows.
Because they have a theme, and they're good. And there's lots of good wrestling, which always helps.
There seems to be an idea that people don't seem to think Hoovy will be coming back after, because he didn't apologize to Jerry.
Yeah, but he does. He ends up leaving TNA because I think he leaves AAA as opposed to anything else. So he's no longer part of the working agreement. Which is a shame, because he rules. Terry Funk ended his promo on the show with the line, I promise you that we are going to do some ass kicking.
Thank God.
There was also, TNA got real mad at a rope break in the main event.
Yeah. I like a stickler for the rules, Mike, today.
Because Hoovy had Jerry Lynn in a submission. It was the last two as well. And Jerry Lynn reached the ropes, but Hoovy pulled him back. But Mike Tenay is like, he reached the ropes. That should be a rope break. He was real mad. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 82, February 18, 2004.
What a show.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I did like it, actually.
There was very little bad. I said very little bad this month. A lot of stuff, like there's some stuff that's like El Leon and Dustin Rhodes against the Red Shirts is fine. But
that's about it, yeah.
The worst you get this month is fine, which I think is an improvement on recent months.
I think that's it. I like this show. I wanted to give another shout out to Scott Hudson, who I thought was pretty good in commentary. Except when he was really mean to Simon Diamond.
And then last show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 83, February 25th.
Things and stuff and things and no.
I liked Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger doing the classic, they play the music once and then both of them walk out.
Yeah, FTR.
Don West, during the Gathering against Sabu and Raven match.
I can't believe you stepped over another instance of the influence of this month.
Oh, sorry, yes. The FTR stole the entrance coming out from Diamond and Swinger here in February 2004.
Really gonna end this YouTube video off with a whimper, aren't you?
Wow, oh my god, they stole it! Wah!
Remember to subscribe.
Don West, during the Gathering against Sabu and Raven match, said the line as CM Punk was doing the face wash. In Middle Eastern countries, that's the biggest insult you could give to somebody.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure, Don, that's an insult anywhere.
Yeah, shoving your foot in their face.
Yeah.
I don't think there's many cultures in which that's like hello.
Yeah, if you're listening and it is your local culture that rubbing your foot off of somebody's face in an aggressive and violent fashion is in fact a sign of respect, please let us know.
I want to live there. I want to kick people in the heads and be like, I respect you so much.
I respect you, Booker Man.
I'm sorry, I love you, Superkick actually really resonated in some countries.
AJ's promos are still terrible.
Yeah, but it's in a charming way now. At least he isn't dropping horrible slurs.
He does one with Hudson about the Abyss match, and he's trying to explain like the rules, and he's trying to like explain why he cares, and it's terrible. It's only like it's less than a minute, and it's still terrible. It's
crazy how like just reps will get you there. Huh?
Like he was one of the ones, that there's the adage you have to learn to play a character before you learn to play your character. And I think that was very true of AJ. It was the Christian Coalition thing that really brought him out of his shell and allowed him to actually cut real good promos.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got.
That is all we have.
That is February 2004 in TNA.
The most influential month in pro wrestling history.
Never has more been stolen from than this month of TNA. Well done, TNA. You're great.
I don't want to... Can't give him that.
It's like, whoa, reel it back.
Yeah, come on. Let's not say things were great.
We'll be back in 2 weeks with the March 2004 episode. The only thing I think has been announced for that month is that Harris and Jarrett title match, so you can look forward to that.
And the second American X
America's X Cup, but you get there in the end.
All right, you're one to talk.
Listen, leave me alone.
What is Rudy Charles doing again?
Doing my best here, man. Just having a breakdown mid-podcast, it's fine.
You have to leave it in now because we've brought it into the end.
It's classic. I was talking to Dave on Link to the Cast at one stage, my other podcast, and we were always of Days of
Oh, we get it. You have other podcasts.
I was actually going to pivot into plugging Days of Thunder, which is also on the Voices Wrestling Podcasting Network covering Thunder. They also had like a meltdown on their recent episode. They just lost their minds at Thunder. But Dave once mentioned how whenever there's something he thinks somebody wants to cut out, he'll call back to it as much as he can to make it impossible to cut out.
I've definitely done that myself a few times.
Just out of pure petty spite, and I respect it. So yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks with March 2004. On Patreon right now, our watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 80, tnachad.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. As mentioned, our Randy Savage Be a Man review is up there. Rain Takers, the next episode will be up there this week, as well as the draft we did, as well as all the usual stuff, Ring King, Monday War Games, all there waiting for you now. Patreon.com/kiddingme, tnachad.com if you'd like to support the show. Follow us on Twitter, which lots of people did recently, at TNA History Pod.
One more bragging,
Yeah, look at our numbers. They're going up. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muta. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
And remember, only our best friends go to tnachad.com and give us the most amount of money possible.
You're my best
Our
friend
best-
in the whole
best
wide
friends.
world. That's a TNA reference. It's a Joe Hendry song from 2018.
I don't remember that reference. Do the damn thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo! Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
Our house, Jerry.
Straight up, G.
Somebody please explain to me how we are giving credibility to Glenn Gilbert.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 22. We are a TNA history podcast that goes through a month of TNA history in every single episode. This episode, we're talking about March 2004. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, hey.
Hey, this month has been cursed.
Why is it cursed, Liam? Tell me.
Because this is like the third week of trying to record this.
Yeah, you had college stuff.
Then I got sick, and then you got sick. Then I got sick again, but I'm just going to do it anyway.
Yeah, we've reached the stage where we just have to do it. We just have to sit down and record our wonderful episode about March 2004.
Although, we could have just skipped the month, and it could have been like the long lost podcast. And then we could put it on the Patreon later on for our best friends who pay us the most amount of money to listen to.
Yeah, it's a good strategy where we create lore around March 2004. It's the lost month, it's the forgotten month, it's the month you don't know what happened. And then when we become monstrously successful, that's when we unleash it.
Yeah, and then we'll post that up to tnachad.com, the Patreon service that you can go subscribe to right now. Actually, no, let's record this now, right? And then, like, we'll make a tweet like, oh, no, we lost the podcast. Oh, we're just going to have to skip it. And then, yeah, once we hit, like, a certain number of patrons, just to really get it in there, we'll make that the highest tier.
And then pretend we just found it.
Yeah, we're like, oh, we recovered it. We ran it through a program, and it works now.
Magic audio editing services that did not exist when we recorded the episode but have since existed, and then we fixed the episode so
There
we can
was a
release it.
backup on our hard drive that we never found.
Which there is. We do record a backup of every episode to try and avoid losing anything.
Giving away the whole fucking barnyard.
Yeah, speaking of Patreon, I started listening to a podcast this week, and I just looked at their Patreon, and they make $70,000 a month.
So, just almost as much as us.
Yeah, just like we're nibbling at their heels. We're getting there. But it was like 70 grand a month.
Yeah, but, I mean, like, then you, like, that's what blew me away about the Cumtown numbers. The first time I went and looked at their Patreon, and it's like 250 grand a month.
So much money.
You're just like, god damn. I mean, like, if you can get to that level, I'm not gonna fight you on it, but like, whew, that is the most, like, 2021 thing. I'm not even gonna give it the 2022 moniker. That's like a 2021 thing right there. Mm-hmm. When did podcasting, like, blow up? Because I feel like we're on the downswing now.
We're still probably in the growth period, but it was like, I don't know, 2014, 2015 when people, like, when podcasting just became a thing anybody can do. Maybe a little earlier, but yeah, like the turn of the decade, 2010, was when, like, everyone realized I have a microphone, I can record my voice and put it on the internet just like everyone can make a YouTube video.
I would disagree in that I think that era was dominated by procedural stuff, where it was like, these are essentially like not radio plays, but like, it's the murder mystery stuff. And then I think the dawn of everyone getting their own podcast was like more 2014, 2015, where everyone's just like, oh, I can go buy a mic and it can be my thing.
It can be my personality to have multiple podcasts.
Yeah. And then some lunatics could have like 3-4 podcasts.
Some people talk into a microphone far more than anybody ever wants them to. Listen, I am a white dude. It is long established our only personality trait is having podcasts at this stage.
It's a very interesting thing when people like bring it up, and I'm like, yeah, it's me.
Podcast boy.
Yeah. I mean, it becomes a level where it's like, as soon as you can justify it in some financial manner, you feel a little less guilty about being a podcast guy.
So, we actually have 49 patrons, and they're really nice, cool people who give us money every month. Thank you.
They're our best friends, whom we love.
It's not just, recording into the void, which I've done far too much of in my life.
But that's how you got to do it, though. I mean, we were very fortunate that I was very fortunate that I could cachet off your Twitter fame to just jump in straight away. And we got on a network through that Twitter fame.
And have a, I think, modestly successful podcast at this stage.
Yeah. We haven't broken into the Brandon Thurston Wrestling Patreon list yet. That's the end goal.
Though I was looking at that list. When you look at the percentages, we are in like the top 25% of wrestling Patreons.
Eat shit. I don't know. Fightful.
No, they make a lot more money than we do.
I don't know if that's true.
We should set up much larger tiers to make up that difference.
Yeah, just if you're really rich and you like the show.
Voices of Wrestling / donate. There is a donate button that you can give us Fightful money. You probably shouldn't.
If you're a billionaire and you love this show, feel free to slide a couple cold million.
And also fund us launching Wrestle 2.
Tony Khan, I know you're listening, all right? I know you pay attention. Please, Wrestle 2. I can make it work this time.
He clearly tunes into this show to farm all his ideas for AEW TV, and that's why you see the long-reaching influence of NWA-TNA.
I mean, can you blame him, though?
There's a lot of great ideas.
Especially this month. Have you seen the new franchise breakup? That story's tremendous.
That's basically the Wardlow story. He's stolen it straight from the new franchise.
And that was Abyss and Kid Cash.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on, get our bits together. But yeah, I don't know. I assume some very rich, maybe some big NFT personalities listening, and they can sponsor us. But we only take the real money though. Like, if you can cash it in some way, then send us real money, we'll take it.
No. Also, NFT people are just broke now, so they don't even have money anymore.
Okay, well, Garrett doesn't speak for me or for the podcast. Please, I will still take it. You can send it directly to me. You don't have to even go through Garrett if you don't want to. I'll be the sole owner of Wrestle 2.
So anything else going on in your life? I obsessively played a lot of Vampire Survivors this week.
It made me check out the game, and I was like, this has to be fun, because visually I don't give a shit about this.
Oh, it's the classic 2D pixel arty thing that you're like, no, I'm a modern gamer.
I just don't really like pixel art in general, unless it's something like, what's that JRPG?
Octopath Traveler.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Mind Reader. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I emerged from a haze on Sunday night, having played it for like 6 hours and played it for like 10 hours that day. And it was one of those things where it was 3:30 in the morning, and I was legitimately like, how is it 3:30 in the morning? Like, I looked at messages on my phone that I hadn't replied to that were like 4 hours old.
Yeah, that's always the good sign when you have those messages from that long ago and you're like, wow, okay, I was really into whatever I was doing.
I just got lost in this thing, and I was just gone from the world for 6 hours. And when I emerged, I had like a headache the next day, and I clearly overexposed myself to screens, and I didn't get enough fresh air, and I just felt ill. I literally played video games till I was ill, and I am a crumbling old man who can't do that anymore.
I remember I definitely had that experience with Fallout one time, where I started a new Fallout game and completed that Fallout run in the same session, and I looked at my phone and I was like, wow, it's like 4 a.m.
Because like I did a little of that with Elden Ring this year, and I didn't suffer any physical repercussions of it, but maybe literally sitting there for 6 hours and losing time is a sign that your brain is like, no, please give me something other than this video game.
You know, I think I had a bit of that because I finally caught up on this season of Critical Role, and that was like 12 hours straight of me just watching a single screen and not moving. And then I was like, oh, I don't feel great.
Maybe we're just not looking after our bodies, Leah.
I don't know about that. I think it has to be some sort of external force. Perhaps God blighting us.
Well, that is basically the story of Everything Everywhere All at Once, so.
Don't spoil movies for me.
That movie is great. Go see that movie.
Also, it's not in theaters anymore. I was going to go see it, but it's gone.
Oh, you've been screwed over.
Yeah, I was literally, like, the day I was going to go see it, I checked and I was like, oh, it's not out. It was out in, like, cinemas that were all the way in the city, and I was like, I can't spend an hour and a half going into the city.
It is, like, the best movie this year. Everybody should go see it. So that brings us to March 2004.
Yeah.
I liked this month. Because we'll talk about the reasons I liked this month, but I think the main one is that they know they're getting on TV soon and seem to be actively, consciously building out the parts of the product that were underdeveloped, and you can kind of feel that this month.
I don't like the first half of this month, but the second half I really liked. My big thing with, like, towards the end of this month that I really liked was it felt like we were getting all the stars on TV. Like, we had AJ, we had Ron Killings getting pushed, we had Raven back in there, Abyss, Sting, Jarrett. And, like, Jarrett was kind of, like, in a really good role, too, because he wasn't, like, overused either.
Because he was barely on the show for the back half of the month.
But I thought he was good whenever he was. They did that video package of him in Mexico, and they had like the post video package promo that he did from a gym. And I thought he was awesome in that promo. Selling as like this vet who's been there, done that, and he like isn't going to let all these punks come up and get him. I thought that was a really good promo from him. And I really liked him towards the end of the month too. The tag tournament I thought was really great. Yeah, I liked that. You can tell when TNA is good by how good the mid card is, because sometimes when TNA is really bad, the mid card is like some of the worst wrestling you'll ever experience. Not because the wrestling's bad, but because it's so dull.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah, it's just a drag through the whole thing. But like this one, with like, it's funny, I was really going to give them credit on the last month. I was like, man, they have trimmed the fat completely on this show. I was like, it's all stars doing star stuff. And then like it got around to the tag.
Apollo and Siaki and Diamond and Young and all these people thrown in the same match.
And like, if you take Douglas and Shane out of that, because I actually think they've been really good this month, you'd have my problem with the show.
Thank you for finally accepting that David Young is bad.
I like his character, but like I just don't care about anything else. I'm sick of Siaki. I like Simon Diamond, but like he should be the bare minimum of these guys. Douglas and Shane have been great. Gilberti and Young, I'm over. D'Lo, I'm over. Apollo, never want him on this show. I don't know why he's here. Like why we're still trying the Apollo thing. But yeah, it's just if these guys were like picked and used better, and some of them were gone, TNA would be firing on all cylinders right now, and I would love it because I was looking at it, I was like, man, Sabu's doing mid card stuff, and it's great. Like the mid card's like actually been built up. The Monty Brown stuff is really cool at the moment. I liked the tag division in the tag tournament. I thought bringing back Slash and Sin was great. Bringing back Key and Daniels was really cool. Dallas is getting introduced. You know what, Garrett? I like the Naturals.
Well, they had good matches. See, they put them in there with good teams and allowed them to have good matches, and suddenly you're like, hey, they're good wrestlers.
They brought back Amazing Red, obviously. Frankie Kazarian got back to, and it felt like they're really like amping things up. And of course, the biggest story of the month is, by the end of this month, I'm like, damn, this Chris Harris elevation feels like it's actually achieved something. This dude feels great. Like he was cutting that like that fiery like white meat babyface promo backstage with when Storm had been like on suspension for the week, and I was like, damn, yeah, this guy feels like a guy too. It feels like we have a more defined main event scene in TNA for the first time, because it feels like Abyss is there, it feels like AJ's there, it feels like Raven's there, it feels like Ron Killings is there, it feels like Chris Harris there, and it feels like Jeff Jarrett's there.
Yeah, I think that's kind of true of all the divisions. That's what I mean by like they're filling out the underdeveloped parts of the show. So they do have, as you said, a defined main event scene for the first time with multiple challengers. It's not just, Disco and Raven this month. It's not just nobody for long periods. The whole story of this month is like number one contenders wars. There's this whole battle to become number one contender between, as you mentioned, Styles, Abyss, Raven, Harris, Killings, and Jarrett being champion. And through the whole month, those people are jockeying and battling to become number one contenders, which makes the title feel important because there's a lot of people that want it. And then they bring back a lot of people in the X division. They bring back Kazarian, they bring back Amazing Red, they refocus it on like being in the main event spot. Obviously Chris Sabin gets injured, which is unfortunate this month.
We really forgot to mention too is, the X Cup is in there this whole time too, which is a great like mid-card story too.
There's a bunch of X Cup stuff that run through all these shows, and it's a consistent story through these shows. They don't just make it a thing that pops up once a month. They actually make it a thing that runs through the shows. And you get the tag division where they I think consciously realize we've neglected the tag division for a while with the AJ Styles and Abyss stuff. Lex Luger was probably meant to win the tag titles this month, but he wanted too much money. So they're like, all right, we need to rebuild that division as well. You have the teams you don't like, as you mentioned, but they did bring back Slash and Sin for a while. They did bring back Triple X for a while.
You know what it is too? I can handle BG James and Conan if Ron Killings is getting pushed. When he's lumped in with them, it feels like a waste. But I don't mind them as like a mid-card tag act if you also have Ron Killings being pushed as a guy.
Yeah. So they have fleshed out all of these divisions to be actual divisions. There's now depth in all three divisions this month. Whether that sustains, we'll see. But like there is a lot, like when you have Sabu and Monty feuding, Monty returns, by the way, we'll talk about that. But when you have those two feuding, And that's like below the 6 people that the main event scene rotates around. That gives you depth. That's like, oh, right, you have Styles Killings, Abyss, Raven, and Harris all feuding for number contendership. But then even below that, you have Monty and Sabu in a heavyweight feud as well. So there's just depth everywhere. And I do think like that's a conscious thing. It's like, we're getting on TV soon, which they are. They know that at this stage. We need depth. We need like compelling divisions.
It definitely feels like there has been an effort to round out the show better. And I think that's a big sign, and mentioning that, like, the Monty Sabu feud, which doesn't feel like it's like a big thing, but it's actually quite a big deal for this company, because normally whenever there's a feud between 2 heavyweight guys, it always just ends up becoming a part of a Jarrett thing or a part of a Russo thing. Like, they never actually get to be their own thing for very long. So having just a Monty angle, which started as, part of the New York connection stuff, but it's like, whatever. Now he's kind of spread off into his own thing. That's more of just a way to reintroduce him. I think that's a really cool touch, and just having something like that really shows that level of depth.
So before we get into this talking about the shows proper, let's talk about the news. And the first news story we have to talk about is we have to talk about Rob Feinstein on the show, Liam.
Well, we knew it was going to happen eventually.
Yep. So in case you don't know the story, Rob Feinstein...
You know what's crazy? Like, just before we jump in, there's like a whole group of people who don't know this kind of stuff.
Yeah, because this is 20 years ago now. Well, it's 18, but like it's the bones of 20 years ago now. It's ancient history to a large number of wrestling fans.
It's kind of mind-blowing that we're reaching that stage where it's like these things that were like the pamphlet day one, hey, you want to get introduced into like the wrestling world beyond WWE? These are the crazy stories that you need to know. And I think we saw a bit of that with the Punk Teddy Hart stuff, and it's like people didn't even know about that. So now we have this here, and it's like, wow, there's gonna be people here who are hearing about the RF video thing for the first time.
This feels like a thing that there probably should be an episode of Dark Side about, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably, because it's the dissolution of company relationships on everything as well. So it's like there's layers on layers on layers for it.
So you might be asking, well, this is a Ring of Honor story. How does it affect TNA? We'll get to that in a minute. But Rob Feinstein was the money behind RF Video and, by extension, Ring of Honor, and Ring of Honor in general. He owned Ring of Honor. He was part owner of Ring of Honor.
On-screen character.
Well, yes, that too. And he was caught in a sting by NBC-10, which is a network affiliate, and perverted-justice.com. They came together to conduct a sting, which they regularly do, apparently. It's a thing that the pervertedjustice.com do.
Well, wasn't Perverted Justice the one that was linked up with How to Catch a Predator too? I always remember Chris Hansen shouting them out.
Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was they were linked up at one point.
So they conducted a sting which Rob Feinstein thoroughly fell into, or that he thought he was talking to a 14-year-old boy. There was even, like, when he asked that 14-year-old his age, he's like, I'll pretend you said 18 and you just want to die inside.
Well, that's the classic line. If you were getting into pro wrestling in like any sort of forum age, you heard that line echoed, quoted over everything for years.
So when that became public, when that came to light, there was a huge scandal in Ring of Honor. I'd imagine Through the Years has covered this already, right?
I haven't gotten to it, but yeah, they will have.
So I'd say if you want in-depth coverage of the Ring of Honor side of this, I'd say go listen to Through the Years, whichever day. That's probably the place to talk about the Ring of Honor side of this, but like everybody was furious. A bunch of people pulled out of Ring of Honor, like Bobby Heenan pulled out of bookings, Abyss pulled out of bookings, Low-Ki pulled out of bookings.
Low-Ki was the real famous one for it too.
Because like he's the Ring of Honor star. Abyss had only done a couple dates. Bobby Heenan was only coming in to do one show, but like Low-Ki's the Ring of Honor guy, and he's like, no, I want nothing to do with this.
Respectable.
And like there was a big concern that they'd lose AJ, both because of TNA and both obviously because AJ is a very religious man. But some of the Ring of Honor people rallied around. The likes of Joe and Daniels and Punk were like, no, we'll keep this in place. Rob is gone from Ring of Honor. And that was the big thing, whether or not Rob Feinstein was actually gone from Ring of Honor or pro wrestling gone from Ring of Honor.
So you ever wonder about the similarities between TNA and ROH? Is this person actually gone from the company, or is it pro wrestling gone from the company?
Dave in The Observer goes through like the history of people being gone but not gone from pro wrestling, that there's scandals where they just lay low, and he doesn't even include the TNA one where Vince Russo fake worked for TNA for 6 months.
Which was like, 6 months ago.
So they said Rob Feinstein was out. They said he has nothing to do with Ring of Honor anymore. They said that, you know, no money goes toward him at the end of the day. They were trying to save the company, essentially. And this is where TNA come into it. Because TNA don't have a ton of wrestlers crossing over with Ring of Honor these days. They only have really a handful. There's Styles, there's Daniels, there's Red, who had just returned. Chris Sabin was injured, so he was off the table. Punk was the other big guy, but he was off because of the Teddy Hart fight. And then like a couple of other people like Abyss. So there's not like a huge crossover between the rosters right now in this moment of history. But TNA started pressuring AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels not to take any more future ROH dates. There were reports that said they used the reason they were afraid it would botch up their Fox Sports Net deal. So they were afraid, like, when people Google AJ Styles, when you're with Fox Sports or with any potential television partner, when you Google AJ Styles, you'll see Ring of Honor, you'll see Rob Feinstein and a pedophilia scandal. And all of a sudden, people might not want to do business either with pro wrestling in general or TNA in particular. So it's not entirely unfounded that TNA would be like, listen, we don't want anything to do with this.
I mean, what can you expect?
Yeah.
It's not like a Ring of Honor and TNA had the most loving relationship themselves at times. You know, they've got quite cold and frosty on each other, just with booking stuff and, you know, the bidding war for Raven's hair. So I'm sure it's like, they both were like, we don't mind working each other. We can see the benefits of it. But, like, if we're trying to move to that next level, we don't need to be associated with a scandal like this.
And, like, even WWE was the same. They suggested that Jim Cornette stay away from Ring of Honor. But, yeah, as you mentioned, like, TNA had the thing where when TNA signed a bunch of people to deals, they were like, you have to start using their TNA characters, which didn't actually happen. But it's one of those just stupid demands that probably just, you know, coldened relationships between the two companies again.
Yeah, there's definitely bits and pieces like that, but that's what's going to happen when you have companies sort of both rising at the same time.
So when Jeff Jarrett suggested they work there and ultimately like issued an ultimatum that he doesn't want any more TNA people working for Ring of Honor, Ring of Honor booker Gabe Sapolsky flew to Nashville to talk through some issues with TNA officials. TNA officials had been asking wrestlers who worked for them as well as Ring of Honor to start turning down ROH bookings, primarily because TNA feared Fox Sports now wouldn't be pleased if TNA wrestlers were associated with ROH and the Rob Feinstein scandal. TNA officials wanted written proof that Feinstein was no longer associated with the company in any way, so that if the issue was brought up by FSN, they could provide evidence that they took steps to be sure Feinstein wasn't associated with Ring of Honor anymore. Sapolsky discussed the matter with Jeff Jarrett and Bob Ryder. All indicators are that an agreement was reached, we'll talk about that more next month, to allow wrestlers to continue working for both Ring of Honor and TNA, and TNA feeling satisfied that ROH is no longer associated with Feinstein. So that's the big TNA tie-in here, that TNA were afraid that the Feinstein stuff would potentially cost them their TV deal.
Not an unreasonable worry, I don't think. It's a nice little instance here of TNA seeming somewhat smart, where they're like, hey, can we get this in writing, please?
Yes.
Just so we have a little something on the back, like, because, you know, they could have just brother handshaked it, whatever. But, like, that seems some actual foresight from TNA there to be like, we want this written.
So that if it does in fact come out that Rob Feinstein is still involved in some capacity in Ring of Honor, which I believe he is, he still stayed, even at the time he was like, oh, I'm pulling out of RF Video as well, and that didn't end up being final, did it?
No.
So...
He's still there now, I think.
Yeah, I think he is. So TNA were not entirely unfounded in being like, give us written, demonstrable proof that we have recourse over.
We've been to the courts, alright? We know how this works.
We've been sued at least 4 times in our 2 years of existence already, thank you very much.
We know how to be on the other end, okay?
There was the logo thing, there was the fraud thing, so...
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll talk more about the relationship between TNA and Ring of Honor probably next month, but it's pretty icy at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Management believes with the new schedule of 3 live and 1 pre-taped show per month, the company can save money on production yet still do solid buy rates if the pre-taped America's X Cup matches create enough of a buzz. Although most wrestlers say they understand that the company is simply trying to save money, some are upset over missing out on the 4th payday. Contractually, TNA wrestlers are only guaranteed 26 dates per year, so management is well within their legal rights.
They should go work for Ring...
They should go supplement their deals with other... Oh, no. The funny thing here is that while, yes, they are cutting back on the number of shows they do per month early in the year, they dramatically ramp it up starting from June, where they record live the pay-per-view on Wednesdays and then tape Impact on Thursdays every week. So they go
I know it.
They go from taping 3 times a month to taping 8 times a month all of a sudden. Liam is so excited for that period from June to September where we will have 4 Impacts and 4 pay-per-views to cover per episode of this show.
TNAchad.com.
On the bright side, when we get through that, it's only 4 Impacts per month. It actually becomes dramatically less.
That is the dream. That's what. Once we get to the regular schedule, it'll be nice. Gotta earn it though.
You gotta suffer through 10 hours of pay-per-views in a month.
Jesus Christ.
Vince Russo is slowly but surely working his way back into the booking crew. Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantell are still in charge of the shows, but Russo has been submitting a number of ideas. Some wrestlers believe the last 2 episodes have had Russo's fingerprints all over them.
Ooh. You mean the good episodes?
Even some wrestlers who were against the idea of Russo booking the company 6 months ago are now behind the idea of bringing him back if it means Jarrett and Mantell won't be writing the shows.
Well, I think we've always said, to be fair to Russo, that good ideas, man, that just needs to be reined in. Ooh, and an alarm.
Yeah.
That is the we are praising Vince Russo alarm. That is a staple of the podcast. It goes off every time we talk pleasurably about one Vincent Russo.
It's just like, you sure? You sure you want to talk positively about Vince Russo?
But yeah, you know, we've said that from the start, right? It's like he needs someone to rein him in and control him. He can't be the head guy.
Yeah, we've also he's a great guy in the room, and he's great for filling out undercards with stories, but he is not the guy you want determining your overall direction because he gives into his worst impulses and he hates pro wrestling. So he will derail everything you do if he is the guy, but he will contribute good ideas if he is a guy. Problem being, he is physically incapable as a human being of being a guy rather than the guy, and will slowly over time sabotage you.
Yeah, he's on that grind set.
Glenn Gilberti and Scott D'Amore have been removed from the booking team in recent weeks. The main creative team members these days are Jeff Jarrett, Dutch Mantell, and Vince Russo. Bob Ryder and JB also sit in on meetings from time to time. Although some sources believe Russo is writing the shows again, they do not believe he has that much power. Jarrett has final say on all booking matters, and still seems to defer more to Mantell than Russo. Though apparently the structure is back to the Russo writes the show and then Jarrett and Mantell change it. So it is like Russo's base that Jarrett and Mantell are tweaking again.
Again, I don't think that's necessarily bad.
They're like, bad idea, bad idea, good idea, bad idea, good, 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 bad. This is what we're doing.
I think also now having the restriction of working towards television is going to be a benefit there too, because it's like there's a lot of things that we got away with on pay-per-view that we can't necessarily get away with doing TV.
Yeah, and that is like a direct edict from Fox Sports Net that they want any blood, they don't want any sex, they don't want any excessive violence, they don't want any swearing, they don't want any like risque stuff.
What they're saying is we would like a wrestling show, please.
Yeah, so they just go back to produce a professional wrestling show that's clean and easy to put on television without fearing we'll get kicked off TV. Several wrestlers and even members of The Office have been lashing out against CM Punk following his fight with Teddy Hart.
Oh man, he's gone. Just let my man live.
He is backstage at one of the shows this month, so there's chances that he will come back, but then the fine-scene stuff happens, which firmly puts the nail in the coffin of CM Punk's career in TNA.
Of his career, he's done. This guy's over.
One wrestler took offense at Punk supposedly telling other wrestlers at indie shows that he won the fight with Hart. If he kicked Teddy's ass so bad, why was Teddy dancing in the street while Punk was wiping blood off his face? Asked the wrestler. Meanwhile, TNA wrestlers and Office members are taking offense to Punk complaining to others that he wasn't given a chance to get over. Another quote from a wrestler, "That's just stupid. Punk and Julio were given 5 or 6 wins in a row. They didn't catch on because they didn't look like stars." So a lot of TNA wrestlers bitter at Punk.
I don't know if that's necessarily true, but
I don't know. I think this particular era of Punk not being well liked is not that like far out.
That's not the bit I'm humming and hawing about. I'm humming and hawing about the like they couldn't catch on because they're not stars thing.
Well, you see, Liam, they had a bunch of 5-minute television matches every week that they did win.
That's how it works.
And they somehow didn't get over.
I like this line that says, just because he's drug-free, that doesn't preclude him from going to the gym.
Wrestlers are such bitches.
Punk is again showing his arrogance and how clueless he is by going on the net and burying the company that gave him national exposure and a weekly paycheck. It shows how stupid he is to want to put all of his eggs in the basket of Ring of Honor.
Didn't work out for him. What a dumbass.
Yeah, no, that ROH run, that didn't do nothing for him.
I would love to know who told PW Torch this. Who's the wrestler that's
Glenn
the source
Gilberti.
here? He probably is Disco.
It reads like Disco. Can you imagine his voice saying literally that exact line?
His whole gimmick is that he's drug-free and doesn't do steroids.
His shoulders are going up every time he says it.
Yeah, Disco's hard to do an impression of.
It shows how stupid he is.
Because, like, there's a little New York, but not enough New York to make it
Yeah.
New York.
And also, like, he's kind of neurotic because he repeats a lot of stuff over and over again. He'd be like, it shows.
We have to work on our Disco. Sabu was backstage at a recent Ring of Honor show this weekend. He was invited to the show by Teddy Hart to serve as backup in case Hart encountered more problems with CM Punk or his other Ring of Honor enemies.
That reminds me of that one, like, AEW segment that was advertised as Eddie Kingston addresses his enemies.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, Sabu, you want to come to Ring of Honor so you can break up fights that I'm in again?
Sabu, that's just been his role on TV and off it, apparently.
Yeah, there's a fight between AJ and Raven backstage that Sabu is just like, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah. Sabu's a great friend to this month.
RH officials had no idea Sabu was going to be at the show. They invited him to work a match, but he declined.
Like, how much are you going to pay me? They should have. I like to imagine they would do it for like, yeah, man, do you want to go there work the opening scramble? You know, we're not going to pay you. Yeah, just go there do it for exposure, you know, because you're here. Do you want to go wrestle? He's like, no.
You're Sabu. You need the exposure. No one knows who Sabu is.
Yeah.
More like Sabu, am I right?
EC, what? I don't know.
More like EC double who, am I right?
Very good.
CM Punk was backstage at March 24th TNA show, and most wrestlers assume he was there to apologize for starting the recent fight with Teddy Hart. Though there was more wrestling like bitchiness because he went there wearing a 0-1 t-shirt, and they were like, why do you wear a different wrestling company shirt when he came here to apologize?
Ooh. God, wrestling's stupid, man.
Yeah, they're a bunch of little whiny bitches.
That's just how it works, I guess. But yeah, who cares what shirt he wears?
He should wear a TNA shirt.
Okay, first of all, motherfuckers, half the people on your show are wearing shirts from other companies.
Yeah.
The franchise was wearing an ECW The Franchise shirt. It literally had ECW Wrestling on the tag. AJ Styles wore a fucking t-shirt, a different t-shirt's AJ Styles merch.
Yeah.
Fucking, didn't Sam just rock up with an ECW shirt at one point?
Yeah, but he also was the first to rock the I Smacked at Raw, I Want More TNA shirts, so he gets a pass.
Yeah, I don't talk about that shit.
You were so on board with that shirt until you recognized the pun, and now you hate that shirt.
I'm on board with the shirt. I'm not on board with me not having that shirt.
Although no announcement has been made and the story has not been verified, several TNA wrestlers are under the impression that the deal with Fox Sports Network is complete. The most common belief is that the show will air on Saturday nights, it ends up being Friday afternoons, and that the company will drop the Wednesday pay-per-views in favor of monthly Sunday night pay-per-view events. There is a lot of talk that the deal TNA is negotiating is essentially a 13-week trial period that the network could choose to opt out of if the ratings aren't decent. The first show could air sometime in June. It does. One source says some TNA officials are outright saying, once we get on Fox Sports Net, when discussing future plans, which make wrestlers believe that it is a matter of when, not if. Some TNA office workers and wrestlers are hoping that the FSN deal will lead to major changes in how the show is booked. The feeling is that because the show will be tracked by the Nielsen ratings, management will finally see which wrestlers are over and which are not. So unlike the WGN stuff, which was a done deal in December and did not happen, this FSN stuff is a done deal in March and does in fact happen.
Well, I'm excited for it. I think some structure and definitely some structure from being on television is sorely needed for this company.
And realistically, this company has been booking these weekly pay-per-views as television for nearly 2 years now, so this is what they've been preparing for the whole time.
But now also, you know, I feel like a little less pressure too. Maybe after that 13 weeks, but for now, we have something.
It will be on FSN starting from June. We'll talk about that closer to when we get to June.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has been told to tone down the language because people from Fox Sports Net have been watching. BG James on the broadcast even cracked about the Tree Live Crew signature line, "Let's do the damn thing." They were told they can't be used, and he said, "Let's do the darn thing" instead.
That's good to know, but that's how I'll be closing this show.
Yeah, you can't say damn anymore, Liam.
I'm going to say do the dang thing.
Dave notes in the Wrestling Observer, what is the name of FSN's signature primetime show, which is the Best Damn Sports Show? But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, well, you know, if TNA does those ratings, I'm sure they can say damn.
Yeah, you gotta earn it. You gotta bring Ron Simmons in, then you can say damn all you want.
What if he came and he's like, Don!
Yeah. It's like it's real, it's damn real. His TNA catchphrase is darn. Walks in on some dopey Shark Boy segment. Like Shark Boy and Glenn Gilberti and New Jack are doing something backstage. Ron Simmons walks up. They do the long delayed pause. He looks around. Darn!
And he has the shirt that just says Don.
Yeah, he has a darn shirt.
Can we sell the Don shirt?
There's nothing stopping us from selling a darn shirt.
Yeah!
Liam has finally found a thing we can actually sell.
Darn! That's great.
Oh, I wish Ron Simmons went to TNA now. TNA has started a new marketing campaign called Wrestling Reinvented, which was announced by TNA President Dixie Carter at the CTAM conference in Los Angeles. CTAM stands for Cable and Telecommunications Association for Marketing.
Ooh.
That was on March 10th. The contest of wrestling...
Don't worry, I got this.
Oh, sorry, yes, this is a Dixie, of course, please.
The contest of wrestling has gotten out of hand. Yeah, can you please do the... I want you to do the in-betweens.
She said.
In an effort to shock the viewer, storylines in our industry that were once considered obscene and now unfortunately commonplace, I've gotten real southern with it, for a period of time now, Total Nonstop Action have made a conscious shift in the content of our shows and will continue to do so. We have distinguished our product from our competitor and provided the pay-per-view buyer with a true alternative. Ooh. Wrestling Wrestling Reinvented is moving forward to the past? What? Wrestling Reinvented is moving forward to the past. Okay. Our programming will be clean, but also innovative, cutting edge, with the high-risk, high-flying athleticism TNA is known for. Follow me on Twitter.
Twitter doesn't exist, but still follow her on Twitter.
Oh, we don't follow her on Twitter. What are we doing?
She has to earn it, goddammit.
I'm doing that right now.
Making up for the fact that we don't follow Dixie.
What the hell?
We are fake fans. We have not listened to our own follow me on Twitter advice.
I'm following it right now.
Part of this change is to make the TV deal with Fox Sports Net, which is insisting on a clean product. At this point, there is no deal. What they are talking about is a tryout. Yeah, we got through all that. This would be similar to the two-way tryout FSN gave UFC that didn't lead to a deal, even though ratings were strong. But TNA want to do it too.
I remember, maybe it hasn't happened yet, but I remember hearing on something, I think it was maybe Between the Sheets, they were talking about how TNA was like reaching out to UFC to do some sort of cross-promoting thing, and UFC were like, no.
Yeah, I think the Jarrett has a meeting with the UFC in April that we'll talk about.
That'd be a cool crossover. We get that era of UFC guys crossing over. Instead of Bellator, you know, the guys that made the right decision.
The like weird like paths of TNA and UFC overlapping and overcrossing, particularly in this era. It's because they both had the FSN tryout. They both ended up on Spike. Obviously, like Ken Shamrock is first TNA World Champion. Tito Ortiz, we'll see Tito. We actually have a note about Tito Ortiz this month, but we'll see Tito Ortiz in 2005. But yeah, those like crossover paths are quite interesting, especially when you see UFC went on to become like a juggernaut.
I would like to send our congratulations to Dixie Carter and Surge, who are celebrating their happy anniversary.
Oh, congratulations to them, particularly Surge, who performed some bangers.
Yeah. Trifecta Entertainment, Texfield Tunes, voiceover artist.
Trifecta Entertainment is Dixie's company.
Ah, that's fun.
So they'll start taping the shows on Thursday in Orlando for Impact.
I'm going to retweet their happy anniversary. Well, they look like such a nice couple. I mean, a rich couple, but a nice couple.
Like Dixie and Surge, we mentioned, like they were a couple all the way when we first talked about the Panda takeover, that Surge was with Dixie in those meetings.
So just part of the family.
Jeff Jarrett talked to TNA wrestlers about the future of TNA prior to the March 17th show. He said there had been and would be even more rumors regarding the company's attempt to secure a cable television deal, but he added that he would not comment on those matters until the time is right.
Learning from past mistakes, Jeff.
He's not going to start talking about huge announcements on TV long before you have a huge announcement to make. Jarrett told the wrestlers that some of them need to update their looks so that they appear as professional as possible. Jarrett said members from management would be meeting with the wrestlers individually to review their looks. At one point during the meeting, Raven spoke up and told wrestlers that they need to dress the part if they want to be stars, and that led to some snickering behind Raven's back, as some wrestlers during the impression of the office told Raven to lose the jean shorts and t-shirt he had been wearing in favor of returning to the kilt he was wearing before that.
But like that was literally him spicing it up.
Yeah.
And that's what, of course, upsets you, because he kept the music but didn't keep the look.
I hate that music so much. It's terrible.
It's good music.
It's horrific.
So
bad. It just does not suit Raven whatsoever, and it makes me angry.
You can get all the ECW stands yelling at you.
Good. His themes, I don't think I've ever heard that song. ECW, but that clearly is bad.
You haven't, well, the real version of the song he used in ECW.
And still, I'm sure the real version of the song is bad.
That's a good song.
It does not work, especially because his TNA theme song is legitimately a banger.
It's a top 10.
He does get the old theme song back. I didn't realize I thought it was like a 2-week thing. He's now had it for like a month and a half.
Yeah. Every time it hits, I go, Garrett's gonna hate this.
I am, but like, go back to the other one.
I like both. I like the other one more, to clarify, but I like both.
Jonny Fairplay hasn't been booked in TNA since telling management he was not happy with his push the night they sat him and his real-life girlfriend from Star Magazine in the crowd. It doesn't sound like there's much tension between the two sides, as management is conceding the fact that they did not book Fairplay very well from the very beginning. So they're like, yeah, we booked it like shit, but also we don't really care.
The first week was good.
Yeah, because he got powerbombed.
I suppose, like I said at the time, was maybe he gave that away too early.
Yeah, you had this sniveling nerd whose entire thing is that he's annoying, but also he got killed immediately, so you don't even get the payoff. The latest plan is to sit Fairplay at home for a bit and then bring him back with a big push. Fairplay has told wrestlers that his TNA contract gives him creative control over his character, which feels like bullshit, which he felt he gave him the right to voice his frustration to management.
I don't know, I feel like even if you don't have creative control, you have the right to voice your frustrations.
Yeah, but also if you're Jonny Fairplay, who's generally disliked, there's another couple of notes this month about how wrestlers are they're done with Fairplay. Like, they gave him the benefit of the doubt for a while, but like, now there's nothing there and they don't want him around anymore.
Oh, that's a shame. Because like everyone was like so nice about him the first week.
But you turned on Jonny Fairplay, so you can't say a word.
Did I turn on Jonny Fairplay?
Yeah, you were like, I'm sick of this guy, I hate him, he's bad. That was your take on him at the end of last month.
That doesn't sound like me. That sounds like you talking about CM Punk.
Jonny Fairplay and Raven were guests at the Playboy match in Los Angeles at Hugh Hefner's birthday on April 3rd. It's in April, but Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler from WWE were also on hand.
I want to be a part of that crew. I want to be the Jonny Fairplay Raven crew.
Going to the Playboy mansion, hanging out with Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler?
Sure.
Do you think they did hang out, or there was like wrestling wars?
Nah, I don't think it was wrestling wars. I just don't. I think maybe Stacy was like, "Hey, WCW." I don't think there was much interaction, but I don't think it was brand loyalty that stopped it.
I like the way you're like, Stacy was like WCW, but not Tori.
I mean, I honestly don't even know that Tori was there. WCW is not my thing.
Just sat down with Raven sharing memories about Eric Bischoff at the Playboy mansion with Hugh Hefner.
Yeah. And Hugh Hefner's also sharing stories about Eric Bischoff.
Well, Jonny Fairplay does that thing where he can't stop moving and he creepily walks around them.
He's just touching them on the head.
It's like Abyss in the NWA title.
Jonny Fairplay strikes me as a man who would touch the scalps of women.
Yeah.
He has the vibe of a scalp toucher. Nah, Jonny Fairplay was cool. He retweeted us. But this era of Jonny Fairplay, but that's the character, you know? I'm just getting worked by the character. I'm sure the real life guy is a nice fella. I don't want to burn that Jonny Fairplay bridge, okay?
The wrestlers were given their first looks at the new TNA trading cards at the pay-per-view, where representatives from the company produced the cards was backstage showing the wrestlers the first series of cards.
So that's funny because, you know, like Sabin and Dart and stuff were all like, wow, that's cool. And then they tried to show Raven. Raven's like, get the shit out of my face.
This is like my 17th trading card. I do not care.
I think I'd be if I had cards made about me, I'd be a guy who got a card. I'd keep the card around. Why not?
Yeah. I'd totally be a mark for myself.
Yeah. Have like a Matt Hardy shrine to yourself.
There's some people that are probably like too cool for that. They're like, no, I don't glorify myself. I don't keep my action
But also
figures.
some people like are probably legitimately actually are that cool. Like it's not even like a bit of them being that cool. They just are that cool.
It's like, I don't need these material things glorifying me. Whereas I'd be like, yes, give me all of the things.
Garrett. In any number of his homes and or ranches, all right, does Stone Cold Steve Austin have a title belt mounted?
Yes.
I'll follow this up. I can't follow this one up because I know The Rock does, because he did the things from his house and he had the belts up in the background. To this day, do you think The Rock still has a belt up in one of his places?
Yes, absolutely. I think there's very few people who are more about glorifying themselves in ego than Dwayne Johnson.
And also, you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, if you're the richest famous person in the world, yeah, go ahead. You deserve it.
Who is the most unlikely guy to have a title belt mounted on their wall?
In terms of personality, or in terms of just, like, they barely won a belt?
Personality, but like someone who like has the accolades, but you wouldn't expect it. Does Brock have a belt mounted?
Brock's a tough one. You see,
I think Brock maybe has a UFC title, but not a WWE title.
he has, like, the head of a deer, but on top of the antlers is his title belt. That's how he's chosen to display it.
That's kind of cool, though. I'm trying. Do you think John Moxley has a title belt mounted anywhere in his house?
Oh, well, I don't think he'd care enough about the WWE title to mount it anymore.
I don't think he has a belt.
I don't know. He's a wrestling nerd as well, though.
Yeah, but I don't get the vibe that he has a belt up. He maybe has a belt, but I don't think he has it up. Maybe he has it in like his home gym.
Because like Moxley would be the guy that I would get the vibe that he's not like a mark for the belt, but also he's a wrestling nerd, so he thinks it's cool.
Yeah. Does Roman?
Yeah.
Does Roman have all of them? Does he have the WWE, the two Universals?
Hasn't he won a tag title?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the big boy belts here.
I think he'd even have a tag title belt up.
If you had a WWE career that was like fly by night, but you won a tag belt, you're getting that tag belt on the wall, right?
Damn right.
Yeah, damn right. Okay. Jericho definitely. He has every belt in every room.
Because the vast majority of wrestlers are either huge nerds or have humongous egos for themselves. That's like 94% of them.
I'm not knocking that at all.
No.
Because I would be the same fucking way.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If you have a belt in your house, have a belt in your house. But my point being, there's very few people who I'd be like, they don't.
Garrett, does Hiroshi Tanahashi have
Yes.
an IWGP
Yes.
title on his wall? Yes, he fucking sure does.
Damn right. There is few, again, Hiroshi Tanahashi. Few human beings are more about glorifying themselves than Hiroshi Tanahashi.
I hope he has one of every generation that he's won. If you know what, if anyone deserves the fucking actual belt after they retired it, give it to fucking Tanahashi.
Sources say UFC fighter Tito Ortiz isn't interested in working a full-time WWE schedule, but may be intrigued by the thought of working a TNA schedule.
Ooh.
If the price is right. Ortiz is a big wrestling fan who has attended several WWE shows over the years. That's one keep in mind for May 2005.
I thought you were going to say for like 2013 or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, Aces and Eights. The August. This is the August 1 morning, all the way back in March 2004.
This is the March 17th one.
The Tito Ortiz is coming eventually, multiple times.
I want to read a story.
Go on.
A sign which read, "I came to watch wrestling, not rapping clowns or survivor losers," was confiscated. They were told no more negative signs.
I wonder, was it just the rapping clowns they had a problem with, or the Japanese wrestling clowns too?
Oh, God, that's wasted money.
What is...
Not mixing the ICP and Kikutaro together.
Yeah, that's a dream stable right there.
That would have been a great segment. You could have had Mike Tenay be the intermediary.
He does love both.
If this was like 2005 TNA and we had gotten to like wacky backstage segments or whatever, we would have had a backstage segment where like ICP and Ebisan and Kikutaro not Ebisan, sorry, Ebisan is Kikutaro, were doing a debate backstage or something.
Quishin Bokanon was the other clown.
Doesn't he have a more recognizable name?
I have no idea. I do not know the lore of Quishin Bokanon.
Well, because like he's a very from that era of like if you know Kikutaro, you know that he's wrestled him a lot. But I think he has a more recognizable name. Give me a second to find it. Keep talking.
I believe these two also worked New Japan this month, so they were around. They were of course Osaka Pro guys. Just showing up in TNA for some reason.
I might have just known him as Carmen, to be honest.
This is not Kikutaro's only TNA appearance. He will show back up in 2019 for the Eli Drake Turkey Bowl Turkey Trot, whatever that was called.
Sure.
So you can look forward to him wrestling Glenn Gilberti in 2019.
Kikutaro has worked everywhere.
Yeah.
Fair play to that guy.
Didn't he go on like excursion and then COVID hit?
Yeah. Oh no, he was in the US for a while.
Yeah.
He did PWG.
But then COVID hit.
Yes, and then he got kind of stuck at some point.
Yeah, those are the clowns. People in the crowd don't want their clowns, Liam.
I mean, people in the crowd are wrong.
TNA don't want their signs.
As they are wont to do.
TNA is opening its wrestling school on March 29th with Terry Taylor and Scott D'Amore as head trainers. They've been talking about this since the promotion opened. It costs $300 to try out for school. If you pass the tryout, the cost is $4,000 for 6 months of training, which Dave notes is more expensive than any wrestling school he's ever heard of.
At least you can do it, pay it all at once, and not have to worry about like a weekly thing.
Which would be 52 days total training.
You think you get 6 months and you're like ready to go out and work?
Well, the average wrestling school is 3, isn't it?
I don't know. I think it depends.
Well, it depends how often you go to wrestling training, but
I suppose, yeah. 6 months of going every day, you're probably ready to.
like realistically, once you learn how to do like the basics safely, you learn how to do everything else in the fly in wrestling for the most part, right?
I do not know the inner workings, but I'd guess so. I guess it's an element of like, you know, you learn how to protect yourself and protect others, and then you go out there and you do it.
Yeah, and you improve and you add things over time and you get better. Because like wrestling there's few more on the job training jobs than pro wrestling. Like ask any pro wrestler and they will tell you the way they got good is by wrestling people good. No other way.
Yeah.
You can't train to be good in pro wrestling. You just have to learn it. You have to feel it. You have to understand it, and then you get good at it.
But you also need to have that base.
Well, yeah, you have to be able to do things without hurting people and yourself.
That's a major component.
So,
now we have to talk about the shows.
yeah, so that takes us to broad topics for the month. We'll start with the big one, which is the kind of number one contenders wars.
Oh, this is going to be all over the fucking place and encompass about 5 different stories, but let's go.
Yeah, so if you remember, Jeff Jarrett and Chris Harris was announced for the March 17th show and did in fact happen. But the whole thing this month is that everybody wants to be number one contender. So you have Styles, who has already somewhat of a rightful claim from that tag match he and Eric Watts won, but he never got his title match. You have Abyss, who's feuding with AJ, and he wants to be number one contender. You have Ron Killings, who's reinserted into like the heavyweight title picture as a pushed entity, which is refreshing to see. You have Raven, of course, who is the kind of second biggest star in the company, basically, behind Jarrett, constantly asking for his title shot.
I have some problems with this Raven push.
Well, he turns heel. That's probably the biggest one.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why is this dude a whiny heel?
And then you have Chris Harris, who's the new featured act who's being pushed. So the whole month is built around those 5 men jockeying for a title shot. Harris does get his title shot, but that title shot is more to build to something further down the line. And then there's Jeff Jarrett, of course, who's champion. So this entire month is those people feuding over being number
You
one
forgot
contender.
Vince Russo.
Well, Vince Russo is the all-knowing sage genius who's pulling the strings and making everyone great.
There's one real good Vince Russo segment that I cannot wait to talk about.
I don't even know which one, so I'm looking forward to getting to it. So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 84, March 3rd, 2004. The idea of this show was that Chris Harris was booked in the opener and the main event, with Vince Russo once again trying to sharpen the iron that is Chris Harris to prepare him for Jeff Jarrett on March 17th.
Yeah, so we get the start of actually a story I really enjoyed here. Chris Harris, as we noted from like the last show, he faced all the naturals, natural 1, natural 2, then the naturals, and he got the final win when James Storm interfered with that hell of a super kick. But now we get this story unraveling of like, you're still relying on Storm here. Like, you're facing odds, but you're still relying on Storm to get the win here. And it's and we get that story of like Vince Russo losing confidence in this guy, because like, you're beating my challenges, but you're not doing it by yourself. And I like that story. It's kind of interesting.
At the same time, I think Harris is somewhat vindicated in that he was booked in a 2-on-1 handicap match. Or, like, we'll talk about the Shane Douglas thing in the main event, but there was interference from other people. So he's just evening the odds.
But that was the point, though, is that he could overcome these by learning through his other experiences, but he kept relying on that crutch. So when he got down to the main tax of it all, he was still relying on that crutch, and it backfired once it was taken away from him.
But if you're Vince Russo, and you're like, I want to prepare you to face Jeff Jarrett, why don't you just ban everybody from ringside?
I'm not saying it's a great strategy, but I'm just saying that is the strategy that was had.
Listen, I get that from the mind of Vince Russo, it's the most arse-backwards way of trying to prepare somebody for all the outside interference and bullshit Jeff Jarrett brings, instead of just banning the outside interference and bullshit.
Yes, that being said, I thought it was a good story.
So yes, this show opened with Chris Harris against Kevin Northcutt. Kevin Northcutt now in wrestling gear.
Don't like it.
It's so weird.
And to add, like, offense to it all, not wearing a red shirt.
He's no longer the red shirt security. It's gone.
I don't like it. He's kept the music.
You know who he reminded me of?
I'm excited that you're going to tell me this, because I was looking at this man's body and I was like, he reminds me of someone, but I cannot fucking put my fucking finger on it.
I thought he looked like TNA's Test.
That might have been who I was thinking of. There's someone else on this month who looks a lot like a Test too, so...
It's true, that was always Lance Hoyt's thing for a while, that he is TNA's Test. But...
Well, he has a big fucking Christian cross on it, on his tights, so...
Yeah, Kevin Northcutt. He somehow looks less jacked. He looked huge and jacked when he wore that tight red shirt. And now that he's taken the red shirt off, he somehow looks less jacked. I do not understand it.
He should have worn like an MVP singlet.
Yeah, so Harris will wrestle in this match. Storm is at ringside, but Russo advised him not to get involved because he wants Harris to do this by himself. So Northcutt missed an elbow. Harris followed with a catatonic to beat Kevin Northcutt. Mike Tenay and Don West announced during the match that Harris will be wrestling in the main event, but Harris didn't know that yet. Mm-hmm. So it was a pre-tape later in the show where Harris found out, and he was like mad that he was wrestling. And Shane Douglas and Jeff Jarrett arrived. Jarrett is like, I'm the Cal Ripken of wrestling. I think that's a baseball reference. He's going to beat Harris on March 17th. Jarrett is going to find somebody to wrestle because Russo is trying to keep him out of it. Russo's big thing is that he wants Jarrett not wrestling, so he'll be off his game. And Jarrett sees through Russo and his ploys.
Raven's already complaining at this point too. He wants to be involved in the title. He's like, I've gone through everything. I've done it all. What about me? What about Raven? And then the Naturals attack him.
Yeah, Ray, because there's so many interesting stories. But after a Frankie Kazarian and Jerry Lynn match...
This might be a rare month where going show by show is the better option here.
But I don't want to cover the Frankie stuff, because But yeah, Frankie returns, wins the match, Raven DDTs and wanders out. And he's like, where is my title shot? Give me my title shot.
I love Frankie, but maybe the worst promo in TNA history.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in the X Division segment. Ugh, Frankie. Chris Harris then faces Shane Douglas in the main event. The idea is Shane Douglas was not prepared. He came there not to wrestle, so he's in his street clothes.
Yeah, which is weird because like Shane Douglas is meant to be like Jarrett's guy at this point.
And only for this show?
Yeah, and well, because he kind of built up to it when like they were doing the whole like who's going to be the new DOA and him and Douglas were chummy, but it felt like this was the beginning of like Jarrett getting involved with the new franchise.
And then it just never went anywhere after this. Maybe because he lost. He's like, fuck you, I don't want to be I don't want to be friends anymore.
That makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, main event, Chris Harris defeated Shane Douglas. Don Harris was guest referee because of a whole thing with the AJ's Abyss match, which...
I thought you were going to be like, because of the whole thing with them both having the same last name.
It's a conspiracy, goddammit.
Yeah, see, Russo is stacking the deck.
So Harris beat Douglas. Shane Douglas, perfect for a role like this. As like the cowering heel who has enough of a name for Harris to credibly beat, but is enough of a threat to make Harris look good. Like franchise with everybody that wants to wrestle should watch Shane Douglas matches to learn how to present yourself as a heel, particularly for facial expressions. Best in the business. He's so good.
He's great. Great at everything. I think even more so than Raven at this point. A dude who has made every segment work. The dude fucking threw up in the ring and still managed to make that segment rule. So fucking, what more do you want from this guy?
Yeah, there's a moment in this match where Harris fired up or Shane Douglas was slapping him and Harris just did like full baby face fire. And it's like, oh, yes. Again, you see why everybody was like, this dude's going to be a star.
100%.
Earlier in that show, AJ Styles faced Abyss in a Falls Count Anywhere match. I did not think it was possible, Liam, for me to get sick of AJ Styles and Abyss wrestling, but 2004 TNA has somehow managed to pull it off.
Well, Garrett, let me take you back to the past. Not the future, that is the past, that is the wrestling initiative, I don't know, whatever Dixie said. I also thought I wasn't going to get sick of AJ Styles versus Jerry Lynn, but that managed to make it there too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they have good chemistry, so the matches aren't bad, which is like the same thing as the Jerry Lynn stuff, but it's just like, okay, can we have these guys wrestle other people now? Hopefully this is a wrap on their stuff for a while.
I think the biggest problem is none of their matches have finishes.
But that's kind of the point, I guess. They're trying to keep these guys at the same level. But, you know, if no one wins, no one gets over.
They're just wrestling every month with various stipulations. They had a tables match last month. They have a Falls Count Anywhere match here. They have a ladder match later in the month. And either they are riddled with interference and nonsense, or they just don't have finishes, full stop.
I was very confused by this finish. I was like, I had to rewind it like 3 times, and I'm still not sure what ended it.
No, they just decided the match was over. They just brawled out to the crowd. They brawled around the arena. Then Don Harris just came out and tried to break the match up. It's just, the match is over now. We've decided it's enough. They were fighting too hard, Liam, in this Falls Count Anywhere match.
They got too violent.
Because they did have ref bumps and stuff. Because the story here is they took out 2 referees. The third referee came out. They took him out too. So that they couldn't have a referee for...
Ran out of refs. Like, we only have 3.
They ran out of refs for the Chris Harris and Shane Douglas match, so Don Harris had to ref that for some reason. I don't know why that was the story.
I hope that was the actual reason.
That they did actually run out of refs?
Like, that was the in kayfabe reason that all the refs died in the AJ Abyss match, so they just sent Don Harris to be the main to do the reffing in the main event.
That is the in-canon thing. That is the story. Like, they killed...
Oh, is it? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, they killed all the referees in this AJ and Abyss match so that they would have to send Don Harris out as guest referee. But then Don Harris didn't really do anything in that match to be guest referee.
I like that. That's fun.
I don't know. They had another instance of horrific table luck in this match.
Yeah. But AJ worked with it, though.
Yeah, where AJ placed the Abyss on a table and the table just broke.
Wow, and this also isn't the last time this happens this month.
No, it happens twice where somebody places somebody at a table and the table just breaks. But as you said, AJ did make it work where he then placed the Abyss on the top half of the table and elbow dropped him and the referee threw it.
The ref had to take a real dive for that one. I like that that AJ didn't seem phased. He was just like, all right, I'll make work of this.
Yeah, because he's a pro. And they always talk, I love how Don West and Mike Tenay always put AJ over as like, he's so adaptable. You know, when things go wrong for him, he can change his game plan. And they incorporate it into a reoccurring narrative as a character that this dude can always change things up if things don't go his way.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense too, because he's such a versatile in-ring performer.
So Abyss and AJ still feuding. I forgot to mention the angle after the Chris Harris and Shane Douglas match. Vince Russo walks out. He's super mad that James Storm helped Chris Harris defeat Shane Douglas. He's upset. He says Shane Douglas
doesn't think he's ready.
Yeah, he's like, James Storm shouldn't be interfering. You need to do this. You shouldn't be. You're not ready. I want to postpone the match against Jarrett. Harris is like, nope, sign the contract. Match is happening. And Russo's well, I wash my hands with whatever happens.
Yeah, I actually kind of like that. He's like, I don't think you're ready, but I'm not going to take the match from you. If you want to take it, you've signed it, you can do the match, but I don't think you're ready and I've let it be known.
But then he never wins.
Yeah, well, you know. Life moves on.
You can't do this story and not have him win.
I know, but like, I'm sure the intention eventually was that he was going to get the win.
But then he didn't.
Yeah, well, that's just how life works sometimes.
And you asked the question, why didn't he? We're going to talk about that a lot in April.
Oh, I actually have no clue as to why he doesn't.
Just why? Why did you do the story where you're like, he's not ready. And even Russo, like, after the Jarrett match, we'll talk about that. We'll go to the March 17th show, where Russo comes to the ring, Mike Tenay introduces him, Russo talks about again, how Harris, he doesn't think he's necessarily ready, but he's getting his match, he's done everything he can to prepare him for it. And then Raven interrupts. Raven wants a title shot. He offers Raven and Sabu a shot in the tag title tournament. Raven's like, no, I don't want that. I'm not a tag team wrestler.
That's not my destiny.
Sabu, he can fight for himself. He doesn't need me to get over. I'm a singles wrestler. I want the world title match. So then he offers Raven a spot in a gauntlet match that night. Raven is like, again, no, I don't want that. I want Jeff Jarrett for the NWA world title. Russo's like, yeah, how about we add you to this AJ and Abyss match? Again, Raven, nope. Raven demands that Russo take Chris Harris out of the main event and put Raven into the main event. And Russo says no. Raven's like, I see how it is. This is WCW all over again.
This is a nice touch here because for the most part, I don't think Russo is a good babyface authority figure because he doesn't ever seem like a babyface. But at least here in this scenario, he was like, I don't agree with the circumstance, but I'm not fucking changing it, okay?
Yeah.
The guy's getting his shot.
And also, like, Raven's like, I'm being politicked out of my title shot, even though he is literally trying to politic somebody out of his title shot.
And that he has no title shot. He has not earned one in any way.
Yeah, he has literally no claim to being number one contender. AJ, who later on the show does a promo being like, you know what, Chris Harris, he's ready. AJ has a claim to being number one contender. He won number one contendership in a match with Eric Watts.
Maybe he just wants to take the easy pickings of Chris Harris.
So Raven tells Russo that he will have his attention before the night is out. Later in that show, we have a number one contenders gauntlet in which Ron Killings defeats D'Lo Brown, Simon Diamond, Johnny Swinger, Glenn Gilberti.
Excuse me, sir. There was a great Abyss fondling a title moment before that. Don't try and skip the Goldilocks segment.
So Abyss is backstage with Scott Hudson and Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett's doing his promo about the main event.
You love this segment. Don't sigh heavily about this segment. You were raving about it. When we did the watch along, which you can now go listen to at tnhchat.com.
I'm more thinking about the Goldilocks segment later in the month.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see no Goldilocks segment later in the month.
My apologies. But yeah, Jeff Jarrett's doing the promo where he's like, Chris Harris isn't ready. I'm this guy who's been champion forever. I've defended the belt everywhere. I can go around the world. I am the NWA champion. This guy is just a nobody. And Abyss is just standing behind him. And he's just fondling the NWA title. He's just rubbing it. And Jarrett never notices. It's not like a thing that Jarrett's like, get away from my belt. Abyss is just like, ooh, shiny.
I think he thinks that Abyss is like hyping him up. Like he's like tapping him on the shoulder. He's like, yeah, this my guy Abyss. He's got my back.
And I thought that was a really nice touch to be like, Abyss is on Jarrett's side, but also he really likes that shiny belt there.
The push of Abyss actually worked quite well. He feels like a top guy.
I feel like that's the case for everybody this month. Where Killings has been, I think, decently rehabbed. I think this has done a good job of elevating Harris. Styles has obviously already been a main eventer. And Abyss has done a good job of elevating him too.
It makes a lot of sense that it's like... I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's interesting that it's worked out this way, that a guy who's exclusively been put in matches where they were draws and non-finishes has somehow gotten over.
Yeah.
I guess that's what happens when you put them in the ring with AJ Styles.
Yeah, you can actually get people over by association. You just put them in the ring with good wrestlers having good matches, and people will care about them at least a little more than they used to.
And you put them in circumstances that accentuate their positives too. Where it's like Abyss throwing AJ Styles around in plunder matches is going to make him look pretty good. And when he does run-ins and he just kills guys.
I always find it interesting though, like you say Abyss is throwing AJ around. Like Abyss bumps so much for people that are smaller than
That's
them.
the story of Abyss's career though. That guy bumps for it like a motherfucker.
Like there is moments in these AJ matches where he is bumping more than AJ Styles.
Do you think that could be a detriment though?
Well, there's the classic work like a big man thing where he shouldn't be bumping like this, especially for somebody like AJ. He bumps like it for Ron Killings as well next week. He probably shouldn't be, but you admire a big man who can bump and like Abyss bumping, he makes a spectacle of it. I love Abyss's bumps. They look so cool.
Very Mankind.
Well, yeah, Mick Foley was his hero, and people always, compared him to Mankind kind of derogatorily. They were like, oh, he's only just a knockoff Mankind, which is totally unfair.
I'm only going to compare to one of the best wrestlers ever.
So as mentioned, Ron Killings won a number one contenders gauntlet match. Or well, it wasn't a number one contenders match explicitly. It was a rankings match where it was him, D'Lo Brown, Simon Diamond, Johnny Swinger, Glenn Gilberti, Kid Cash, Sonny Siaki, David Young, and Michael Shane. Raven came out halfway through, DDT Siaki to throw him out of the match. The whole idea is he's going after Russo's guys. So Siaki was Russo's guy, so he took him out.
We got a bunch of stuff in this. This match was crazy. I don't think it was particularly good, but it was crazy.
So Kid Cash kind of exploded with Glenn Gilberti and David Young. He's fed up with their bullshit, and they started fighting in this match. Then it came down to Michael Shane and Ron Killings were the final two. Franchise came out, tried to throw a Shane to Chain. Yes,
throw a Shane to Chain.
Goddamn, people named Shane. The word Shane involved too many people. But tried to throw a chain to Shane. Shane threw it back. He refused to cheat. I said it right that time.
I know, but your accent was try to throw a chain to chain.
I became distinctly Irish. You see, whenever I have to rhyme, I become Irish. It's just the way of the world.
It's in your nature. You can't fight it. It's fine.
But Shane threw it back. Then he immediately lost. He got gourd busted by Ron Killings. Then Franchise stared down with Michael Shane. They were very mad.
I'm into this stuff. I love the Franchise and Shane Douglas stuff. Shane Douglas? Yes, Michael Shane. Too many Shanes.
Again, maybe Vince is right. Maybe you shouldn't have people with the same names on the same shows.
I'm just going to call him Matt Bentley.
That's the reason, if you look in the notes, I always call him Franchise. Every time, it's just Franchise.
Makes sense. I was wondering that. Good thing Francine isn't still around, otherwise we'd still be having problems.
It's my easy shorthand to be like, right, it's Franchise and it's Shane. There you go. I am less likely to be confused.
Could have just gone with Douglas, I guess.
But then you still have his name is Shane Douglas. It's still harder.
Sure. I suppose, yeah, if you had Douglas and Shane, that might be a little confusing.
Still annoying.
Or Shane and Douglas.
Whereas Franchise and Shane, at least, you have two distinct... It's stupid.
What if you did Michael and Douglas?
Then you're confused with the actor. You're like, you think I'm talking about Michael Douglas.
Can we just talk about Michael Douglas?
I do like Ant-Man.
What's Michael Douglas doing lately?
Talk about the filmography of Michael Douglas.
Yeah, I like Michael Douglas.
He's a good charismatic actor.
a crotchety fella. Let's go to his IMDb.
I enjoy The American President. It's basically a West Wing prequel.
What's he doing now? What's coming out now?
Probably in another Ant-Man movie.
He is in fact in the next Ant-Man movie.
There you go.
He's just doing a lot of TV at the moment.
Oh, that's good. I like TV.
A lot of TV, and then the Ant-Man stuff. How much do you think he made from Endgame?
How much is he in Endgame?
Very little.
He probably still got a good paycheck for it.
Yeah, right? Like, my man's still making bank on that. I would love to know how much each actor got paid for Infinity War and Endgame. Because, like, some of those cameos are, like, maybe a 2-day shoot.
Yeah.
That would be very interesting. And especially, like, you have to, like, name actors there, too. Because, like, Tom Holland, Benedict Cumberbatch, like, they're just for, like, the final stretch, basically. And, you know, they're probably getting full paychecks still.
Yeah. Like, even Michael Douglas. Big name. Just pops up randomly in the movie.
That movie is insane. That movie is the most insane movie that will ever exist, in my opinion. Just from the sheer amount of, like, A-list actors that just appear for, like, 3 seconds.
Just stroll into frame.
There will never be another movie like that. There'll never be even another Marvel movie like that. That movie is a encapsulation of a time period.
When you're like, Gwyneth Paltrow is in this movie for, like, 4 minutes.
It's fucking insane.
But yes, the new franchises are exploding. We'll talk about that more in a second. We'll give them their own moment.
Sure.
Intersecting stories. Abyss faces AJ Styles in a ladder match. There's a final definitive winner at least. So AJ's about to win when Raven shows up, throws him off a ladder, and he dies.
Yeah, he dies.
He literally dies. They show the like slow motion replay in the opening video of the next week, where you can see he basically lands head first on the ladder, and it looks like just hideous.
Yeah. It looks so. It looks like we witnessed the murder.
He is up. They do literally go backstage where he's confronting Raven immediately after. So I assume he's fine, and he somehow just made it look like the most disgusting ladder bump you've ever seen.
He kind of does the Lindemann self from the latest Late Show though, where he fights for a second and then he just drops like a bag.
I did enjoy that, where he's like, he does his dive, he fist pumps the air, and then he just strolls over and just collapses in a heap.
Well, he doesn't dive, but he basically doesn't get caught at all and just lands all on his back. And he's like, yeah! And then just falls over. Go watch Lindemann versus 88. That match rules.
That match does rule. Go watch Glee. Yeah, AJ dead. Yeah, this was a good match. Sunset flip off a ladder to Abyss, which just through chairs. Abyss is like, ow.
Abyss is used to it. It's fine.
I don't think any of these AJ Abyss matches are must-watch, but I think they're all enjoyable, and they all build to one that is must-watch in 2005.
Also, like, you know, this is good mid-card stuff, and it's not Glenn Gilberti versus Violent J or something, so fine, let's take it, you know?
Yeah, when AJ and Abyss come out for a ladder match, you're like, you know, at least I'm going to get something good on this wrestling show instead of some nonsense. So again, the story here is that AJ is Vince Russo's guy, even though AJ hates Vince Russo right now, but Raven doesn't care about that, cost him the match. And then, main event, for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, Chris Harris challenges Jeff Jarrett.
It was okay.
I think, like, the crowd were into Harris, which is a plus. They bit on some near falls they probably shouldn't have bitten on. Like, they bit more on an elbow drop near fall than the actual catatonic near fall in this match, which is very strange.
I'm pretty sure that the crowd sloshed at that point, right? They got booze at the asylum.
Maybe? I don't know. You can see the confectionery stand from a large distance. That's a very bright sign, but I don't know what's at the confectionery stand.
We'll have to go back to those early shows where they did the walk and brawls next to it, and we can determine if there's alcohol on the premises.
Like, now that I think about, like, those walk and brawls, you generally see people with, like, water and soft drinks as opposed to beer, but I don't know.
I'll keep an eye out next time.
Storm tries to interfere at ringside, but throws Jarrett back in the ring. Abyss and Killings are standing in the stands watching on because both have a claim to being number one contender right now. Killings through the gauntlet match, Abyss through the ladder match. Harris spears the ref in just a terrible ref bump. I don't understand what happened. Like, he throws Harris into the corner, and it's not even the thing where Jarrett moves and he hits the referee. Like, Harris is in the corner, Jarrett's straight in front of him, the referee is to his right, and for some reason he just flies out of the corner and spears the referee.
Fighting on instinct, clearly.
It's still stupid.
I mean, yeah, it makes him look silly. It's almost like Garrett, he's not ready.
Oh, Vince Russo narratives again. First you're like, oh, I miss Vinny Woo on these shows. I wish
Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm.
And now you want Chris Harris to lose. It's disgusting behavior.
Well, I don't want him to lose. I just know he does.
Yeah, Jarrett hits Harris with the belt. Harris kicks out. Jarrett kicks out of the catatonic. Then Storm comes in, hits a super kick, but Raven pulls the referee out of the ring, stopping Harris from winning again. All that commotion allows Jeff Jarrett to hit Chris Harris with a guitar and retain the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
So, this match is probably a match that is hurt by a knowledge of the company. If I was watching this completely blind and thought that Chris Harris had a single chance, I might have been a bit more into it, because I do like the Jarrett style of match where it's like everything going on, the babyface trying to overcome it all. I like that, but yeah, this one was just kind of not it for me, and I think that's where it mostly comes from. But I also think they kind of gave it away by having the babyface authority figure doubt the babyface winning, because it wouldn't make a lot of sense for the babyface authority figure to be proven wrong in that case, because that would make him look foolish, which is not what you do generally, especially if the person who is that figure is riding the show. They tend not to make themselves look foolish on the camera, so
They tend to book themselves to be right.
yeah, so, you know, even if I didn't know the outcome of this, I don't know if I would have been too invested in a change of title picture here, especially with all these other contenders. But I don't mind this program as like a little 3-week, 4-week thing, because, you know, it's better than Jarrett just not doing anything.
Like, I don't know. Surely the idea that Russo says he's not ready is for Harris to prove he is, right?
Yes, but that could have also been a long-term plan that just got nixed.
But like, even after the match, Russo comes out. He's like, Harris proved tonight that he was ready, but everything screwed him. So next time Jeff Jarrett will defend the belt, it will be in a steel cage to negate all the outside interference. So like, the moral we're supposed to take from this match is that Chris Harris is ready.
Like, that he's going to beat him in the cage, yeah.
Even though his big near fall that he should have won on was through outside interference from a James Storm super kick.
Which proving him right.
So why is surely Russo should be like, I was right.
Yeah, that's because he's a nice guy now. The old Vince Russo would have been like, nah.
What, the old Vince Russo of like 2 weeks ago who was like, you're not ready?
Yep. Yeah, he's a good guy now.
Just nice guy Vinny Rue supporting his pal Chris Harris.
Yep.
So Jarrett will defend the belt in a cage in April, and the rest of this month is building toward crowning a #1 contender for that cage match.
Mm-hmm.
Next week's show, there's a video package on Jarrett and Harris, which is frankly demented.
I don't remember this. I think I skipped it.
They're like, all the video packages on this show are increasingly produced like horror movies, and
There's a real fun one at the end of one of the shows too, where it's like Road to the Steel Cage.
Yeah, and they have graphics and everything. Graphics of roads.
It's a New Japan tour. Road to Steel Cage.
But yeah, like there's this Harris and Jarrett video where they're just playing like horror movie music where it's like
That's a teenage staple though.
It is. It's so weird. I don't understand it as an aesthetic choice.
Maybe because it's awesome. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, so this is where you got that Jeff Jarrett promo where he's like, I'm going to Mexico, I'm doing all this stuff, I'm the best.
I like that promo. It made him feel like a star.
And again, that's the Jeff Jarrett I would like to see. The guy who is the actual wily veteran, who has like the experience to overcome people. Like, we've talked about this multiple times. The complete lack of confidence Jeff Jarrett seems to have in his own ability is always so frustrating to me, because I think he's good enough to be a world champion. I think he's good enough to go in there with Chris Harris or AJ Styles or Ron Killings or Abyss or Raven and have good pro wrestling main events where they win without the just parade of bullshit you get with ref bumps, interference, and guitar shots. And like, you can still do that sometimes.
Yeah, like, this is a month where it made sense because there's like 25 contenders. But when you do it every title defense, that's when it becomes a problem.
Yeah, you can still do it now and again. You can still do like a ref bump guitar shot of run-ins match, and that's fine. But he's good enough to have good, real, memorable world title matches. He is. He's a good pro wrestler. And I just think it's a lack of faith in his own ability, or an over, like, indulgence in a particularly bad style of wrestling that really will increasingly tank this run as we go further and further into it, particularly for the reign of terror that we start into in June.
I don't know what you're talking about. I assume he loses the belt in the steel cage. Okay, so you've skipped over the segment I want to talk about, so I'm going to rewind you real quick.
Which is your big segment?
There's a backstage segment where Hudson is interviewing AJ Styles.
Oh, yeah.
And AJ is pissed at being on the sidelines. Then Russo comes in, and this is my favorite segment, because Russo's like, hey man, let's just put it behind us. And AJ's like, no? What the fuck? Why would I do that?
I was wrestling the American Dream Dusty Rhodes, and you strolled out drunk, and you want to be like, oh, it's fine.
And like, this is the part where it's like, Russo cannot be a babyface because he's like, hey man, just trust me again. And AJ's like, no, of course I will not trust you again.
Then you lost your mind, you started fighting Jeff Jarrett, then you disappeared, then I lost my title.
And then he's like, yeah, the last time you talked to me was October, you fuck.
When you were a drunken, unhinged fool.
And my favorite part, like, is when they eventually get to the 4-way match on the next show. Russo's on commentary and he's like, AJ's the only one who doesn't trust me. Of course he doesn't, you oaf. You went to motels together and did flips into the pool.
In fact,
he knows you better than anyone.
If you were a good guy, he should trust you more than anybody. But you're not, so he doesn't.
Just that segment made me laugh.
And even like AJ's like, well, fine, give me a match against Raven. It's like, oh, I can't do that. It's like, put me in the number contenders match. Oh no, I can't do that. It's like, well, no, I don't trust you then.
Yeah, okay then. I'll extend an olive branch. Give me the thing I want. No.
So because Killings won the gauntlet and Abyss won the ladder match, they had 2 claims to being number 1 contender. So Abyss faced Ron Killings on the show, which ended in a no contest.
So the first half of this match I thought rocked. I really liked it. I liked the brawling in the crowd. I thought it was real fun. But then it kind of just broke down into nothing towards the end.
Well, it's, at least, it's a no contest in service of setting something up. So I'll give them something of a pass there. It's not just a no contest to get out of like pinning either guy.
Oh, you mean like the next week?
Well, yes. Killings hit a front suplex, but Raven pulled the referee out. Abyss hit the black hole slam, but then Raven runs in, hits Abyss with the chair for a DQ. AJ shows up, beats the heck out of Raven, but then got dropped to the black hole slam as well. Wrestler security broke everybody up. Then Truth grabbed the microphone and demanded that all 4 be put in a number 1 contenders match next week.
I thought Truth cutting a promo here was nice too. I also liked seeing Raven and Abyss kind of make a little alliance here because it's something you saw up in the 4-way.
And AJ and Raven feuding feels a little hot. Every time they interact, the crowd goes nuts.
Oh, they're like the number 2 and number 3 in the company.
Yeah, they are stars. Does help. So Rudy Charles interrupts the Mike Tenay and Don West rundown to announce that the main event of the last show of the month will be Abyss, Styles, Raven, and Killings in a 4-way with Sting as the special enforcer. Because, Liam, Sting returned on this show.
It's Sting. Yeah, he has a movie to promote, so he's back.
Yeah, he just shows up. He's the Chris Rock of TNA, just here promoting movies.
I like that when he's like, I came here for part of my career. He's like, I'm not talking about TNA.
The olden days with Jerry.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mike today does a big intro. He's talking about this man has done all these things. He faced Ric Flair. He won the NWA title. He won the WCW title. He was this big star. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, you're a big dork. Did you know who he was talking about, Liam? Did you work out who Mike today was talking about?
I had no clue.
So yeah, he introduces Sting. Sting is here to shoot a movie, actually, not plug a movie. He's shooting a movie, just like Chris Rock. He's shooting Sting the movie. George King, a Christian music industry who was married to Sting's longtime manager, Kathy King, decided to make a movie based on Sting's life. It was later released as Sting the Moment of Truth.
This is a movie that came out?
Oh yeah, it actually came out. It's a real thing. We should probably watch it for Patreon if we can find it.
This is our number 2 movie review.
Yeah, every movie that props up in the TNA timeline we will have to watch for Patreon. That's the rule.
No, don't say that because some sponsors later on in the run, I don't...
We'll have to watch X-Men 3 that sponsors TNA in 2006.
We have to listen to the Fozzy album.
Oh, no.
No, I'm a staunch Fozzy supporter, so I can't actually talk about that. Not as big as Andrew Rich, but you know.
Why are you taking shots at Andrew and his Fozzy love?
Because he owned me thoroughly that one time.
Sting will be playing himself in the later years, and actor Danny Falgatter will be playing young Sting. Former Tennessee Titans wide receiver Chris Sanders will play the part of the referee. The movie is expected to be distributed through the Christian community.
The referee.
Yes, the singular referee. TNA only has 3 apparently. Sting only has 1.
the way I'm reading this, it seems like old Sting wrestles young Sting in this movie.
No, there's just flashbacks to Sting's early career, and then you see like older Sting who is... So the story is about a wrestler caught up in a world of drugs, drinking, and womanizing, who is a superstar in front of the curtain, but killing himself behind it. Then he turns around due to discovering Jesus Christ.
So this is like the first 75% of the wrestler.
Yeah, except with more Jesus.
Yay.
Instead of the ending where he does the dive off the top rope and they fade to black, Jesus.
They fade to black and it's Jesus.
There is an alternate ending, isn't there? I don't forget what the alternate ending of the wrestler is.
I just remember that he dies. Big 2008 spoilers.
There was a match taped between Sting and Jeff Jarrett for the movie. It was about 5 minutes long. Sting did all his big moves and won, but refused to break the Scorpion Deathlock after the match. They also filmed stuff in the ring with Chris Harris and Abyss for the movie.
I hope it's young Sting wrestling Abyss.
This actor dude, just Abyss throwing him around.
And also just like the idea of, yes, when I was a young man in the business, I wrestled this man, Abyss.
Abyss is an omnipresent force, Liam.
He is a demon.
He is everywhere.
He is everything.
So, last show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 88, March 31st. Mike Tenay introduces America's Most Wanted, who come out.
Excuse me, you skipped a Goldie segment?
Have I?
Where Hudson was interviewing 3LK. And they're like, oh man, you have Abyss next. And they're like, oh yeah, Abyss can't handle the truth. And Goldie's like, oh, are you ready for Abyss? And Rod's like, yeah, of course I'm ready. And then Goldie was like, what did she say?
I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was getting in Ron's face. And she, like, listen, there are degrees of Goldie unhinged.
I'm finding this. She said home dog. She said home dog.
You can't take Goldie anywhere. I actually don't think we even mentioned it. When in the Abyss fondling the title promo, Goldie did walk up and just stare at Abyss, and they had a moment.
A callback to the initial Abyss run.
He likes staring at people.
He likes gold things.
It's true. He likes gold title belts, and he likes Goldilocks.
Well, it's kind of sweet.
Yeah, the week before Goldie cut off with 3LK, and just the most, again, Goldilocks is unhinged at the best of times. Goldilocks now is just like a whole new level of unhinged.
She literally Joker laughs. She like actually Joker laughs.
And she's doing a thing where anybody that infers she's crazy, she goes nuts, but also she doesn't even wait until they call her crazy. She's like, I'm not crazy.
She rules.
She just walks into scenes shouting about how she's not crazy.
So yeah, I really struggle with, the Joker Harley Quinn dynamic here because, like, in one hand, it's so clearly she is the Joker, but she has the Eric Watts PTSD that would make her a Harley Quinn.
Yeah. And Watts is gone. There's no Watts this month.
Yeah, he's off doing his, like, solo series that, like, makes him good now. and people realize that his character was, like, actually a victim. So he's becoming, like, over and getting a push as one of the mainline DC characters. That's what Eric Watts is doing.
So Mike Tenay introduces AMW. They come out. I was going to say, they feel like a main event act for the first time. This is the time when AMW were making their entrance here. When Mike Tenay introduced them and they came out together, that was the moment it was like, main eventers AMW. They are the top guys in this company.
And then pretty sweet segment, actually.
In typical fashion, because they have become the top guys in this company, Jeff Jarrett has to beat them up. So he hits James Storm with a guitar and starts brawling with Chris Harris.
It kind of rolls though, doesn't it?
Yeah. So they brawl with Harris. Harris hits a catatonic. Harris is about to hit Jarrett with a guitar, but Raven comes out, interrupts him. Then it drops Harris with the Raven effect. Styles comes out, takes out Raven and Jarrett, but Jarrett makes a comeback to hit Harris with a guitar, all to build toward our main event.
Yeah, I'm into it. Do you think if you're James Storm, you're lying on the ground, you're like, is this where I'm going to be forever, huh? Well, Chris is in there having the segments with the stars, and I'm just laying here.
Just the number 2. So Harris is number 1.
Yeah. We also got more footage of Jarrett in Triple A. They hated him.
Yeah. They were not big fans of Jeff Jarrett.
I'm very proud of myself that I managed to work out that it was Latin Lover that he pinned.
Well, they did say it in the video package, but sure.
I wasn't listening.
So yeah, they was in front of 18,000 people on a AAA show, so it looked very major league. They had the footage. They showed Jarrett, and they mentioned how he had to be escorted out by the police.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty Kenneth Omega-y, The influence of TNA still reaching to this day.
And then we have to talk about another woman showing up on the show, Liam.
Gosh.
So Scott Hudson is looking for Abyss. He goes to his cage and he's like, hey, I want comments from Abyss. Then a mysterious black-haired lady with a British accent cuts him off and says Abyss is preparing for his match and you should leave him alone.
Yeah.
And Scott Hudson's like, do I know you? And she's like, do you know me?
She's like, do you know me, Scott?
She's doing the Oscar Isaac Moon Knight accent.
Do you know me, Scott?
Where's my mum?
Please don't talk to me, Mom.
So, if you did not notice, just moving on from your Moon Knight nonsense.
It's just good bits.
If you did not notice, this woman is Goldilocks.
You're fucking lying.
Goldilocks is now playing a character. More than she has already been playing a character.
Nah. Nope. Don't believe it.
You just refuse to acknowledge Goldilocks lore?
This is not Goldilocks. I don't know who this
Could
is.
be any woman.
Oh no, is this Harleen Quinzel?
Oh my god. Not only is Goldilocks the Joker, she's also Harley Quinn. She's both.
That's actually sick. Okay, so first thing that's on this list, I searched up Harley Quinn to verify the name. People also ask, is Harley Quinn Joker's daughter? Sure fucking A, hope not.
That would be a more distinctly unpleasant angle to that story.
Everyone go watch the TV show. It's great.
I hear everyone puts it over. I really should watch it.
It's very, very, very good. There's a good comic run too.
So that brings us to our main event. Raven defeats AJ Styles, Ron Killings, and Abyss to advance to face Chris Harris next week, where the winner of that match will advance to the steel cage to face Jeff Jarrett.
So I don't particularly like the match, but I like seeing 4 stars on the screen, so 3.5, baby.
I like the match. I thought this match ruled.
I thought kind of a lot of nothing happened.
I thought they went out there, had a cool match. Styles and Killings did stereo dives. Killings stepped up off a chair.
You're describing stuff from literally the last minute.
Yeah, because this was the best. That's what we call good pacing, Liam.
Yes.
But Killings stepped up off a chair into a double rotation black hole slam, and it was the best.
You're an easy man to please.
Yes, if you do double rotation black hole slams out of nowhere, I will be very easily pleased.
Fair enough.
So Vince Russo came out, he joined commentary, he was holding a towel. He actually had the towel last week, so the towel isn't just a 1 week introduction for the sake of this story, it's a 2 week introduction.
This guy's great at long-term storytelling.
He is.
Sound the alarm, baby.
Sting was guest enforcer, but he was not an unbiased guest enforcer because he was just running wild on people willy-nilly.
Beating fuckers up, it ruled.
He was just like, if anybody crosses him at all in the match, he's just gonna fucking beat their ass.
And the favorite part about it was like Russo being like, I told him not to do this, but then Mike and Don were going like, yeah, get him, whoa! And then Vince was like, oh fuck yeah, you know what, you're right, get him!
It's Sting. You can't tell Sting not to kick ass.
Yeah, that's against the rules.
So Killings had hit an axe on a chair on Styles, but Abyss pulled the referee out. Styles hit Raven with the clash, but then Jarrett ran out. Sting and Russo cut off Jarrett. So the finish, Styles was like distracted with Raven in the ring. Then Jarrett took the towel off of Russo's shoulder, threw it into the ring. Styles thought it was Russo throwing in the towel on his behalf. He was distracted and mad, which allowed Raven to hit the Raven effect to pick up the win.
So this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels like we're starting to build up to the Raven Jarrett stuff again.
Yeah.
But Raven's like an annoying heel.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how that's going to go.
The direction they go with this, I think, makes very little sense, but we won't talk about that until April.
Well, I can't talk about it. I literally don't know it. So, yeah, I'm just... It feels like we're going to get to the place we want to get to, but not in the way we wanted to get there.
Yeah, and just as a general rule, I don't like that they've turned Raven.
Yeah, but he was the biggest star in the company.
And like everything he did every month was good. And like, not that he's bad this month, he is still probably one of the better parts of the show. But still, he was like the top babyface, and you have Jarrett as the top heel. Why is that not the match?
Especially if you're like going to pull the trigger, you know? You want those guys in those positions for that. But I don't know. We're doing something weird and different, I guess.
And at least the thing they're doing is in service of getting Chris Harris over. So it's not like they're doing nothing instead of doing Raven.
Yeah.
So that is our number one contender warfare. It's a lot of people jockeying to become number one contender.
We're making good time on this, by the way. For like an insane like bunch of weeks.
typically, every time I think that, every time I look at like the clock and think, you know what, we're doing pretty well, we end up going like 4 hours. So I'm like, you know what, we're getting through topics, we're discussing them in depth, we're making time, and then we just...
Yeah, but then like we'll be like, hey man, what was the last VHS you watched? And that'll be 20 minutes.
I bought a VHS recently. It was a Hercules directed video VHS we were doing for another podcast.
Do you have a VHS player?
I think so. I haven't actually played it yet. I do think that I have a VHS player stuck in a drawer somewhere here.
What was your like go-to, I need to record this thing with my VHS player?
There used to be like the big movie, which was every Saturday evening on Irish TV. There'd be like a like 2 to 3 year old popular movie aimed at kids. And we used to record that, and then obviously the stuff you want to keep, you ended up like Hocus Pocus was a permanent tape in our household, as you can imagine.
Nintendo, come for me. I don't give a fuck. I got like 17 seasons of Pokemon that I fucking ripped straight off of Cartoon Network, and you can't do shit about it.
Naturally recorded a lot of wrestling through the years.
Yes, I think I have the first show I ever watched on a tape somewhere.
And like people these days don't appreciate that when you had like 3 wrestling tapes, you watch those shows over and over again.
Oh, I was a little bit out of tapes by that point. I was probably on DVDs, but it was the same fucking thing. It was like, I had, you know what it was? For some reason, at some point, and because we got into the point of like trading DVDs a lot too at school, but before then, I remember I had a 4-pack of like Armageddons from different years. When they would do like the pay-per-view 4-packs. So, which is very confusing, I guess, because like, you gotta remember too, Australia, I'm not watching pay-per-views, man. It's like $50, you have to ring up and do it. I'm never watching pay-per-views, so I barely get TV, because all of the TV stuff is at my grandparents' house, so I only get it when I'm there. So I'm watching the same DVDs over and over again. And I was basically watching 2007 and 2008 pay-per-views, and then also randomly like an 03, 04, 05, 06 Armageddon.
The rotation.
And I'll tell you right now, I watched the hell out of those shows. I remember I got like, remember the first, do you remember like, you're an old man, so you won't have the same joy as I had, but the first time I got like a 3-pack DVD from a WWE show, or like a biography thing, that was a big moment for me. Because all my friends had them, and I was like, man, this is so cool. And I got the 2006 DX run.
Oh no, you couldn't have gotten a good DVD?
I had like the 3-pack DVD.
Yeah.
I watched the hell out of that. And then then I traded it for an RVD 2-pack DVD.
That's a very good trade.
Yeah, I was very happy with that trade.
Yeah, because the 2 tapes I had as a kid that I would watch that was St. Valentine's Day Massacre, the pay-per-view, and WCW Sold Out 2000. Those 2 tapes. I had those 2 tapes. I've seen those shows dozens of times because we had 2 tapes. Kids these days, Liam, they have the entirety of wrestling history at their fingertips, and we had to watch the same shows over and over again.
But honestly, I wouldn't trade it because I loved those shows, and I loved rewatching them over and over and over again. I have seen Cyber Sunday 2007 a billion times. I've seen the Unforgiven show where they did all the championship scrambles a million times.
And honestly, a big reason I probably became a big TNA guy was getting like the Best of the X Division Volume 2.
Yeah, 100%.
And watching that DVD probably 15 times. And falling in love with those wrestlers and that generation of wrestlers. Speaking of the X Division, let's take us to the X Division this month. We'll start with the X Cup stuff. So we had the second America's X Cup where Team AAA defended against Team Canada. And I don't know, it was fine.
It was a worse version of the first one, but still pretty alright.
Yeah, so Team AAA again is Mr. Aguila, Abismo Negro, Juventud Guerrera, and Hector Garza. Team Canada this time is Teddy Hart, Petey Williams, Johnny Devine, and noted Canadian again, Jack Evans.
He's the best Canadian.
Famous Vancouver, British Columbian, Jack Evans.
They gave a justification where it's like, I think they admitted that he wasn't Canadian, but he was like, he is in Canada, so they're like, yeah, he counts.
And they talked about how he was engaged to Teddy Hart's sister. So being engaged to Teddy Hart's wife would be a very different relationship going on here.
But hey, do what you want to do.
I did like how Mike Tenay acknowledged that Jack Evans was trained by Brian Alvarez.
Yeah, that was a fun little note. And like even like made note of like the He's like the Figure 4 guy.
Yeah, the Figure 4 newsletter writer and wrestler, Brian Alvarez.
Pacific Northwest, baby.
So same format as last time. 4 singles matches worth 1 point, 2 tag team matches worth 2 points, and then an 8-man elimination tag team match worth 2 points per elimination. If tied at the end, the captains face off in a decider the week after.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to say about any of these matches.
I find the timeline of Teddy Hart's injury quite funny.
I'm sure they did as well, to be fair.
That's true. Because if you'd remember, he had to pull out of the last show of February, so it was meant to be Teddy Hart against Juventud Guerrera against Jerry Lynn. It ended up being Petey Williams instead, because Teddy Hart hurt himself in the match he had with Mr. Aguila. So that injury was acknowledged on television at the end of February, but then he comes out here and injures his knee in this match with Mr. Aguila and becomes a show-running story, even though we already saw him injured on TV.
He clearly has a bothersome knee, and it just re-injured.
All right. So yeah, the Teddy Hart, Mr. Aguila was your opening match. Scott D'Amore interfered multiple times at ringside, and then he was kicked out. I thought they were meant to do an angle where he was like banned from ringside, because he wasn't ringside any of the other matches, other than the main event where he was on commentary. I think they forgot to put in like a pre-tape where someone banned him from ringside.
Yeah.
Because like Mike and Don were like, we've got to do something about this. We've got to stop Scott D'Amore interfering. That's not in the spirit of the X Cup. And then he wasn't ringside for the rest of the matches. So I assume they did do something about it, but they forgot to connect those dots.
Especially since they did that segment where he's like, fires up Devine, he's like, get out there. Like, that would make, it's like, well, you get out there with him. What the fuck?
So yeah, Teddy Hart won with a shooting star elbow drop. Canada went 1-0 up. Juventud Guerrera defeated Petey Williams with a 9-1-1 Hoovy driver. Canada 1-1.
I don't have anything to say about that match.
They did acknowledge for the first time here that Chris Sabin and Petey Williams are from the same training class, which is a story we'll call back to multiple times.
Yeah, that is a long-term thing there.
I was thinking about this while watching that. Who else is like, other than tag team partners who like broke into the business at the same time together in the same training class, which is kind of cheating. Who else is like famously in the same training class? Like the actual class.
Well, you can chuck Shelley in that class too, right?
But were they in that exact same like Border City Wrestling class?
I think so.
As opposed to like, they're all BCW guys, but were they like literally in the same training class?
Well, I'm sure there was crossover.
There's like, I think they were already wrestlers beforehand, right? But like Bryan Danielson and Brian Kendrick.
I mean, if you want to like really get into like the minutiae of it all, it's like Tanahashi, Shibata, Goto.
Again, were they all the same breaking in exact same time Young Lion class?
I think, yeah.
Well, then they count, yes.
Well, I think Tanahashi's class was actually Tanahashi, the big dude whose name I forgot.
Nakanishi.
No, and Yoshitatsu. So I got my Yoshis mixed up.
You thought it was the dinosaur instead of the wrestler.
Yeah, it has. I'm sure there's like some Japanese class that beats it.
Yeah, so let us know, who do you think is the most famous like training class coming up together that became like great wrestlers and stars?
Yeah, because I know that Shibata and Tanahashi were in together, but I think Shibata was like the lead young lion at that point. Like, because him, Nakamura, and I said Goto before I meant Nakamura. They were all in there together, but I think I think
they didn't actually start together. Yeah.
I think Nakamura was the leader and Shibata and Tanahashi were together, actually. Something like that. And then Goto was like a year later. It's been a while since I read the Tanahashi biography. But they were all like young lions together at a point. They were just at different levels of young lion.
So Hoovy BP 1-1. Then we go backstage. Scott D'Amore is firing up his team because Teddy Hart's injured. But Teddy Hart's like, no, I insist on wrestling.
Then that has to be a rib, right?
Probably, yeah.
We're going to do a knee injury and have Teddy Hart insist that he wants to wrestle because of his knee injury.
Especially after our last week where he pulled out of a match because of his knee injury. It's like, no, you will insist that you will continue wrestling
A knee
tonight.
Injury that was like dubious by a lot of people too.
People are skeptical about the degree to which Teddy Hart is hurt at any given time. Because while he did sell his knee, he also did all his shit without flaw, so...
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a rib.
So Johnny Devine then went out and beat a Beast Mode Negro to float over Rana 2-1.
I like Johnny Devine in this. I like a Beast Mode Negro, who's someone who I've actually never seen. And I was like, oh, this guy kind of rocks.
Yeah, I think all the Team Mexico guys are really good.
Yeah.
And like the weird thing is, I think all the Team Canada guys are really good, but also the crowd doesn't know or care about them at this stage.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They haven't had much of a chance to actually build these guys up. The AAA guys actually had a couple like matches to get them noticed. And
like the one guy the crowd is into, and the one guy who's consistently like better in these matches is Teddy, who has already been here from the Super X Cup last time.
And then Jack gets over with his beating Jack Evans.
Yeah, so Hector Garza faces Jack Evans. Garza hits a low blow. He claims it was the inner thigh. The referee was looking right at it. He's like, no, I kicked him in the inner thigh.
I like this match though. This was fun. Just to see Jack Evans, you know.
Yeah, Garza's a good heel bully.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, Garza then hit a powerbomb moonsault 2-2. Harrison Storm did a promo for next week. Then a feature for the next thing with the motion graphics. The motion graphics are out of control in this company. They're terrible, but also the best.
No, there's a lot going on.
They're honestly getting worse somehow, but also still great.
They are definitely getting worse. I look forward to see if there's any of a production improvement once they get to television.
Juvi and Abismo Negro defeated Jack Evans and Teddy Hart to bring AAA to 4-2. And I thought the best match on the show.
I agree, best match on the show.
Mostly because it was just Jack Evans and Teddy Hart doing flips.
Yeah. Those two are a good team. I also like the finish here with Juvi submitting Teddy, which I thought was a nice touch because in the like big high flying tournament where there was a submission on a bad leg.
And also it's a callback to them facing off in the Super X Cup. Mm-hmm. And I thought that like the wrestling on the show was best when Juvi and Teddy were in the ring together.
Yeah.
Also, in this match, Jack Evans did a Phoenix 630.
That's what he does, man.
I don't think he meant to, but he did.
That's half of his high flying, is it looks like he doesn't mean it, and then he just does the crazy shit you'll ever see.
It does look like he just throws himself, and however it goes, it goes.
That's the benefits of being a Gumby man.
So Petey Williams, Johnny Devine beat Hector Garza and Mr. Aguila to go 4-4, taking us into our final match. Juventud Guerrera, Mr. Aguila, Hector Garza, and Abismo Negro defeated Teddy Hart, Jack Evans, Petey Williams, and Johnny Devine. Scott D'Amore was on commentary. Juvi pinned Evans with a top rope Juvi driver. Hart pinned Abismo with a spiral tap. Juvi was then pinned with a Tower of Doom with his feet, and then Johnny Devine put his feet in the ropes. Mr. Aguila immediately pinned Devine. Hart pinned Garza after a shooting star over Petey's knee. Garza pinned Hart with a standing moonsault, even though, like, Petey absolutely 100% obviously broke it up. He got there.
Yeah, he held the pin, it's fine.
Yeah, it's that Jerry Lynn, AJ Styles Loki finish from 2002, where it's like they broke it up, but he didn't break it up, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, this is a Bret Hart masturbatory tribute match.
The three matches that have done that finish in the history of wrestling.
Yeah, it's fun.
But then Garza made the comeback, beat Petey to win the America's X Cup, retain the America's X Cup, actually.
Garza is so cool.
Yeah, and he's new captain.
Yeah, because of reasons.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that now. Why not? So there's a new member of Team AAA because Juvi is out. The new member is Heavy Metal. Juventud Guerrera was pulled from Team AAA due to a fight that took place in Mexico between him and Abismo Negro. Negro, who is still part of the AAA team in TNA, dominated the locker room fight and left Juvi with a black eye and apparent broken nose. Juvi hasn't been the most popular person in AAA lately, as sources say he acts like he's better than the company's wrestlers. In fact, because he was eliminated early in this match, he started shooting his mouth off. He's like, I'm the star, people won't care if I'm eliminated early, and he went so far as to say that people will walk out of the building once he's eliminated.
That's very funny.
So, giant ego here on Juvi, and he's out of TNA, he's out of AAA. This is the last we'll see of Juvi, which is a shame, because he's been freaking great.
Yeah, he's really good. I love this line here. Observers say Juvi seems to have taken his on-air role as captain of the AAA team too hard.
Yeah, and apparently he did all this, he buried his partners in English, and he didn't realize they probably understood what he was saying.
Juvi's really good, but this has always kind of been the thing with him.
Yeah, it's his attitude, it's his ego, it's his, like, every single time he came back to TNA, there'd be a note on PW Torches like, countdown to Juvi having a meltdown, and here it is, Juvi having his meltdown.
It's the juice, baby.
And, like, the story of the match was meant to be, you know, Juvi is eliminated second, so that, you know, Team AAA is put behind the 8-ball, has to come back and win without their captain. Like, that was meant to be the story, but then Juvi's like, I can't be eliminated second, I'm the star.
Well, it's actually quite fitting that they did it this way because now they set up their new leader.
Yeah, where Hector Garza is the new star.
So this is a bit of a weird match.
They want the 8-man tag?
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange. And apparently, part of the problem is that they went about 8 minutes without elimination. Then the referee gave them word from backstage that they were going too long and had to speed things up. So then they whiplashed in the exact opposite direction and did 7 eliminations in 3 minutes, and it just kind of ended up being stupid.
Yeah, it was like watching an old Survivor series where people would get pinned off like a drop kick.
It's just like 8 minutes without elimination, then boom, 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 everyone's out.
Yeah.
And also the PD breaking up the pin thing didn't help.
No, which I think was like, you know, still the intended finish, but it was like, when everything else is going so nuts, it kind of makes it stand out.
Also, I like the Garza stuff where he's pulling people up again, and it started costing his team. Where it's a callback to there's like tournament to tournament storytelling where he's refusing to pin people, and then people are getting mad at him. Mm-hmm. And the only other X Cup stuff is the introduction of Team UK, who will be the next team in the America's X Cup.
Oi, Gabna.
Who will face Team AAA on the first show of April. So that's Dave Taylor managing the team of James Mason, Robbie Dynamite, Dean Allmark, and Frankie Sloan.
It would have been such a great bit if you found like the fake British wrestler Twitter names. You know, like that thread?
Yeah.
It's like Jeff the Dumbbell Jackson or something. Oh, I didn't recognize any of these people.
Yeah, like some of them are UK indie stalwarts, but it's not a good bunch of guys to represent. And they're so indie looking.
At least they got matching jackets. That's cool.
But they're so indie looking. It's just, oh no.
It's very funny. And it doesn't help that like Dave Taylor's kind of doing the exact same shtick as Scott is. I don't know.
We will bring the trophy back to the Queen and all that stuff.
I laughed so hard at the idea of the Queen being like, oh, thank you for bringing back the World X Cup to England.
Them doing freaking America's X Cup freaking presentation in the Buckingham Palace, and the Queen is like, I am so proud of you, James Mason. Robbie Dynamite, you have been knighted.
I was going to say Dean Allmark getting knighted.
I think Dean Allmark still does like Rev Pro stuff every now and again.
He does some progress stuff too. Dean Allmark's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I like whenever Dean Allmark pops up. But it's like, come on, you couldn't have got Doug.
They wanted Doug. So some notes on how this came about. The original plan was for Mexico versus Japan, but they couldn't put together a deal on such short notice. Among consideration was Tourman, who they couldn't get people because there was a tournament going on. All Japan, who were on tour. New Japan, who had a show, and they couldn't have them stay for the week. Noah didn't have work visas.
The idea of the Torimon guys coming in?
Yeah. We had the clowns. Could you imagine?
It's Milano Collection AT walking in the fucking asylum. To live in that world.
Hey, you'll get Milano Collection AT and TNA.
Oh my gosh.
Just to wait like 4 more years.
Hey man, that's better than some of the other things that you've told me to wait for.
There's a lot. Listen, we're getting there. We're getting there. You like this month. You can't give out to me.
I've liked like 6 months that we've watched, alright?
So yeah, they thought about doing like a team of like a team international, which would they would do in later X Cups. Eddie Colon was contacted to be a member of that. Primo.
If they still had the Australia deal. Team Australia right there. Come on, let's go.
Led by Ashley Hudson making his big return.
Of course.
The Sex Australian champion.
Yes. I still attest that I'm actually the Sex Australia champion.
Sure. They pivoted to the idea of doing Team UK. It was based around they wanted Doug Williams and Johnny Storm and Robbie Brookside to do it, but FWA had dates that weekend and they couldn't do it. They couldn't commit.
Come on, skip FWA for 1 weekend.
Bob Ryder is working as late as March 22nd to convince FWA to cancel Williams and Storm's booking so they could do it, but they couldn't.
Oh, it would have been so sick instead of these guys. And then you can still have Dean Allmark because he's cool.
So when TNA called Robbie Brookside, he suggested the guys, which turned out to be Team UK, which is James Mason, Dean Allmark, Frankie Sloan, and Robbie Dynamite, managed by Dave Taylor.
So upset that the other options were Torimon or like that kick-ass Team UK. Johnny Storm's an established TNA canon guy.
Yeah, he's been here multiple times. He was in the Super X Cup. Yeah,
Where's Kid Romeo?
He's American.
Team Italy. Dude, Kid Romeo. You put
Tony Mamaluke.
Fucking there you go, Tony Mamaluke. You can give him the main event Mafia theme that they had.
I'm sure Nunzio would quit to do the Super X Cup or the World X Cup or the America's X Cup.
You get Milano Collection AT.
All the Italians, yes.
Just get the Italian connection. Get Julia.
So that is our first show of April, the Team UK against Team Mexico, America's X Cup.
I'm looking forward to it at least. I'm sure they're all going to get worse, aren't they?
Yes, they do get consistently worse. Though we go back up to an okay show for the World X Cup in May.
Sweet.
So the other big story was we had a new X Division champion in March. So Chris Sabin, Elix Skipper, and Sanjay Dutt faced Esteban, Quishin Bokaman, and Nosawa in a 6-man tag team match on the March 3rd show. And if you watch very closely in the finish, Chris Sabin and Elix Skipper do stereo splashes and leg drops. Or actually, sorry, it's Sabin and Sanjay that do it. And you can see when Sabin lands, he very clearly tweaks his knee. He limps out. He's actually carried out, more or less. He's helped out by Sanjay and Skipper. Osaka Pro clowns here in NWA-TNA too. We've already talked about that.
It's just fun to see him though. Some pretty iconic images for people who are like first delving into the world of Japanese professional wrestling, I feel.
So
I feel like it's one of the first things you see. It's like, like for good or for worse, you're like, what's Japanese professional wrestling? You're like, oh, some DDT match and some Osaka Pro match. Probably the first two things that come up.
Yeah, show them the clowns.
Yeah. Send in the clowns.
Mike today tells us Eba-san's character is based on the Japanese god of prosperity.
True.
And the Quishin Bokaman's name is based on a landmark in Osaka. It's apparently a restaurant.
Shout out to the new Osaka Pro, by the way.
How are they doing?
They have a TV deal on Gaora.
Good for them. Do they still have clowns?
I think they have some pretty remarkable attendances.
Some entirely legitimate attendances, you mean?
I've heard that there's some real legit attendances being reported for Osaka Pro.
Good for them, and they're legit attendance.
Good work, Zeus.
See, I do have to say, Eba-san, Quishin Bokaman, and Nosawa might be the most random trio in TNA history.
See, it's an interesting one, right?
To just, like, stroll out here randomly.
Well, Nosawa's an established guy.
Yeah, Nosawa's been around.
He shows up from time to time. It would have been really funny if the Torimon guys were with him, considering what's happening now. Or the Noah guys. Either. God, Nosawa's been everywhere.
I also enjoyed Nosawa doing Great Muta tribute spots, given a lot of recent Noah booking.
Well, he owes a lot of his career to Muta, so...
God damn it. You paid the debt.
You sure have.
Don West was very impressed with the clowns as well. He was like, these clowns, they're very athletic.
I still cannot believe we haven't got an ICP versus the Osaka Pro Clowns match.
What a waste. But yes, the big thing. So Sabin, Sanjay, Skipper won.
I guess we'll talk about the other thing.
And Sabin seemed to injure his knee. So Sabin was missing for a few weeks. They didn't actually acknowledge it. Even all the way up to when he was coming out to vacate the belt. They were only just been saying on TV that like, oh yeah, he's vacating the belt.
Yeah, well, I think when they announced the first thing, they were like, it's a #1 contender thing, right?
Yeah.
And then they switched to they're actually going to wrestle each other for the vacant belt.
So
I think they probably just held out hope.
Because he's only going to be out for another few more weeks, but they figured it's just too long. He's already been off TV for the bones of a month.
And also, TV coming up, probably want to have an X-Champ, considering it's a big focus.
Yeah. So then March 10th is the X Cup. Then March 17th. Oh, we didn't even talk about the return of Frankie Kazarian. Jeez. So that's the most important part of the March 3rd show.
We did, because I was like, what a great promo.
Yeah, so Frankie Kazarian returns on the March 3rd show as well. He cuts a promo about how he's mad that he wasn't in the America's X Cup, about how Jerry Lynn, in particular, was keeping him out of TNA and keeping out of Team TNA.
Yeah, this is a hell of a promo. Go listen.
Listen, and Frankie does become a good promo. Like, Frankie, particularly in the Bad Influence era, I think he really comes into his own. He's very charismatic.
Yeah, he just doesn't have it quite yet.
No, this isn't his moment. But he does wrestle Jerry Lynn with the idea being that he wants to prove that he belongs in TNA and belongs in the X Cup, and he does beat Jerry Lynn.
Then that's when Raven came out, and I'm standing up, I'm screaming, serotonin, serotonin. I'm waiting for it, but no.
It must be noted Frankie is no longer the ladies' man.
Well, we don't know that. Just maybe he keeps more professional in the ring now.
That's true. The whole idea was that he was hitting on the cage dancers, and they're not there anymore.
Vince Russo, genius. Genius storyteller. Sound the alarm.
And that's the reason he can now focus and win the X Division title. My God, Vinny Roo, who are we to ever question you?
Who are you to ever question? I think I am on record as a staunch Vince Russo supporter.
Yeah, Kazarian hit the move that he calls Back to the Future, which is the electric chair drop where he holds their arms and drops backwards. Cool guy. And I do like that they focus on Jerry Lynn's shoulder injury. That's like a reoccurring thing coming out of that first America's X Cup, because it's probably still hurt. But they do build it into the story of all of his matches, where it's like his shoulder's injured, so he's not the same Jerry Lynn he used to be. So yeah, Kazarian wins with the La Magistral Cradle and then rubs it in Lynn's face before he gets DDT'd by Raven.
Then the next match we have is him opening the show against Elix Skipper, I believe.
Yeah, so they have a nice little match. Kaz holds the tights and wins. Then Kaz jumps Skipper after the match for some reason, even though he already won. But then Jerry Lynn makes the save.
Proving a point that he's a right bastard.
He is. He's a mean guy. He's just attacking people.
Don't attack Elix Skipper. He's going through a lot right now.
And he does actually kind of get over, like properly get over, because every time he does something cool, like the crowd chant, "You still suck" at him, which is a good bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was really impressive when we hit that crazy dive, and then they're like, well, you still suck.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Literally anything he does, it's like, "Now you suck."
It's a good bit to like yell at a good wrestler that they suck.
So the main event of the March 24th show, the whole idea was the X Division is back in the main event for the first time in a while, and we also have the return of the Amazing Red.
And thank God.
Yes, the last time we saw Red was July 16th when he lost to Elix Skipper, so it's been the bones of 8 months since we've had Amazing Red on NWA-TNA, and he rules and he's the best and I miss him.
I was excited to see him back, and he does Amazing Red shit.
That match, Amazing Red defeated Jerry Lynn, P.D. Williams, Elix Skipper, Frankie Kazarian, and Nasawa to become #1 contender.
Sour Man, TNA main eventer.
He's gonna be like having TNA matches all through the year. So Nasawa, big TNA guy in 2004.
I love it. I love seeing some Nasawa.
So Lynn eliminated Nasawa with a cradle pile driver. PD helped Kaz eliminate Lynn by holding the like a cradle in the ropes. Kaz then swerved PD and pinned him with the Wave of the Future after PD hit the first Canadian destroyer in TNA history.
I missed it.
How did you miss it?
I don't know. I looked away and I even scoured back through the match, but I couldn't find the spot. And I knew it happened because you tweeted about it, but I couldn't find the fucking Canadian destroyer. I was devastated.
I cannot believe you missed the first Canadian destroyer in TNA history.
Listen, I'm more upset than you could ever be. So
the funny thing is, like, the crowd were like remarkably quiet for that Canadian destroyer.
I wonder when the first Canadian destroyer that is the Canadian destroyer will be. You know what I mean?
I think it's like the second one, because the crowd are kind of shocked at the first one. They can't quite process that it's literally like the coolest move in the world. And I think by like after that, it's like, oh, this move is cool. And like the announcers start talking it up as like PD has this one devastating kill shot move after like they saw the Canadian destroyer the first time in this match.
The destroyer's kind of fallen off a little bit now, since it was like in literally every single match on an indie show.
I think it's still in literally every single match on an indie show.
I think it's died down a little.
Indie wrestlers have learned how to work again.
No. Just with less Canadian destroyers.
I love how dismissive that no was. So yeah, then Red pinned PD after her Red Star press. So Red is your #1 contender to Chris Sabin.
Yeah, very excited for Amazing Red versus Chris Sabin.
Which is definitely a match that's going to happen on the March 31st show, except it's not. So Chris Sabin has injured his knee, and they've made the decision to vacate the X Division title. Chris Sabin comes out on crutches. TNA officials asked him to FedEx the title back, but he is like, no, I am a man. I will present it to you in person.
I will pay for my own flight. I will come down here, and I will present the title.
So I hope he didn't pay for his own flight. So
They were like, Chris, please, just FedEx it. We really don't want... Okay, you can come down.
So Kaz defeated Amazing Red to become your new X Division champion, Frankie Kazarian, becoming X Division champion for the very first time.
Oh, I thought this was the second time. Shows you how much I pay attention to the X Division.
So yeah, I thought they had a good little match. Nothing special, but a good little match.
I thought for sure that Red was winning this.
I honestly think Red probably should have won it, but listen, I can't control 2004 TNA booking.
Maybe they just were going for the upset.
And they did bring Kaz back as a pushed entity. He did beat Jerry Lynn. He did beat Elix Skipper. He did have like a run through most of that.
It
six-man
still
match.
felt like an upset though.
Especially because like they made kind of a deal about Red coming back. He won the 6-man. They're like, Red's back. It's his first. He's back for the first time in 8 months. I would have thought they would just put the X belt on him.
Yeah.
But no, Frankie Kazarian is your new X Division champion.
Very cool. I think he's PWG champion at the same time. He'll have a resume.
He loves winning with roll-ups, apparently, because Red missed the Red Star press, and then Kaz caught him with a cradle again. And then slapped Chris Sabin at ringside, but then the entire of Team NWA came out and whooped his ass.
Kind of rules.
He can't get a push. He beats Jerry Lynn and Raven beats him up. He wins the X title and all of Team NWA beats him up.
I like Kaz, man. I like Kaz as like a shit-eating heel, you know? Fun stuff. I also like that the guy that everyone hated for a while is now like you can't touch Sabin.
Yeah, Sabin's a babyface now, apparently.
Yeah, he has been for a bit, but he's earned his stripes now, and he's like one of the boys.
Yeah, it was basically when he's put in Team NWA that they just he's a babyface now.
It was a little bit before that, but yeah.
So yeah, Kaz is your X Division champion. He is much better as a heel. I think he works better as a heel. He's a more natural heel.
Also, he doesn't have to be like, oh, look at the ladies. Don't know why he's Irish.
So that brings us to the tag division. Let's start with the ICP.
Yeah, they rock. Well, what do you want?
We have a 10-man tag team match on March 3rd, which is D'Lo Brown, Sonny Siaki, Simon Diamond, Ron Killings, and Conan defeating Kid Cash, Michael Shane, Glenn Gilberti, Johnny Swinger, and David Young.
This is kind of fun.
Yeah, I love wacky 10-man tags. I just love throwing as many people as you possibly can into a match and just seeing all the little character dynamics and all the little people who don't normally interact with each other interacting with each other.
No, all these guys interact with each other this month, though.
That's true. This is the bunch of people we throw together in the one feud together.
So yeah, this was the I guess maybe this is what I thought helped these shows, was that all these guys were just regulated to each other. So that like all the stars were doing their own thing.
So all the nerds on the show were just confined to 10 minutes each.
But like then you got some people in there that like, you know, can help put it together as well, with like Cash and D'Lo and Michael Shane, Simon Diamond.
Yeah, so this match is the recurring story that every time like Swinger would be in the match, Diamond would try to get in, but Swinger would run away. Then everyone hit their move, classic 10-man tag format. Perfectly fine and acceptable. After the match, heels beat up the baby faces, and then to a frankly monster reaction, the Insane Clown Posse made the save.
Yeah, honestly, we say that like Raven and stuff are the biggest stars. Maybe ICP is actually the second biggest star. Maybe they're the biggest stars.
They get such a huge reaction whenever they show up on these shows.
They should have strapped them up.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the main event of the America's X Cup was the last ICP match in TNA history. It was the Dark Carnival match as Violent J, Shaggy, Too Dope, and Too Tough Tony faced Glenn Gilberti, Kid Cash, and David Young.
I can't believe you're skipping Wicked Clown style.
Oh, was that the promo they did to set up the Dark Carnival match? Which once again they shouted out Mike Tenay, which I do very much approve.
I love their hatred for Hudson. They're like, where is Mike
To
Tenay?
be fair, it's not a hatred of Hudson. It's rather just a glowing love of Mike Tenay, and anybody who is not Mike Tenay is inferior.
They were goofing him. They were goofing him this one.
Yeah, so they're going to face them in a Dark Carnival match, as you said, Wicked Clown style.
Yeah. King of Wicked Clown style.
That is the best style of wrestling.
That's our next shirt.
The Darn shirt and the King of Wicked Clown style shirt.
It's in the Shinsuke-like shirt font.
Yeah. So yeah, main event of the America's X Cup show was that Dark Carnival match. You might be asking, Garrett, what's a Dark Carnival match? Good question.
Garrett, what is a Dark Carnival match?
Good question. They put a bunch of poles up and connected the poles with chains, and then hung a bunch of fluorescent weapons and signs off of those chains and put them all around ringside. And also, at random intervals throughout the match, the lights will hit, there will be a light show, and some ICP music will play.
So the only negative I have to say about this match is that the music and light should have been playing the entire time.
No.
Yes, that's 100% how they should have done that. I love the fluorescent weapons. I love the aesthetic of this. This is great stuff, good stuff. Yeah, the music and the lights need to be playing the whole time.
I think that would have caused my brain to melt.
Good.
It's true. Too Tough Tony hit a real rad twisting plancha in this match, by the way.
Too Tough Tony's a real wrestler.
There's also Kid Cash just completely missed a dropkick. Completely missed.
Hell yeah.
Just
Entirely
missed.
This match was kind of messy, but I kind of love it because it's a Dark Carnival match.
This is the actually bad ICP match. I liked the first two. I thought the first two were a lot of fun.
Boo.
This match was just kind of a mess with a bad stipulation.
The Juggalos are going to come for you.
You're a big fan of the Dark Carnival. That's the ICP lore, isn't it?
Yes, that's like their whole thing. Yeah. It's like an album of theirs.
I was looking into it. I think it's like the lore album, or like the deep lore of the ICP goes back to the Dark Carnival.
Yeah.
Also, if you're a big WCW fan, that was the name of the ICP stable in WCW. They were called the Dark Carnival rather than the ICP.
That rules. Who was in the Dark Carnival stable?
It was like Vampiro. There was Great Muta.
You're describing the greatest stable I've ever heard. I want Too Tough Tony to come and team with Muta in Noah.
So yeah, the Dark Carnival were the ICP, Violent J, Shaggy, Too Dope, Vampiro, the Great Muta, and the Demon.
That's a perfect stable.
So there you go.
That's literally a perfect stable.
I think it started as a Raven group that kind of morphed when Raven left. Apparently it was called The Deadpool at one stage because he likes comics. Did you know that?
I'm aware.
So yeah, that's the end of the ICP. The Insane Clown Posse announced on its website that they would no longer be appearing at TNA events. Sources say ICP is upset because they announced a Juggalo after party for the March 17th show, only to find out they were not scheduled to appear. The story going around the locker room is that management offered to let the duo work an explosion match so that the party could go as planned, but the duo said that they had no interest in appearing on the syndicated show and that they're stars. If they're going to show up and do nothing, they're not going to show up at all. So they then announced they're done, but then backtracked on that on March 23rd. The ICP posted on its website they're on good terms for TNA. They wished they could hang out there to see Mike Tenay. He was like, no, we can't see Mike Tenay anymore, but that their touring schedule wouldn't allow them appearing for a while, and they may get revenge on the person who interfered to cost them the Star Carnival match, Liam, the returning alpha male Monty Brown. Pounce! Period. After, 18 months-ish since we last saw Monty? Monty's back, and he is now, unlike last time where he was just weird Monty Brown guy, he is now the alpha male, he is now the guy who does the pounds. He is the Monty Brown we know and love.
100%. Sorry, there was a weird mic noise that my mic...
I thought that was you making that weird noise. I was like, what on earth are you doing?
Yeah, that was very confusing.
It was like...
Yeah, I thought there was like a ghost next to me. I was shitting myself.
I thought you were doing some kind of Monty Brown bit.
No, that was just some random noise that my mic made.
Oh my god.
Whew, that scared me. I literally looked over my shoulder because it sounded like it was just in my left ear.
Yeah.
I need a minute. Alright.
So Monty is back on the April 17th show. He cuts a promo where he does deliver the first pounce period in TNA history.
Yeah, this dude cuts a motherfucking promo.
Even now, like, this is, first show back, he's doing his Monty Brown promo, and he's on the hunt, he's taking out his opposition, he's Monty Brown, he's the alpha male, he's making football references, he's like, oh, I'm gonna win the game this time. Last time I was only just playing the game, but now I'm gonna win the game because I'm Monty Brown, and I'm not gonna be the smiling babyface anymore. I'm gonna kill people because he's Monty Brown.
Mm-hmm. I like that he has like the over dramatic head turns and like hand movements of the Rock. It rules.
The pounce period didn't have the same quite emphasis here. It was literally just pounce period. It wasn't like pounce period.
But we haven't got there yet.
He hasn't evolved the pounce quite yet.
Not yet.
So then Monty Brown had his first match back. He faced Chris Vaughn.
Yeah, killed him.
He killed him. At one stage, threw him over the steps into the cameraman, which rocked.
I was reading the review of the match that you have written down here that you can read if you go to tnachat.com, where it said Monty attacked after the bell, but Don Harris made the save, and I read, but Don West made the save, and I was like, holy shit, how did I miss that?
That would be the dream match for the ages. Don West versus the alpha male.
Two alphas colliding.
There's no way of knowing who would win. Then you would have to have the battle of Sigma males too, just for the sake of, inclusion.
Oh, just you wait until Jeff Jarrett and fucking Monty Brown wrestle.
Oh, it will be the alpha male versus the Sigma male. Ah!
Yeah. If you didn't think I already had this stuff ready and noted.
So Monty hit the pounce. It's not his finish at the moment, interestingly. The alpha bomb is still the finish, which is the fall away slam into the power bomb. So it kills Chris Vaughn, as you mentioned. Don Harris made the save, which actually on the show was the exact same angle as the Elix Skipper Frankie Kazarian match.
Yeah, I forgot about. Yeah, I did forget about.
Literally, like the exact same. Guy wins, attacks after the bell. Guy makes save. They did 2 matches in a row. There wasn't even matches between that Frankie and Skipper match. It was the last match on the show.
Yeah,
creativity here in the NWA-TNA.
Don't dismiss the booking genius of Vince Russo around me, please.
So March 24th, Monty Brown was meant to face Don Harris based off the attack and save the previous week, but then Monty jumped Harris before the bell, pushed over some referees, and then stomped on Harris's arm.
I was so into this. I was hooting and hollering.
See Monty kick Don Harris's ass.
I was like, oh, I gotta watch this match, and they just beat the fuck out of him.
There is no better feeling in wrestling than you're like, fuck, I've got to sit through a Monty Brown and Don Harris match, and then it doesn't happen.
Yeah. That should get, like, some booking award.
Again, Vince Russo, I have to set the alarm.
I'm telling you.
After the match, Monty cut a promo about how this is his hunting ground. Then it's open season. He invites anybody to come out and face him, and then somebody does. It's Sabu.
I'm so into this, man. This is so sick.
So yeah, Monty gets the better of Sabu at first, but then Sabu reverses the alpha bomb into a Rana, hits the triple jump moonsault, and then Monty bails. Sabu starts swinging a chair at him.
Yeah. And then, I mean, what a fucking match we get next week.
Yeah, so based on that, before the match, Monty Brown does another backstage promo with Scott Hudson. He's like, it's not duck season, it's not rabbit season, it's hunting season, and I'm hunting humans.
Then he's like, I'm gonna pounce your mother. You can bring her out with the walker.
My favorite part of that is if you look at Scott Hudson's facial expressions, and when Monty's like, I'm gonna pounce your mom, Scott's like, oh man.
He's like, no, please, stop my
You
mother.
don't have to pounce my mom. Come on.
He looks like the FBI now, Monty. Don't be doing that.
So we then get Monty Brown versus Sabu, which ended in a no contest when they just kept on brawling and eventually got thrown out. So I want that standard kept, TNA. Every time we do crowd brawls, every time we do walking brawls, throw it out. End the match.
It wasn't even a particularly like crazy walking brawl.
Yeah, Sabu at one stage, he went to the dancer's cage. And he was like, what am I going to do? I'm going to like grab the top of it and...
He tried to climb it, and then it like moved as if it was going to shift and fall, and just the worst timing in the world. That was when Mike Tenay decided to point out that he was going to try and climb it.
Yes, I thought he was going to like swing off of it maybe into like a dive, or as he said, climb it and jump off
No, he
it.
tried to pull himself up.
And it was not particularly stable, and he just noped out of it. He's just like, no.
I would say, again, I don't blame him.
And Don on commentary is like, oh, Sabu thought better of that there. So they pull apart as Monty Brown continues his feud with Sabu.
I'm excited for it, to be honest.
So the other two big feuds in the tag division kind of all tied together. So we'll just talk about the tag team title tournament. So AJ Styles and Abyss wrestled on the last show of February. If you'd remember, the story was the person who won in that tables match would become tag team champions with a partner of their choice and then face the person who lost in a tag team title match with a partner of their choice. It was meant to be Lex Luger. It was meant to be Lex Luger and Abyss would be tag team champions. But Lex Luger, who if you remember took a cut rate to appear last week, he only took $2,500. He wanted the full $5 if he was to wrestle this week, and TNA told him to fuck off, so they threw that out the window.
All fair from all sides.
Fair play to Lex Luger for wanting to get paid. Fair play to TNA for saying fuck no. So instead of Abyss and a partner being tag champs, the stipulation of that match was just thrown out, and it's actually mentioned offhandedly that when Styles and Abyss come out for the Falls Count Anywhere match, they're like, oh, the belts are vacant. Vince Russo just held them up.
But honestly, I'm fine with this tournament because the tournament rocks.
Yeah, and it's a very easy way to put focus back on something. It's just do a tournament. You know, we've lost focus in the tag division. We've been doing too much stuff with Styles and Abyss and singles stuff, and the red shirts were champions for God knows why. So we're going to refocus the division. We're going to do a tournament to crown new champions. So starting on March 17th, we have an 8-team tag team tournament where 3LK, there's too many teams. I won't name them now. I was like,
Do you want me to do it?
go on, name all the teams in this tournament. Leave the mystery one for last for the sake of suspense.
The new franchise.
1.
Slash and Sing.
2. Returning.
Gilberti and David Young.
3.
Kid Cash and a not the partner that he was meant to have.
4. It was meant to be Johnny Swinger. Johnny Swinger was the partner in the tournament.
Siaki and Diamond.
5.
The Naturals.
6.
BG James and Conan.
7.
Before finishing up with the return of not Triple X, but Low Key and Christopher Daniels in what felt like a big moment.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. Is this the first time TNA has done TNA nostalgia?
Yeah, I was thinking something very along the same lines too.
Like, they've done a bunch of ECW nostalgia, they've done a bunch of WWE nostalgia, they've done a bunch of WCW nostalgia. This is the first time they're leaning into their own history in a nostalgic way. They're like, Triple X is back.
Yeah. Which also shows like how big of a deal Triple X felt like.
Yeah, so the opening match of this tournament, Triple X faced the new franchise.
Oh, can't name a match more for me.
Loki and Christopher Daniels against Michael Shane and Shane Douglas.
Yes.
The most Liam match there ever was.
Apparently so.
So before the match, Shane Douglas denied that they were having trouble in the group. They still had tensions throughout the gauntlet match the week prior, and James Storm wrestled Shane Douglas as well, and they had issues there too.
They also did like the pretty like confronting segment with Shane and Tracy.
The week before this, James Storm did wrestle Shane Douglas in a one-off, kind of unconnected singles match to anything else.
Well, it's playing off the Chris Harris.
Yeah, it's mostly to further new franchise stuff.
Yeah, but there was a really like intense segment with Franchise and Tracy.
Yeah, so Franchise hits the belly to belly, and Tracy accidentally still had the referee distracted, so that the referee couldn't count the pin. Franchise turned around into a super kick and lost. Then Franchise got real mad at Tracy. Michael Shane rushed out to her defense, got between them. It was very tense, very awkward, but eventually tensions cooled, but tensions are still there.
Yeah, like it was tense and it was like a little unnerving, but also it made for a really good angle.
You were legitimately uncomfortable at the tension between these people.
Yeah, because I think it's just seeing like how they interact with each other normally, the three of them. You know, it just it struck a nerve, and I was like, oh, this is pretty over the top, but like it made for a really compelling angle, and also like you know the rest of the none of the other angles have gone to that point with these three, so I'm okay with it now because it's kind of turned more into a wrestling angle just with that like that backdrop.
So before that Triple X and New Franchise match, Shane Douglas cut a promo denying that there were issues in the group. He said they're strong and they're going to win the tag team title tournament.
I believe them.
Before Triple X came out, they reunited. They were the mystery team in the tournament. They showed Edith Skipper backstage looking surprised. Because if you remember a couple of months ago, he was trying to reunite Daniels and Loki, but Daniels and Loki were too busy fighting each other. But now they're back together, with the idea being who put Triple X together in the first place. It was Vince Russo. So Vince Russo has put them back together in this tournament. He's been able to mend the fence.
I wonder if they, like within kayfabe, were taking the spot that Raven and Sabu left.
Yeah, because the story was that Russo offered them a spot in the tournament, and they turned it down. So that's, I guess, that again, Vince Russo, genius booking. That's why there is a mystery spot in the tournament. That's why there's an empty hole.
What can I say? The dude knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, real good match. Very enjoyable.
Yes, I really like this a lot. I like this story, though. It was nice to see Key and Daniels together again. Crowd was really into it.
Also, working as baby faces for both this and the other match. Real great baby faces.
Key got the Kojima nose strip.
Oh yeah, he's looking cool.
Yeah, I really like this. I thought this was awesome.
Yeah, so Tracy accidentally smashed Shane with her cast, allowing Triple X to hit the Powerplex and win. Then Shane and Tracy argued. Tracy went to slap Shane, but Franchise cooled everybody off, but then Michael Shane stormed out.
Yeah, I thought this was like a little jarring from the last week's segment, but then as the rest of the shows of the month like kind of came out, you understood what they're going through. Like, everyone has different problems with everyone.
So Scott Hudson was backstage with Disco and David Young with Trinity. Disco says he needs the master, the spine buster, not the clown scared guy to show up for this tournament. Then Cash walks in without Swinger. Cash said he told Swinger to stay home because Cash can't trust Disco and Young after last week, after they broke up in the gauntlet match. So he found a new partner from his roots, his personal family.
I like that he's like, I especially can't trust you to Trinity. And it's like, you know that you did everything, right?
You were the problem here, Kid Cash. Johnny Swinger was meant to be his partner, but his wife went into labor the night before, so that's why Johnny Swinger wasn't here.
And I'm sure there was some backstage stories about wrestlers being like, why isn't he here anyway?
No, the only one was that not only did they not know that his wife was pregnant, also a lot of wrestlers didn't know he was married. So
Simon Diamond's mentioned it multiple times.
Best man at the wedding thing. You're not paying attention to the show?
Jesus Christ.
But yes, so that's why Swinger wasn't there to be Cash's partner.
It's in his name.
He's swinging. I just find it interesting how, like, as a stroke of fortune, that is how Kid Cash's partner ends up being Dallas, better known as Lance Hoyt. And
spoilers.
Dallas stays around for a long period of time in TNA, and Swinger doesn't. So what if Swinger's wife went into labor like the day after this show? Would TNA history be different?
No.
Probably not. So Slash and Sin returned without James Mitchell.
It's nice to see Slash and Sin.
I still miss Brian Lee.
Yeah. They got a Brian Lee mention on this show.
So yeah, Slash and Sin returned for the tag team title tournament. They beat Glenn Gilberti and David Young. Slash pins Young with the Eye of the Storm.
0-18.
Or the Whirly Bird. I take umbrage with their 0-18 idea.
Literally won last week.
They literally pointed out too. They're like, David, when was the last time you won? It's like, I beat the clowns. It's like, but you didn't score the pin. It's like, that's not how win-loss records work, TNA.
Okay, Glenn, you also didn't
win. You lost too.
I don't know. I think, did they mean singles matches?
No, they literally pointed it out. These 0-8. He hasn't had 18 singles matches in TNA.
Do they mean straight tags and single matches?
No.
I'm trying to give them way out here.
They just don't know how win-loss records work.
Oh. Well, they know, they're just ignoring it.
They cannot do a sports-based product. They've decided David Young is 0-18, and he's on a loss streak.
Mm-hmm.
So we had the third match in the tournament, which was Kid Cash and his pal, which is Dallas, who was unnamed, and Mike Tenay and Don West had to do this entire match without giving him a name.
They should be like, it's Shadow.
They should know who he was. He wrestled twice on Explosion as Shadow before this, so they should be like, yeah, we understand.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm done with Sonny Siaki, man.
Yeah.
I'm not done with Simon Diamond. I still like Simon Diamond.
Even though there's a moment in this match where freaking Dallas hits him with a slam, he pins him, and it's the classic referee counts 1, referee counts 2. Simon Diamond doesn't kick out, and Dallas just kind of gets off the pin, and the referee doesn't count 3. What is with people in this company not kicking out of fucking pins? It's happened like 5 times.
Maybe he thought that was the finish. He's like, ugh. Maybe he just wanted the match to end.
He just wanted to get out of there because he's losing.
Yeah.
So it's Dallas hits Siaki in the head with a pipe, allowing Cash to score the pin.
Cool.
But yeah, I agree with you that Siaki is just a guy who's there. It's like D'Lo, and I I blame Siaki more for than I do D'Lo, because I don't blame D'Lo for the state of which D'Lo's in at all. It's not D'Lo's fault, even remotely, because D'Lo's cool and good.
I wish, I think Siaki just shouldn't have left the X Division.
Because anytime, like, he comes into the gauntlet, he throws people around, it's, like, real cool. He does the same thing in, like, the multi-man tag the following week, where he just tags it in and throws people around, and it's really cool. And anytime he does that, it's cool. Anytime he's like grabbing a headlock and working like a 1970s style wrestling match, it's like, dude, do something.
He probably would have benefited more from being an X Division guy for a couple more years and just being around those guys.
Yeah, just working with AJ and working with Jerry, and you know, when you get into Sabin and Shelley and Strong and Aries, he'd have good matches with those people, and he'd get better as a wrestler with those people.
Yeah, I think just the guy that was miscast.
And then the last of the first round matches, the Naturals defeated BG James and Conan.
Yeah, it's actually nice to see the Naturals.
So the story of this one was Conan was nowhere to be seen, and Killings had a match later in the show against Abyss, so BG had to fly solo. That story, by the way, was a shoot. Conan also arrived late. He missed his flight and didn't get to the building until 5 minutes before his match was scheduled to start. They had already, on the show, talked about Conan not being there and had prepared for a handicap match. Because when you think about it, the way it plays out kind of buries Conan.
Yeah.
And that, like, if the Naturals beat BG 2-on-1, it's fine.
But, like, he makes the big triumphant save and then loses.
He makes the big triumphant save, he runs out, he runs wild, and then gets pinned. So it's like, what a dork.
But I guess that is the punishment you have for missing your flight.
My favorite part of this is that Mike Today on commentary mentions that Conan is wrestling in street clothes, which is a basketball jersey and jeans, which is what he always wrestles in.
No, it's very different.
He occasionally wears a football jersey and jeans.
Yes, that is the go-to. Or he'll take the jersey off, you know.
Only occasionally.
That's for the big matches.
Conan does a great, like, a minute of Conan's matches always rule, because he has a great hot tag comeback.
We say this every Conan
But
match.
he has nothing else. It's just that he comes in, he hits his moves, he gets out, and Conan looks great, and he hits his lines, and he does his promos, and Conan looks great.
And you know what? I fucking respect it. Get in there, make your money, and don't get hurt.
So then, last show of the month, we have the two semi-final matches, starting with Triple X against the Naturals.
This kind of bang.
Yeah, again, putting the Naturals in there as good heels, in there with Daniels and Loki as like good baby faces, especially Daniels getting the hot tag in this match. Great hot tag from Daniels.
I like the Naturals because they look like a mid-2000s tag team, but they wrestle like an 80s tag team. It's a nice little like mix and batch.
And Loki is back to hitting people real hard.
Yeah, sure is. He walloped Franchise with that kick, but like Franchise didn't get down for us, just smacked him right in the chest.
Yeah, all of his kicks, all of his chops, he's sinking those bad boys in. Love Loki. The Naturals, the whole thing is that they've been throwing powder in people's eyes and hitting them with chairs. So Andy Douglas had the powder, but then Loki kicked the powder into Shane Douglas's, Andy Douglas's eyes.
It doesn't get any better.
And then Triple X hit the Powerplex for the win. Then there was tension between Daniels and Loki all of a sudden, but Loki extends the hand and Daniels shakes it, and they're pals.
Good. They should be pals.
And then the other semi-final match was Kid Cash and Dallas, who has officially been named Dallas.
Yeah, and like Scott, like he just like pretended that he knew.
Yeah.
He just like, and Dallas, how are you? It's like, oh, okay.
I seem to like named him on the internet or something during
On
the
the
week.
internet.
They have a website.
Wow.
NWA-TNA.com.
TNAChad.com.
ZombieWCW.com. You could also go there. So Kid Cash and Dallas defeated Slash and Sin in the semifinals to advance to face Triple X in the final and the other America's X Cup next month. So that show will be Team UK against Team Mexico with a main event of Triple X versus Kid Cash and Dallas. Mm-hmm. Dallas won with the blackout, by the way, which is a cool move.
I thought it was going to get a way bigger reaction.
Again, it's the kind of thing where it's like, one, it's the Asylum crowd who don't react to anything, unless it's the ICP where they go absolutely batshit.
Should have strapped up Violent J, world champ.
So that brings us to the last show of the month, where we did have that 4-way tag team match, where it was D'Lo and Apollo defeating Simon Diamond and Sonny Siaki, Jungle Birdie and David Young, and the new franchise to become number one contenders. Apollo just walks out, they call him Apollo, they pull his mask off, and he's just unmasked Apollo now.
I like that even Don West is like, of course, it's Apollo.
It's just Apollo. He's just Apollo again. We even had a match last month where he faced Abyss,
Don't worry about it.
where if he lost, he'd be unmasked. And now he just walks out.
Don't worry, Garrett. Don't. It's Apollo. There's no need to get fired up about
He
this.
strolls out, and he pulls the mask off.
There's no need to get mad about this. It's Apollo.
Franchise and Michael Shane get into it again when Franchise wants him to cheat, so Michael Shane walks out, Franchise follows him out. Swinger comes out, hits Diamond with a chair, but the pin was broken up, but then Apollo won with a TKO anyway. So we don't currently have tag team champions, but we do have number one contenders for the tag team titles.
Great.
So D'Lo and Apollo will face the winner of Triple X against Kid Cash and Dallas.
Just as I was getting excited for the tag team titles.
You have D'Lo and Apollo ruining everything.
A little bit.
So that's it. That's the month of March 2004. Again, another interesting rebuilding month, like the 5th interesting rebuilding month we've had in TNA history so far.
Yes.
But it does feel like they're establishing directions toward building toward being on television, and those directions are good. They made the world title feel important. They have a real world title scene. They're fleshed out the tag division and the X division to have like a proper division and not just 2 teams. They have good undercard feuds like Monty and Sabu. Yeah, a good month on the whole.
It started off a little dull. I think I liked it more, like, revisiting it and talking about it. But as it got towards the end, I was like, yeah, you know, things are looking good. It looks like they're trimming the fat a little bit. Everything feels a bit more important. It has an aura of big-time pro wrestling, which we haven't really seen for a while.
So let's go very quickly show by show. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 84. You got anything from this show? So BG James joined commentary for the 10-man tag on this match.
And I went, no!
And Mike Tenay said the line, who better to add insight than BG James? And Mike, I can think of lots of people, frankly.
This is your guy.
Mike Tenay or BG?
I mean, take it as you wish. But...
when Raven is giving out about the fact that he hasn't gotten a title shot, he says the classic, what about me? What about Raven line? To which Don responds, he's got a good point.
No, he doesn't.
The Naturals try and attack Raven and Sabu in this. We did barely mentioned it, but Sabu does a moonsault where he comes down foot first on Chase Stevens' head.
Yeah, it was really rough.
Clowns. Do you think the clowns wanted to join the ICP?
No. I also don't think they're clowns.
They are clowns.
I don't think they're clowns.
Well, he's the Japanese gods of prosperity, but that might also be a clown. There's no way of proving otherwise.
It feels insensitive.
Clowns are prosperous.
I don't want to talk about clowns.
I think you're just mad at the clowns bullying you.
No, wouldn't you?
Hey, clowns have never bullied me. I'm too tough.
Ooh.
Then Super X Cup show, NWA-TNA baby number 85.
85. Just like this whole I did appreciate that the show just had random interludes for story stuff throughout it.
Yeah, well, like, I get it, because they want to push especially when they have the Harris and, whatchamacallit, Jarrett match the next week. They do.
Jarrett?
I don't remember his name, it's fine. I don't mind them wanting to drive people, especially when the whole idea of these X Cup shows is to get internet nerds to watch for the work rate matches that don't watch every week. So they're like, oh, look at our angles.
Yeah, I was giving it a positive, and you made it sound like I was shitting.
Well,
on
there you go. Yes, I agree. It's right.
I was like, yes, this is what I meant. Why are you yelling at me?
Stop yelling. I agree. Johnny Devine had a real sweet float over into a test drive.
Johnny Devine's pretty cool.
He's one of those wrestlers who's maybe not great, but he does innovative stuff.
That's the same Johnny Devine that ends up with Team 3D.
Yes, in Paparazzi Productions and all that, yeah.
I love this guy.
NWA-TNA baby number 86, which we did for the watch along at tnachad.com, patreon.com/kiddingme, so you can enjoy our full watch along of this show. I didn't take any notes during it, so good show. Go watch it. Stuff happened.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you anything. Freeloaders.
Liam read some Pokemon descriptions.
Ooh, I did do that.
We talked extensively about that new Authors of Pain company.
Yes, if you want our hopes and dreams for wrestling entertainment series,
Maybe, probably.
Yeah, go check that show out.
So that brings us to NWA-TNA paper number 87, March 24th, where during the Slash and Sin against Glenbury and David Young match, Don West started pointing out that David Young is a multi-time NWA Wildside Tag Team champion. It's like, look at him learning his wrestling history.
Yeah, and here you are diminishing the talents of one David Young. Be more like Don West.
Pumping up his tag title runs.
Not just, be fair.
An interesting note, when Don Harris was making his entrance for the Monty Brown match, JB mentioned that the match has a 20-minute time limit.
I didn't even notice this.
Which is the only match I believe he mentioned having a time limit, and the match never even happened, but...
It was a G1 rules, I guess.
Honestly, my favorite piece of Mike Tenay and Don West commentary was during the Dallas and Kid Cash match, the first one where they didn't know who Dallas was. Mike Tenay's like, I don't know who he is, and then Don is like, if you don't know, how am I going to know?
At least he understands.
And God, the most annoying thing in the world, during that main event 6-man X Division match, which was elimination rules, they started breaking up pinfalls!
Yeah, but I thought that was intentional, because it was foreshadow. I mean, at least the one time that I made big note of it was when, Petey did it. And I think he was saving Kaz then.
Was he?
Yeah, so I thought that was like a setup for them working together.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I have to go back and check that. If it was, the announcers totally bungled that because they buried PD instead of pointing out that he saved his rival.
Well, I think we weren't supposed to know that they were working together at that point because that was before they started teaming up.
They should have at least connected the dots.
Well, I connected the
I'm
dots
too dumb.
because I'm a smart listener.
I'm not smart enough. And then last show of the month, NWA-TNA paper number 88, they talked about D'Lo's All Japan stable, which is called Roughly Obsess and Destroy.
Hell yeah, it is. He's got his new gear.
Who's in that stable?
Everyone, I believe. Taka Michinoku, Taiyo Kiya, D'Lo Brown, Buchanan, Jamal, Rico, The Gladiator, Gigantus, Just Incredible, Matt Morgan, Rosie, Kazma, Masahiro Chono, Psycho, Blue K.
What a stable.
Everyone.
Half of whom who have been in NWA-TNA. I assume that's just like a generic Gaijin stable, so is it?
Yes. And like, because Taka was the only Japanese member, really.
Yeah.
But you got Jamal and Rosie in there? You got Matt Morgan. You had Jamal, Rosie, and Rico.
They should have put them together. Did they put them together?
I assume they were all in the same stable.
Maybe they were all there at different times. I don't know.
Would you like to see the championships that were won?
Let me know.
The All-Asia Tag Team Champions.
Who won them?
Buchanan and Rico.
What a tag team.
The Triple Crown Champion, Taiyo Kiya. The Junior Heavyweight Champion, Taka Michinoku. The World Tag Team Champion team of Taiyo Kiya and Jamal.
Just everybody teaming.
Who Taiyo Kiya and Jamal also won the Strongest Tag Determination League.
Nice.
Jamal won the famous January 2nd Korakuen Hall Heavyweight Battle Royal.
Sure.
There's a lot of big stuff here. Okay, this is just them winning other things at other companies, but at the same time. Of course, in the Global Tag League Technique Prize of 2008 and 2009, D'Lo Brown and Buchanan would reunite.
Of course.
To win the GHC Tag Team Championships.
Big, roughly obsess and destroy nostalgia run that everybody wanted.
Taiyo Kiya and Jamal also won the Hawaii Championship Wrestling. Oh. Kicker. The Heritage Tag Team Championships.
Oh, good pronunciation there, Liam.
Kekalike Heritage Tag Team Championships.
This is what you get for reading things on the podcast.
It is 12:30 a.m.
My last note, we mentioned the tables collapsing. It was in the Monty and Sabu match that the table just collapsed under Monty's weight.
He committed to it, though.
I will mention, once again, step off the chair into double rotation black hole slam. It was so good.
Just give it.
I have the clip. I'll post it right after we finish recording.
Yeah, kind of a good month.
Yeah, good month of TNA. Excited to go into April for that Team UK against Team Mexico America's X Cup show.
The other 75 shows that'll follow.
Hey, I think it's a 4-show month, so you're fine. So that's it. That's March 2004 in TNA.
We crawled over the 3-hour mark.
Well, it'll be cut down to like 2:30 in editing. So
I know, but we know.
So we will be back in like a week and a half probably with the April 2004 show. We'll be back this weekend with our penultimate episode of Ring Cat King. Our next episode of Rain Takers will be June 10th. That's for the 2012 Best of the Super Juniors tournament. That's on Patreon as well as the June 16th Dominion show with Okada and Tanahashi on top. So that's all your content coming both on the main podcast feed and at tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme. Then 2 weeks after that, we'll be doing a special TNA 20th anniversary episode that you can look forward to on June 19th, which is also the 1-year anniversary of this podcast. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muta. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do the darn thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo! Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
Our house, Jerry. Straight up, G.
Somebody please explain to me how we are giving credibility to Glenn Gilbert.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 23. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA history 1 month at a time. This episode we are talking about TNA in April 2004. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my co-host Liam Jones. Liam, howdy.
I think we're more than a TNA history podcast. I think we're a way of life.
Well, I would say we are the TNA history podcast.
I don't think you can say that. I think there's one more that has like more followers than us.
Well, whether it has more followers or not, or whether it is the TNA history podcast, are two different questions.
Are you trying to start beef?
Yeah, why not? Why not throw out some shade, throw some beef into the community so we are bitter and resentful?
I thought they were nice to us. They retweet our stuff sometimes.
That shouldn't stop us from being bitter and resentful and starting beefs for no reason whatsoever.
I'm going to look at these other TNA podcasts.
Oh no, that's buzz marketing our opposition. No!
Yeah, no, they're still got. One of them, I think, stopped. So shout out to the one that gave up.
We've defeated them in the TNA wars.
Yeah, and then we got TNA Cross the Line podcast, which, by the way, they got the name. Like, that's the name, right? They got those bastards.
How dare you? I think you've got to be kidding me. It's a perfect name.
I like how I'm literally just going to read the Twitter bio right now.
I believe they just finished the Asylum days as well, didn't they?
I know, it's real bad. We'll like get the same points.
Because they do one episode at a time, whereas we do a month at a time. So we will overtake them.
Then we can definitively call ourselves the TNA
Yes,
History Podcast.
of course. We're further along in the timeline.
They said that in their little bio here, at Cross the Line TNA, a retrospective podcast that looks at the genesis of TNA wrestling. Can you get it as the genesis?
I would have said at the Bound for Glory of TNA wrestling myself.
A retrospective podcast that looks at TNA's Bound for Glory, Victory Road, look at the sacrifice.
Look at the against all odds of TNA wrestling.
Look at the hardcore justice.
Look at the unbreakable of TNA wrestling.
And they got cool graphics too. These guys are all, you know, I'm jumping. I'm crossing the line.
Look at the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 91 of TNA wrestling.
Sure.
How dare you say, look at our graphics.
They got good graphics, but they got cool graphics too. I can appreciate multiple people's graphics.
No, you're just burying our graphics. That's all I hear right now.
I can tell you're actually offended because you've gotten more Irish.
Yeah, it's the classic Cork thing that anybody from Cork, when they get like more indignant or more like even slightly angry, they go incredibly high pitched. It's if you're familiar with Roy Keane, that it explains everything.
I'm not
a football fan.
No.
We're a high pitched, angry group of people down here in Cork.
Yeah, that seems on brand.
Hey, how dare you? I'm a level-headed, cool guy.
What is the Platinum Jubilee pageant, Garrett?
That's the Queen. She is in office. Office? Office is probably the wrong word. For 70 years.
Oh.
So she is having her Platinum Jubilee.
Fuck the Queen. I don't give a shit about no Queen. Fuck the Queen. Fuck the King. Fuck them, everyone, bro. I'm anti-royalty.
You're in the Commonwealth. You should know all this.
I don't watch the news.
You should keep up with the things that happen in your United Kingdom ruled country.
No.
Yeah, that's fair.
Garrett, bigger news than the Platinum Jubilee pageant.
Sure.
How do you feel about the announced match for the 1st of July, GLEAT version 3? Strong Hearts, T-Hawk, Isai, Onitsuka, Shigehiro Irie, and X.
Who's X?
Are facing the House of Torture, Yujiro Takahashi, Evil, Dick Togo, and Sho.
If Strong Hearts lose that match, I'm going to quit wrestling forever.
That match is great. We finally have Yujiro Takahashi and GLEAT.
Who was today's X?
That was
Cool.
Kataka's brother from Dragon Gate. He used to wrestle in Dragon Gate. Now he does freelance stuff. He's good.
If Strong Hearts lose that match, I am never watching wrestling again. Except NWA-TNA. You are burying us, putting over other TNA podcasts. We're on schedule for once this week.
Yeah. I don't have anything to say about it. Just, it has happened somehow.
It's only been 10 days since our last episode, and now we have a new episode going out. I've watched episodes in a very nice way this week. It's the ideal way where I watched an episode a day, then did the show notes, and now I'm doing this. So it's all a nice, steady, consistent cadence.
I watched 3 today.
Because you fell asleep during 2 earlier this week.
Yeah. So I reaffirmed my stance on those first 2 shows.
It's weird that a month that has a world title change and 2 tag team title changes, which we'll talk about. It's weird that a month like that feels like a company in a holding pattern, but it does still feel like a company in a holding pattern.
Yeah, like, I don't think there was much bad this month, but there wasn't a lot of interesting stuff either.
This month is my breaking point with Raven. This is the first month since Raven debuted in January 2003 that I don't like Raven. I'm just like, you turned him heel, and he's working these boring, old school, methodical body part matches for some reason, and you've taken a guy who literally, go and listen to this show, every single month we would say the best thing that happened this month was whatever Raven was doing, and you've made him suck. And I'm quite disappointed about it.
He hasn't really been a standout thing this month. I enjoyed his little backstage interactions with Russo on the third show. And I actually think his crossface chicken wing is really good, but I don't like the whole match being built around it because it leads to a dull match.
And it's just not in Raven's wheelhouse.
He's in a weird spot right now. It feels like a very odd decision to actually turn him heel when he was the biggest face on the show. I don't know. I'm very interested in seeing what changes are being made in the lead up to TV. So we can see, we watched that first month of TV and then compare it to the last 3 months of pay-per-views and just see what has been changed specifically for this change to TV. I find that very interesting.
And clearly the downcycling of Raven is opportunity number one here. It's surely political stuff between Jarrett and Raven, right? Because Jarrett and Raven, which was a year ago this month, it was the April 30th pay-per-view in 2003, was the biggest match in TNA history by a landslide. Nothing they did before or since, except maybe the very first show, has remotely touched what that match did. And all they've done since is do everything humanly possible to keep Raven away from that world title scene, and now they've turned him heel for some reason, and the crowd who want to care about him, they like Raven, they don't want to boo Raven, are now just not interested in Raven because they don't want to boo Raven.
Yeah, I think, I was operating under the assumption, and maybe you were, I don't know how familiar you were with everything, but I was operating under the assumption that they were just saving it for a bigger time, but now it just feels like they don't want to do it.
You want to know when they do the Jarrett-Raven rematch? As a little spoiler, it is a 2006 King of the Mountain qualifier as an Impact main event in June 06. That's the only time they ever go back to Jarrett and Raven one-on-one.
That seems like you're leaving a lot of money on the table. Maybe the idea is we're doing it like this because these two can't work together. And we managed to smooth it out last time, but with the caveat basically that they're not going to actually ever work each other.
Because if you're going to put the belt on anybody, because AJ wins the belt this month, which we'll talk about how and why that's kind of stupid and how they made an instance where AJ won the belt feel a little stupid. But if you're going to put the belt on anybody, it should have been either the guy they were pushing, which was Chris Harris, or the guy who was the top face in the company for the last year, which is Raven. If Jarrett's going to lose the belt, it should have been one of those two men.
I think both Harris and Raven are good choices for it, because Raven, as the top guy here, would have immediate feuds for the start of the TV era with Harris and Styles ready to go. But I also think just doing it with Harris actually, validates the character's choices and, makes him not look like a big goof for never actually winning the big one. Even if it's not a giant reign, even if he drops it before TV like AJ is, I think that is still a better alternative than just never actually achieving it.
Yeah. It pays off the character, pays off the story. It doesn't make him look like a nerd. It doesn't just have him shoved back to the tag team division without ever
Which is as soon as I saw Cash and Dallas start calling out AMW, I'm like, oh.
Poor guy. He's already been shunted. He's already been booted.
Yeah. And it's funny because I feel like this push of Harris was also starting to work for Storm as well. Obviously he wasn't getting pushed with as much effort behind it, but just as a proxy of being a part of the main event angles, he was starting to feel like a bigger deal as well.
There was a little part of me, because there's a very famous story that we'll cover more in 2011, that James Storm had a match in the build-up to Bound for Glory with Kurt Angle, who was world champion at the time, and James Storm got over so much in that match that they balked at their plans to put the belt on Rude. They put the belt on Storm and turned Rude heel instead, based off a single James Storm match against Kurt Angle. And there was a little part of me that thought, that Jeff Jarrett and James Storm match felt pretty hot, and James Storm was really good in it, and James Storm did some good promos this month, and a little part of me was like, is this happening again? Did this happen in 04 as well?
if they were like insisted in not putting Harris in the cage, I would not have minded having Storm in the cage.
Should have listened to Chris Harris. Vince Russo should have just been like, yes, I will follow your instructions, Chris Harris.
Yeah, if I'm Chris Harris, by the way, I might be like, hey, fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
I nominated who I wanted to take my place in my championship match. You don't get to make that call over me.
We'll talk about all that when we get into the shows themselves. Let's start with the news and the continued fallout between TNA and Ring of Honor. TNA officials, not sufficiently satisfied with proof provided by Ring of Honor that Rob Feinstein is no longer involved with the promotion, pulled all of its contracted talent from future Ring of Honor dates. Wrestlers affected by the decision include ROH headliners AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels, who are under TNA contract, and other wrestlers such as Chris Sabin, Jerry Lynn, Sanjay Dutt, and The Amazing Red, who have to choose between both promotions. TNA asked ROH booker Gabe Sapolsky to sign a document stating he would be personally liable for damages TNA might suffer should it be revealed that Feinstein were still involved with Ring of Honor now or any time in the future. Sapolsky directed TNA officials to Doug Gentry, because Sapolsky was only booker, not owner, whom ROH now say is 100% owner of the company, despite the fact that silent investor Kerry Silkin is also involved. Gentry did sign the document. TNA officials, though, also wanted ROH's silent investor Kerry Silkin to sign the document with similar assurances. Silkin refused, apparently because his attorney felt the wording was too broad and because Silkin is just an investor, not an owner, and wouldn't have control over whether Feinstein did return to the company in the future. TNA announced 2 days later, on April 9th, that all of its contracted talent was prohibited from working ROH, resulting in ROH having to reshuffle its lineups for the April 23rd and 24th shows. So we were talking about this last month, that all the Rob Feinstein scandal put TNA in a position where they did not want it to jeopardize potentially their TV deal. There's also a little bit of speculation that this was inevitable and TNA are just using this as the excuse now to do this, because they want people like Styles and Daniels to be exclusive to them, which there's probably a little of that too.
Well, I remember that being definitely a thing that I've heard before. It is interesting timing for it all as well. And it's like, we're going to be on television now. We want to associate these guys with our brand. We don't want to be hyping up someone else's stuff. They might have outlived their purpose, they feel, at this point. Because when TNA was first starting up, it was probably good that you have an AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, a Loki out there making big names in Ring of Honor, because that helps hype up your own company. But now it feels that Impact has so thoroughly eclipsed ROH at this point that I could see them not seeing that value anymore.
And there is multiple reports that there's a little bit of jealousy about the degree to which people feel fondly about the likes of Styles and Daniels in ROH versus how they feel about them in TNA. And instead of looking within themselves and thinking about, well, why do they like AJ more?
Maybe it's because our shows kind of suck.
Yeah, maybe it's because we don't book them particularly well a lot of the time. What about that?
And we don't dedicate a lot of time to them having good professional wrestling performances.
No, it's just the fans who are wrong, Liam. It's not, in fact, their booking that's wrong. It's the fans who are wrong in this instance. And they shouldn't be going on the internet raving about what Styles has done in Ring of Honor. They should be doing it about TNA. Because that is the funny thing. TNA is the bigger quote-unquote company here. But also they are still like obsessed with internet validation because that's how small the audience is. That really, that's the only way they get the validation is from people being like good, bad on the internet. So they desperately want it, but they don't get it, and Ring of Honor get it, and they're a little jealous.
TNA is an interesting company because I feel like at this point, within the business, it is clearly associated as the bigger time option, but as far as like output and reaction from fans, it's very much not, you know what I mean? Like, it is considered quite small league, independent of everything else, but as like, workers in the business, it's like, well, this is the other place to make money now. So it already has like that cachet.
And it's Stone Cold Steve Austin leaves WWE this month, like free agent without a contract. And there's a note in the PW Torch that were this to happen in 1998, it would be an industry shifting thing, that the biggest star left. But because it's happening in 2004 and there's nowhere really for Austin to go, it's just a thing that happened. He might go back, he might not, but is it going to change the face of professional wrestling? Absolutely not.
Should have gone to Ring of Honor.
He should have. And like, there's the other side, like when you look at business models, TNA is a bigger platform than Ring of Honor, especially when they get on television, that is undeniable. But if you were to look at 2004 TNA
and 2004 Ring of Honor and ask which, at that very moment, is the more sustainable business model, it's Ring of Honor by a landslide.
See, I don't know if that's necessary. Okay, it may be a more sustainable business model. I don't think either company is being sustainable at this point.
That's true.
The only reason is I'd say that TNA is more is because they have the financial backing of Panda.
But they're also losing more money.
That is true, but Ring of Honor isn't making any money on any of their shows either.
And TNA is about to buy time on television and then start taping twice a week. So they're going to start losing even more money again.
Yeah, but they have that money to lose.
That's true.
Ring of Honor is just losing money.
Mm.
So I think neither company are in great financial positions right now. At least Impact has corporate backing.
This is the healthy post-WCW pro wrestling landscape. And it's like, which company that's losing money might actually survive? Which turns out both of them. So it worked out pretty well, but...
We're seeing a bit of that now with in Japan, where it's like a lot of these Japanese companies have the corporate backing now, but they're just eating like their funds.
Mm.
Like DDT and Noah are both like just taking money out of Cyber Agent completely. But like that's just something that they're willing. Same with Bushiroad even. Like Stardom and New Japan are obviously doing much better than those other companies, but they're still, it's a big cost.
Well, they're profitable though.
I think one of them wasn't.
Well, or like New Japan is fair enough. The pandemic might have changed that in recent years.
Oh, New Japan were like year over year was crushing their stuff. They were beating their all time records even at like their previous peaks.
And I think that like Bushiroad very much understand that if New Japan are not currently profitable, it has very little to do with New Japan.
Yeah, I think I don't know how we got into this discussion, but much like attendance numbers in Japan and stuff right now, you all kind of just have to wait until complete normalcy is returned.
Till people can hoot and holler.
Yes, end of the month.
Which, as it turns out, was not last weekend.
Oh, I'm so pissed. Don't even want to talk about it.
When Silken refused to sign on April 9th, both sides got together and released joint statements saying the talent would not be appearing on ROH shows and agreed to leave it at that because neither side wanted to turn this into a controversy. However, within hours, there was heat on both sides. Bob Ryder, on his One Wrestling website, released the document Silken refused to sign and went into detail of the TNA perspective, intimating it showed Feinstein was still in the company. So like there was a little bit of their argument here that because Silken refused to sign, that's actually suggestive that Feinstein is still there, as opposed to, I do not want to sign something where the wording is that I will be liable for all losses.
Yeah, well that's the thing, right? Is you see that stuff a lot where it's like as soon as because that's the assumption people are going to go with straight away. I forget who the name of the guy was, but the guy who was trying to organize the big K1 and Rise kickboxing event in the Tokyo Dome recently had like a whole thing where they lost their Fuji TV deal, and he was like, I offered because there was a whole like Yakuza scandal, thing that happened around the same time. Not with him directly, I don't think, but that's how iffy they all are about that sort of relation stuff. He was like, if it makes it easier, I will leave my position as long as this show can run. And then he was very quick to clarify that in no way makes me confessing to any sort of relations to the Yakuza. He had to like blow that up real quickly with that.
It's like, I will do the best thing for this show, but also I'm not in the Yakuza.
I swear to God.
So yeah, they're like, look, he didn't sign. He clearly Feinstein's still involved, rather than the whole. Again, all losses. This is a thing I probably wouldn't sign either. But
well, yeah, and his lawyer did make a point of like, well, what if they bring him back? He might be gone now, but what if like other people in the company make the decision to bring him back at some point? Then it's like, all right, well, you signed it.
And that, technically, even if say Kerry Silken divested from Ring of Honor, he did sign that thing that he would be responsible for losses from. So, like, even if he was no longer, he's still involved, he's still financially involved. Even if he, like, pulled out of involvement, wouldn't that piece of paper suggest that even if he had nothing to do with Ring of Honor, nothing to do whatsoever, even financially, that he would still be liable then? Which would be ridiculous.
I don't know. Also, let's be real. This is TNA lawyers. They're probably not gonna. You can probably fight them on it if you really had to. Oh no, unless it's Panda lawyers.
Sapolsky claimed it was an issue of personal liability and that Silken, as an investor and silent partner, signing the document would make as much sense as getting a WWE major stockholder to sign a document to put his own personal liability if it was shown somebody purported to be gone really wasn't. Mm-hmm. Of course, that's the difference between a public and private company, which isn't a direct comparison, Gabe, but still.
Then Dave in The Observer goes into the history of TNA lying about Vince Russo as an example, as the reason they would be skeptical about why somebody would be gone when they're not potentially gone. The whole dance they did where Russo wanted to keep his money from Time Warner and keeping Time Warner defending him against the Hulk Hogan lawsuit, but they would only do it if he wasn't involved in wrestling. So they lied about him being involved for the early days so that they could eventually, and because people would be mad that Russo's involved in the company, that part too, until the second that trial was over and suddenly they announced Russo.
TNA lying about being involved with Vince Russo?
It's very unusual.
Becomes a bit of a habit for them.
Apparently Jarrett would downplay Ryder's involvement in the early days. They'd lie about like the source of finance of the company. So the TNA, well used to lying themselves, do not trust any wrestling company. And to be fair, most wrestling companies lie anyway, so they're probably right and they're not trusting.
Can't bullshit a bullshitter, as they say.
Regarding the ROH controversy, Tom Chiappetta of FSN stated that reports that FSN had any concerns over wrestlers appearing for ROH is untrue. We have nothing to do with TNA and Ring of Honor's dispute, he said. We are simply just airing the shows. TNA is paying us, and we have no say in which wrestlers are involved. Only the content must be family friendly for an afternoon show.
Yeah, Goldilocks' character is very family friendly.
Yeah, she's not going to make it to TV like that.
She probably shouldn't have made it to pay-per-view.
No, well, racist Goldilocks.
Goldie.
In at least an instance of TNA doing the right thing, it has been reported that TNA officials are going to pay AJ Styles, Jerry Lynn, and Christopher Downs what they were going to earn for the Ring of Honor dates on the 23rd and 24th, so that at least they wouldn't be out of pocket for the dates that they were already scheduled and announced for.
Doesn't include their merch or anything, though.
Well, no, but still. Did they do merch tables then?
That was literally just... Well, they did merch tables, but I think that was more like DVDs and Ring of Honor based stuff and our video stuff.
Yeah, it would have been the company merch table. It wouldn't have been like Daniel sets up his table before the show.
Cabana hadn't started the whole industry yet.
Yeah, he hadn't instilled the financial backbone of independent wrestling.
That guy should probably be like way richer.
He really should. He absolutely should, because not only did he basically launch the wrestling podcast boom, which is just a whole annoying business in and of itself these days, says man on a wrestling podcast.
True.
But he also launched the entire like indie wrestling business model. So
yep, pretty wild, huh?
Give that man millions of dollars, please.
I'm sure he's doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, he's doing fine. TNA wrestlers say the situation with Ring of Honor isn't a big topic of discussion in the locker room, mostly because most of them don't work for Ring of Honor.
Yeah. It's AJ and Daniel's like, oh, that's pretty fucked up, huh?
Whereas Glenn is like, these nerds work at these indie shows in the disco halls.
The disco halls.
The disco halls, yes, that's what they're known as. They're disco halls.
That's what I'm going to call the asylum from now on.
It's the disco hall. One wrestler sounded off on TNA over the issues of the office not allowing wrestlers to work Ring of Honor events. When you have Bob Ryder behind it, there's jealousy because of our guys work for Ring of Honor and come back singing its praises in the locker room. Bob has always been jealous that Ring of Honor became internet darlings, and now he has to bust their balls and make their life difficult for them. And based on what I've seen and heard, Ryder is a hypocrite. So again, going back to that little bit of jealousy, perhaps feeling this as well.
I can't believe that they don't see that and be like, maybe if we booked our shows a little differently,
Yeah.
we would get that credit, because people clearly want to give that credit out.
And in fair, when you go to 2005, that's what they do, and that's what happens.
Yeah, I'm so excited for 2005 because I have no knowledge about it.
All the good stuff.
This is completely off topic, but well, I suppose it is about TNA, so inherently it's not that off topic. Do you think we've had our lowest lows
In TNA already? I think 2011 is tough. I don't think it's a great year. And I think the first half of 2014, I think, is the worst period in TNA history. So no, but also our lower lows are really far away.
Yeah. But also I think, like, although those parts, like, aren't good, I don't think I'm going to be as bored as I have been from previous months already. Like, I think I'll be like, wow, that shit was wild. Can't believe that happened. But I think I'm going to be sitting there like, there's 2-star affairs happening on my screen for the 6th hour in a row.
Yeah, because I think once we get, even from June, I think the company is pretty interesting because they're ramping up for TV. But basically from November, when they start monthly pay-per-views, through the middle of 06 is like the golden age of TNA, when the company was just great. It was a good wrestling company. Then they bring Russo back for reasons beyond comprehension. But that Russo period is like the most pure, unbridled Russo this company will ever get. That like 07, 08, 09 period, which is just unfiltered Russo just spewing out. And for all like its flaws as a good wrestling show, it is quite entertaining a lot of the time. Once you can like put the qualms that like, oh, they're really doing nothing with the Motor City Machine Guns behind you, you can be like, you know what, it's chaotic spectacle.
And I'll take chaotic spectacle over dull nothing.
So it does become pretty watchable. As opposed to, the period since they brought Mantel in what was that, December, where the company has been on a bit of a roller coaster ride of mediocrity since then.
Yeah, well, and it feels like there's always been like little bits and pieces that have stood out. But for the most part, like these shows aren't breezes.
Yeah, they're tough watches. And I was talking about this before Double or Nothing, where I was talking about how wrestling shows feeling long usually has very, very little to do with how long they actually are. It's not a runtime issue, it's a pacing issue.
Oh, 100%.
So there's 4-hour, 5-hour Tokyo Dome shows that breeze by because they're awesome. And there's 2-hour NWA-TNA pay-per-views that you check the clock 7 million times because they're not so awesome.
Yeah, that's 100%. And that's what I was wondering more than like pure actual bad like time periods coming up. It was more like, I don't think we're ever going to hit those lulls as hard. Because like even when they're bad, I think they're going to be more like, I think it's still going to be like a show that has better pacing and also I think that comes from like, there's going to be an in-ring style shift too from, you know, what we see in 2003 and 2004 is going to be very different to what we see in 2011 and 2014. Just inherently, because the business is different.
I think the biggest shift is the move away from pay-per-views to TV. Because we're going from a 2-hour pay-per-view to what will be basically a 40-minute TV show, which is tightly packed and much quicker paced. And they probably do more with the 40-minute TV show than they're doing right now with the 2-hour pay-per-view. Because they don't know how to fill these shows, if we're honest. Like, they're just padding the run times, throwing it on a disco match. And it's rarely like, we'll just give the good match lots of time to pad the runtime, which is always the way I never understand wrestling companies. It's like, we need to pad it with meaningless content. The way I would do that is take wrestler A who is good and have the wrestler B who is good and have a good match. Wrestling companies seemingly never come to that conclusion to do filler TV. They just do a bunch of shite.
Well, I feel like, ironically, that's one thing WWE in recent years have gotten better at. Because they're like, we have less people here for whatever reason, and we have to fill a whole block of time. Let's just do an hour-long gauntlet match, and it's going to rock. And
it usually does.
Let's do the New Day doing a tag gauntlet for an hour and a half, and everyone's like, wow, that SmackDown was tremendous. And it's like, well, yeah.
They took their very good wrestlers under contract and let them wrestle.
And it worked so well for one guy that he got to have a giant run to Mania.
More than one guy, honestly.
I was just referring to the Kofi run, but yeah.
It's basically how it worked for Bryan Danielson in that company, too. Jeff Jarrett told UFC officials that the television deal with Fox Sports Network has been finalized.
This is what I was talking about like a couple episodes ago.
Yeah. Jarrett met with UFC officials 3 weeks ago in Las Vegas at the site of the UFC pay-per-view event. Jarrett pitched the idea of doing an inter-promotional angle and some cross-promotional opportunities. It's wild to think of like UFC on the level of 2004 NWA-TNA at this stage, isn't it?
Well, they weren't quite on that level, but yes.
Like, this is still pre-Shamrock Ortiz, kind of like breaking mainstream, pre-Ultimate Fighter, pre-Spike deal. And obviously, these days, they're much, much larger than even that. But
well, now they're the biggest pay-per-view company in the world.
Yeah. Whereas here, they're on the level that Jeff Jarrett would even think about approaching them with something like this.
Do you think that Jeff Jarrett's very jealous that Dana White is #All Elite?
That he's pals with TK, having dinner.
Oh, he's TK's best friend.
Mocking Vince McMahon for running Vegas.
I like to imagine like they're having their like $70 steaks or whatever, and they're talking about the wrestling business, and then Dana's like, "Hey Tiggs, back in 2004, Jeff Jarrett came to me to try and cut a deal."
They should have recorded the reaction to the Vince stadium moving news.
I love billionaires fucking with each other.
Just being bitches.
It's so. I wish they would do more of it. You know what I want? I want it to get so petty that like Vince McMahon buys 6,000 tickets to a Dynamite one time, so the whole venue looks completely empty.
He starts introducing a TK character on television. That's the classic Vince strategy.
He did that. It was Robert Stone.
That's true.
But like, he should buy out an entire Dynamite's worth of tickets and then like sit the 24/7 division in the front row. I want that. I want that pure, unadulterated pettiness. We already get a little bit of it with TK tweeting, which is the best. But I want more. Bring it up. I need more.
You used to get Vince doing that in the 90s when it's like, oh, the horrible WCW are rooting us.
Billionaire Ted.
Yeah, there's the Billionaire Ted skits. But even like in the media, he'd be like, this horrible, evil company with all the Turner money is trying to hold us, the small underdog, down.
They still do that. They still call it like the mum and pop shop, you know? The family-owned business, which now only employs one member of the family.
Oh yeah, they're all gone.
Like, somehow Triple H has made it, but all the rest of them are gone.
He's still hanging around. UFC's Dana White passed on both offers as he said it wouldn't be a good idea for UFC to be involved with a professional wrestling company. During the meetings, Dara told White that the FSN deal had been finalized and spoke of June as the starting date.
Just the idea of like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some mid-card level UFC guy. Just have their wins of fight, then Jared comes out, swings the fucking guitar in the middle of the octagon.
You're describing something that would rule, to be frank.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Take it back. During the big like stare off with Shamrock and Ortiz.
It is like quite interesting that UFC have never gotten involved with pro wrestling in any regard, even when their fighters have actively crossed over with pro wrestling. There's been like little bits where, like, you know, Hulk Hogan announced that they were going to Mondays at a UFC show, which was like Spike TV crossover stuff more than TNA UFC crossover stuff. So there's like been little bits and bobs of that.
They did the Taker Lesnar stare down.
Oh, they did do that. I totally forgot about that. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Dana White's a hypocrite. He should have followed Jeff Jarrett here if he was going to do that.
But that was the only time they ever did something. Was they did the Taker Lesnar, like, we're doing this?
Should have done that in the octagon.
Yeah, they should have let Taker go in the octagon. He's the best pure striker in WWE history.
He would have just thrown one punch and Lesnar would have been down. Michael Cole wouldn't lie to us. They've said it multiple times.
Yeah. Congratulations to Michael Cole, 25 years in WWE, by the way. I only know that because it showed up on my YouTube.
God, I saw that stat. Somebody posted a graphic and I was like, good God, 25 years? Which is, yeah, he's 97, but still, it makes me feel old.
Yeah, well, imagine dealing with that for 25 years.
He's been dealing with that for as long as you've been alive.
For longer.
Frankly, detestable.
It's funny, like, when you ever see, like, a Michael Cole interview and he's sitting in his gamer chair at home. And you're like, this guy rules.
And he has managed to be like one of the few people to be in that play-by-play chair without being ousted at pretty much any stage.
I was talking about his like at-home gamer chair. If you ever see an interview with him where he's like doing an at-home interview, he has like this giant gamer chair.
Why are you obsessed with his gamer chair? He's a gamer.
It has like cup holders and stuff in it. It's that level of gamer chair.
I appreciate it. It's very practical.
Oh, he is married.
You're like, a man that has that kind of gamer chair can't be married.
Not that gamer chair, man. He's been married since 1987.
He was a war correspondent, and now he does this.
It's pretty sweet, to be honest.
It is probably a lot easier than being a war correspondent. That's probably the only reason he can put up with Vince. It's like, I was a war correspondent. I can deal with this psycho shouting in my ear.
I'm trying to think. There's not that many notes about old Michael Cole's real life.
Just living his life. Goes home. Has a nice time.
2011 worst gimmick of the year winner.
Oh, God. That entire thing was the worst.
Garrett.
Yes.
How many worst television announcer of the year awards has Michael Cole won? And can you give me the years?
Well, he won it in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say he probably won it in 2012, too.
That is correct.
Jeez. Like, Cole is a very weird announcer. And that I think Cole at his best is legitimately a great pro wrestling television announcer. But there are also lots of periods where he's not even remotely near his best. And he is
Garrett,
bad.
He has won the worst television announcer 6 years. I need you to give me the 6 years. You've got 2 of them correctly.
2010.
Correct.
2013.
Incorrect.
Oh no, that's when they realized he's good again. So was it like 987 or something?
You have 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2012. There are 2 more years.
2007.
No.
8.
No.
Did I already guess 9?
You did. You got that one. Garrett, I'll give you a clue. One of these is before 2005.
I was gonna say one of them is probably early days when he replaced JR, so probably like 99.
2001.
2001.
And you have 1 more year.
2000.
No. The final year. 2020.
It's probably just because you didn't even have a crowd noise. It was just him in the Thunderdome shouting Michael Cole nonsense.
Garrett, who was the worst television announcer of 2021?
I don't know. Who was it?
It's Corey Graves.
Yeah, he's become a parody of himself. But he's also, I wouldn't say he's the worst television announcer. There's probably worse people in that company. Like Pat McAfee, some would suggest.
When was the last time WWE didn't win a Worst Wrestling Announcer of the Year award?
Oh, 2006.
No, there was a more recent one than 2006. And 2006, Todd Grisham won Worst Announcer of the Year.
Good for him. Good effort.
I'll give you a clue. Since 2001, which of course we know was won by Michael Cole, there has only been 2 years where WWE did not win the Worst Wrestling Announcer of the Year. I'll give you a clue to this. There are 2 separate people, both of which worked for Total Nonstop Action.
Taz
in 2013.
Unbearable the man was.
Now, who do you think the other one was, Garrett?
Is it Pope?
Garrett, 2007.
Oh, Don won it. Yeah, Don won it. If you look through the history of worst television announcer, even in the years where Mike Tenay won best television announcer 4 years in a row, you just set me up for this rant, but Don was every single year voted in the worst television announcer category, including, as he mentioned, winning it in 2007. And that is, frankly, absurd. It's absurd.
Best announcer, of course, in 2007, Jim Ross.
And not only was Don in that category every year, there wasn't like people who liked him. Like there wasn't like the case that, you know, you see a lot of this happen in the Observer Awards where someone will actually appear in like both the best and worst categories because they might be divisive in some way. But no, people hated Don West, and they hated him so much that they took him off commentary. And that is like one of the bigger there's fewer instances in which the broader wrestling like consensus has been more wrong in the history of professional wrestling than the opinion they have held about Don West. Because he was, from about like September 2002, a legitimately good announcer already. And like by this stage in 2004, he's great. He's just a great announcer within a great team with Mike Tenay. And it really does gall me that like these people sat there and said Mike Tenay is best television announcer, which he was, and then said the guy next to him who does nearly just as good a job and is like holds his own and contributes to this team was voted worst television announcer to win it in 2007 and be in that category every year. What a bunch of fucking nerds. What a bunch of dipshit idiots who did not understand what this man brought to professional wrestling. Because every time you post a clip of anything that happened in this year of TNA, whether it's the Skipper Cage Walk, or it's Sade Hardy Swanton, or the Angle Joe face-off, and you get Don West and Mike Tenay going mental, everybody's like, I goddamn love that team, because they brought enthusiasm, they brought energy, they brought passion, and they brought knowledge, and they ruled. And these dopes, these goons, these buffoons from the years 2002 to 2009 had the absolute temerity to vote Don West in the worst announcer category every single goddamn year, to the extent that he actually won it in 2007. What a bunch of dorks. What a bunch of goobers. Go back to your hole and live there. Leave Don West alone, he's the best.
Garrett, I feel like we've discovered a newer Patreon one-off where we review every Impact award in the Wrestling Observer history.
And then I explain whether or not they were wrong.
Yeah, because as you were doing that, I scrolled down to see 2007 to 2011 Impact for Worst Show of the Year. So I'm looking forward to that.
And Impact had the Worst Company Award for, what was it, like 13 years in a row, so...
I mean, much like the Danielson Award, it should have just been renamed.
Oh, no. Oh,
the Impact Wrestling Award as the worst.
that would be a good legacy for the company. I'm sure everyone would love that.
Here we go. Hey, listen, WWE might come back eventually. They're on a good streak of 4 years. I don't know if Impact deserved it in 2017.
There's a lot of years where they absolutely didn't, because they won it in 2012 as well, didn't they?
10 years straight.
They did not deserve it in
07 to
2012.
2017.
Like, the company was actively great in 2012.
Yeah, 2012. I remember 2012 was like pretty good.
And did good business in 2012 as well. So you can fuck off with your 2012 votes, you absolute dorks. It just became the reflexive easy end. There's a lot of those in the Observer Awards as well, where it's like, it's just, TNA worst show. I didn't watch it, but sure, it's the worst company.
TNA has won it for 10 years, and that is the most. WWE has only won it 5 years.
In a row or total?
Total.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, they won it in 2006 and then 2018 to 2021.
Well, they're going to keep winning it for a while. And there'll probably be years where it's not deserved. It's just like WWE becomes the reflexive answer.
I'm trying to see here. No, and WCW's max was 7 years. So it is the Impact Wrestling Award.
God damn it.
Hey, can we go to Wikipedia real quick and just do a little edit?
No, how dare you?
Alright.
I don't know how we got so far off Jeff Jarrett meeting with Dana White.
Because it's inherently a funny story. And that just drives it into what else. But Garrett, what is happening with the latest word on the TV schedule for TNA?
The latest word on the TV schedule for TNA is that they will tape bi-weekly in Orlando, Florida for FSN. That didn't turn out to be the case. It turned out to be weekly. Also, the latest word is that the company will continue to produce weekly Wednesday night pay-per-views, contrary to the rumors that they were going to immediately move to a Sunday night schedule. So they did not immediately move to the monthly Sunday night schedule.
You know what? They do deserve those 10 years of worst fucking wrestling promotion.
Just for this one decision where they waited 3 months to do that instead of doing it instantly.
Right, bastards. There's no need to do this to me.
This would be good news for the talent since they were working more dates and thus earning more money. TNA officials have yet...
Good for the talent.
Yeah, they work twice a week now.
Yeah, I'm working twice a week now.
TNA officials have yet to officially announce FSN to deal to the wrestlers, but sources say office workers have been discussing it with their friends on the talent roster.
Okay.
So one television insider reports that TNA will be paying a programming fee to appear on Fox Sports Network. Meanwhile, sources estimate that the company is losing between 30 and 40 grand currently under the current format. This FSN deal will speed up the inevitable quickly.
Oh, well, bloody, what do you know, one source?
Yeah, Torch.
Well, we don't know who was that one person.
The latest rumors on the FSN deal is that TNA are debating between the offered Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time slots or Sunday at 11 a.m. in the morning.
I don't know which one's better.
Apparently the Sunday one is more valuable, just probably because it's a weekend as opposed to being while everybody's at work.
Yeah. Yeah, the Sunday one's probably better, right?
The issue with both of them is that the Sunday is more expensive as well. So it's not like the cost is the same for both. It's that Friday's a worse deal but cheaper, and Sunday's a better deal but more expensive because they're buying time.
I really think some massive conglomerate should offer me money to put on a show.
Listen, it's happened often enough that some, Money Mark has been do a wrestling company, that it's, not out of the question that it might happen to us.
There's one thing we've learnt in the last 5 years, is that some millionaires, and hopefully billionaires, do be secret pro wrestling fans. Mm-hmm. So there is a chance, no matter how minute, that one of our best friends listening to this podcast could be a secret billionaire. Mm-hmm. And I'm just saying, let's start a board. Let's work this out. Let's be the number 3.
Wrestle 2.
We don't need to call it Wrestle 2.
But Liam would prefer that.
I would prefer that we buy the Wrestle 1 name from Muda, but...
Jarrett was said to be favouring the Sunday slot. Other sources report that TNA will pay a programming fee to appear on the network, but will retain most of the advertising time, which they will have to sell in-house. There are some sources who claim that the deal will cost TNA as much as 50 grand per hour, although that price could drop if the company elects to go to the cheaper Friday afternoon slot. Most sources are under the impression that it would be a 52-week deal that would give both sides the right to terminate after 26 weeks.
Seems like a fine deal.
Well, it's the Hail Mary at this stage. They realize that the weekly pay-per-view model isn't working. They realize that there's not a paid TV deal on the horizon. So the idea is they go to Fox Sports, they do numbers on TV,
build a little cachet.
Yeah, build an audience and also just build like a ratings number that you can then go to somebody else and say, we did this on Fox Sports. Think of what we can bring to you.
Please pay us.
Please pay us being the big part.
Like, just, it doesn't even have to be a lot. Just make it just anything.
Fox Sports Net is very different from USA, TBS, and Spike and other cable networks. It isn't one cable station, but an affiliation of regional stations based around...
Oh, like the ROH TV.
Yes, it's a bunch of syndicated networks. Based around the concept of providing local sports coverage. There is also a national feed that is in many time slots to use as filler programming between the local sports. Most of the FSN stations only do good ratings when broadcasting major local sports events, and the national shows rarely do well. That's some context on what FSN actually is from The Observer.
They should change their name to the Major Local Wrestling Association.
So they can have more wrestling?
No, so that way, you know, because the national shows don't do well.
Oh, yeah, and then just run it in like the local Nashville affiliates. So there's like, we're the Nashville Wrestling Company.
Yeah, that'd rule.
It's clearly the way to go. They would have succeeded much better.
If they had just turned TNA into a territorial thing, you know?
Just a territorial indie that runs on like no local FSN affiliates.
I'm sure Jared'd be happy with that.
Jerry in particular. NWA-TNA has implemented a 15% booking fee for use of any of its contracted wrestlers. This was part of the original vision Jerry Jarrett had for NWA-TNA. Indie promoters wanting to use contracted TNA talent must pay 50% of the promised fee up front. TNA would keep 50% of the wrestlers' pay as a booking administrative fee, which means TNA wrestlers will either have to charge more per appearance on weekends or take a cut in what they receive from their current fee.
I'm sure hope that is stated in the contract, otherwise, fuck you.
It probably is, but even then it's still a little bit, especially when you literally just pull some of them from their opportunity to earn somewhere else, and they're like, also, everywhere else you're earning, give us 15%.
They pulled Daniels and AJ and then took 15% out of the money they gave them.
Yeah, the payday, it's like, oh yes, 15% of that is ours, by the way.
And like, not even like they took it out and then just gave him the total. Like they gave him the full thing and then they took 15% back out of it. And Jarrett walks away and he's like, "Hey boys, I got lunch. Let's go."
Yeah, he pushes the money across the table and then he's just like, "Come on."
He's like, "Oh wait, sorry, pizza's here." Oh, thank you.
Vampiro and Juventud Guerrero are both trying to get back in. Vampiro may not have directly approached the company yet, but was willing to apologize for an interview he did that buried him with the company. Guerrero has repeatedly called Jeff Jarrett looking to get back in, claiming that he himself went to the expense of getting his paperwork done. Jarrett isn't interested in using him because of Guerrero's attitude out of the ring. Plus, they would probably feel using Guerrero on the X team would be going against the wishes of Antonio Pena.
I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about this because I just read the next goddamn line.
Yes, and the final note of the month.
Wait. Before we do this, just want to go boom, boom. I want to go boom, I want to boom. Fair enough. Go.
Liam has bolded, underlined it, and turned it red in the show notes. TNA has purchased a 6-sided ring to feature on pay-per-views.
Let's fucking go.
Which we know will debut in June, so we're very shortly away from the 6-sided ring period of TNA history. So they again, because Jarrett would have worked AAA used the 6-sided ring, and he probably got the idea. It's like, and you know, it's not the worst idea. I always liked the 6-sided ring to be like, this is a visually distinct marker of our brand.
I know from my experiences, my friends, that was the thing that like people were like, holy shit, what? This is different from the wrestling I know. I'm going to watch some of this. That ring is crazy. It's hard in wrestling to make visual choice that instantly sets you apart from everything. Because you could, if you were someone who didn't know wrestling and you were just flipping the channels and you saw an AEW show, you could be forgiven for thinking, oh, this is some WWE thing, right?
Yeah.
You saw that and you were like, I have no clue what this is. I need to watch it. And that's something that without doing a multiple-sided ring like that, there really is no other way of doing that.
Unless you did something like real off the wall. Yeah,
like unless you did a Thunderdome-esque thing without being prompted to, you know what I mean? Like you'd have to make some straight up complete format changes to how you run wrestling, which honestly I wouldn't be opposed to if someone wanted to do that, because, you know, we've done the same thing for a long time. We can get a little funky.
Yeah, and like Jared always says, it got him onto toy shelves. You know, it was a very unique and visually distinct toy. And I had one of the 6-sided ring toys myself, so I'm one of those people.
Do you still have it?
I think I do still have it. I still have most of my wrestlers. I think the 6-sided ring is still in the box with them. Because I unboxed and played with my toys. I'm like a nerd.
as I look over to my table with many a box wrestling figure.
Yeah, I don't collect them. They're toys. They're to be played with.
I need MJF to leave the company so I can sell this series 2 MJF that I got here.
So it can shoot up in value.
Yeah. You can tell the ones that I bought for value purchases that then like got re-signed or whatever because they're all thrown under my bed.
And you're like, there's going to be like 17 more toys of these. It doesn't count.
Damn you, Zelina. I really thought I had something with that.
So yeah, TNA have a 6-sided ring, which they will debut in June.
I'm very excited.
Liam is making it multiple size bigger in the show notes, which you can view at tnachat.com, by the way.
I'm going to start putting more visual bits into the show notes, so you have to go.
It's on our $1 tier, where you also get an ad-free version of the show, as well as our star rating spreadsheets. You can also get, on the $5 tier, our second shows, so the Ring Cat King retrospective and our Monday Night Wars retrospective.
Almost done.
Yeah, we're nearly done. Ring Cat King finale will be next
That'll
weekend.
be 2 complete series.
Yeah, plus a bunch of one-offs, including reviews of Macho Man's album, our drafts, and all that. And on the $10 tier, you get all our watch-alongs, including NWA pay-per-view number 91 this month, which featured the Styles title win. So the watch-along of that show is at tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. We did cross 50 subscribers in May, so thank you very much for
Patrons.
that. Yeah, patron subscribers. They subscribe to the patron.
I don't get confused with our YouTube subscribers.
Which is 321 until YouTube decided to stop feeding our videos to people all of a sudden this month.
Yeah, we're literally being held down by the corporate media. So if you oh no, we don't have that fan base because of that one guy.
Yeah, that one guy who's like, no.
Yes, that one guy who was like, no.
The resistance. Yeah, it's funny to watch how there's just the YouTube algorithm works, where it's like, yeah, we're going to feed your content to people a bunch for a few months, and then all of a sudden, no, not anymore. But them's the breaks. It'll come back. So yeah, patreon.com/kiddingme, tnachat.com if you'd like to support the show and get a bunch of extra stuff. And we'll be doing Rain Takers for the 2012 Best of the Super Juniors tournament. That'll be coming up on June 10th. Also, 2012 Dominion will be coming up on June 16th. Also, we do have to search out that Sting movie. We'll do that sometime the next month as well. Sting, The Moment of Truth.
I forgot about that.
So we'll be doing that one and probably in June as well. So all that will be there. Patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com.
Dude, let's do a watch along of the Sting movie. We'll do Mystery Science Stinger.
It's the 3LK Theatre. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, but that's already been taken. We can't just take it. Also, then we have to be, like, really homophobic.
Yeah, we have to be deeply problematic. Which for you is no problem, but for me is very difficult. I'm wholesome.
Weren't you, like, a Nazi for, like, 6 months?
Hey, it was longer than 6 months.
Good audio clip there.
Again, I'm going to run for high political office and the show will tank my campaign.
What do we feel? That's what you fucking get for running for high political office.
That's true. I should run for low political office and then it'll be fine.
Then you'll probably get it because of those accusations.
That's generally how it works, sadly. That brings us to broad topics for the month. If you remember last month, we had Chris Harris was in a number one contenders match to go on to face Jeff Jarrett at the cage match on April 21st. And then Raven won a fatal 4-way to put himself into the other spot in that number one contenders match. It's a real AEW freaking eliminator tournament to set up this cage match right here. But so we are building to the Road to the Cage, which had graphics, Liam. They had Road to the Cage graphics.
This is my favorite New Japan tour.
Yeah, the Road to the Cage, the steel cage, in fact, because it's made out of steel. It's not a wooden cage or a plastic cage.
I wish New Japan ran a show that was like The Cage in Osaka.
Yeah, that would be cool. We should do that.
The Cage in Bipu.
Japanese cities rule.
Listen, there'd be some great Road to shows if it was settled in Australia too. The Cage in Wollongong.
Yeah. I'm thinking about what the best cages would be in Ireland. Like the Cage in Ballinasloe.
The best Australian city name. What do we got? Oh, I'm going to 55 funny Australian town names and places.
The Cage in Garrettstown. There is a local town called Garrettstown. So that's where you should put the cage.
Did you own it?
Yes, it's mine.
Oh, we could do The Cage in Mount Bugger.
The Road to the Cage in Mount Bugger.
Road to the Cage in Ding-a-Ding.
How do you name a place Ding-a-Ding? Come on.
The Cage in Boozer Creek.
Yeah, that would be a very different... James Storm would have to be in that cage match.
There's some in here that I don't think I can say. I like the cage in Dirty Water Billabong.
I'm now on the Irish equivalent of weird and wonderful place names.
The cage in Bullshit Hill.
The cage in New Tupot House. The cage in Nobber, County Meath.
I had a Nova one as well.
Nobber, clearly an internationally renowned place name.
The cage in Yorkie's Knob.
The cage in Cockhill Road.
The cage in Cape Cockburn.
Well, there you go. These are all the places that they should hold Road to Cage match events in. So we have Raven and Chris Harris facing each other on the April 14th show for the winner to go on to face Jeff Jarrett for the title next week in a cage match.
Some of these are just racist that I'm reading right now. Like, this is very, like, clearly done during the White Australia policy.
Ireland, meanwhile, would be never to do such a thing. We would be very wholesome and good.
This is a cool one. There's Little Mount Horror in Tasmania.
Seems like a good place to have a cage match.
There's Greg.
What?
Greg.
There are 2 Gregs in the town, and it's ours.
Oh, listen, you can only assume. Okay, there's a few here that actually would make good the cage locations, because we have the Cage Dead Cat Gully.
Ooh.
The Cage Linger and Die Hill.
Nice.
The Cage Scented Knob. The Cage Big Dick Boar.
My personal favourite, the cage in Kilbrittain, County Cork.
That is very fitting for you. I like the cage in Weewa. It is the birthplace of the cotton industry in Australia.
Good.
Apparently, the indigenous meaning of Weewa is fire for roasting.
Very different kind of cage match then. Raven and Chris Harris did interviews on what was the America's X Cup show, which was the first show of the month, April 7th. Raven sat down with Mike Tenay. He's facing Harris next week. He will fulfill his destiny. He was did an extended military simile where he was like, Harris isn't ready because I'm like a general and he's only a captain, something like that. I don't know. I watched Top Gun yesterday. I know military ranks.
He said that he was a 4-star general, and I said, more 2 3/4.
Owned! Said Harris won't win, and Russo's been playing favorites. And then he referenced that because of Janet Jackson, that they want safe talent now, but you can't stop him because this was the year of the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction at the Super Bowl. And I was like, what?
Well, he's saying not what's it called? The standards and practices style television. Don't have anything that's out, don't have Raven on the screen, basically. Don't have anything that confronts societal norms or anything, I guess, is what he's going for here.
Raven is just too risque.
He's much like a Janet Jackson titty. You can't control Raven.
You can't show him on television.
He's too hot for TV. He should be like, well, you're on pay-per-view, it's fine.
Yeah, it is fine. You can do whatever you want.
You can get a titty out if you want, Raven.
Unless FSN see it.
Oh, Is this Raven subtly confirming the FSN rumors on TV on pay-per-view?
Yeah, he's like, this is why they don't want me on the show anymore. I'm too extreme for family-friendly 3 p.m. in the afternoon television. Mm-hmm. So we also had a Chris Harris feature, and he did a promo where he's talking about how he's going to, how Raven and Jarrett feel like he doesn't belong, but he's going to prove that he does, and he's going to cash in at Raven's expense in their number 1 contenders match the following week. I much preferred Harris's promo last month where he did that big fired up one. He was more going for I'm ahead of my biggest match of all time, so I'm going to talk very somberly and focusedly. And whereas I thought he was a much better promo when he did a big fired up, passionate promo.
Yeah, I didn't like this one. It was repetitive too.
Yeah.
It just felt like it was going on and on and on.
And the weird thing, it was this weird downbeat kind of meandering promo, but it was an edited stylized one. It wasn't straight to camera. It was more feature style.
To me it sounded the editing made me feel like he blundered things and it was to fix it more than a stylistic choice.
Well, they did not do a good job of fixing it, is my point.
Yeah.
Just to get them to do it again. Why don't they get people to do things again in this?
They probably did. That was probably 2 tries put together.
And also, it's weird. Chris Harris at this stage is an 8-year pro. He debuted in 96. So, he's an established wrestler. He's been wrestling for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like he hasn't quite got that confidence.
But I just mean in the general story that they're this kid's he's a kid. He's not ready. It's
but he hasn't been on TV, so it doesn't count.
He's been on TV for 2 years.
Yeah, TNA.
They're literally burying themselves. So that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 90, April 14th, 2004, in which we did have the Raven and Harris match, but earlier in the show, Jeff Jarrett did face Chris Harris's partner, the Cowboy James Storm.
I like this match.
Well, before that, he had to harass Mike Tenay first, of course, because that's what Jeff Jarrett does.
That's how he opened the show.
We cut out from the intro to Jarrett just shouting at Mike Tenay for reasons beyond comprehension.
For a second, I thought it was like another recap from like 3 months ago.
This is the era of TNA where the recaps are getting longer and longer. It's like a 4.5 minute one at the start of one of these shows.
I don't mind them though, because then I can knock 5 minutes off my watch time by skipping it immediately.
But you don't get JV's editing skills. That's the most important part of the show.
Trust me, I still get them.
So yeah, he started shouting at Tenay about how he's going to be champion, but then called out James Storm because Harris is wrestling tonight. Jarrett also had to wrestled Storm. And yeah, I really enjoyed this match. I thought Storm showed great fire and great energy. It was one of the rare Asylum walk-in brawls that wasn't boring, which was like remarkable.
Well, I was going to say, like, I thought this match peaked with the walk-in brawl. I thought that first half of this match rocked. And it was mostly because they were in the crowd and everyone's going wild and James Storm is showing fire and it was good stuff. But as the match went on, I was like, all right, it peaked in that first half for me.
Yeah, there was a period in the crowd where Jarrett picked up a chair and then the lady behind him tried to pull the chair out of his hands a little bit.
Yeah. Which is a consistent theme in the Asylum.
Yeah, it wasn't like a full yank like the Brian Lawler one where she refused to give up that chair. It was just like he had the chair and he was going to hit Storm with it and the lady just kind of tugged it. It's like, no.
Please don't, not James.
A really cool spot when they were in the bleachers, Jarrett threw Storm off the bleachers, but then Storm skinned the cat and didn't fall off, which is really rad. That ruled.
Imagine if he had to fuck that up.
Yeah, he would have died. On the topic of James Storm nearly dying, they then brawled back toward the ringside area. He threw Jarrett over the announce desk, and he was still on the other side of the rail. So he tried to jump off the rail, but his foot slipped, and he nearly crashed and burned, but he just about saved it.
He made it.
Just about survived. So they brawl back into the ring. They do like a decent match. I like Storm a lot in this match. This is, again, one of those moments where like, oh, this guy has it. He's just a great fiery baby face.
It feels like we are getting to that stage now where Storm is feeling and looking like Storm.
And again, stealing his partner's thunder. It's his specialty. So Jarrett tried to use a chair to avoid starting the match as well. Storm got the jump on him. Storm got a visual pin on Jarrett, which is surprising because like if you go back to the first Jarrett and Harris match, they even had to give you a visual pin of Jarrett on Harris in that match, not the other way around.
There's a lot of, and this might go to your point earlier of it feeling like the company's in a bit of a holding pattern. But there's a lot of giving guys wins while also giving them outs and giving them their shine at the same time this month.
Honestly, there's a thing I think that goes back to, and I think that's more Vince Russo influence. Because especially when you look at the way the tag team title feud is booked this month, it is as Vince Russo as it could possibly be. And I think that kind of thing where it's like you're avoiding doing clean finishes, you're doing outs, you're doing rep pumps, you're doing double finishes, which we'll talk about later. There's a lot more stuff where they're just doing everything that they possibly can to avoid clean finishes. And that feels very Russo.
Yeah, it's frustrating because I really hate when it feels like the matches have the same finish one after another, and even if they don't do the exact same finish, even if they do something similar but then twist it at the end to be the other way around, I still just don't like that repetition.
Like every match on all these shows has run-ins or interference or post-match angles. Like this has a post-match angle, the Kaz and Dutt match has a post-match angle, the Diamond and Swinger match has a post-match angle.
The Dutt and Kaz post-match angle doesn't even make a lot of sense.
No, it's just the Abyss comes out and beats the shit out of them.
For like no reason. But like it doesn't advance any story there.
It just makes the X Division champion and the top contender in the X Division title division look like nerds.
Yeah.
But that's TNA. Storm went to hit Jarrett with the guitar, but Andrew Thomas pulled it out of his hands, creating a distraction, allowing Jarrett to hit the stroke and win. Then Jarrett cut a promo after the match on Raven and Harris about how he's going to hurt them. Then he took out Storm's leg with a steel chair, applied a figure four before Harris eventually made the save. Then Raven ran in, attacked Harris, attacked him with a chair. And actually, I thought a really cool spot. So Raven does the drop to hold on a chair as a signature spot. But this time there was two chairs set up. So he dropped to hold him into one, and then Harris's hand happened to fall on the other, and then Raven immediately stomped on it. And I thought like the setup for that was really well executed.
That was a nice touch. I thought it was actually kind of cool to see Raven and Jarrett on the same page, because that's not something we've ever really seen in TNA history to this point.
Or at least currently with mutual enemies.
Yeah, well, like not like they're friends, but in like they're both bad guys at the moment, so they're willing to work together. And you saw a bit of that in pay-per-view number 89 when Raven like gave respect to Jarrett. He's like, there's a reason he's the champion, and been the champion the whole time. And as soon as he said that, I was like, you're starting to see that like kind of begrudging respect between them because they're both bad guys.
And like, the part of his point there is like that only I then am the one can beat him, and Harris can't.
Yeah.
But it is like he is still really good and needs to be beaten.
Yeah.
So then Raven applied a cross-face chicken wing, which he clearly watched a bunch of James Mason tapes, because James Mason won 2 matches in the America's X Cup the week before with a cross-face chicken wing, and he's like, it's my move now.
Yeah, I hope James confronted him.
Yeah, he's like, yo, bro, that's my move. This is why I'm not getting booked at TNA.
Is that his accent?
Yo, bruv, that's my move.
Ooh, okay.
Just to switch the bro to a bruv.
Were you adjusting your singlet while you did that?
Oh, God, yeah. We'll talk about that in a minute. God.
We'll talk about how Team UK has the worst gear I've ever seen in my life.
They're just the most indie group of human beings, but it's impossible.
And being in the ring with Team Mexico, who have like tremendous, colorful gear.
Yeah. Polished looking pro wrestlers, and then a bunch of nerds.
I will quickly state one thing, that I do appreciate that Team UK looks like the equivalent of beans on toast.
Yes, sure, of course. Beans on toast is secretly delicious despite not looking flashy, though, which is also not the case of Team UK.
I was going to say, Team UK is secretly great, so there you go.
No, they're not.
No, they had one guy that I liked. Oh, Extreme Dean.
So after Raven dropped hold of him onto the chair and then stomped his hand on the chair and then hit his hand some more, he applied a crossface chicken wing. Russo made the save. Raven grabbed Russo by the throat. Then Styles made the real save. Russo offered Styles a handshake, but Styles said no and walked away.
He's like, you didn't look at me when I did that flip in the pool that one time, you motherfucker.
This is what it all goes back to.
I hate you, Dad.
Later in the show, Scott Hudson had Russo and AMW together. Harris said he can go. Styles walked in. He's like, put me in the match against Raven instead. And Harris was like, no, go fuck off.
He didn't say that.
He said it in politer language.
I wish Harris was like, fuck off.
So Hudson then had a backstage interview with Raven, promised that Harris wouldn't make it to the cage. That was the language he used, that he wouldn't make it to the cage. And then says Sabu has his back. But then Hudson asked if Raven has Sabu's back.
Something that he says repeatedly.
Yeah.
And I like that when they had that first conversation and Hudson talks to him about it and goes, hey, do you have his back? And then Raven just is like, yeah, of course Sabu has my back. It's like, that wasn't the question he asked you.
He is a very selfish man.
But I just like that in his head, he heard it was a question phrased to him, not that it was about Sabu. So yeah, of course he has my back.
So that brings us to our main event, in which Chris Harris defeated Raven to become #1 contender for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship and will face Jeff Jarrett in a steel cage match next week. So the entire story of the match was Harris had his shoulder taped, Raven worked over the shoulder, Trio K watched on from the stands, Styles was watching on a monitor, and Raven was... I don't know why they did an arm match. I don't get it. Like, Chris Harris's strength, his entire thing, is that he's this big, like, explosive wrestler. And I guess the idea from the story perspective is that they're showing a different side of him, that he can win a match a different way, but also it just takes away his biggest asset as a wrestler right before, in theory, his biggest match against Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, I don't know. This match didn't do a lot for me. I thought it was just kind of dull.
And just Raven doing a body part match. We know this. We watched, remember, that Disco Inferno match last year where bizarrely him and Raven went out and did like a limb work match. And like, it was super boring. And now they're like, this is what Raven is as a heel. He'll come out and do a limb work match working over Harris's injured shoulder. That's not what anybody wants from Raven. I don't want like a psychology match. I don't want Don West to say the words, the psychology of this match is unbelievable, Mike.
I wish Mike turned to him and said, explain.
Tell me about the psychology.
How is this psychology of this match great?
It's the classic wrestling Twitter thing where you use the word psychology to seem smart, but actually don't know what it means or what you're actually talking about.
And then Mike Tenay just goes to his Wrestling Observer ballot and just goes, Worcester announcer.
No, don't make me do the rant again. I will do it.
He's like, he used the psychology line and he couldn't explain it.
I did find the contrast between the two matches on the show very interesting, where you did have Storm being that big, fiery, plucky baby.
Yeah, they did the good formula.
Yeah, where he took it all to the champ and he didn't win, but he came out better off for it. And then you had Harris just, again, like the promo last week, it was just too downbeat. It wasn't like Chris Harris being this explosive guy who's ready to be a top guy in this company beating a big star like Raven.
This week he probably found out that he's not actually going to be in the cage.
There's actually a story that by all okay, we'll get to this now, but the point of all of this is that Styles was always meant to win the belt.
What a great build to that.
Yeah, we'll talk about what happens first and then talk about it. So the next, Harris becomes number one contender. He beats Raven. He overcomes the odds. Harris hit a spear, but there was no ref. Raven hit a low blow, but again, Harris grabbed a small package. Ref was back, counted the 3. Note, for this week, before the title change, more than one wrestler is predicting that Jeff Jarrett will drop the NWA title, only to then regain it just in time for the premiere on FSN.
I'm trying to think of what the reason for this would be. Mm-hmm. The only things I can think of is that maybe they wanted to say, once they're on TV, that AJ Styles is a multiple-time world champion. And maybe they want the Jeff Jarrett reign to feel a little fresher by not having it be the one continuous.
Do you know what I think it is?
Sure. Is this a bid answer or is this like an actual
No,
answer?
An actual answer.
Ooh, don't get them very often.
I think it's him just trying to pacify the locker room. That he's like, look, we'll give a title run to Styles, and then I'll get the belt back by the time we're back on TV. But you know, I didn't hold the belt the entire time AJ was champion. So he can go, look, we made AJ champion. It wasn't just me as champion. Because he's already at this stage been champion for 6 months. So if he's going to get to TV and be champion for a while they're on TV, that's going to be a very long reign. And he's champion for a while when they get on TV.
Garrett, if you've been really trying to subtly prepare me for this reign...
You know about the Jarrett Reign of Terror.
I know the name, but then again, I feel like my biggest thing about this is I would have had the first show of Impact to be him winning the title back then or something. You know?
Well, you will see if that's the case.
Well, no, they said before the premiere of the FSN show.
Yeah, it's not the case. He literally wins it in the last show before the TV show debuts.
I don't know why you wouldn't run that on the first show. If you have a title match ready to go and you want to get a new champion, then do that for the first show.
So Raven attacks Chris Harris at the start of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 91, April 21st. He works over his arm. He injures his arm with a chair. He separates his shoulder. Stormer eventually makes the save.
I thought this was a good beatdown.
Yeah, it does look like he hurts his shoulder. It does look like he jumps him. Raven's very good at that stuff. He's a good guy at hurting people.
He's a good brawler too.
So the show-running story here is Harris is out. Separated shoulder, needs to be taken to the hospital. He cannot do the main event world title match against Jeff Jarrett. So Russo has to decide who will fill in.
Oh, and boy, is it a fucking decision.
I have never seen a man. There's people who have sent people to war and launched nuclear missiles without as much fret and worry as Vince Russo had for this decision of who to replace Chris Harris with.
For something that he couldn't literally just undo the next week by putting in someone else in the same match.
We went backstage to reveal that Harris's shoulder is separated. He's been taken backstage. And then Harris asked Russo to put Storm in the match in his place. And Russo he looks very worried and fretted. He's like, oh, can I do that? No.
He just walks away.
He just leaves.
He doesn't even give an answer. He just leaves.
So later in the show, JB, who's filling in for Scott Hudson that week, was because Scott Hudson was in a car accident. TNA backstage interviewer Scott Hudson missed the pay-per-view because he was involved in an automobile accident on his way to the show. Hudson's car was totaled and he was taken to a nearby hospital for medical treatment, but was released by the end of the night. And he was said to have walked away from the accident relatively uninjured and will be back the following week. So later in the show, JB, who's filling in for Scott Hudson, has Vince Russo, and he asks, well, are you going to allow Storm? Or is it going to be Storm? Russo is torn, but AJ walks in. He's like, put me in the match. And then Russo is indignant. He's angry. He's like, you didn't accept my apology and you didn't forgive me, so why would I put you in the match?
It's really weird. This Russo face stuff is not good. I'd rather him just be the dickhead heel guy again.
Rather than this dude who's the pillar of virtue, but also constantly conflicted about every decision he ever has to make.
Because at least when he's doing the bullshit, you're meant to dislike him, but now you think he's doing the same bullshit, but you're meant to like him.
It's very annoying.
Which makes it worse, significantly. And especially when he goes back to doing the pew 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 shooty stuff again, you're like, goddamn, at least when you were a heel, I could roll my eyes at it. Now I'm just groaning in pain.
So JB had Russo again. Russo is tormented at this stage. He's sweating. He has his hands over his face. He's just so upset
back
about
on
this.
The booze.
He's turned back to October Vince Russo. He's just drunk, being like, I can't make this decision.
He's on the phone to his kids like, you motherfucker.
All of his worst instincts are coming out.
He's screaming at his kids to make the decision for him, and they're like, we want to go to sleep, Dad.
Even Russo points out, it's like, what are you going to do, JB? You going to keep coming back to me here all night asking me?
Yes, mate, it's the main event.
Just make a decision. Abyss walks up and grunts. And then Goldilocks walks up.
So...
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the Goldilocks stuff now? Because it's only been a couple of weeks.
Yeah, so, like, if you remember at the end of last month, there was the new Goldilocks character, where she was managing Abyss, kinda, and she was also doing a British accent.
Yeah. And, we're like, oh, alright, yeah, fine.
We'll talk about Abyss and Sabu in particular separately, but we will talk about Goldilocks now.
Then she did another one as well.
Which was meant to be Asian, apparently.
Yeah, because, like, Scott, when he returns, is like, you did, like, a Chinese character. And I was like, what? When did she do that? It was just a woman in glasses with long hair.
Yeah, that was the one where she, like, calmed Abyss down. She didn't actually do anything. You clearly couldn't tell the racial stereotype she was doing because she didn't actually talk.
Yeah, that was they didn't dare put a mic next to her.
So here, she walks up doing a, like, just horrifically racist Puerto Rican stereotype.
If people want, like, a good example of what this was like, if you've ever seen the Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where Dee does, like, the racist Puerto Rican character, it's basically that.
Yes. I don't know why she's doing this. I don't know why this is this character. I don't know why she's in disguise every week.
I was really trying to tell if she, like, tanned extra hard, too.
Oh, no.
I was like, it seems like it is, but I don't want to call it if it isn't.
Yeah.
So go make your own decisions on that one.
Because it's in the backstage, like, dimly lit area, so it's always hard to tell.
And she's under the shadow of Abyss, so, like, I don't really know what's going on there, but go make your own call on that one.
Yeah, so she does a horrifically racist Puerto Rican stereotype. I cannot underline how racist the stereotype she was doing was.
I couldn't believe what we were watching.
Yeah, we did this show for the watch along, so you can get our live reaction to Goldilocks' horrific racist Puerto Rican stereotype.
And just so you know, like, that it was Puerto Rican, she had a shirt with the Puerto Rican flag on it.
Just in case you didn't get it. The worst part is, like, this didn't even cause controversy. You know? There wasn't even, like, people were upset at Goldilocks for this horrible racism. People are, like, mad at the character because they don't think Goldilocks deserves television time, but they're not mad at her being, like, racist.
It's 2004.
Sadly. So she comes up, she advocates for Abyss. She wants Abyss to get the title shot. Russo leaves. Understandably, walking out.
She advocates for racism.
She does. And the Russo just walked away, which is the most babyface move Vince Russo has made so far.
Yeah. Oh, it's a rough one, guys.
JB has Russo yet again for like the fourth time on this show, and at this stage the man looks like he wants to cry. I have never seen anybody more upset about having to make a single decision. Basically, he just has to pick between Ron Killings, Abyss, and AJ Styles. You just pick one of the three. You're fine. Whoever it is. Who cares? And Raven. 4. Pick one of those 4 guys. It's not that hard. Just say a name.
Flip a coin.
Yeah, just eeny, meeny, miny, Abyss.
Yeah. What he should have done was had Abyss be the #1 contender and then do a battle royal earlier in the show. Then they can face off in the main event where the winner will go to the cage match.
Yeah. No, the winner won't go to the cage match. The winner will go to face on the winner of Kushin Bokaman against Esteban. And then the winner of that match will go on to
become the interim NWA champion.
The interim #1 contender. And then they will face Chris Harris when he's healthy. And then the winner of that will go on to face the cage.
And the company will have already closed down by then.
So Russo goes up to Raven and starts making his case. He's like, we're nearly a year out from the last time I faced Jarrett. And you know I'm the only guy who can beat Jarrett. It's the biggest match. You know I can do it. This is Scott talking to Vince.
This is Max Friedman talking to
Pew, 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 pew. Again, the influence of NWA-TNA is unfortunate at this stage. Then Russo's like, looks like he's convinced. He looks like Raven has sold him, and he's like, you know what? I think I made my decision.
Yeah, he is a dickhead for doing this, by the way. You didn't have to shake the man's hand as you left.
He even does like the line, it's like, oh, I don't think this is going to make people happy, but I've made my decision. And he shakes Raven's hand, and Raven's like, oh, it's me.
He's like, man, the crowd hates AJ Styles. Don't know how they're going to react to this.
So then we do have our main event inside the steel cage. The NWA World Heavyweight Championship is on the line as Jeff Jarrett comes out first. There's a hype video, which is just all of Jeff Jarrett's highlights from the last year, which is thoroughly telegraphing the fact that he's dropping the belt.
But it was so over the top that I thought it may go full circle to him not dropping the belt.
It's look how great he is.
Well, do you believe that this company wouldn't just do a 5-minute thing saying how great Jeff Jarrett is before he wins the title?
No, that's not beyond them.
Exactly.
So Jarrett comes out first, he's waiting, then Russo comes out and he cuts a very long promo where he's like, I had the hardest decision I've ever made, and when I came back, I promised.
Everyone's like, shut up.
I promised that I would do things right and people would earn their opportunities and I'm not going to hand me... And they have Raven in picture, which is quite funny, and he's like, yeah, I'm getting my title shot, and as Russo continues to talk, he's like, wait a minute. So Russo eventually reveals that Jarrett's opponent will be the phenomenal AJ Styles. They have a cage match. It's pretty good.
It's a decent little affair.
Yeah, Jarrett kicks out of the Styles clash. Styles goes to the top of the cage, but then Jarrett knocks him off, then knocks Styles to the floor, which then the referee opens the cage for Jarrett to go out, get him back in, but then Jarrett gets a guitar as well. So Jarrett goes to hit AJ with the guitar. AJ inzaguris the guitar, grabs a crucifix. AJ wins. He's your new NWA World Heavyweight Champion, his second reign, the second Jeff Jarrett reign, ended by AJ Styles. AJ hugged Russo. They're pals. They're friends again. He's new champ.
Mm-hmm.
How do they keep fucking up AJ title wins?
They don't want to book just a natural pro wrestling story.
Because if you think about it, the story here is not that AJ won the belt.
Well, the story here is that Chris Harris should be winning the world title.
But the main story crux is the reconciliation of AJ and Russo's relationship, not...
I guess.
AJ actually winning the belt. That's the story arc, you know? The story arc is... Russo apologizes, AJ says, no, I hate you. Russo apologizes, AJ says, no, I hate you. AJ asks for things, Russo doesn't give it to him. And this is their reconciliation. That's the build to AJ winning the belt. And why? Why isn't it just AJ winning the belt?
Do I need to do another rant about how AJ Styles winning the title is actually all about Vince Russo?
Again, it is! For the second time in a row, AJ winning the belt is all about Vince Russo. And it's so stupid.
The problem is, too, it's not even a thing people care about. No one's there, going, oh, God, I hope Vince can get AJ to forgive him this week.
Yeah. Buying their pay-per-view every week, plopping down their $10 to see does AJ forgive Vince Russo this week.
Yeah, it's match I don't care about, story I don't care about, title win I don't care about.
A very important note, NWA-TNA officials never actually planned to have Harris wrestle Jarrett in the cage match main event of Wednesday's show. Styles was booked in that slot from the very beginning, and the office actually came up with the injury angle plan at least 2 weeks prior.
Oh no.
So there's no note about why perhaps did they lose faith in Chris Harris. I was interested in that. I'm at this point there's nothing there. But the fact that this is their build to AJ winning the belt. This wasn't a last minute crisis of confidence in Chris Harris. It wasn't oh no, we can't have him there. We don't think he's ready to be champion. This was their plan all along. And instead of just being hey, let's build up to AJ winning the belt by having him win this 4-way, beat Raven, beat Jarrett, which would have made sense and people would have been interested. It's let's get people invested in Chris Harris winning the belt, pull the rug out from under him, and put it on AJ as a resolution to a dumbass Vince Russo story.
You could have just given AJ the Chris Harris push.
Yes, that's what you should have done. You should have picked one of these men, whether it's AJ or Abyss or Killings or Raven or Harris. Picked one of them, had them win all those matches, and then win the belt, like a normal company would do.
I don't know. I've read this second line and it's really made me upset.
There was some talk backstage that no one bothered to inform Chris Harris that he wouldn't be challenging Jeff Jarrett for the NWA title until the day of the show. So even though this was the plan for 2 weeks, apparently nobody had the decency to clue in Harris until they're actually, no, you're taken out.
I don't believe this. This seems a little far-fetched, even for TNA.
It would be very cruel.
Especially since there's the line later on that, and the finish with Styles going over wasn't well known in the locker room circles at least a few weeks before the show took place. So if people in the locker room knew, it's not like everyone's going to hide it from
I don't know. I have this image in my head of Harris walking to the room and everyone awkwardly avoiding eye contact.
Everyone's like, shh. Oh, hey, Chris, hey.
And Harris is oh, I'm winning the belt, aren't I? That's the reason they don't want to say anything. I'm actually winning the belt, and they all know about
he's
that.
He's getting his hopes up. He's getting excited. He's like, oh, wow, they're going to put it on a new young baby face before we go onto TV.
Yeah, that's just put the belt on Harris. Just put the belt on Harris. Even if you want to take it off him by the time you get the TV, just put the belt on
There's
Harris.
no reason Harris can't have the 1 month run or whatever.
So AJ Styles, your new NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Again, they find a way to make me not interested in AJ.
You might actually like stumble backwards into a star, you know, by putting the title on Harris. Who knows?
Instead, you just have to tell a story that's all about Vinny Rue. And that's how you'll make a star.
Swerve.
And that star is Vinny Rue.
Oh, we got fucking swerved.
It's the worst kind of swerve.
Legitimate one.
So then last show of the month, AJ comes out with Mike Tenay. AJ's like, I'm too beaten up from the cage match, so I can't defend the belt tonight, but I want to thank some people. I want to thank the fans. Then the microphone cut out. So Mike Tenay got him a new microphone.
Yeah, I like the little like stop. He's like, what? Sorry.
AJ's a little confused, and then he brings in another microphone. He thanks the fans. He thanks TNA management. And he's like, I'll defend the belt next week against Raven. Before Tree Life Crew come out, he's like, hey, no, defend it against Killings tonight because you're short and because you're Russo's boy. And then they just start shooting because Russo comes out. And
Oh, my favorite part of this bit, Russo comes out and literally pushes AJ to the side.
it's Russo's promo time now, baby.
Yeah.
So he's like, BG says he saved Russo from getting his ass kicked by Billy Gunn. Conan says he tried to keep Russo's job in WCW when everyone else wanted him out, and Killings.
And I was like, holy shit, we've gone back a year.
Which is the reason I'm like, the show is just much more Vince Russo influence now, in the bad way as opposed to like the good balanced way.
Yeah.
We've gone to freaking DQ title changes. We've gone to hot-shotting belts. We've gone to stories that make no sense that are all about Vince Russo. We've gone to shoot promos. We've gone to Raven being like, this is Scott, not Raven.
That's the telltale of a Vince Russo shoot.
The real telltale sign is there's something on a pole match this month, which is alright, he's out of control.
Which doesn't work either.
We'll talk about that. It's just diabolical. So yeah, Killing says he had Russo's back when his name was being dragged. Then Russo was like, BG, I got you in DX, but nobody wanted you in DX. Conan, everybody was calling me racist, but then I give you an opportunity to win the tag belt with Rey Mysterio. In truth, I was your biggest fan as NWA champion. Then AJ got in Killing's face. He's like, hey, you want a title shot tonight? I'll give you a title shot tonight. And Russo was like, no. And AJ's like, yes, title shot.
He's like, I'll give you a title shot. And he's like, when? And he's like, how about 1 hour? And I was like, I don't think it's going to be 1 hour exactly.
It'll be about, 80 minutes or so.
Killings comes to the ring. AJ's like, I need like 20 more minutes. Sorry, man.
Time wrong. Sorry. AJ, by the way, here, terrible.
I didn't mind him at the start, but I felt like when they did the mic switch, it kind of threw him off.
He's awful. He's such a bad promo.
Yeah.
He just has no confidence whatsoever. So he speaks in like very short sentences with long pauses, with like no emphasis or no like big punchy lines. And it's just
He gets
awful.
like marble mouth all the time too.
He's not used to this, and he's been doing. He's cut decent promos so far in his TNA run, and I don't know why this one was as bad as it was. He does get good at promos eventually. It's a nice story that he does get good at promos eventually. It puts these promos in context. So Raven kidnaps a cameraman on this show. He says,
Yes. It was like pointed at me, and I was like, it's already pointed on you. What do you want him to do? You can't. It makes it more difficult to frame it if you keep jostling him around.
He's like, I'm not a ladder. No one climbs me to get to the top. So he said, I followed through on my promise to make sure that Chris Harris doesn't get to the cage. He didn't get to the cage. And he's going to make everybody pay, starting with James Storm, who he faces in the semi-main event.
Yeah.
And he has another boring limb work match.
He sure does.
So Dallas caused the distraction. Cash hit Storm with a nightstick, allowing Raven to win. Pivoting Storm off to a Cash and Dallas feud. And D'Lo made the save. So Raven and D'Lo? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from this stuff.
I think it's just more of D'Lo, Apollo, and Cash and Dallas than anything.
Yeah, because I know Storm actually doesn't end up teaming with Harris to face Cash and Dallas at first. Who he does, you'll find out, but it's not D'Lo.
I wonder who it could possibly be.
So Jarrett does a promo. He's like, I understand now, Russo. This was a plan all along between you and Raven to get the belt off me, and then you went swerved to your bro Styles. It's just you giving everything to your pals.
Nepotism running wild.
Very unusual here in NWA-TNA. Nepotism free zone.
Yeah, I've never once done it.
So Jarrett says he will have his rematch and he will take it. But the question is, when?
He's going to do a Money in the Bank cash in. Let's go.
He can do that. He owns the company. He can do that.
See, in canon, he doesn't own the company.
Yeah. Oh, during that Raven and Storm match, I did quite enjoy. They were brawling out on the floor, and then Storm crotched Raven on the rail, and then the crowd started chanting, "Holy shit," except in a higher pitch. They're like, "Holy shit," because he got crotched on the rail. It was a good bit.
A rare good Asylum.
It was
bit.
the heel section too, so I am very hesitant to give them credit, but it was a good bit.
Hey, it's good to see that we're going to be able to say fuck off to those guys. soon.
Yeah, stay in Nashville, you big nerds.
You know what? We're going to bootleg your shirt too. There's nothing you can do about it.
And then our main event for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, AJ Styles defeated Ron Killings to retain in what I thought was a crushingly disappointing match.
This match stunk.
It's just flat. Nobody cared about either guy. They went about 10 minutes and then did a double pinfall with both shoulders down. Referees counted both. Killings did have a visual pin on AJ, but there was no ref. Russo comes out, restarts the match. Styles grabs a cradle shortly after to retain. AJ attacks Russo, ends the show, drop holds AJ off the ramp into the rail, brawls because it's AJ and Raven next week. But God, when you're like, all right, we have a main event that's AJ Styles against Ron Killings for the NWA title. I'm like, okay, two good wrestlers, hopefully having a good match.
I was excited for this match.
And then it's just lifeless.
I think, well, both of them knew what it was, I think.
When they were given, you're doing a double finish.
Yeah, double finish, 8 minutes, heat on Raven at the end. They're probably like, oh, well, fuck this.
None of this is about either of you, so who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, very sad. That's your heavyweight title stuff for the month. So the big thing is that Chris Harris, once again, shafted out of his NWA World title win.
Is a loser.
He's just a big, gigantic dork loser who never wins the big one.
Yep.
And we will continue to recover that note in the coming weeks and months.
And years.
Because he's not immediately shunted out of the heavyweight division. He has about another month before he is then shunted out of the heavyweight division. But still.
We'll get there.
And AJ is your new world champ. Again, for the second time in a row, they've somehow managed to put the belt on AJ and make me not interested in it. Remarkable company. Truly incredible stuff. So in the other heavyweight stuff, Monty Brown continued his feud with Sabu into NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 90, in which he faced Sabu in an Extreme Rules Falls Count Anywhere match.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying the Monty Sabu Abyss mid-card stuff. I think it's added a lot of depth to the mid-card, and I think that comes from them all kind of feeling like actual players.
And Sabu rules, he's Sabu. And I think Monty has grown a ton in the year and a half he's been gone.
Yes.
He's really good.
And we were talking about on the watch along about how Abyss feels like Abyss now too. So they're all kind of coming into their own.
This is the show, Liam. Leather Pants Abyss.
Yes.
It's truly Abyss now that we are at Leather Pants Abyss as opposed to Denim Abyss.
I've ascended to the next level.
He still has denim top, so he's not black top Leather Pants Abyss yet, but he's denim top Leather Pants Abyss, which might be the best Abyss.
I don't know. My mind is open to all Abyss candidates.
So Abyss earlier in the show, as we mentioned, destroyed Frankie Kazarian, and Frankie shake my hand, he got black hole slammed. Then Sanjay stood up, and Sanjay, you big dork, yeah. He went to offer to shake Abyss's hand, which Abyss...
No. Abyss offered the handshake.
Oh, was it Abyss that offered it?
Yes, Abyss offered the handshake. Sanjay had the dukes up ready to fight, and begrudgingly he shook Abyss's hand.
I thought it was the other way around. I took it down. I must have taken it down wrong in the notes. So yes.
Yeah, they shook hands, and then Abyss actually let go too. So it actually seemed like it worked.
But then Sanjay turned around, and I literally cackled when Abyss just shoved him into the ropes, face first, and then Sanjay rebounded into a shock treatment, and I cackled.
It felt like something you would be able to do in the TNA Impact video game with all the transitions.
It ruled. He killed him, and then Goldilocks came out and calmed him down and beckoned him away.
Yes, this was allegedly Asian Goldilocks.
Yes, apparently. Who could possibly tell? But apparently.
Hudson, apparently. he can tell.
So then we did have Monty and Sabu in that Falls Count Anywhere Extreme Rules match. Again, as you said, it's a very fun match. It's Sabu just being a bad man and Monty being Monty.
It was weird to hear TNA call something Extreme
Especially,
Rules.
I think this is before WWE started using that verbiage as well.
I think so too.
Because that was around the time that ECW came back the year later that they started calling things Extreme Rules matches and had an Extreme Rules pay-per-view. So TNA using the words Extreme Rules is quite interesting.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
So they brawled all the way back to the sex locker room. Then Monty threw Sabu, or they brawled into the sex locker room, and then you heard a bunch of crashing and banging.
Then it became the sex locker
Yeah.
room.
God damn it, Liam.
I love the pop Abyss got for walking out of the sex locker
Yeah,
room.
he emerged. It turned out he is the man in the sex locker room crashing and banging Sabu.
He sure was crashing and banging.
That is exactly what he was doing in the sex locker room. There's no other explanation.
A lot of banging in the sex locker room.
So then Abyss and Monty share a moment before Monty pounces Sabu, pins him.
And this is when they do the calm down spot with Goldie, where she's like, let's high five, essentially, I guess.
It is literally the Black Widow and Hulk thing from like Avengers, whatever that one, the second one is. Age of Ultron.
All of them.
It's a thing in Age of Ultron, though.
Then he's flying away on the spaceship and he turns the video comm off because he's making a choice.
And then you cry. Then he goes to space?
Then he goes to space and does a Thor movie.
The only natural reaction to this Black Widow relationship. Does that mean Abyss is going to go to space and do a Thor movie?
He's gonna go to space and he's gonna do Abyss X and he's gonna be a spaceman.
I would be on board with Abyss X, Space Abyss.
Yeah, he's got like the Jason X style mask.
So Monty wins with a pounce, which brings us to the next week in which Abyss and Monty have now formed a team, to face Sabu and Raven.
Which week did we get the weird Abyss highlight video?
I think it was the last one where it was just him like fucking people through tables.
It was so weird. And there was just a black hole like being juxtaposed over the top of the footage.
Yeah. That's again video editing wonder that is Jeremy Borash putting together these masterpieces.
But yes, there was I like this handicap match actually. I thought it was
cool.
So
Raven didn't show up because he's in fact not Sabu's friend. So Abyss and Monty beat the shit out of Sabu 2-on-1.
And then Raven, actually a good piece of booking here where Raven then did the attack on Chris Harris right after. So it's like, he was there, he just didn't help Sabu.
Yeah, and in fact, because they won 2-on-1, Monty hit the pounce, Abyss hit the shock treatment, and Sabu was just laid out in the ring. So then they cut to Raven attacking Harris, they brawl, and then James Storm makes the save, and Raven runs through the ring, steps over the beaten carcass of Sabu to the other side and leaves.
He like trips on him and gets mad that he tripped on him.
That Sabu has the indecency to even be there beaten up.
Yeah.
Disgusting behavior. I will say that Raven, they played his theme at the start of this match. And they played the start of the old theme and then cut to the new theme. And I couldn't have been more upset.
I'm glad.
Hideous, monstrous song that they teased me was gone, but then cut to it anyway.
It's a good song.
So they do tease the idea that Abyss and Monty have like a relationship, and Monty is one of the few people who can like communicate with Abyss.
I don't think you can communicate with Abyss. I think like they're just cool with each other. Like it's pure on like animal instinct. Maybe Abyss just recognizes an alpha.
Yeah.
The beta Abyss.
Yeah.
Goldilocks, for sure a Sigma.
In the match they had, Sabu and Monty, Sabu kept just fucking a chair at Monty's head.
There was one real rough one on the ramp.
And like, at least 4 times, he's just like, I'm just going to launch a chair at your head. And Monty's just going to take it. He's just going to stand there and take it.
Yeah, rules.
And then last show of the month, the beginning of a long-standing TNA rivalry, we get Abyss facing Sabu.
Sorry. Again, another match I was excited for. I like this mid-card stuff. It makes it feel exciting.
Yeah, they'd have much better matches, particularly in 2005. But it's a nice little match that they didn't actually call like a no DQ or hardcore match, but they're just like, yeah, it's Abyss and Sabu, let them do what they want.
And this is also after we got the return of Goldilocks original.
For the match, you did have the Abyss video you mentioned, the highlight video, before Scott Hudson was with Goldilocks. Hudson was like, Goldie, what the fuck is going on with all these characters you're playing? And Goldie's like, what do you mean? I haven't been here in weeks.
Goldie's like, you must have hit your head real hard last week.
Yeah, I've been in Barbados.
She's also sniffing something this entire time. When Scott walks in, he makes like a comment about something smelling.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like, is it like what this is meant to represent?
He starts being mean about her clothes as well. He's like, what do you mean? I just bought this. Yeah, I just bought this dress. And Hudson's like, no, your costumes.
And then Scott's like, I must have caught you before makeup.
And she is very offended by that line.
But he's like, no, I meant the costumes and the thing. And she's like, I got no idea what you're talking about.
Then Scott's like, oh, you're crazy. And then Goldie's like, oh.
And Goldie's like, I'm not crazy. Listen, I was just talking with Abyss and we're having a nice conversation. Scott's like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, so Abyss is ready for his match against Sabu.
I actually thought that ended with a good line where Goldie was like, well, maybe he just doesn't have anything to say to you. And I was like, oh, that's actually kind of a good line.
He's just not Scott's friend. Scott's too busy using him for scoops instead of just trying to have a conversation with him like a person.
It'd be so funny if Abyss was like the scoop master.
All of the quotes we see in PW Torch are from Abyss.
That'd be so great.
There's actually a story about Jonny Fairplay this month that he was burying Dutch Mantel to Abyss, but it turns out like Abyss and Dutch are tight from Puerto Rico, so Abyss is like, dude, I'm the wrong guy to bury Dutch too. So yeah, we had Sabu and Raven. Sabu put Abyss through a table with a leg drop, but then Goldie came out and insisted on Abyss getting back in the ring, continue to fight, but then she also stopped the referee from counting. Mm-hmm. Abyss then threw Andrew Thomas into the corner, but also threw him into a chair in the corner. It looked like it sucked.
I don't know if that was intentional or not.
He kind of like hit the corner of the chair with his arm. Didn't look pleasant.
No.
So I didn't write down the finish of this match. I said Sabu wins. Oh, it was a DQ, wasn't it? Because Andrew Thomas called for a DQ after that. Yeah, so it was by DQ. Andrew Thomas called for a DQ, even though he allowed the chair and the table to fly.
Referee's discretion. He didn't. He allowed the chair and the table to fly, not for him to be flown into.
So if you make me fly, DQ.
Which I think is fair enough, personally.
So Abyss started choking Sabu with a chain before the asylum exploded, Liam, as none other than Eric Watts made his return.
I mean, we were all... He also took a swing at Goldie.
Understandable.
I mean, after last week, listen, I don't know who's on the right side of this anymore.
She is the Joker. She's racist Joker. She's the Joker, but racist.
I'm just imagining, like from the Joker and Walking Wild's Joker is on the show with Murray, and he's just like, well, listen, Murray, and then he's talking about eugenics or some shit, and that's why they have to cut it instead of the shooting him bit. They're like, cut it, get it off TV before the Joker says a slur.
Yeah, that's Goldie. That's who she is.
I'm just imagining the whole of the Joker movie, but with just Goldilocks.
Being racist.
Just like Goldilocks. Those people on the train were awful, mate.
Playing a different character in every scene.
Playing every character in every scene.
She's talking to herself. And Abyss is just there, standing, looming.
Who was Abyss in that movie?
I don't remember the Joker movie well enough to remember characters.
Abyss is the love interest that she makes up in her head in the
Completely
movie.
Imaginary.
Yeah.
Spawned from the depths of hell. By hell, I mean Goldilocks' mind.
Wow.
So yes, Watts makes the save. It's the first time we've seen him since February when Goldie did that like striptease thing.
Yeah, bringing the stars back for TV.
Of course. So Watts runs off Abyss.
Now to the tag teams.
Sure, I was going to go to the X Division, but let's go to the tag teams then.
I feel like we always end on the tag teams, but the tag teams always kind of stink, so
we'll end on the X Division. Let's start with the tag teams, in which we had the finals of the tag team title tournament on the America's X Cup show on April 7th. It was Triple X facing the team of Kid Cash and Dallas.
I didn't really like this.
It was really long, which I kind of liked.
It was... No, I hated it. It was long and it was boring.
In theory, the idea of them being like, this is a big tag title match between Loki and Christopher Daniels and Kid Cash and Dallas. It deserves 15 minutes. But then you ask yourself the question, did they make good use of that 15 minutes? Not even remotely.
Yeah, I thought this was pretty boring. I enjoyed seeing Loki and Dallas. I thought they had some fun interactions, and Cash can always hit those big high spots, but I don't know. This didn't do a lot for me at all. This one was one of those ones where I'm like, checking the time, like, let's wrap this up.
Yeah, because a big issue, I think, with a lot of the secondary divisions in this company is they don't get time. Not anymore. Like, all of the title matches are 8 minutes long. Every X Division match is 8 minutes. Every tag title match is 8 minutes. And that's been a problem for a while. So again, in theory, I'm okay with these guys getting time as they're rebuilding the tag division. But as you said, it was just a really long heat segment. I did like how they paid respect to Dallas. You know, Daniels and Loki treated him like he was this big deal and this big threat that they couldn't take down. But it was mostly just a lot of nothing. And then there wasn't even like a hot finishing stretch at the end either. It was like a lot of nothing and a pretty flat finishing stretch.
I like the actual finish though. With Key going for the Dragon Sleeper and Dallas just like standing up and hitting the blackout.
Yeah, just nailing them. Cool move, the blackout. It rules.
Yeah. It's crazy that he's still hitting that move.
He's just dropping people on TV nearly 20 years later.
Maybe he'll be the AEW interim world heavyweight champion.
He should be. He should win the Battle Royal. Then it's him against Gato.
Yeah, him and Goto in the main event of Forbidden Door.
So Cash hit Loki with a chair and then tossed the chair to Daniels, trying to make Loki think that Daniels did it. Cash then hit Daniels with a pipe and followed with a pipe shot to Loki, allowing Cash, while Loki was in the Dragon Sleeper, allowing Dallas to hit Key with the Blackout to win the titles. Cash and Dallas are your new NWA World Tag Team Champions. Those belts looked teeny tiny in Dallas's hands.
And of course, sending Key away forever.
This is the last we will see of Loki for 2 years.
He was so devastated by the loss to Dallas.
You will have to wait until literally April 2006, literally 2 years away, until you see Loki again.
I mean, what, do we want to do the Loki retrospective? I don't know.
It is a little disappointing because ever since he came back,
Remember how hot he felt?
in 2002 when the X Division was built around him and Lane and Styles, he felt like a real star that people were into.
It felt like he was going to be like as big as AJ.
And then, like, obviously, it's the Japanese stuff that cost them dates. It wasn't anything else. He was in and out from Japan, and they stopped booking him consistently because of that. So he would only come back and pop up every so often throughout 03 and 04. And then he just lost a bunch of steam. Because when he returned at, like, end of 03, 04, at start of 04, when they were doing that Triple XT stuff, and he was in the X Division, he was in the Ultimate X, he felt, like, really cold.
Yeah, well, we even mentioned that it was so odd to see this guy who felt like such a big deal when he was here last to be so cold now.
But then at the same time, when he returned with Daniels for this tag title tournament, we were talking about it, it felt like
a big deal.
A big deal. Loki was back, and he was good in these matches. And as you mentioned, the stuff he did with Dallas here was cool. But then he's gone. He's done.
You know what it was? It was the Kojima nose strip.
So they are our tag team champions of the world. They go into a feud with Apollo and D'Lo Brown. A, frankly, I would say, worst feud in TNA history?
I don't know. There's been some bad feuds in TNA history.
So they defend the belts against D'Lo and Apollo. They have a really boring match. All their matches are really boring.
I liked the pole match, mainly because it was funny.
So D'Lo hit a sky high, but Dallas hit D'Lo with a pipe to cause the DQ. But Dallas, this is the actual story. Dallas did not know that in NWA-TNA, titles can change hands on a disqualification. So D'Lo and Apollo won the tag titles by DQ because Dallas didn't know the rules.
I don't mind this, alright? What I find ridiculous is that next week, Apollo, who does know the rules, does it anyway.
Yeah, I do kind of like the story that the newcomer comes in and he's just he's shocked. He's making the big goofy shocked faces when they announce that there's the title change. So it's kind of like a fun finish that this dude didn't know the rule.
I also like it because it reestablishes that rule that we haven't seen in a while.
We've only seen it when Triple X won the belts from Amazing Red and Jerry Lynn.
Yeah, so I don't mind the first time. The second time, do we need that?
So the following week, they do the rematch, Cash and Dallas against Apollo and D'Lo again. And as you mentioned, the idea at least is that they kind of goad Apollo into doing it.
He had that hot Latin tempo in his blood, I think D'Lo called it.
So Cash went to hit D'Lo with the pipe, but Apollo intercepted. Then Apollo ran wild with the pipe. And then Rudy happened to turn around and see it, DQing D'Lo and Apollo, giving us, for the second week in a row, new tag team champions by disqualification.
Now, Garrett.
Yeah.
I'll notice here that you said pipe.
Mm-hmm. It was a pipe.
Next week, it's no longer a pipe.
So next week we do yet another rematch. This time...
This is the best of the three, by the way.
I wouldn't say so.
No, this match rules.
So Mike Tenay says the words, which is my favorite. It's a steel pipe like nightstick on a pole match.
The only reason they did this had to be because they couldn't find a way to get the pipe to stay, right?
Well, they couldn't find a way to get a nightstick to stay either, Leah. So...
Well, they probably could at least on the day.
So yeah, they couldn't probably get a pipe to attach to a pole. So they're like, we'll get a nightstick to attach to a pole. But
I love the new rule. The new rule should have been the rule from the start.
So they're doing this match. It's a regular nightstick. It's a regular pole match. You have to climb the pole, and whoever climbs the pole and gets the weapon can use the weapon. So they're doing their match, and then Dallas whips Apollo into the corner, and the nightstick falls down. So there's a lot of like worrying and prognostication. Andrew Thomas and Rudy Charles are trying to sort it out. I don't think Andrew Thomas wants to climb the ropes.
Well, yeah, because they keep hitting the ropes. They don't stop.
Yeah, so all the wrestlers continue to wrestle while it fell down. So Chris Vaughn runs out, hero of the day, puts it back up, everything's fine. They continue doing the match.
I was worried for him, by the way. He was like balancing one-legged on the actual pole. I was like, God.
I have faith in Chris Vaughn. Though it does kind of expose how climbing it is really easy.
Well, he wasn't getting fought the whole time.
So yeah, they continue doing the match. Everything's fine. D'Lo's whipped into the corner. The nightstick falls again.
And it fell with some fury at this point because I was like, holy shit, was that it? It went with some speed.
Clearly, D'Lo whipped real hard into that corner.
Yeah.
So at this stage, they decide they're not going to put it back up, but they have changed the rules of the match. So referee Andrew Thomas is standing on the apron.
By the way, I'm bumping this up to 2 stars now. Just talking about it.
Referee Andrew Thomas is standing in the corner, holding the nightstick in the same corner that the pole is. And he will give the nightstick to whoever climbs the pole and touches the top of it.
Awesome. Perfect. Perfect.
So that is the new rule of this match, that you must climb the pole, touch the top of the pole, and then Andrew Thomas will hand you the nightstick.
I love, and they did my favorite thing in a pole match where it's like Apollo went up and he got it, and then he climbed back down and immediately got drop kicked in the knee, and Kick-Ass just took it from him.
So after all of that, after falling twice, after changing the rules, the dude who got it immediately gets taken down and loses it.
But it was a nice drop kick though, I will admit.
So then D'Lo got it back, ran wild. Dallas hit Apollo with the stick, and then Cash grabbed Arana to retain.
Yeah, good match.
This match was a shambles.
Yeah, it ruled.
The more like just dreadful TNA becomes, the better.
Yes. That's why you call it the best wrestling company ever.
So after a month where they did a good job of like rebuilding the tag division with the tag team title tournament, they just shattered it all again with this Kid Cash and Dallas and Apollo and D'Lo stuff.
Yep.
And once again, D'Lo is involved in something like terrible and awful in TNA that has very little to do with himself.
Yep.
I'm upset.
I'm not.
So we have a couple other feuds in the tag division. Well, I guess one's technically a singles feud, but they mostly do tag matches. But the other is Diamond and Swinger continue feuding through the month.
Yeah. Let's talk about some Simon Diamond.
April 14th, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 90, they do their second singles match. Simon Diamond faces Johnny Swinger. These two are like a kind of wrestler you don't get anymore. Where they're like very technically proficient. They're very like sound and crisp, but they're not flashy. They're not like, they won't blow you away, but they will have a very technically sound, crisp, well-executed wrestling match. And I feel like you either get people who are technical but dry or flashy but shit. You don't kind of get the little in-between thing you get with these two, where they're very decent heavyweight wrestlers from the early 2000s.
Yeah, you don't really see it that much anymore.
No.
But I know, I really appreciate these two. I enjoy seeing them.
So they're having their big blow off here, but Gengo Birdie tried to interfere at ringside, but then Sonny Siaki evened the odds. Then David Young tried to interfere, but accidentally clotheslined Swinger, allowing Diamond to score a roll-up victory. Diamond beats Swinger after their first match ended in DQ.
Finally, the big blow off with the big babyface
I
winning.
think this might be their blow off. I'm not sure.
It felt like they gave them the pre-match hype video.
So the heels beat down Diamond before Siaki makes the save, but then Trinity drops Siaki with a chair. Swinger then tried to rip Simon Diamond's robe from the first match they had as a team, which they only introduced here. Fair enough, he's worn the robe a lot, but Mike Tenay, as Swinger is ripping up Diamond's robe, is like, that's the robe that Diamond first wore when they started teaming, and this is why it's meaningful. Also, Swinger, very hard time ripping that robe.
That's the thing, is like, he's ripping the robe, and I'm like, is he?
Yeah, he's trying to tear it, and it's not tearing, and then he starts pulling at the sleeves, and he's more stretching the robe than he is ripping the robe.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Live TV.
There's a lot of live TV moments this month, isn't there, with that freaking tag title pole match?
Yeah.
And AJ and his microphone.
You're not wrong, it has caught up to them a bit.
Yeah, so Diamond wins, but Swinger gets the last laugh by ruining his robe, symbolically killing Simon Diamond, which we'll get to in a second. Shark Boy faces David Young. David Young continues to do his losing match streak. He's like, no, I'll go and win all my matches now. Then he immediately loses to Shark Boy.
I mean, yeah. What, you excited about this?
No. Though I will say my favorite thing is after the match, Trill K come out and do a promo about how Ron Killings deserves a title shot that we forgot to talk about when we were talking about the NWA title stuff, but it's a BG promo, so who cares? Though the worst part is like he's like Raven sucks, and not like he's losing. He's like he's a bad wrestler. He's like bad at wrestling. It's like, geez, BG, hold it back, especially from you of all people.
Raven has achieved a lot, man.
And you, on the other hand, have achieved very little.
Oh, you didn't know.
But my favorite part of that is they just cut to occasional shots of David Young sitting sadly on the steps while Trill K are doing their promo.
They don't even acknowledge him.
He's just sad. He's upset that he lost. So on that show, we also have Johnny Swinger and Glenn Gilberti against Sonny Siaki and Simon Diamond in a tag team match. Liam's favorite division, the Glenn Gilberti division.
I'm so sick of the Gilberti division.
The Gilberti and Siaki division. So Trinity pushed Siaki off the top, allowing Swinger to hit the swing thing, which is like a double arm DDT for the win. But then, Liam, we had the return of Desire.
It's crazy, right? This is another TNA original.
Yeah, Desire making her big return. She takes out Trinity, she brawls, and then she has a moment with Siaki where they hug. So Siaki and Desire are back together.
That's a nice touch. Glad she got to have this moment. Fortunately, it happened at a time where we're like, let's get rid of Siaki. I'm glad that they got to have this little reunion because they were such a pivotal part of the early TNA. Also, she just looks so happy to be back.
So we cut to the next week, last show of the month, where they do a video package showing Desire. She broke her back in a match against Mercedes Martinez.
Yeah, I really didn't want to see that.
Well, look, it wasn't like a bad bump, right? She just hit like a fisherman's buster.
It looked bad.
It just looked like a regular move. If you watched that and didn't know somebody broke their back, you wouldn't know somebody broke their back.
Yeah, but I did know someone broke their back.
Yeah, so it's just like a fisherman's buster in the match that Desire then went on to win. They drove that home in the video package. Oh, she got back up. She won the match.
She had the desire to win.
See what you did there. That's her name.
It's not her real name.
Maybe it is. How do you know?
But you know whose real name we do get to see.
Yes, so we then go backstage.
So now, come on, that was good. That was a good segue.
Solid. Well done. That's actually good. Well done. You should host the show.
Thank
so
you.
Hudson...
I do.
So Hudson has Simon Diamond, Sonny Siaki, and Desire backstage. Then Diamond cuts a promo about Desire, but who cares? Desire doesn't get to speak for herself. Simon Diamond does. Then he pivoted back to the Swinger thing, and he's like, "You ripping up my robe, Simon Diamond died that night. I'm not Simon Diamond anymore. I'm Irish Pat Kenny."
You're now Irish Garrett Kidney when you do your introduction on the show. I just want you to know.
Well, there is a line from Swinger the week before where he's like, "He's just a lousy Irishman."
That was actually me reading that.
Directed right at me.
Yeah. We're going to start calling you Irish Garrett Kidney.
So he is Irish Pat Kenny. Kenny, Kenney, rather than the more regular spelling with just a Y. Pat Kenny is actually a very famous television broadcaster in Ireland, just without the E.
Yeah, he's also on this
I
show.
wonder, was he watching The Late Late Show? Simon Diamond hosting the toy show would be very entertaining.
She didn't get it done.
I'll write an email to RTE. We'll get that done. So Johnny Swinger, they come out for a match. They're having a 6-person tag team match, or a mixed 6-man tag team match, as JB called it. I don't think that's how that works, JB. Johnny Swinger cut a promo. He was aghast that Simon Diamond's name changed. He's like, "Irish Pat Kenny?"
You just reminded me that JB called like the Sabu versus Abyss match like a special singles match.
JB's been watching his Japan tapes.
I was like, what the hell?
It was a very special singles match.
I suppose. It really threw me off. I was already in a depressed mood about Japanese wrestling, and I was like, JB, I didn't need that to the heart.
I guess that's why there was the weird rules where he could use the table and chair, but not throw around the referee. That's why it was special.
Maybe that actually was it.
Yeah, that's why it's a special singles match.
Well, there you go.
So yeah, Swinger does a promo calling Diamond lame, being like, "Irish Pat Kenny, what a dork."
Yeah, all the Irish are dorks.
Then Trinity announces that the Swinger, Gilberti, and Trinity have formed a stable. I can't deny it. It's true. We are all dorks.
Never met an Irish.
Thank you. They announced that they were a stable together called the New York Connection or the NYC.
Never met a New Yorker I liked.
It's true.
Truly, whoa, God, I'm dying. I was going to say, truly a horrific storyline for me.
You are alienating so many groups of people on this show.
Yeah.
So then they have a 6-person tag team match. Trinity uses a chair, but Desire rolls her up for the victory. The crowd are into all of the Trinity and Desire stuff, except for when Mike Posey pulled them off for no reason.
Yeah. Garrett, you're very excited that you can finally refer to this group as the New York Connection after 6 months of writing it into either the show reviews or the star rating sheet.
Well, it's been very annoying to have to call them Gilberti, Trinity, and Swinger. That use the names because they don't have a freaking group name. Even though it's live from New York, it's the NYC and their freaking entrance music for months. Ugh. But yeah, they're the NYC now. And Desire and Trinity are feuding.
No, see, when they say NYC in the song, they actually just refer to the city.
Oh, damn it.
It's not the name. It's live from New York. It's the New York. Also, Trinity is the leader.
Yeah.
Of the NYC.
Rightfully so.
She is the biggest star on the team.
She's sick of all these dudes. No, she's going to lead the dudes instead of the dudes leading her.
Is Vince Russo in the NYC?
No, because she was led around by Russo, she was led around by Jarrett, she was led around by Cash, she was led around by Siaki, she was led around by Divine Storm. She's sick of it, Liam. She's sick of all these dudes messing with her, so this is her stable now.
A lot like Michael Shane is sick of Shane Douglas, you would say?
I had to point out that Simon Diamond was wearing his Simon Diamond gear after he became Pat Kenny, but then we will pivot to the new franchise feud.
All right, now cut in the last bit that I said before and put it now. And now let's in like 2 seconds we'll do some fake laughter because it was so funny. Ready?
Okay.
1.
So the new franchise continues to explode throughout the month. This is kind of an X Division feud as well because there is an empty spot on the Team NWA, which is to be filled. And there's multiple people vying to fill it, and there is
And Shane Douglas wants to be on it.
yeah, franchise. No, Tracy does. She is NWA through and through,
Yeah, the pie in the sky.
abandoning her Canadian roots.
I forgot that. I mean, why would I even remember, to be honest?
So there was a match to fill that in which Michael Shane faced Christopher Daniels. Franchise does a promo. He's like, we're going to win the tag titles. We're going to take over the tag division. And Michael Shane is like, actually, there's this spot and Team NWA available, and I'm in a match for it. And franchise is like, oh.
That's a good franchise impression.
So we do have a match on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 91, which is the show we did the watch along for, between Christopher Daniels and Michael Shane. The winner gets a spot on Team TNA. It's a rematch from the match where Daniels got the big dent in his head, which turns out he has a dent in his head.
Yeah. I forgot that they kind of didn't do anything with this feud for 2 weeks.
Yeah, because I was like, because obviously the first show was the X Cup show, so there's not much on that, and there's not really anything on the show, the second show of the month. I was like, was there? There was the promo, I guess.
Yeah, it feels like you could have done, like, it was literally the X Cup show. You probably could have done some sort of segment where they're like, hey, we need a new X Cup member.
Yeah, because the promo where Michael Shane was like, I'm going to do this X Division match instead of being in a tag division was the show before. That was the April 14th show.
Interesting, though.
So yes, you do have Chris Daniels and Michael Shane, the match where the last time Daniels was like frighteningly bloody because he was dropped hold into the steps. And they showed in the video package before the match, Daniels having a dent in his head, a literal dent from when Michael Shane dropped hold of him into the steps.
He's a tin man. He was dented.
Ah, very good. Because he's made out of tin. It's going to be my new bit, explaining all of your jokes after you make them.
That wasn't even really a joke. It's more of a general statement, I guess.
So franchise is on commentary. He's hyping up Michael Shane. Then franchise hits Daniels with a chain, but Shane is like, no, I don't want to win that way. They got into an argument while he's like firing up his super kick. And that distraction allowed Daniels to hit the STO and win. He is the new member of Team NWA.
Woo! The other side of the Triple X reunion.
Yeah, but still, yeah, Team NWA come out, particularly Triple X welcomes him to the team. They're all very happy.
Well, not Key. He's
gone forever. But we'll talk about X Division stuff in a minute. The important part of this is then we get the explosion of the new franchise.
That was an explosion sound.
After the botched interference led to the loss, well, actually, the declined interference, I guess, led to the loss. Shane and franchise got into it. Tracy tried to make peace, but then Shane pushed her over, which I think that's the weirdest choice in this entire thing, that they chose to have Shane be the one to push her over.
Yeah, I don't know. Thing is, I don't really know if maybe it's because the end goal here is that Shane Douglas is the face.
That is the other confusing thing here. There's a period where it's very clear franchise is the heel. Shane slaps franchise pulls out his belt, he starts whipping, laying in shots. But then Tracy grabs the belt and starts choking franchise. Then Shane drops franchise with a super kick as Train? That's their shipping name. I'm just gonna run with Train as the name for Shane and Tracy. They are now Train. It's canon.
I can't wait until you try and fit Frankie Kazarian's name in there as well.
Crazy Train. Yeah, it's a play on Crazy Train.
Freight Train.
Yeah, there you go. Many different shipping names. But Tracy and Shane are aligned. Franchise is out. So yeah, the period where he starts whipping him, you're like, franchise is the heel. But then when they beat him up 2-on-1, you're like, is Shane the heel?
Yeah. I think this story was a lot better when I still like it, to be honest. But I was more into the idea of like the young team like rebelling against Shane Douglas because all of his words have been lies and haven't actually led to anything of note for this guy's career.
If anything, it's taking his career on a downward spiral.
Which is the point that he made.
Yeah. It's everything's been going badly since he aligned with franchise.
But I'm really looking forward to their actual match.
So you'll look forward to that in the months to come. The big Shane Douglas-Michael Shane feud.
For the winner to keep the name.
Shane. Or Train. Because Train works either way, because they're both named Shane.
What would Michael Shane and Shane Douglas's shit name be?
Shane.
The new franchise.
Shane.
You kind of... Shane.
No, it's the SH from Shane Douglas and the Ain from Michael Shane.
Oh, see, I didn't understand that bit.
So the only thing we had in the last show of the month is a video package hyping them up. They'll face on the first show of May.
It's actually the SH from Michael Shane the A from Tracy and the NE from Shane Douglas.
No, it's actually the SH from Michael Shane, the A from Tracy, and then the N and the E from Franchise, but separated out. Yeah. Makes perfect sense. So that takes us to the...
This has really like deteriorated heavily.
This is what the quality of TNA does to us.
Yeah. We did a really good show last week.
Yeah, this is what we get for doing 2 shows on time.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? We've heard the feedback, guys. I will delay the shows more often.
And this is the last main show people are getting for a month as well, because we were doing a special in 2 weeks.
What a special it is, huh?
So that brings us to the X Division to round things out. We start the month with the America's X Cup as Team UK faces Team Mexico. Same format as the previous 2 shows, 4 singles matches worth a point each, 2 tags worth 2 points each, and then an 8-man tag team elimination match worth 2 points per elimination. In the event of a tie, the captains face the following week in a decider. So this show, this show and these teams...
I didn't hate this show.
I kind of liked that the whole story was that there is a huge gulf in quality. Like, they knew it, and they made it the story.
Yeah, and then that was the whole point, was that, like, when it came up to the straight-up matches, Team UK were getting their shit kicked in, so they had to start cheating to win, and that's how they started catching up.
So we start with Mr. Ragwell against Dean Allmark. This show features the most... Extreme Dean. He's not Dean Allmark, even though Mike Tenay does call him Dean Allmark at one stage.
And during the tag match at the end of the show, they called him Extreme Dean Allmark in the intro.
This show features the most Chris Hero shoutouts in TNA history.
I heard the Chris Hero shoutout, and I didn't think I heard it right. I was like, that can't actually be Chris Hero.
So Mike Tenay notes that pretty much all of his commentary notes, all of his like scouting reports come from Chris Hero about who all these Team UK people are and who to expect.
They should have put him on the show. He should have been in Team UK.
So yeah, Chris Hero's scouting note here was to look out for all those martial arts kicks.
That sounds like Chris Hero. Talk about Dean Allmark.
Yeah, he's only 20 here. Dean is a Wrestle 1 alum.
I know him well.
Yeah, Aguila wins with a split leg moonsault, goes 1-0 up.
Garrett, do you know what Dean Allmark's Wrestle 1 match was?
I looked it up, but I don't remember.
It was against Seki Yoshioka.
Yes.
For some British title, I think.
Which it makes perfect sense to be defended in Wrestle 1.
Yoshioka won, I believe.
Dean Allmark being screwed.
New champion.
Being screwed in TNA and Wrestle 1.
But I think that's all he did there.
So Allmark is actually in this year's Super Strong Style 16. That happened this week, didn't it?
Yes.
Did he win?
He shows up in Progress every now and again. He recently wrestled Gresham there.
Did he win?
Oh, Strong Style 16?
Or the Ring of Honor title. Or the Progress title, whichever one was on the line.
Hey guys, spoilers for Progress.
Oh yeah, sorry.
He lost a Progress World title shot against Cara Noir.
Oh.
Then he lost a ROH World Title Pure Rules match against Jonathan Gresham.
Oh.
Then he lost the first round of the Super Strong Style 16 against Chris Ridgway.
Oh.
Then he lost to Big Damo in a non-tournament match on night 2.
Not going well for old Dean Allmark. Extreme Dean. He needs to bring Extreme Dean back, and I think he'll be fine.
I'm actually going to learn who won Super Strong Style 16 right now. Wait, what? Is it still happening?
It might not be over.
Apparently, I guess it's still 3 nights. I would have assumed they just went down to 2 nights. Would you like to know who's in the finals?
Sure.
From what my understanding is that your final 4 are Gene Money.
Who?
Yes. Chris Ridgway, who defeated Regal's kid. Warren Banks, who defeated Kid Lycos.
Who?
Warren Banks.
I'm becoming one of those old people who does who, but it's also a Progress, so I'm justified.
And of course, Johnny Progress, who defeated Aramis.
He should win it.
So we got Johnny Progress, Warren Banks, Chris Ridgway, and Gene Money.
Imagine showing that Final 4 to somebody from Progress like 3 years ago.
Yes. Poor Dean Allmark.
Yeah. No, things aren't going well for him in NWA-TNA or Progress.
Dean Allmark's only 38.
He's really young. Yeah, he was 20 here. And that was 18 years ago. Mike Tenay told you he was 20. You should have been able to do the math on that, Liam.
That is how it goes. Well, fair play to Dean. I actually like Dean. I like him here in the TNA, and I like him when I see him in the more modern wrestling scene.
He was about as good as a guy being squashed by Mr. Aguila could be.
Yeah.
Because all these matches just feel like men against boys. And I think some of that is by design because they realize the UK team is a bit of like giant nerds. So they treat them as boys, but it is very much meant against boys.
I want to talk about the second match, including my new favorite wrestler.
I still have a point to make about Mr. Aguila against Dean Allmark. Thank you very much.
How?
I did like that Mike Tenay pointed out on commentary that Aguila had lost both of his singles matches in the previous 2 America's X Cups, but then also pointed out that he was drawn against the team captains both times. So I liked some of that, like, tournament to tournament storytelling.
I forget what other team. It must have been Hector Garza and Mr. Aguilar where they mentioned that they had never won the tag match.
And they pointed out that the team of Abismo Negmo and Juventud Guerrera had never lost, but also Juvi's gone now, so will that cost them?
Yes.
So, yeah, second match in the tournament, it is Heavy Metal facing Robbie Dynamite.
I love heavy metal.
He's cool. I don't think he's good. He's actually kind of bad, but he looks so cool.
No, his gear is tremendous. I love that his offense seems to be just throwing himself.
Yes, with just complete reckless abandon.
I love him.
So Robbie Dynamite hasn't been active since 2018. He's mostly seen to work in Germany since the last, 10 years, basically.
What's heavy metal doing?
He's still wrestling. He's still in AAA.
He is wrestling. He do be wrestling still.
Yeah, he still does a bunch of AAA tags.
Oh, he is the Chaos heavyweight champion.
Good for him. Proud of him. Don compared Robbie Dynamite to the British Bulldog, even though his name is Dynamite. It's right there, Don.
I thought he meant the animal, the British Bulldog.
He looks like a bulldog.
That's what I thought he meant.
Like, this match was messy, and it was very clear that Heavy Metal was, actively having to slow down for Robbie Dynamite.
I like the grappling though. I like that Robbie he shot in on the first one and he took him down and tried to stop the flying. I like that this match was basically like a showcase for heavy metal.
Yeah, it was a complete squash. I think it was 3 minutes long.
Shout out to Robbie Dynamite for being the only guy to swap his gear halfway through.
It's because they misspelled his name. They spelled it with a Y in this match, and then in the tag match they spelled it IE. So he's actually a different wrestler. That's the reason he changed his gear.
Is that why he put on the England flag?
No, bad.
Come on, England. I'm a football bar guy now at 6 a.m, so I can do that.
Heavy Metal won with the Lab Magistral Cradle, 2-0 up to AAA. Then you had Hector Garza against Frankie Sloan.
Oh, look at you, 2-0. Sounding like fucking...
Oh, Dave Taylor. Actually, Mike Tenay pointed that out. He said, oh, you're 2-0 down. It's like, oh, or 3-0, I think it was when he did the speech. You're 3-0 down. And then Mike Tenay is like, he said 3-0, which is the British parlance. So yeah, you have Frankie Sloan against Hector Garza. Frankie Sloan is still active. He's in his 50s. He was once squashed by Vlad Kozlov in WWE.
Did he have the same gear?
No, but we will talk about somebody having the same gear in WWE in a moment. Garza wins with a tornado.
Garza still rules. Crowd's really into him.
I will say Garza does the thing where he taps the mat a bunch, where he's selling a submission, and it looks like he's tapping out.
Just gotta hit it with your back of your hand.
So yeah, Hudson is then backstage with Dave Taylor and Team UK, sick of his team of losers. He's like, how can I go back to the Queen?
Yeah, she's gonna be devastated.
It is her platinum jubilee, and she's still thinking about it to this day. She's like, that goddamn Team UK and the America's S Cup really let me down.
She's sitting up there, she's like, fucking Dave Taylor really fucked me on that one.
Dean Allmark better not win Super Strong Style after letting me down.
I had 20 quid on them.
So you do get James Mason against Abismo Negro in our fourth singles match, as Liam has just lost it to the Queen.
The Queen betting on the World X Cup is really funny to me.
Just putting some money down on James Mason to beat Abismo Negro.
She's like, oh, fucking Frankie Sloan. That bastard couldn't even get a good gear.
Mike Tenay points out that Team AAA have had quick starts in all of these tournaments with them never being behind after round one.
There's a lot of fun factoids coming from Mike Tenay.
Yeah,
today.
He did all his research.
Hooray.
To be like, all of these, there's actually history and stats we can draw on now, because this is the third one of these we're doing.
I actually like this show-long story too. I might like this one better than the last one.
Even though it's probably worse wrestling.
Yeah, I liked the actual... Because that was the thing that I was disappointed with in the first one, where I thought they had a good story going, but then they gave up on it. The Team Canada one didn't really have a show-long story, but this one did. And that's what made it stand out a little more to me.
So James Mason defeats Abismo Negro with interference from Dave Taylor. He hits Negro with a British flag, allowing Mason to win with the crossface chicken wing. 3-1.
I thought James Mason was actually pretty good, but... boy, did he just get this singlet? because he seemed incredibly uncomfortable.
So he's wearing this singlet. James Mason once had a WWE television match where he wrestled MVP and beat MVP after interference from Great Khali.
This was in the losing...
Yeah, where he had to get a certain number of wins to get a contract bonus, and then he couldn't win.
I'm going to see what James Mason has done on Progress.
And in that match, Liam, 4 years later, he was wearing the exact same singlet.
Was he adjusting it the whole time?
It was like discolored as well. It was like the blue wasn't as dark anymore because he had worn it so long. And even Taz on commentary, he buries the singlet for being ugly.
Yeah, it's not a good one. Yeah, these guys, none of them looked good here. Like, I mean, wrestling they were all fine, but the gimmicks was woof.
Oh, I forgot to mention my favorite, like, pseudo burial in the Frankie Sloan match. Mike Tenay reports that the Chris Hero scouting report is that he uses the most basic offense of the 4 members.
Yeah.
It's like,
the most basic
he's
offense.
really bland.
That's when I noticed the Chris Hero name, and I was like, I must have misheard.
Yeah, because he did it for all of them. He did a little Chris Hero scouting report.
Let me go to I think the tag match is always the weakest parts of the tournament for me.
Because like there's a bit of like fun freshness to seeing all the names for the first time in the singles, and then the tag matches feel like a little more obligatory before they get to the 8-man tag.
Yeah.
So we had the usual 2 tag matches. Frankie Sloan and Robbie Dynamite defeated Hector Garza and Mr. Aguila to take it to 3-3 after Taylor hit Aguila in the neck with the flag, as Aguila had a submission in, allowing UK to win. And then the other one was Extreme Dean, and James Mason defeated Heavy Metal and Abysmal Negro. Dave Taylor ran in, Bulldog Negro.
Taylor should have been on the team.
Yeah, they should have just put him in the matches. He would have won.
Just put him in the James Mason role.
So Mason crossface Chicken Wing Negro to win 5-3 to UK now. They're in the lead.
Woohoo! And then I like that Team AAA were like shook by this.
They were rattled. So Scott Hudson's backstage. He's with Team AAA. They're mad. They're down. And they're like, we have to sweep this 8-man tag just so we're not disrespected. We've embarrassed the flag and we've embarrassed Mexico.
Dean's a pretty good little flyer. I like him.
For some reason, Armando Quintero was like, oh, the Queen will be so disappointed in us too. I don't know why. It was weird.
Yeah, the Queen loves Mexico.
The Queen has actually bet on both sides.
Yeah, the Queen went to a different booking. She's like, all right, 50 quid on Heavy Metal.
She went in there wearing like a freaking Abysmal Negro mask, being like, oh, I'm disguised.
I would like to talk to Mr. Aguilar. I would like to knight him, Sir Aguilar.
Then we had our main event. Mr. Aguila, Hector Garza, Heavy Metal, and Abysmal Negro defeated Extreme Dean, Frankie Sloan, Robbie Dynamite, and James Mason to retain the America's X Cup for a second time.
Holy fuck, I hate Frankie Sloan.
So Dave Taylor tripped Heavy Metal, allowing Dynamite to pin him, which put the UK 7-3 up. Abysmal Negro then pinned Dean with a tombstone, 7-5. Heavy Metal ran off Dave Taylor, removing him from ringside, and then AAA swept from there. Aguila pinned Swoan with a split leg moonsault. Garza and Aguila then hit stereo moonsaults to eliminate the last 2, which feels like it shouldn't be allowed in a 8-man tag team elimination match, but still.
This is bullshit.
The Queen is robbed.
They've right fucked me here.
Tenay points out that Hoovy and Abysmal were 2-0, by the way, and then that's how they do without Hoovy. I like that they didn't just ignore that Hoovy wasn't there. They weren't just like, oh, Hoovy's not there. It's like, oh, pretend Hoovy was never on this team. It's like, no, they won the 2 with Hoovy, and we're going to actually ask the question, how will they do without Hoovy?
Yeah, it was good.
So, Team AAA win again. 11-7 is the final score.
They should add them all together. See who has the most totaled. Well, it'd probably be AAA, considering they're the only one that's been in all 3.
And they've won all 3, so they will.
I have answered my own question. I wonder who did the best out of all of the other teams.
I wonder who has like the best individual record out of AAA. Who won the most points?
It has to be it probably has to be Hector Garza.
It probably is. He wins a lot of his matches, but he's lost both of his tag matches, which are worth 2 points each. So,
but I feel like he always finishes them like the multi-man
because he's captain.
But even when he wasn't captain.
The other X Division stuff this month, Frankie Kazarian defends the belt against Sanjay on the April 14th show. Kazarian wins. That's the one where Abyss beat them both up afterward.
Yeah, really good wave of the future in that one.
My favorite part of this was Frankie did the point at his head to show how smart he was, and then Don West on commentary showing his smarts right there as he points at his brain
to indicate said
that's how you do it. It's how you make yourself smart on television.
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, you're very smart. I sense it. So yeah, Frankie retained. Then the rest of the story for the X Division is X Cup related for the rest of the month, as we mentioned. So Frankie does a promo with JB on the April 21st show. He's like, I beat 3/4 of Team TNA, but suddenly I have no interest in being the team because I'm not in the match to decide who would be replacing Sanjay in the team. Also, I never really acknowledge the fact that Sanjay is out of the team.
Yeah. Well, he lost. He let the team down, and he didn't get that big recurring moment. So
it's true. He failed. He gets no chance at redemption. He's out. Jerry Lynn is a ruthless leader.
Yeah, and he lost the X Division. If he had won that X Division title,
they would put him back in. So yeah, he mentions that he beat Lynn, he beat Dutt, he beat Skipper, so he doesn't care. He's moved on. He's X Division champion. And then next week, Dutt, and then it's actually not next week. It was meant to be next week, but then suddenly Dutt wasn't available because he was in Japan. But in the coming weeks, Red and Dutt will do a best of 3 series to determine the number 1 contender.
Okay.
So you get 3 matches, well, potentially 2, between Amazing Red and Sanjay Dutt.
Okay.
So Amazing Red has signed a contract with TNA, so has Sanjay, by the way, recently, which means he will not be able to appear for Ring of Honor unless the 2 companies resolve the differences. There is some speculation that Red's surgically repaired knee is still giving him trouble, and that was actually the main reason he signed with TNA, thinking he couldn't keep up with the Japanese style with a bad knee anymore.
It's a shame.
He still rules, though.
Not that he signed, but it's a shame that, that he's hurt.
Yeah, that happens when you were like a generationally cool high flyer. You do tend to ruin your body.
Unless you're Will Ospreay.
Well, he literally died recently, so...
Yeah, of kidney disease. Hey. There's nothing to do with...
That's a slur.
What? No. To be fair, I also often have troubles with my kidney.
How dare you?
I should get it removed.
So Daniels faced Shane, earned the spot in Team NWA, as we mentioned, to bring us to the last show of the month, in which there was an 8-man tag team match. Daniels, Lynn, Skipper, and Sabin beat Abismo Negro, Hector Garza, Mr. Aguila, and Heavy Metal.
What a twist.
Yeah, so 8-man tag team match. We're building toward the World X Cup, which has been announced for the last show of May, which is May 26th. And that will be 4 teams representing the US, Canada, UK's been kicked to the curb, they're out, Mexico and Japan.
Yeah, well, after that performance.
They're like, you don't deserve to be in here, we're bringing in the team from Japan.
I'm kind of bummed that Japan doesn't get an opportunity to win it. Yeah, they gotta come straight into the 4-team one. They can't get their own one.
That they could finally beat the Team Mexico dominance.
Yeah.
So Scott D'Amore was on commentary. He points out that P.D. Williams is the new captain and he will have a revamped Team Canada.
My favourite line in that whole thing was when he says that Jerry Lynn never wins anything. And then Mike Tyson's like, he was X Division champion 5 times.
Yeah, but when was that, Liam? What has he done for us lately?
I guess so. That's what 3LK said.
So the team from Team Japan will be coming over from All Japan. The first mention of the team was Kazushi Miyamoto, Tomoaki Hanma.
The one guy that you've seen multiple times on this roster.
The guy whose name I have to pronounce for Rain Takers as well, and I fuck it up. Tomoaki Hanma and Masayuki Kono were the names, along with Taichi Ishikari. Yes, that Taichi will be on Team Japan for the World X Cup. But then that was changed with it being Nasawa Ryuji Hichikata. Is that his name?
Yeah, Ryuji Hichikata.
Then Taichi and Nobukazu Hirai will be the actual team, as it turns out.
Well, that is depressing. That first team rules so much harder. You get the team of Turmeric Storm, Garrett.
What a name.
Kazushi Miyamoto and Tomoaki Hanma. Former Wrestle One World Champion, Masayuki Kono. But unfortunately, no.
D'Lo is the connection bringing in the All Japan team, by the way. Because he works All Japan.
Well.
So they pulled Teddy Hart and Jack Evans from Team Canada for a revamped Team Canada. Evans is part of the ROH issue, and they didn't want to sign him, so they didn't want to obviously be like, work one show for us or pull out of Ring of Honor forever. That's not a fair choice to make.
They're like, well, doesn't seem fair.
And then Teddy Hart has a Japanese show between those dates, and also apparently wasn't happy that Evans wouldn't be there, so he didn't want to be there either. So we have the new Team Canada, which will be P.D. Williams, Johnny Devine, Eric Young, and Bobby Roode, which is Team Canada.
The real Team Canada.
It is the Team Canada instead of a Team Canada, just like we are the TNA podcast instead of a TNA podcast. So that is all your X Cup stuff. You can look forward to the first ever World X Cup in May.
I'm looking forward to it a little less now with that team, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, classic. I agree. Taichi is bad, right?
Well, no, he's the one consistent part.
So yes, you can look forward to that in May.
Stop with your Taichi slander. I'm fucking sick of it, alright? I have to deal with it on goddamn Rain Takers, now I have to deal with it on this show. Grow up, Garrett.
Alright, that's everything. Let's go very quickly, show by show. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 89, April 7th. You got anything else from the show?
Yeah, just dog shit gear.
Yeah, just Bad gear up and down.
Except Extreme Dean Allmark. Nice indie pants.
I do like indie pants. Give me some, like, they're very cliche and silly, but I do like them. So
He does a really cool top rope leg drop.
during the show, Kid Cash and Dallas had an interview because the tag title match, the tournament final, was the main event of this show, and Cash calls Daniels and Loki the fallen baldy, which is a terrible insult. But my favorite part of it is then Scott Hudson starts rubbing his own head.
I like my favorite part of that one was when he's like, "Can I speak to Dallas?" And Kid Cash is like, "Do you want to say anything?" He's like, "No."
Just stands there gruffly, making angry faces.
What if he just shouted, "Everybody dies"?
I'm gonna edit that in and put it on Impact Plus. It's like, there it is.
There you go.
That's
Thank
a
you.
callback to NWA-TNA.
You cut like his mouth from an AEW promo and just put it over the top.
Everybody died.
Why would you need to make? Why would the audio sound so weird?
Because it's difficult to blend with the background noise of the asylum.
Such a raucous crowd, I know.
NWA-TNA baby number 90, April 14th, 2004. Any notes?
Nope.
It's Leather Pants Abyss. Must reinforce that.
Oh yeah, you wanted to talk about how 3OK said they're all world heavyweight champions.
Oh yeah, it's like, God's sake, BG being like, we're a team of world champions. It's like, well, Ron is.
I guess WWF World Tag Team Champion.
Even D'Lo is like, I finally won a world title. It's like, oh, D'Lo. I take umbrage with BG calling himself a champion of the world. The world is not. You do not represent the world, BG.
Excuse me, Garrett. I believe he would often say the tag team champions of the world.
You're not wrong. And then NWA-TNA Baby number 91 is the show we did the watch along for, so you can listen to our extensive thoughts about that at teenagechat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme.
Do it.
And then last show of the month, April 28th, NWA-TNA Baby number 92. I still don't understand why Mike Posey was ripping Desire off of Trinity because she was kicking too much ass.
Because cat fight.
Oh, one of the actual good things, there was a lot of dives that are terrifying because Heavy Metal did a moonsault to the floor where he only hit Abismo Negro. And then in the tag title match on that show, in the pole match, they did the classic tag team spot where Apollo like launched D'Lo over the ropes into a crossbody on the floor, except D'Lo launched far too high.
He also he didn't let go of the rope.
So he like came down vertically instead of like a nice little crossbody.
Yeah. I wanted to mention another Heavy Metal moment because, you know, he's the greatest wrestler of all time. He did the thing where like he just kind of kicks the dude out of the way and he went flying into the ropes and I was like, yeah, Heavy Metal rules.
Yes, he's a cool looking pro wrestler, even if not necessarily a good one.
Hey, you shut up.
When they did the double finish at the end of the Styles and Killings match, Mike Tenay shouted on commentary, "We're not letting the officials determine the winner." And I'm like, Mike, isn't that how every wrestling match works?
Nope.
Don't the officials always determine the winner?
Well, in this case they didn't. Russo did, so.
It's true, he picked his pal Styles again. Nepotism!
I restarted the match, but yes.
Then he picked his pal Styles.
Wait, what do you mean picked?
Because he booked the finish, bro.
What?
Alright, that's the end of April 2004. We will be back in a month with the May 2004 episode. So in 2 weeks, instead of our regularly scheduled episode, you will get a very special episode for the TNA 20th anniversary. We have a bunch of guests from across the wrestling media sphere. Because none of them have actually recorded it yet, I won't name them, but 9 people have agreed. We're not going to do a TNA thing where we start naming people. It doesn't happen.
Eric Watts will be on.
Eric Watts will not be on.
AJ Styles will be appearing.
Nor will he.
Raven will be appearing.
Raven's not there.
Irish Pat Kenny will be there.
The talk show host, not the wrestler.
Glenn Gilberti will be
No,
there.
he won't. None of these people will be here.
I have personally asked Vince Russo to make an appearance.
So we will ask 9 people from the wrestling media space, maybe more. Plus,
why would you say 9? You might get more.
It's true. There might be more. There might be less. You'll find out if there's less. If there's less than 9.
I'm on it. I can confirm that I am.
In fact, Liam is the only person who has recorded his segment for it so far.
Yeah.
So
people say that. Garrett says I always take forever to get anything done, but I'm the first one to get this one done.
So that will be in your podcast feed on June 19th, which is both the 20th anniversary of TNA and the 1-year anniversary of this podcast.
Wow. And that's what they're all actually here to celebrate. They're going to come on and talk about their favorite moments from the podcast.
Yeah. They're going to be like snakes in the back. They're going to be like accents. They're going to be like
Snakes in the back. It wasn't this podcast.
But we mentioned it on this podcast, so it counts.
They're going to be like Dixie's Twitter. They're going to come on and say, I'm a big fan of that new Queen impression.
They're all just going to call me Nazis.
Well, they're going to do that anyway.
Liam, leave me alone. I should.
Just 10 guests coming on and calling you a Nazi.
No!
That was all of my one.
So next weekend we will have the finale of Ring Cat King. That'll be on Patreon. On the 10th of June, we'll have the Best of Super Juniors tournament from 2012. We'll be talking about whatever matches are on New Japan World from that. On the 16th of June, we will have Dominion. As mentioned, we will also do the Sting thing sometime in June. And
The Sting thing.
you can look forward to your 20th anniversary episode on June 19th, and then 2 weeks after that, we'll be back with the May 2004 episode. So you can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Remember, you can always subscribe at Patreon at tnachad.com or patreon.com/kiddingme. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do da damn thing.